Chapter 1. The Knocking Phantom and the Demon Transformation System. Recently, a twisted serial killer has emerged near Tianfu Road, with 3 victims claimed thus far, their faces reduced to a bloody pulp. Citizens are urged to limit their outings and remain vigilant for suspicious individuals. A horrifying massacre has occurred at Changhe Community, where an entire family of 5 has tragically perished. The investigation is underway, and the area surrounding the community may still pose dangers. A case of skinning has been reported at Kongzhuang Building. What is happening? In Jiangbei City, there are almost 3 to 5 homicide cases reported every day. In his rented apartment, Jiang Chen stared intently at the news on his phone, his brow furrowed tightly. Moreover, these reports are coming out before the cases are even solved. Or perhaps these reports serve another purpose, subtly warning the public to avoid such areas. Could this alleged killer be something other than human? A strange thought flickered in his mind. A notion not born of baseless speculation, for Jiang Chen had experienced supernatural phenomena himself. He was, after all, not of this world. He still remembered how he had succumbed to cancer in his previous life, then opened his eyes as a 3-year-old, confronting a wholly unfamiliar world. Initially, Jiang Chen felt exhilarated, believing himself to be the chosen one, reborn to seize life anew and reach the pinnacle of human achievement. However, he quickly discovered the relentless snowfall around him, with not a soul in sight on the streets. Before Jiang Chen could freeze to death, a lonely old man had taken him in, saying, "Call me Grandpa, and from now on, this will be your home." Thus, Jiang Chen acquired himself a guardian. Yet, just 2 years ago, shortly after he was admitted to Jiangbei University of Finance, the old man vanished. Do not misunderstand, he did not die. The old man had left behind a letter upon a bank card containing 100,000 yuan, departing the city without a trace of his whereabouts. In the days leading up to his departure, he had been muttering some eccentric nonsense about a sect in trouble. Could it be that he was ensnared by a ghost? The recent peculiar surge in murder cases had led Jiang Chen to entertain unsettling associations. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking broke the silence outside. Startled, Jiang Chen glanced at the time on his phone. 2:44 a.m. Who could be seeking Hong Jia at this hour? The knocking came from the adjacent apartment, home to his landlord, a woman graciously in her 30s. Knock, knock, knock. In the stillness of the early morning, the sound was particularly jarring. Could something have happened to Hong Jia? Or could it be that the one knocking is the source of the problem, causing her to hesitate in opening the door? Listening intently as no one answered, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and rose to approach the door. Peering through the peephole, he caught a glimpse of a woman's silhouette. Dressed in a white gown speckled with dark red blotches, she continued her incessant knocking on the security door across the hall, her extended hand appearing ghostly pale in the hallway light. Something about the woman's motions unsettled Jiang Chen. Her wrist was motionless, while her entire arm swung like a beckoning cat. Her arm joints seemed unnaturally rigid. After a series of knocks, the woman abruptly halted. Instead of leaving, she leaned against the security door, looking through the peephole as if trying to peer inside. What is she attempting? Her odd behavior instilled a sense of dread within Jiang Chen. "I know you're inside. Open up, quickly." After a few moments of silence, the woman's voice emerged unexpectedly, tinged with a chilling rasp, akin to a phlegm-choked cough. As she continued to demand entrance, her knuckles battered against the door as if she were attempting to break it down. Jiang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine as his instincts warned him of the woman's deteriorating mental state, or perhaps she was the very perverse murderer reported in the recent news. As he took out his phone to call the police, a message chimed in. "Do not open the door. Hong Jia." Jiang Chen thought for a moment before typing back. What is happening? The thing outside may not be human. On the other end, Hong Jia replied swiftly. "You might not be aware, but something terrifying happened in our community roughly a year ago. A female university student named Sun Fong rented a room in Building 4. Not long after, a man appeared, initially bringing her breakfast and flowers every day, as if he were desperately trying to win her back. After his gestures were unreciprocated, he began to block her door, hurling insults and causing quite a scene. Everyone thought the matter had settled down, only for the young man to return that night, seemingly inebriated, pounding on Sun Fang's door. Despite her friend being there, Sun Fong, in a moment of sheer shock, locked her out, leaving her to scream for help. In a horrifying twist, her friend was brutally murdered right there in the hallway, while the young man was apprehended by the police. What's eerie is that just 7 days later, Sun Fong was found dead in her rental room. Neighbors from Building 4 claimed they heard knocking that night, along with muffled cries for help from a woman, however. The troubling fact remains that Sun Fong was already deceased inside her apartment, making it illogical for her to be seeking refuge anywhere. An unsettling theory began circulating among the residents. Perhaps the one knocking that night was not Sun Fong herself. This incident has become a topic everyone in the community is reticent to mention. But do you know who I just glimpsed through the peephole? It was Sun Fang's friend. I stood there, stunned for quite a while, trying to recall that face from when the commotion erupted. It's unfathomable someone who should be dead is now outside my door, incessantly knocking. Xiao Chun, whatever you do, do not step outside. I have already alerted the police. Stay hidden, and if anything happens to me, you must relay this information to them. As Jiang Chen read Hong Jie's message, he cast another wary glance at the woman outside his door, feeling a chill creep up his spine. This woman was, without a doubt, a deceased individual. Could it be that the red spots adorning her gown were not mere patterns, but rather the blood she had spilled at the time of her demise? Click! Suddenly, the sound of a door unlocking reverberated outside, causing Jiang Chen's pupils to dilate. He saw the security door across the hall swing open. Wait, if Hong Jie suspected something was amiss, there's no way she would open the door. Peering through the peephole, Jiang Chen saw that there was no one behind the door. Instead, it appeared to have been opened by some sinister force. At that moment, the woman, who had been facing away from him, abruptly turned her head. The ghastly pallor of her face sent a wave of terror through him as she grinned grotesquely, revealing blood-red teeth still flecked with remnants of flesh. She's coming. She's entered. I didn't even open the door, yet she stepped right into the living room. Hong Jie sent another message. But Jiang Chen had no time to read it the instant he felt the woman's gaze upon him. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, as if he had become prey to a lurking beast. Only when the woman entered Hong Jie's room did Jiang Chen regain his faculties. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, only to suddenly freeze in astonishment at the sight of his left hand. It felt as cold as ice. Gazing down, he noticed a swirling mass of dark energy clinging to it, an unmistakable mark of the ghost, signifying that he had been irrevocably targeted. Huh, having died once, do you still seek my life? A flicker of madness danced in Jiang Chen's eyes as he whirled around, rushing toward the kitchen. He intended to turn on the gas valve, planning to produce an explosive welcome for the ghostly intruder. Though uncertain of its effectiveness, Jiang Chen, with his character, would never passively await his fate. Yet, after taking only 2 steps, he abruptly froze in place, as an unexpected melodious voice sounded through his mind, synthesized and clear. Ding! Malevolent energy detected. Demon transformation system activated. 5100. Ding! System successfully activated. Initial demonic energy of 100 points awarded. Demons feast upon human essence, while spirits consume demonic energy. The host can obtain demonic energy by inciting emotional disturbances in spirits, which can be used to draw demon transformation cards. Chapter 2. Is it coming? System? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. My golden finger has finally arrived, he resolutely declared. System, assist me in drawing a transformation card, though he was uncertain of its nature. It appeared to be the only means to safeguard his life at present. Ding! It requires 100 ghostly essence to draw a 1-star transformation card. Will you proceed with the draw? Drawl as the words fell. A series of menacing phantoms materialized before Jiang Chen. An armored giant bear, a massive black bull with formidable horns, and a gray wolf with fur like steel needles. Waves of malevolent energy surged forth. Chilling him to the core, the figures shifted and morphed, ultimately settling upon a creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 1-star transformation card, General Yin. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, General Yin, one of the 3 unfortunate monsters from the beginning of Journey to the West. Having adored mythological tales since childhood and having thoroughly studied Journey to the West, he was well aware that prior to the arrival of the monkey, 3 monsters existed: the special scholar, General Yin, and Lord Xiangshan, notorious for their grievances. They had indeed captured Tang Sing but only consumed 2 of his attendants, temporarily refraining from harming Tang Sing after their feast until rescued by the Silver Star. This creature was not as foolish as depicted in the texts, reflecting on the previous phantom of General Yin. The aura of bloodthirst and ferocity, coupled with the imposing physique that loomed over him, sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. The icy glare of the tiger eyes was suffocating, Just the mere gaze of the phantom left his back nearly drenched, instilling a profound sense of dread. How does one utilize the transformation card? Jiang Chen glanced at the virtual panel before him. Host: Jiang Chen, Ghostly Essence. 0. Transformation card. Generaline, 1 star. As his gaze fell upon transformation card, a line of explanation emerged. 1-star transformation card. Recites silently to activate, allowing the host to gain partial power of the monster and randomly acquire 1 supernatural ability for half an hour. Note: upon completion, 10 of the physique and demonic power will be permanently retained, with a 1 chance of permanently inheriting the supernatural ability. After scanning the information twice, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before stepping outside. His initial ghostly essence had been exhausted. He must devise a way to leverage this transformation card and the ghost before him to accumulate sufficient ghostly essence, or his future days would be dire. 12:02. In the bedroom, a woman clad in a wine-red camisole nightgown was bracing the wooden door with a chair, her entire weight pressed against it, trembling uncontrollably. The woman was Hong Jia, typically poised and gracious, yet now reduced to utter disarray, her hair in disarray, drenched in cold sweat, and her lips murmuring incoherently. No, don't come in, please. Her eyes were vacant, teetering on the brink of collapse. Thud, thud, thud. As knocks echoed from outside the door. A crackling electrical sound resonated within the room, the lights flickering ominously before brightening once more. Hong Jia's pupils constricted as she clearly discerned that a small gap had opened in the bedroom door, through which pale fingers clawed in. A frantic woman, the voice clearly pleaded for help, yet it was laced with an eerie mirth that sent chills down one's spine. As the light extinguished once more, a knocking echoed through the darkness. When illumination returned, Hong Jia's eyes widened in terror, her body trembling with fear, for the gap beneath the door had widened again, revealing half of a pale woman's face. Grinning at her. I see you. Let me in quickly. Faced with this ghastly visage, Hong Jia felt as though her heart would cease to beat. It was over. Just as despair enveloped her, a sudden sound of footsteps resonated from outside. As if someone had rushed in. With a swish, a shadow darted past the door, and for a fleeting moment, Hong Jia was stunned, noticing someone had dashed into the adjacent restroom, slamming the door shut behind them. The female ghost, of course, was not oblivious to this turn of events. To dare to rush into a room and close the door in her presence was a profound affront to her. A spirit that knocked on doors. In an instant, she abandoned her pursuit of Hong Jia, her head twisting stiffly towards the restroom, her pale arm lifting. Is anyone in there? Open the door. The ghost's hoarse and chilling voice sent shivers through the air. Silence reigned in the restroom for 2 seconds before a deep, resonant male voice responded. Sister, do you wish to join me in relieving yourself? No sooner had the words left his lips than a system prompt echoed in Jiang Chen's ear. The knocking ghost was taken aback. Are you serious? How disgusting. Ghost Energy 5 at the entrance. The female ghost suddenly regretted knocking on the bathroom door. Upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar. Other doors could be knocked upon, but the bathroom door felt oddly inappropriate. In her moment of bewilderment, Jiang Chen, surprisingly, tapped on the door twice, extending an invitation. Care to join? The knocking ghost. Those 2 tiny words inflicted a significant wound. Ghost Energy 10. Observing the ghost's unresponsiveness, Jiang Chen grew increasingly assertive. He actually opened the door, peering through the crack at the ghost, and coughed lightly. Rest assured, my business won't stink, and I promise, this is my first time sharing such an experience with a girl. Care to join? Gazing into his earnest eyes, the pale-faced ghost was momentarily rendered speechless, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Are you a devil? Sharing a restroom is quite the audacious move. Ghost Energy 7. Ghost Energy 8. Upon hearing the notifications in his ear, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted, as he swiftly accrued 30 points of ghost energy, indicating his actions were perfectly aligned with the system's demands. I'm in so much pain, young man. Could you please help me first? The ghost was not one to be trifled with. After the initial shock, she let out a sinister chuckle, her body suddenly oozing blood. Blood holes appeared on her chest and abdomen, while her pale face bore numerous gashes, the skin peeling back, revealing a ghastly countenance. The ghost stepped forward into the restroom, an icy aura instantly enveloping the cramped space. Ah, there's a ghost. Jiang Chen, initially squatting on the toilet, suddenly sprang up in terror, his face a mask of horror, letting out a scream as if he were being assaulted. The knocking ghost was taken aback. Where has your previous calmness gone? The ghostly aura intensified to 5.it was not that the female specter easily experienced emotional turmoil. Rather, it was Jiang Chen's unervingly calm demeanor in her presence that was disconcerting. His apparent lack of fear towards ghosts created a stark contrast to his sudden and intense reaction, leaving the female ghost perplexed. However, she soon broke into a sinister smile, inching closer to Jiang Chen. Hee. So now you know fear. To her surprise, Jiang Chen did not spare her a glance. His face contorted in terror as he pointed towards the mirror ahead. A ghost. Can't you see it? My lady, there's a fearsome specter in the mirror. Chapter 3. The roar of the Tsang tiger. Instantaneous kill. The female ghost hesitated. The mirror, her stiff neck slowly turned to AT that moment. Jiang Chen retrieved a blue light lamp he had prepared earlier. It is well known that the horror in ghost films is partly derived from oppressive lighting. Thus, when the female ghost gazed into the mirror, her vision was enveloped in a dim, eerie blue glow, revealing a grotesque and indistinct visage of another female ghost. She had already unveiled her most terrifying form, intending to frighten Jiang Chen to death. But with the added filter, her terror escalated dramatically, causing her to freeze in place, her pupils gradually dilating. Suddenly, she let out a blood-curdling scream, leaping into Jiang Chen's embrace, overwhelmed by fear to the extent that she forgot she was a ghost. The ghostly aura surged to 1-5. Do not be afraid. I will run with you. Jiang Chen valiantly suppressed his own fear and comforted her. He then cradled the female ghost in a princess carry and dashed out of the restroom towards the balcony. Upon reaching the balcony, he gasped for breath and urged, "Don't mind me. You go first." The female ghost was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. "If we are to leave, let us do so together." Yet, Jiang Chen, with a resolute expression, revealed a wistful smile, shaking his head firmly. "One of us must stay behind to confront the malicious spirit in the mirror. If we both flee, we shall not survive." With that, he approached the edge of the balcony, lifting the female ghost into the air, and gently bent down to place a tender kiss on her pallid forehead. When one survived, he had learned from Hong Jia that Sun Fan's close friend was named Li Yuan. The ghost's heart raced with emotion, the ghostly aura rising to 20. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He had intended to test a theory, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. He then released his grip, and the female ghost plummeted from the 12th floor. With a resounding crash, the concrete ground seemed to shatter beneath the impact. This was also Jiang Chen's experiment. He had yet to rush to use the demon-slaying card, wishing instead to see if an ordinary person could potentially kill a ghost. Soon, a prompt echoed in his ears, indicating his failure. The ghost realized that they were on the 12th floor. He was not urging her to escape first, but rather attempting to send her away. "You wretched being," the ghostly aura surged to 30. "I will ensure your demise." From below, the enraged voice of the female ghost echoed. Following that, Jiang Chen heard a chilling scratching sound, akin to nails scraping against the concrete wall. An unsettling thought crossed his mind as he looked down, and the sight before him sent a shiver down his spine. Upon the cement wall, a woman contorted into a grotesque shape, her body dripping with blood, crawled upwards with a terrifying speed. Hiss! Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Though he had never encountered other ghosts, he sensed that this door-knocking specter was among the more formidable of its kind. Exhaling deeply, he understood that he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Summoning the demon-slaying card, Generaline, he roared inwardly. In the next moment, a colossal force surged from his chest, flowing into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones that he felt as though magma was boiling and roaring within his veins, his muscles bulging with power, and his stature towering nearly 2 meters tall. Blood surged, and the ancient power enveloped him, compelling Jiang Chen to let out a howl towards the heavens. Ding! He randomly drew the divine ability, Sanghu's Howl. A sudden clarity washed over Jiang Chen. He could sense a faint dark energy coursing through him. This was the so-called demonic power, and the divine ability was a means of harnessing it to at that moment. The sound of crawling drew near, arriving at the balcony below. Jiang Chen leaned out, and upon seeing the female ghost, his face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. You're still alive. I almost forgot we are on the 12th floor." Saying this, he extended his hand, sincerity written all over his face. "Hurry, let me pull you up." The ghost hesitated for a moment, then burst into a chilling laughter. "Sure, go ahead and pull me up." She no longer trusted the words of this man before her. Her pale ghostly hand reached out, intent on making him experience the despair of falling from the 12th floor. The instant her ghostly hand grasped Jiang Chen's, a searing heat surged through him, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. The ghost's hand burned. Ghost energy 10. She was momentarily stunned, sensing something was amiss. But Jiang Chen did not afford her the opportunity to react. He pushed off the ground with his feet, leaping from the balcony, and with great force, he yanked the ghost, using her like a hammer, and smashed her downwards. One man and one ghost plummeted from the 12th floor, and combined with Jiang Chen's full force, they collided with a horrifying thunderclap. Boom! The cement floor erupted, creating a deep pit, and the door-knocking ghost was reduced to an unrecognizable mass of flesh. She let out a scream of agony, her malevolent gaze seemingly capable of consuming everything. Jiang Chen did not grant her a moment to breathe. He bent down, his eyes icy, mouth agape, as the demonic power roared within him, instinctively transforming into a terrifying tiger's roar. Roar! The sound wave swept through the air, distorting it, and the ghost widened her eyes in terror as her form gradually disintegrated into ashes. No ding! Door-knocking ghost, evil spirit, defeated, ghost energy 99. This notification brightened Jiang Chen's eyes. 99 points of ghost energy was quite an unexpected boon. He had opted for a lethal strike because, after a series of previous actions, he had already amassed 110 ghost energy, enough for another drawing, and now he could draw twice. What does the term evil spirit in parentheses mean? Is it the level of the ghost? Jiang Chen murmured, not dwelling on it. Before turning to ascend the stairs, the door-knocking ghost was now nothing but a pile of bones, leaving behind a large pit that should not incite panic. There would likely be personnel to handle the aftermath. But such matters were of no concern to him. Upon arriving at 1202, Hongjia was helplessly kneeling against a wall in the living room, gazing towards the balcony, her eyes reddened and wiping away tears. Xiaochen, how could you be so foolish? As Jiang Chen conversed with the ghost at the door, Hongjia had already discerned the identity of the visitor outside. The individual was a young man who had been renting across the street for over a year. Typically solitary, she occasionally invited Jiang Chen over to share a meal when she had cooked too much, but aside from that, their interactions were minimal. They were not particularly close. However, Hongjia never anticipated that in the face of the terrifying ghostly knocking, Jiang Chen would dare to risk his life to save her. When she burst out of the bedroom, she witnessed the shocking scene of Jiang Chen leaping from the 12th floor, grasping the female ghostess' hand, which in her eyes appeared as a tragic mutual demise. The thought of such a high leap assuredly resulting in death made her heart ache, and tears streamed down her face, causing her eyes to swell. Just then, there was a knock at the security door. Hongjia's body tensed instantly, but upon seeing that the newcomer was not the female ghost but a man, she exhaled in relief. Yet, when she clearly recognized Jiang Chen's face, her complexion turned pale once more. Xiaochen, are you human or ghost? Jiang Chen. After a brief moment of shock, Hongjia's face lit up with joy, blooming like a vibrant rose, as she rushed forward to pinch Jiang Chen's arm. How wonderful! You truly are alive. I was almost consumed by guilt. She marveled at his solid muscles, rivaling those of a bodybuilding champion, hidden beneath a modest facade. By the way, what about that ghost? Chapter 4. Have you considered not striving anymore? Jiang Chen explained to Hongjia that he was a ghostbuster and had already dealt with the female ghost. He also advised her that if anyone inquired, she should say it was a passing expert who resolved the ghostly issue. He recalled that Hongjia had already reported the incident to the police. In contemporary society, there are no concrete supernatural occurrences, indicating that the authorities in Jiuzhou must have personnel dedicated to handling such matters. Jiang Chen was reluctant to engage with related departments for the time being, as no one could ascertain how they would perceive individuals like him, who wielded supernatural powers yet remained unassociated with any official organization. Upon returning to his room, he promptly drew 2 monster transformation cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a 1-star monster transformation card, Red Python Spirit, the serpent spirit from the 7 Absolute Mountains. Jiang Chen mumbled. As a seasoned mythology enthusiast, he instantly evaluated the creature's strength. It should be superior to General Yin. Many netizens like to categorize the Red Python Spirit as the baseline of combat power in Journey to the West, as it must consume several humans daily to maintain its human form. However, this interpretation is somewhat misguided. The Red Python maintains a complete human form, whereas General Yin and certain minor mountain demons can only shift into a semi-human state. Viewed from this perspective, the Red Python is not particularly weak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a 1-star monster transformation card, Chaos Demon King. The second card brought great surprise to Jiang Chen. the Chaos Demon King commands numerous minor demons, thus qualifying as a low-tier boss in the realm of combat power. Notably, while the television series classifies the Chaos Demon King as one of the 7 demon saints, this is not accurate. It should be replacing the position of the divine exorcist, the Monkey King. In the original text, the Chaos Demon King was cleaved in two by the monkey who returned from his studies. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took a moment to sense the formidable power coursing through his body. The 1-star transformation card could only bestow him with demonic energy and physical prowess. He had a nagging premonition that higher-tier transformation cards might directly manifest the terrifying forms of those monsters. He recalled the oppressive sensation he felt when drawing the transformation card. Should the true entities of these monsters manifest, a mere swipe of their hand could easily obliterate the door-knocking specter. He wondered how much ghostly energy would be required to unlock the next level of transformation card. Before long, the terrifying power dissipated, and Jiang Chen tested his remaining strength. Just a mere 10% of his physical form was still equivalent to the might of 7 or 8 fully grown adults. However, the demonic energy within him had waned to a mere thread, and his divine abilities had not been permanently inherited, considering the scant 1% chance that if he were to encounter the door-knocking ghost now, he would likely meet a grim fate. It was unfortunate that the transformation could only be sustained for half an hour. Fortunately, he had 2 additional transformation cards as trump cards. He pondered how many ghosts existed in this world, and whether there were entities even more terrifying than the door-knocking specter. A sense of urgency began to stir within him. Earlier, as he ascended the stairs, he had noticed that the doors of 3 families on the 5th and 9th floors stood ajar, revealing the mangled corpses within, victims of the door-knocking ghost. Had he not awakened the system, he too would have become one of those lifeless bodies tonight. This world was far from the serene facade it presented. He could not afford to wait idly for ghosts to come for him. For what dreadful entities he might encounter then remained uncertain. He resolved to seek out lesser hazardous supernatural events to gather more ghostly energy, believing that as he grew stronger, he would have no reason to fear the spirits. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, solidifying his next objective. Additionally, he wished to find an opportunity to delve deeper into the hidden facets of this world. The city's news segment, seemingly struck by inspiration. He unlocked his phone and scoured recent reports of homicides. Ultimately, he focused on the Tianfu Road disfigurement case, which had resulted in the deaths of only 3 individuals, suggesting a relatively low level of danger. Tianfu Road was conveniently located near the school. He planned to visit that evening after classes. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time was just past 3 o'clock. Jiang Chen returned to his bedroom to continue his slumber. In the midst of this, he heard a throng of people ascending the stairs, seemingly entering and subsequently exiting Hong Jia's room. Bright floodlights illuminated the building, with individuals continuously coming and going. This was likely the authorities managing the aftermath. The absence of anyone seeking him out indicated that Hong Jia had faithfully conveyed his instructions. It also suggested that the officials did not harbor significant hostility towards idle supernatural practitioners. After all, if they truly sought to investigate, they could uncover Jiang Chen's identity. The following morning, shortly after 8, a knock echoed from outside his door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Hong Jia, clad in a fitted aquamarine dress, bearing an array of breakfast items: beef patties, pan-fried buns, porridge, and xiaomai, each exquisitely prepared and utterly mouth-watering. Unlike the previous night's disarray, the elegant dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, her skin fair and smooth, particularly her elongated, fox-like eyes, exuding femininity. Had he not learned from their past conversations that she was over 30, he would hardly believe it. Well, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I prepared a bit of everything. From now on, don't eat out. Whatever you crave, I shall make for you, she said with a smile. As the door swung open, Hongjia entered gracefully, setting the breakfast delicacies upon the coffee table before she busied herself tidying up Jiang Chen's room. Hongjia, you need not be so courteous, Jiang Chen remarked. Nonsense. You saved my life. This is the least I can do, Hongjia retorted, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly before her expression brightened as if a thought had struck her. Oh, by the way, here is something for you. She retrieved a dark red booklet from beneath the breakfast tray. Initially, Jiang Chen paid it no heed, mistaking it for merely a placemat, but upon closer inspection, he discerned the bold lettering that read, Property Certificate. Realization dawned upon him, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was well known that Jiangbei City held a status comparable to a first-tier city in his previous life. A property in such a prime location could easily fetch 3 to 5 million to use a property certificate as a placemat. This was but a small token of gratitude from Hongjia. Take it for now. We shall handle the transfer later. No, this is far too precious. Jiang Chen protested. It was not a matter of pride. After all, he had struggled to afford a home in a second-tier city in his past life. In this life, he had managed to save a bit. Yet he was acutely aware that Hongjia, being a woman without a steady job, likely relied on this property for her livelihood. He could not simply take away her means of living because he had saved her life. Seeing his refusal, Hongjia sighed and retreated to her own residence. Moments later, she returned with a box, her breath slightly labored as she wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. I understand now, Xiao Chen, you are not particularly fond of your current living arrangement, are you? No worries, this entire building from the 6th to the 15th floor belongs to me. You may choose whichever you prefer. If you truly favor the lower floors, I can arrange for an exchange. Upon hearing this, the usually composed Jiang Chen could not help but tremble slightly, nearly choking on the Xiao Mai in his mouth. He gazed at Hongjia, who was now struggling to extract the property certificate from the box, and felt as if her presence had suddenly elevated. An odd sensation washed over him, as if she might ask him at any moment, "Young man, have you ever considered not striving so hard?" Chapter 5. Lin Yue, to be honest with you, Xiao Chen, I've come to realize that there are indeed ghosts in this world. Knowing that a powerful exorcist like you resides nearby allows me to sleep much more soundly at night. If I weren't afraid you'd think me bothersome, I would want to move directly into your home. At this, a blush crept across Hongjia's cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe peach. So, you must accept this property. This time, Jiang Chen did not decline. After all, the rent here was not insignificant, exceeding 5,000 a month, which constituted a considerable expense given his current financial situation. Wonderful. You eat first, and I shall tidy up. I'll take your clothes to wash and bring them back this evening, with the property now offered. Hongjia radiated joy, appearing like a youthful girl in her 20s. 9 o'clock, at Jiangbei University of Finance and Economics. The entrance was alive with vibrant youthful figures. It was summer, and the sight of long, fair legs was undeniably alluring, causing male students to gawk in awe. Amidst the throng, Jiang Chen felt as if he had reclaimed his youth, despite having been only 26 when he perished in his previous life. Regrettably, old Zhang was not present. Otherwise, his eyes would have surely popped out in astonishment. Old Zhang, the eccentric elder who adopted Jiang Chen, had a penchant for leading him on mischievous escapades, such as spying on widows bathing or sneaking behind the theater in town to catch glimpses of the actresses changing costumes. Whenever they were caught, he would be the first to make a hasty retreat, leaving the 7 or 8-year-old Jiang Chen to take the blame. After entering the gate, they walked for over 10 minutes to arrive at the School of Economics and Management building. In classroom 415 on the 4th floor, attendance was being taken on a Monday. As Jiang Chen entered, he was greeted by a cacophony of lively chatter from the youthful students occupying the room. He found a seat in the back, poured himself a cup of water from his thermos, and opened his phone to read the news about the Tianfu Road murder case. Among the deceased was a passerby, whose body was discarded in a flower bed, while 2 others were residents of an old neighborhood nearby. One was found at the foot of the stairs, and the other in their own home. Rather than merely disposing of the bodies, it seemed there was a complete disregard for managing the crime scene. Such behavior was exceedingly bizarre and did not align with the actions of a typical criminal. Criminals are not fools. If they wish to evade capture, they would invariably take steps to conceal their deeds. This left 2 possibilities: a lunatic or something else entirely. Furthermore, all the victims had been disfigured, suggesting the killer harbored some sort of obsession, akin to a ghost fixated on knocking at doors to commit murder, despite the ability to scale a 12-story building unaided. Jiang Chen contemplated this, increasingly convinced of the likelihood of a supernatural occurrence. Just as he was lost in thought, a commotion erupted at the door, followed by several students from his department calling out to him. Jiang Chen, someone is looking for you. It was Lin Yue. When did you get to know the goddess Lin? And even Yang, the goddess, too. Unbelievable. Jiang Chen, so unremarkable, yet he has attracted the attention of 2 goddesses. Envy, jealousy, hatred, come out. Hurry. The male students were all aflame with excitement. The classroom buzzed with energy as everyone strained to catch a glimpse at the door. Jiang Chen was taken aback and looked up. Among the crowd, he spotted 2 women, each exuding a distinctly different aura. One wore a slightly snug white shirt paired with a long skirt, radiating an air of gentle elegance. Yet her polite smile bore an unmistakable distance. indicating a refined background. The other donned athletic gear, her delicate features cold as ice, also a goddess in her own right. Lin Yue? Jiang Chen recognized the former. They had been classmates in elementary school until she moved away in 5th grade. And he never expected to encounter her again in college. Their reunion had occurred in the library, where they both felt a sense of familiarity and, after a few exchanged words, realized they had lived in the same town and attended the same elementary school. However, after that encounter, they had no further interactions. Rising from his seat, he approached the two women, and despite the overwhelming beauty before him, he remained composed and calmly inquired, "Lin Yue, is there something I can assist you with?" She surveyed the surrounding crowd, smiled, and gestured toward the hallway. "Shall we speak outside?" Jiang Chen nodded, and they stepped aside. The girl in sportswear, Yang Chen, subtly furrowed her brow. "Jiang Chen, this is for you," Lin Yue said, presenting him with a triangular yellow paper talisman. My mother obtained this from a temple. It can ward off evil and protect you. Keep it close to you, and don't take it off if possible. Moreover, she hesitated for a moment, saying, "The situation outside is rather unstable lately. With numerous homicides occurring, it is best to stay at home, especially at night. Do not venture outside." Without affording Jiang Chen the opportunity to respond, Lin Yue offered a polite smile and departed with Yang Chen. After they had walked a considerable distance, Yang Chen slightly furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, Wei, there are certain matters that ordinary individuals should remain oblivious to. Your actions could contravene the ironclad rules set forth by the Alliance and the Underworld. I said little, merely handing over a talisman. That's fortunate, but I must caution you. He is, after all, merely an ordinary person, and the chasm between you two is vast. Even disregarding his lack of identity in the realm of the extraordinary, your family background is such that he could toil his entire life without ever reaching it. Yang Chen continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue fell silent for a moment, then playfully slapped Yang Chen in mock anger. What nonsense! I regard him as a friend, without any ulterior motives. Ha! Can an ordinary friend bestow upon you a talisman of such worth? This artifact could fetch 2 million in the black market, if it could even be sold at all. Yang Chen retorted with a cold laugh. Have you forgotten what I told you? When my father fell from grace and returned to our hometown to seek refuge. He and I were classmates. On one occasion, he sustained grave injuries while rescuing me from human traffickers. A single talisman pales in comparison to the debt of gratitude I owe him. Besides, there has recently been another outbreak of malevolent energy, and I fear for his safety, Lin Yue explained. You are aware that he is merely an ordinary person who would lose his life upon encountering a ghost. You exist in entirely different realms. Yang Chen asserted, her demeanor turning serious as she gazed at her dear friend. Wei, I must warn you, do not mistake gratitude for affection. You are in the prime of your youth, endowed with exceptional talent. How many outstanding individuals from the realm of the extraordinary pursue you? An ordinary person, despite their utmost efforts, can never be worthy of you. Lin Yue remained silent, her eyes betraying a complexity of emotions. What she did not convey to her confidant was that she was well aware of the distinction between gratitude and affection. However, the shadow of that young boy from her past had long been etched into her heart. Alas, Chapter 6. If one offends me, I shall recklessly offend them in return on the other side. Jiang Chen glanced at the talisman in his hand. When touched with his demonic energy, he felt a surge of warmth, indicating its premium quality. Surely, this item must be quite expensive. Did she truly just gift it to me? He pondered for a moment and recalled that the town where he lived as a child was quite remote, with poor security. On one occasion, he witnessed human traffickers attempting to abduct Lin Yue while riding a motorcycle. Jiang Chen had always been disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, especially at the tender age of 11. Yet, possessing the soul of an adult, he could not stand idly by while a young girl was so brazenly taken. Thus, he intervened, rushing forward to rescue her while shouting, which drew the attention of several passers-by, causing the traffickers to flee. However, in the process of saving her, Jiang Chen had also injured himself. To him, it was a trivial matter, but he had not anticipated that the incident would be remembered to this day. Talismans, it seems, indicate that there exist many forces in this world unknown to ordinary individuals. They are capable of addressing sinister occurrences, though perhaps their numbers are insufficient. Otherwise, they would not need to utilize news channels to alert the general populace. Indeed, the concealment of malevolence by the 9 provinces must be related to that statement made by the system. Jiang Chen suddenly grasped a profound realization. Ghosts consume human essence, while demons feast on ghostly energy. This could elucidate why the specters, when claiming a life, do not simply break down doors but instead cultivate an atmosphere of dread step by step, thus enabling them to continuously siphon the vitality of the living. And should the sinister incidents become public knowledge, it would plunge everyone into a state of panic, likely leading to catastrophic consequences. No wonder Lin Yue had appeared conflicted about whether to disclose the existence of ghosts to me. Ultimately opting for a subtle hint instead, Jiang Chen shook his head, dismissing further contemplation as he returned to the classroom. Upon entering, a cacophony erupted among his peers. "Wow, you were summoned for a private chat by the goddess Lin. Impressive, Lao Jiang. Incredible, Jiang Chen. How infuriating. Jiang Chen has now become our rival in love. Lao Jiang, our friendship is over." Before Jiang Chen could utter a word, a loud bang resonated as a hand struck the desk. "Bang, what is the meaning of this? The roll call is about to commence. Maintain silence." A boy seated at the front, clad in designer attire, turned his head with a stern expression. Those who met his gaze immediately bowed their heads in silence. In an instant, the classroom fell into an eerie hush. No one dared utter a word. The boy held the position of the student council's grade leader, a role that commanded respect. Yet, his other identity, the scion of the Zheng family, Zheng Xiaoming, ranked among the top 5 wealthiest families in Jiangbei City. The influence he wielded was unfathomable. Even a group of inexperienced university students could sense the gravity of his presence, especially since 2 individuals who had previously crossed paths with Zheng Xiaoming had mysteriously withdrawn from the university a year ago. After reprimanding the class, Zheng Xiaoming turned his attention to Jiang Chen. His eyes laden with shadows, yet his face bore a smile. "Hee, Jiang Chen, you are acquainted with Yue? Her family background is quite extraordinary, and she is recognized as one of the goddesses in our Jiangbei second-generation circle. My father has long been acquainted with hers. There is a gathering in a few days, and Yue will be attending. Would you care to join us, Jiang classmate?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Nearly suppressing a laugh, he understood that Zheng Xiaoming was undoubtedly a sycophant. If their families were truly close, he would not have resorted to such overtures at the classroom door without so much as a greeting. Jiang Chen replied dismissively, unwilling to engage with someone so juvenile. Observing his demeanor, Zheng Xiaoming's expression darkened further, a hint of derision creeping into his tone. "Hee, but it seems I might have forgotten. You probably have no time for such matters. I saw you working at a milk tea shop last time. Such diligence, Jiang classmate. Is your family not well off, requiring you to earn your own tuition?" Jiang Chen cast a glance at him. While his emotions remained unruffled, he recognized that if a student truly struggled financially and was publicly mocked in such a manner, it would be a challenge for them to hold their head high among their peers in the future. "Sometimes, I find myself quite envious of individuals like you," Zheng Xiaoming continued. "You awaken each day with the drive to strive, leading a fulfilling life, unlike the typical mindless rich second-generation heirs who would demand to know. Do you know who my father is?" Zheng Xiaoming adeptly wielded his advantages, each word striking at Jiang Chen's vulnerabilities, rendering him momentarily speechless. The motive behind targeting Jiang Chen was simple. The second-generation circle of a city is small, and future matrimonial prospects would likely arise from within this very circle. In the eyes of Zheng Xiaoming, he was merely the finest cabbage within a circle, now fixated upon by a lowly swine from outside his realm, which naturally left him feeling quite displeased. "It should be I who envies Zheng Xiao," thought Jiang Chen with a sardonic smile. Zheng Xiaoming, taken aback, revealed a hint of derision at the corner of his mouth. This lad seemed to possess a modicum of awareness. Each day, he would ingratiate himself with your father, wagging his tail, and thus obtain everything he desired. Clothes at his beck and call, meals served without effort. Such a comfortable existence indeed. However, Jiang Chen's subsequent remarks rendered the atmosphere in the classroom palpably tense. That T.O. whine and wag one's tail. Was he not implying that Zheng Xiaoming resembled a mere dog? The last person who had the audacity to label Zheng Xiaoming a fool had dropped out over a year ago, and word had it among classmates acquainted with that individual that their parents had faced professional setbacks, their home in foreclosure, and their marriage unraveling. Jiang Chen's words carried a mockery far more cutting than 100 utterances of fool. In that moment, the entire classroom held its breath, acutely aware that Zheng Xiaoming was on the brink of an outburst. By the way, Zheng claimed to know Yue, yet she had not even spared him a glance. How rude of her. I shall certainly have a word with her later. Jiang Chen maintained a smile, nonchalantly fanning the flames of discord that he had always adhered to this principle. If one did not provoke him, he would not retaliate, but should one incite his ire, he would unleash chaos upon them. Jiang Chen, Zheng Xiaoming spat through clenched teeth, his complexion a stormy shade that he had not anticipated that this usually reticent individual in their department could wield such sharp words, capable of leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, a few boys from the back row exchanged glances and, rising in unison, approached him. They were all members of the basketball club, tall and imposing. Encircling Jiang Chen with cold glares, "Do you realize whom you have offended?" Those from the countryside lacked discernment. "One day you shall comprehend that there are certain individuals you can never provoke in your lifetime. You better apologize to Zheng Xiao. He could extinguish someone like you as easily as squashing an ant." Jiang Chen casually flexed his joints. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not bully children. However, should they choose to confront him, he had no qualms about imparting a lesson in reality. What is going on here? A man clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously styled hair, entered the room. It was Sun Jibing, the counselor from the School of Economics. "Jiang Dahi. Yin Hu. Jiang Chen, return to your seats." Sun Jibing barked, his expression decidedly displeased. Yet, when he turned to Zheng Xiaoming, his demeanor softened somewhat. "Xiaoming, you should also take a seat. Let us begin the roll call." Chapter 7. Am I beautiful? After the roll call concluded, Sun Jibing adjusted his glasses and announced, "I have some good news to share with everyone. The school is organizing a summer social event among the various departments, unlike the other faculties, which must pool their own funds and find venues. Mr. Zheng Tianze, Zheng Xiaoming's father, has sponsored our department. The Zheng Group is providing a complimentary 2-day trip to a luxurious summer resort." Upon hearing this, excitement surged through the room. "After lunch the day after tomorrow, we will gather on the playground. The department has chartered a bus for us to travel together. Before we conclude, I propose we all applaud to express our gratitude to Xiaoming." Sun Jibing beamed at Zheng Xiaoming, but noticed that the latter's expression seemed rather grim, as he did not even glance in his direction. In the back row, Jiang Chen felt a fleeting sense of unease, sensing that something was amiss. It stands to reason that someone of Zheng Tian's caliber would possess knowledge of matters unknown to the average person. Despite being aware of the recent unrest, he still chose to take on such a large-scale event. After pondering for a moment, he concentrated his demonic energy, his eyes glowing faintly as he cast a glance toward Zheng Xiaoming. In the next instant, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted. He noticed 2 black handprints on the other's shoulder. As if something had grasped him forcefully. "Something is amiss." He furrowed his brow, contemplating, yet shook his head. Having recently had a conflict with Zheng Xiaoming, it would be somewhat petty to dissuade everyone from attending. Never mind. He decided he would simply go and observe. Ultimately, Jiang Chen refrained from meddling. He was no benevolent figure, and enhancing his own strength was of paramount importance. After taking attendance, he spent the morning resting in the store, perusing recent murder case news on his computer. The milk tea shop Zheng Xiaoming mentioned was, in fact, owned by Jiang Chen as a time traveler. Although he had not achieved anything earth-shattering, he had utilized the original capital left by old Zhang to open several small shops on campus, amassing a fortune of around 1 million with a steady income. Otherwise, he would not dare to rent a place for 5,000 a month. Of course, his efforts over the years paled in comparison to the apartment that Hongjia had gifted him. After attending 2 classes in the afternoon, he had dinner and around 7, hailed a taxi to Tianfu Road. By the time he arrived, night had fallen, and beside him stood an old neighborhood, with only a few households illuminated. Jiang Chen glanced at the panel, feeling reassured as he stepped out of the car. Host, Jiang Chen. Ghost Energy, 9, Demon Transformation Card, Red Python Spirit, 1 star, Mischievous Demon King, 1 star. He entered a building and knocked on the door of 101. "Who is it?" came the voice of an elderly man. Without the door being opened, "Sir, could you tell me which unit Zhang Mimi resides in?" Jiang Chen inquired. Earlier that day, he had searched for disfigurement cases on a forum and found a considerable discussion. One individual claimed to be from the Tianfu Road community and revealed that a woman had died in the neighborhood prior to the disfigurement incident. However, the person only mentioned the woman's name and the manner of her death. Zhang Mimi, her body disfigured. Upon hearing this name, the elderly man inside fell silent for a moment before responding. "I don't know. I haven't heard of her. You should leave quickly. The neighborhood has been quite unsettled lately. Be careful." After the old man spoke, the sound of his footsteps faded as he walked away. Having denied twice, it was evident he was concealing an inner turmoil. He must know the name, yet seemed reluctant to elaborate. Standing at the door, Jiang Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. Even if she were a deceased neighbor, would they really avoid mentioning her to such an extent? He resolved to inquire with others. Next, he knocked on 2 more doors, and upon hearing the name Zhang Mimi, the occupants' faces paled as they hastily shut the door, refusing to utter a word more. That I must be in the right place. Perhaps Zhang Mimi lived in this building before her death, and something must have transpired posthumously to instill such trepidation among the neighbors. He lifted his gaze to the dimly lit hallway. Despite it being summer, the building felt uncharacteristically cold, permeated with an odor reminiscent of a hospital. In such an old community, not a single security guard could be seen, suggesting that there was no property management to conduct regular disinfecting. So from where did this scent of disinfectant emanate? With a sense of bewilderment, Jiang Chen continued his ascent. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he noticed a family door ajar, and through the old iron security gate, he observed a little girl eating from a bowl. "Little sister, why are you eating in the corridor?" Jiang Chen inquired with a gentle smile as he approached her. The girl shot him a glare. "Uncle, you scared my friend away." "Friend?" Jiang Chen questioned, glancing around in confusion, as there was no one else in the corridor. "Yes, he was just here eating, but you came up and frightened him off," the girl replied just as a woman's voice scolded from within the room. "Yao Yao, who are you talking to?" A woman, clad in an apron, emerged and cast a quick glance at Jiang Chen. Noticing his unfamiliar face, her brow furrowed. "What are you doing in our building at this hour?" "Ma'am, I'm here looking for someone. Do you know Zhang Mei?" Upon hearing the name, the woman's expression shifted, and she waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "That I don't know her. You should leave quickly." Just as she was about to shut the door, she sighed and cautioned, "Take my advice and get out of here. The neighborhood has been quite unsafe lately. If you hear someone ask you, 'Am I beautiful?' just ignore it and run." Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. "Why? Because if you say she is not beautiful, that woman will go mad and kill you." The woman replied sternly, "What if I praise her beauty?" "Huh? Do you think that by falsely complimenting a disfigured person, you can win her goodwill?" "No, you would only deepen her insecurity, and at that moment, she would transform you into a reflection of herself." The woman chuckled eerily before pulling her daughter away and slamming the door shut. "Thank you, sister," Jiang Chen nodded and turned to examine several cosmetic surgery advertisements affixed to the corridor wall, forming a hypothesis regarding the grim incident. Continuing his ascent, upon reaching the 5th floor, Jiang Chen noticed another family door slightly ajar, from which a faint scent of blood wafted. "Something has happened?" He approached and pushed the door. Finding it somewhat heavy, with a stronger push, it gave way. Thud! A corpse tumbled down. It appeared to have been propped against the door, creating a horrific sight for anyone who opened it. Jiang Chen felt little fear as he crouched to observe. He discerned that it was a man's body, devoid of any visible wounds, save for a face that was brutally mutilated. He had been viciously slashed across the face, undoubtedly enduring immense agony before death. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, suddenly hearing hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. In the next moment, a woman rushed down, clad in tight jeans and a white shirt. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her beauty rivaling that of Lin Yue. However, her face was etched with panic, and her shirt bore a tear at the shoulder, revealing a blood-stained wound exuding a faint, dark aura that a living person. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the woman furrowed her brow, rushed over, and pulled him away from room 502, forcefully shutting the door behind them. "If you wish to stay alive, do not speak." She opened the wooden door between the 2 apartments, revealing a small water valve room, generally visited only to check the water meter. "Quickly, come in." She possessed considerable strength, pulling Jiang Chen inside and swiftly shutting the wooden door behind them. From the pocket of her denim jeans, she retrieved a piece of yellow paper talisman. Murmuring a few incantations before affixing it to the door, "May the upper purity bestow protection, and the cave mystery conceal the spirit," Jiang Chen observed as the talisman emitted a faint yellow light, seemingly severing the connection between this place and the outside world. "That you'd be silent." The woman swiftly covered his mouth. "This talisman can only obscure the vitality of the living. If you wish to remain alive, refrain from speaking." No sooner had she finished her warning than a woman's frenzied laughter echoed through the hallway. "Ha! Am I beautiful? Don't run away. I simply wish to know if my current appearance is indeed lovely." The sound of footsteps indicated someone was rushing down from the 6th floor. Chapter 8. Elbow. Follow me into the room. Inside the valve room, Jiang Chen noticed a heavy, approaching footstep accompanied by a pungent scent of disinfectant. Quickly nearing the 5th floor corridor. "So you've hidden yourself here. A resounding thud reverberated as someone began to pound on the door. Bang, bang. With just 2 strikes, the security door was forcefully breached. Jiang Chen felt a twitch in his eyelids. With his remaining strength, encountering this ghost would likely result in his instant demise. The female specter entered room 502 but found no one there. How cunning. I must extract your answer. She charged out again, heading straight down the stairs to eye in the cramped valve room. The 2 individuals exhaled in relief simultaneously. The woman relaxed because the ghost had temporarily departed. While Jiang Chen was on the verge of losing control of his nerves. I am Chen Shui, someone you may consider a specialist in handling supernatural occurrences, or you may refer to us as extraordinary individuals. Chen Shui released her grip on Jiang Chen's mouth. In the darkness, a subtle flush crept onto her delicate face. As for my previous rudeness, I shall not apologize, for I have saved your life. From this moment forward, stay close to me. You still have a sliver of hope. As she spoke, she pushed the wooden door open, causing the talisman to fall and spontaneously ignite in midair, reducing to a pile of ash. First out, Chen Shui's words trailed off abruptly, her expression darkening to the corner of the dimly lit staircase between the 5th and 4th floors. A bloodied woman wielding a knife peered out, her face grotesquely disfigured, devoid of recognizable features, yet it seemed to be smiling. So, you were hiding here. Now, can you tell me? Am I beautiful? Her chilling, raspy voice sent shivers down the spine. Chen Shui's face hardened. She formed her fingers into a sword-like gesture, gripping another piece of yellow paper talisman, chanting rapidly, "Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin, the root of all energies, greatly cultivate for eons to prove my divine powers." Golden light talisman. During this incantation, the ghost, brandishing a dagger the length of her forearm, lunged forward ferociously. If you remain silent, do you think I am not beautiful? She dashed forward, closing the distance to Chen Shui, and brought the dagger down with force. Chen Shui's fingertip talisman burst forth with golden radiance, colliding with the dagger. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out as the ghost's knife flew from her grasp. And she shrieked, hurtling backwards to crash against the staircase. Impressive, Jiang Chen thought, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated the existence of such mystical arts. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Shui stumbled back, colliding into Jiang Chen, and he felt a tremendous force slam into him, almost causing him to spit blood against the wall. Chen Shui gasped in pain, clutching her shoulder. The recent blow had torn her wound anew. Even more perilous was the encroaching ghostly energy. She had to expend her vital essence to suppress it. After activating this golden talisman, she had no energy left to continue the fight. How infuriating. A medium-level malevolent spirit should have been easily dealt with. Yet who could have foreseen that another ghost lurked in this haunted place? Chen Shui wore an expression of reluctance as she glanced back at Jiang Chen. My vital essence is nearly depleted. I will desperately hold it off. You must flee downstairs, contact the authorities, and have them summon an expert. Do you understand? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. That moment, the female ghost had risen again, picking up her sharp dagger, advancing towards them. Upon discovering Jiang Chen, she seemed delighted. Oh, there's another handsome young M and D. Oh, you find me beautiful? Jiang Chen cast a glance in her direction. Miss, you are quite lovely. This is bad. Chen Shui did not have time to intervene, her expression darkening. By answering her question, you've sealed your fate with her. Sure enough, the laughter of the female ghost grew colder. Oh, you truly think I am beautiful? Should I transform you into something similar? As she spoke, blood inexplicably began to drip from her dagger, a foreboding sign of her intent to strike. Why would you do such a thing? Every individual is a unique blossom. Dear ghost, your thoughts are far too extreme. Jiang Chen shook his head. But without such an act, how can you prove that you genuinely find me beautiful? The ghost responded with a chilling smirk. It's simple. Jiang Chen's eye seemed to gleam as he seized the ghost's wrist. Elbow, come inside with me. The ghost froze momentarily, and upon regaining her composure, her ghastly face stiffened. What are we going inside for? ISNT the pace rather rapid. Ghost Energy 10.com. Dear ghost, allow me to delve deeper into your beauty. Jiang Chen forcefully tugged her along, his fervent gaze leaving the disfigured spirit in shock. Why is he looking at me like that? Does he truly wish to engage with me? I am a ghost, after all. Ghost Energy 20 at Chen Shui beside them was equally astonished. She could never have imagined the situation would escalate to this point. At that moment, seeing the ghost remain motionless, Jiang Chen stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her and blowing warm breath near her neck. "What's this?" Feeling shy, the disfigured ghost shivered violently, leaping back like a startled kitten. Goodness, is he toying with a ghost? Is he a devil? Ghost energy 30. Naturally, these were instinctive reactions born of confusion. Once the ghost regained her composure, she suddenly grasped Jiang Chen tightly. "Very well, we shall enter. But if your feelings for me are not sincere, I will gradually mar your entire visage." The human and the ghost entered room 502. As soon as they stepped inside, the ghost pressed Jiang Chen against the wall, a sinister smile creeping across her bloodied, grotesque face. "He, I forgot to mention, since you adore me so much, you surely wouldn't mind becoming something akin to me, would you?" Sigh. Jiang Chen let out a breath. This ghost was not as easily deceived as the jumping off the building spirit. Having only accumulated 60 ghost energy this time, he would need to activate a transformation card. Nevertheless, he mused, when a ghost is on the brink of complete demise, there is often a final surge of abundant ghost energy. Utilizing the demon transformation card, Red Python Spirit, Jiang Chen's physique underwent a transformation. His muscles swelled, his skin became as unyielding as steel, and his blood surged like a boiling furnace. A torrent of demonic energy coursing through his body. Ding! A random divine ability, Demon Python Giant Strength, was drawn. The female ghost's expression faltered as she perceived that the man before her seemed to tower several inches taller. The wrist she had grasped had become remarkably solid, accompanied by an acute sensation of pain. Particularly, the intensity in his gaze sharpened in an instant, as if the once docile little bunny had transformed into a premier predator. A smirk played on Jiang Chen's lips, his confidence swelling as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the female ghost wielding a sharp blade. "Sister Ghost, why are you so fixated on appearances? Humph, you people merely speak without experiencing the pain. When you become as hideous as I am, you will truly understand the malice in others' eyes." The female ghost trembled uncontrollably, wildly raising the sharp blade to thrust at Jiang Chen's face. "I understand now. You lack confidence in your appearance," Jiang Chen remarked with an air of enlightenment. "That can be easily remedied. I am but an amateur physician and can assist you in permanently resolving this issue. Theoretically speaking, with a minor surgical procedure to excise all tissue above the neck, no one would care about your looks thereafter." His words left the female ghost momentarily stunned. "Such a miraculous surgery? No, wait. Excising above the neck, does that not mean you intend to sever my head? You wretched creature. Ghost energy 30. I shall slay you." The female ghost's face contorted with malice. Jiang Chen extended a hand, and with terrifying strength, he seized her severed wrist, crushing her bones in a manner that was almost brutish. The sharp blade fell, and he caught it, delivering a decisive strike. Thud! A severed head tumbled to the ground. Chapter 9. The Underworld, Dao Alliance, Netherworld App. Ding! The disfigured ghost, malevolent spirit, has perished. Ghost energy 99. Once the female ghost's head was severed, her body slumped and rapidly began to oxidize and decay. Generally, ghosts do not succumb so easily. Yet with that single strike, Jiang Chen infused his demonic energy into it. As he cleaved her head, she instantly shattered into nothingness. That moment, outside, Chen Shui heard the thud of the head hitting the ground. Her pupils dilating as her fair fists clenched tightly, her delicate face contorting with anguish and fury. "He did this to save me." What courage it takes for an ordinary person to confront a malevolent spirit. She now grasped the situation. Jiang Chen's seemingly frivolous and exaggerated actions were, in truth, a ploy to create an opportunity for escape. Chen Shui gritted her teeth, tears slipping uncontrollably down her cheeks, casting a deep glance at room 502. "I will avenge you." She turned and dashed down the stairs, but after 2 flights, it seemed she had made another decision, retrieving a jade small sword that hung from her neck, returning resolutely. "Very well, since you died for me, I cannot flee alone." With a fierce determination, Chen Shui entered room 502. To her astonishment, the seemingly lifeless Jiang Chen was crouched on the ground, patting the face of a male corpse with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "Wake up, brother, haven't you turned into a ghost yet?" He then appeared lost in thought. "Must I wait until the 7th day to transform? Never mind, I shall return to seek you in a few days." Chen Shui thought. She cast a glance at the grotesque remains of the defeated ghost, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. "So you are indeed an extraordinary individual. It seems I have overstepped my bounds. To be able to so decisively vanquish a medium-level malevolent spirit, your prowess is likely on par with mine." Jiang Chen turned to Chen Shui and articulated the script he had prepared earlier. "Oh, I am not quite familiar with what it means to be extraordinary. I have only been in the big city for 2 years, having lived with my grandfather prior to that, and the old man never spoke about such matters before he passed. If you don't mind, could you enlighten me? He displayed a harmless smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui paused for a moment, then seemed to recall something. I see. Your situation is actually quite common. The foundation of Jiuzhou is profound, and there are exceptional individuals hidden everywhere. Their descendants enter the city with little understanding of the realm of the extraordinary. Chen Shui organized her thoughts. Currently, in Jiuzhou, the Dao Alliance and the underworld are the two greatest powers. The Dao Alliance governs all extraordinary beings, while the underworld has its own cultivation system. By the way, they have jointly launched an app for the underworld, which should contain all the information you seek. I will send you an invitation code. After all, you saved my life, so I will assist Jiang Chen in downloading and registering for the Underworld app, which is an internal software for the realm of the extraordinary and requires a specific invitation code to access. All done. Oh, you can take a picture of this ghost remains. After reporting it on the Underworld app, you will earn points, which are the currency of the extraordinary realm. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded, opened the app, and was greeted by a red and black interface, very reminiscent of the Netherworld. There was a dedicated entry for photography. Upon entering, there were instructions indicating that a single photograph was required, and the Underworld app would naturally discern the ghost's level and allocate corresponding points. Snap. The photo uploaded, and after a minute, with a ding, Jiang Chen saw that 50 points had been credited. The Underworld app featured a trading marketplace where individuals sought transactions in the extraordinary forum, and points could be used to purchase various magical artifacts and talismans. Furthermore, this knife should just barely reach the level of a ghostly weapon. We seldom utilize ghostly weapons, but they can be sold to the enforcers of the underworld, who are willing to pay a handsome price for them. Chen Shui elaborated briefly, then suddenly glanced at the hallway. By the way, we should leave this place. There may still be another ghost lurking within this building. No sooner had she spoken than she noticed the man before her inexplicably brimming with excitement. Where is that ghost? Chen Shui. Why are you so agitated? I estimate that it is at least a superior malevolent spirit, potentially even a top-tier one. I am severely injured and possess almost no combat capability. Recklessly confronting it would leave us with minimal chances of victory. However, upon hearing Chen Shui's words, Jiang Chen shook his head and stated earnestly, Chen Shui, you are right. We could flee, but what about the living souls in this building? My grandfather taught me from a young age that with great power comes great responsibility. In such a perilous situation, I cannot abandon the residents within. You should go ahead. I will confront that ghost. He rose with an air of righteous determination, departing and leaving behind only a broad silhouette for Chen Shui. However, what Jiang Chen did not disclose was that he had merely 18 minutes left on his demon transformation card. It would be a grave loss not to seize the opportunity to gather more ghostly energy while he could. Moreover, he had not even employed his divine abilities against the disfigured ghost. The power of this transformation card would surely suffice to deal with another specter that if real danger were to arise, he would undoubtedly flee with the swiftness of oil on water, just like old Zhang. Yet, in Chen Shui's eyes, this young man suddenly appeared grand and imposing that as she gazed upon him, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. I must admit, Jiang Chen, you are a person worthy of admiration. Nevertheless, she resolved, since my life was already salvaged by you tonight, I shall accompany you into the fray. She followed suit. The two ascended to the 6th floor, upon seeing that the door to room 602 was ajar. A potent scent of disinfectant wafted out. A small sign at the entrance read Angel Beauty Salon. This clandestine beauty clinic hidden within the residential building was likely where Zhang Mimi had undergone a botched cosmetic procedure, her lingering regrets transforming her into a vengeful spirit. This aligned closely with his prior suspicions. Previously, I had pinpointed this beauty salon through investigation, setting up arrangements within to await Zhang Mimi's arrival. Chen Shui spoke up, but just as I was about to eliminate her, another ghost assaulted me. Delivering a blade to my shoulder, Dai seemed intent on ensuring both Zhang Mimi and I would be vanquished. After striking, it fled, and I scarcely caught a glimpse of its form. Jiang Chen nodded in response and first searched the beauty salon, finding no leads. Upon exiting, their gazes converged on room 601, which was firmly shut, suggesting that someone still resided within. Adjacent was the location where Zhang Mimi frequently manifested. It was highly suspicious for anyone to remain here undisturbed. They exchanged glances and approached the door, knocking assertively. A series of footsteps resounded from within, soon followed by a woman's voice. "Who is it?" The cautious occupant was reluctant to open the door at such a late hour. "That I am from the Public Security Bureau." Chen Shui stepped forward, producing a badge and sliding it through the crack of the door. "A police officer. What is the matter? We have received reports of a violent incident in this building. Please cooperate with our inspection," Chen Shui articulated. "Oh, all right, all right." The woman offered no further commentary, and soon the sound of the door unlocking echoed. As the door creaked open, Chen Shui turned to Jiang Chen and explained. "Before tackling supernatural occurrences, we can apply for various social credentials through the Underworld app, facilitating our investigations and dealings with the ghostly." Chapter 10. The mirror ghost's heart stirred with revulsion. In no time, the door swung open. Standing within was a woman clad in an apron, approximately 40 years old, with a few freckles adorning her face. She appeared to have been cooking, her hands greasy, wiping her hands on her apron. The woman offered a sly smile. "Please, come in. Things have been rather unsettling in the building lately. Everyone is being quite cautious." "That's quite all right," Chen Shui replied with a professional smile, and the two entered. The woman brought forth 2 cups of hot water, setting them on the coffee table, and inquired, "What has transpired?" "It's just my son and me at home. It shouldn't concern us, right? Your son. Could you kindly summon him?" Chen Shui appeared to have recalled something. "That my son is only 8. He could hardly be involved in anything nefarious, could he?" The woman's countenance grew somewhat grim. "Dear sister, please do not misunderstand. It is standard procedure for every household to register, ensuring there are no outsiders present." Chen Shui fabricated a reason offhandedly. The woman nodded in understanding and retreated to a side room, seizing the moment of her departure. Chen Shui cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Chen. "Earlier, I inquired with the neighborhood security office regarding the residents of this building and discovered, apart from Zhang Mimi, that there is another peculiar individual residing here. Many have reported a young boy who often squats in the shadows of the corridor, facing away from others while eating." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He recalled what the little girl had mentioned about her friend. "Furthermore, I gathered from the nearby security office that the previous 3 victims had varying degrees of missing limbs and internal organs," Chen Shui continued. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. The victim from room 502 had only sustained facial injuries. While the rest of the body remained intact, the killer's modus operandi was to disfigure the face. This indicated that something else had severed the limbs from those corpses. "I apologize. Yang is rather shy. Perhaps you could inquire in his room." The woman emerged from the side room, her expression apologetic. "Very well," Chen Shui replied. "I shall prepare dinner now. You 2 comrades have worked hard. Please join us for dinner later." The woman made her way to the kitchen. Jiang Chen then entered the side room with Chen Shui. A small boy was sprawled over a table, scribbling and drawing, his complexion pale, suggesting he had not seen sunlight for an extended period. And a faint odor emanated from his mouth. Chen Shui signaled Jiang Chen to exercise caution. She was nearly certain that this boy was the ghost who had ambushed her. Jiang Chen focused his energy, noticing the boy was indeed surrounded by tendrils of dark resentment. However, he had previously attempted to sense such energy throughout the 5th and 6th floors, finding it ubiquitous. He turned to Chen Shui, observing her with the same results. The energy could not assist him in identifying a ghost attempting to masquerade. "Little one, have you been in your room this entire time?" Chen Shui ventured to ask, as she too could not ascertain the ghost's identity and could only guide him into revealing a flaw. Yet, he merely glanced at her momentarily before lowering his head, remaining silent. "We are friends of your mother. You need not be afraid," Jiang Chen said with a smile. To his surprise, the boy suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze upon him intently, stating, "Are you referring to that woman outside? She is not my mother." This revelation left both Jiang Chen and Chen Shui momentarily stunned. "But wait, there is a family portrait outside featuring that woman and this child. Is he attempting to deceive us?" Chen Shui whispered. Jiang Chen nodded, having also seen the portrait, but his gaze deepened as he deliberately asked, "Little friend, are you in conflict with your mother?" Prompting such statements. "No, she used to be my mother," the boy replied with unusual seriousness. "One night, while my mother was washing her hair in front of the bathroom mirror, my father approached her. She suddenly looked up and asked him to peel an apple for her. My father complied and went to fetch a knife and an apple while I watched television on the sofa. I dared not confide in my father. The only figure that lifted her gaze was the mother in the mirror. The true mother neither looked up nor expressed any desire for an apple." "What?" Chen Shui was taken aback. Jiang Chen's eyes shifted. The woman's earlier behavior had indeed been quite peculiar. The sounds of a scuffle resonated from downstairs, yet upon their arrival, she refrained from inquiring. Appearing utterly indifferent, my father had a habit of peeling apples in one continuous motion. That night he succeeded in doing so. The little boy continued his tale. Once the apple was peeled, he handed it over. And this time, the mother outside the mirror turned to accept the apple, while the mother within the mirror was preoccupied with washing her hair. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's expression changed and I held my tongue. For my father seemed oblivious to any abnormalities. Thus, 2 days later, when my father vanished, my mother prepared a plethora of meat dishes that afternoon, yet I dared not eat a single bite. Subsequently, my mother occasionally ventured out, returning with copious amounts of meat, but I no longer had the courage to consume her cooking. When hunger struck, I would rummage through the trash downstairs, discreetly finishing my meal in the corridor before returning home. At times, Lu Xiaoyao from room 402 would share a morsel with me. My mother seemed aware of my actions, but never paid them any mind, continuing to prepare an abundance of meat dishes each time. After listening to the boy's account, Chen Shui pulled Jiang Chen aside. "What do you think? He likely spoke the truth." Jiang Chen replied in a low tone that I have heard an urban legend. If one peels an apple completely in front of a mirror at midnight, as long as the skin remains unbroken, one may encounter the mirror ghost. Should the process be mishandled, the mirror ghost could seize the person's body and rob them of their life. The individual's soul would then be eternally trapped within the mirror. I have heard such tales as well. Chen Shui nodded. Yet we must ascertain the truth. Jiang Chen led her outside, arriving at the restroom of the residence. What caused their pupils to constrict was the faint residue of adhesive previously used for the mirror, yet the mirror itself was gone. The two instantaneously confirmed their inner suspicions, for this was also part of the legend of the mirror ghost. To prevent the soul of the possessed from returning, it would shatter the very mirror that summoned it. "Dinner is ready, Yang. You two comrades from the security office, come and prepare to eat." The woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying several dishes, 5 or 6 in total, all meat, overwhelming to the eye. Jiang Chen and Chen Shui approached, and the little boy also appeared, yet none dared to lift their chopsticks. "Hee, is it unappetizing?" The woman chuckled, appearing quite hospitable. "Why isn't anyone eating? Please, dig in." Jiang Chen surveyed the table laden with food and sighed. "I apologize. I have rather high standards when it comes to cuisine." The woman was taken aback, forcing a smile as she asked, "What does this young man enjoy? I can prepare something else. Premium ingredients are often best complemented by the simplest cooking methods. Sister, do you know how to make large intestine sashimi?" Jiang Chen inquired. The woman's mouth opened slightly. Large intestine sashimi. A wave of nausea washed over the mirror ghost, its malevolent aura intensifying. Chapter 11. A look at the innards. Jiang Chen's lips curled ever so slightly. He was now 100% certain that this woman was indeed suspicious. "Little brother, we have no large intestine at home. Would you care to choose another dish?" Faced with such provocation, the woman maintained an unusually amiable demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen remarked, "Then I shall have the steak." "Very well, you may dine first, while I prepare a dish for the young lad," she replied, turning gracefully towards the kitchen. The atmosphere at the dining table felt rather peculiar. Both Chen Shui and the young boy, who was called Zhang, cast curious glances at Jiang Chen, surprised that someone with such delicate features could possess such a robust palate. Before long, the woman reappeared, presenting a plate. Upon seeing it, Chen Shui felt her stomach churn uncontrollably. The plate held a piece of meat that had been seared only lightly, blood still oozing from its surface. Most alarming of all, the meat still bore its skin, adorned with fine, dense hair, resembling no edible variety she was familiar with. The woman smiled knowingly as she placed the plate before Jiang Chen, saying, "Young man, I took the liberty of preparing it rare, as I was unsure of your preferred doneness. I hope it suits your taste." With that, she scrutinized Jiang Chen's face, seemingly searching for any hint of trepidation. Jiang Chen leaned in for a closer look and, indeed, frowned in distaste, waving his hand dismissively as though horrified by the dish before him. "Ha." The woman was about to speak when Jiang Chen sighed, exclaiming, "What a waste, such a fine steak, ruined by overcooking. Good lady, are you not aware that the essence of enjoying a steak lies in savoring its natural flavor? Any excess cooking is merely superfluous. Alas, do you even know how to cook?" His words left the woman momentarily speechless. Overcooked? Why not just gnaw on the cow itself? She thought, her irritation palpable, as if he were intentionally tormenting her. The smile on her face faded, replaced by a visibly darkening expression. "Very well, I shall not partake," she retorted. "Let me speak candidly. Your culinary skills would leave even a dog wanting. Jiang Chen, ever polite, replied, I must say, your cooking is not quite up to par. The woman's jaws clenched tightly, her glare directed fiercely at him. If you have nothing constructive to say, then kindly silence yourself. Determined, she pressed on, her voice now icy, as though daring them to refuse her cooking. You have come this far. You must eat something. Jiang Chen, sensing her frustration, seized the young boy, pointing at him. Surely, you know how to fry a child, do you not? Do not discard unwanted children. Dip them in egg wash. Coat them in breadcrumbs, and fry until golden brown. Even the neighbor's children would be envious. Yang cast a glance at Jiang Chen, tears welling in his eyes, believing he had encountered two saviors, only to find them more unhinged than his own mother. Chen Shui opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. The woman's face darkened completely. Inside room 602, the lights flickered ominously, casting an eerie chill in the air. As if they were ensconced in a crypt, Chen Shui's expression shifted dramatically, sensing a heavy aura of resentment. This is not a top-tier malevolent spirit. Are you toying with me? The woman's face gradually turned a ghastly shade of blue, her nails elongating grotesquely as her body contorted into an unnatural shape, her head tilted at an odd angle, arms twisted backward, and her pupils reduced to mere whites. One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but words must be chosen with care. Many witnesses here. Dear sister, I had no intention of playing with you. This is coercive consumption. The comrades from the Public Security Office are also present here. I advise you not to break the law while knowing it. Jiang Chen slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with indignation. His provocative words rendered the woman, who was on the verge of a horrific demise, momentarily speechless. How utterly outrageous! While others use their mouths for nourishment, you, vile creature, seem to employ yours solely to irritate. Ghost Energy 50. Ghost Energy 20. Ghost Energy. As the incessant notifications echoed in his ears, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart blooming with joy. Since acquiring the system, he had been pondering how best to vex the spirits, and now he had achieved a modicum of success. This bout alone had netted him over 100 ghost energy points. Die. The woman's skeletal hand, resembling a chicken's claw, came crashing down, her elongated nails glinting ominously. Jiang Chen retaliated, grasping her wrist with determination. Bang! The collision of their hands unleashed a terrifying force, resulting in a resounding crash. To his astonishment, the strength of this mirror ghost matched his own while in the transformation state. Look into my eyes. As they locked in a stalemate, the woman's sinister voice slithered through the air. Jiang Chen instinctively raised his gaze, and in her sunken eye sockets, he saw his own reflection that moment. It felt as though some eerie force sought to extract his soul from his body. Be careful. The mirror ghost employs nefarious tactics. She will usurp your body, Chen Shui shouted, rummaging through her pocket for talismans. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, no longer willing to delay that serpent's might. He invoked his supernatural powers, the demonic energy surging and coalescing in his right arm, causing it to swell to an extraordinary size, amplifying his strength to a staggering degree, and he unleashed a mighty slap. The woman attempted to block it. With a crack, her arm was shattered upon impact. Jiang Chen, undeterred, seized her shoulder and yanked with all his might. With a tearing sound, a portion of her shoulder and body was violently ripped away, blood and flesh erupting forth. Chen Shui, who had been poised to intervene, was left in a state of shock, her lips parted in disbelief. Jiang Chen's brutal combat stance was utterly breathtaking. Had she not been forewarned, she would have believed that he was the malevolent spirit in their midst. The woman emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The mirror ghost writhed in agony. Ghost Energy 95. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had torn apart a ghost with his demonic power without causing its soul to disperse. Be cautious. This is a top-tier evil spirit, far more challenging to slay than an ordinary one. Chen Shui urgently warned. In the next instant, she felt a wave of disbelief wash over her as she beheld Jiang Chen's eyes gleaming with fervor, and unmistakable excitement etched on his face. Really? How not a him? Terrifying. Then you should stand back. Let me engage her in a life-and-death struggle. As soon as Jiang Chen's words left his lips, his enormous hand lunged forward once more, and with a ripping sound, he tore off the woman's left arm. The woman glared at him with unyielding intensity. Is this what you call a life-and-death struggle? Ghost Energy 95. The serpent's might had elevated Jiang Chen's already formidable physique to an almost monstrous level. The woman, who had previously been his equal, now found herself entirely at his mercy. Faced with this beastly man, fear crept across her face as she turned and bolted into the hallway. Jiang Chen chuckled and pursued her. Oh, Ghost sister, don't run. Didn't you want me to gaze into your eyes? Please cease immediately. I do not merely wish to gaze into your eyes, but also yearn to behold your innards. At the utterance of such predatory words, Chen Shui licked her lips with fervor, inhaling deeply as an overwhelming urge to flee surged within her. She was profoundly apprehensive that upon the man's return, he might indeed desire to inspect her insides as well. Chapter 12. The path to the underworld is broad. May your journey be smooth. Lu Miao, having finished washing the dishes, lingered by the door. Her expression tinged with concern. The unfamiliar young man had disregarded her warnings and ascended the stairs late at night. While others might remain oblivious, the residents of the building subtly understood that something was amiss on the 6th floor. However, the two neighbors who had previously cautioned outsiders had inexplicably met their demise, leaving her hesitant to speak too plainly. Alas, it seemed likely that the young man was already lost to the world. Lu Miao shook her head and let out a sigh. Shortly after the young man had ascended, a series of loud noises erupted, reminiscent of something being chopped. She understood that by dawn, the authorities and coroner would likely arrive to remove the bodies. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, as if someone was leaping down the stairs in a frantic rush. Lu Miao froze, hastily pressing her ear against the door and peering through the peephole. Could it be that he still lived? Approximately upon hearing the cue, Jiang Chen grew increasingly exhilarated, indulging in playful banter with the female ghost. Dear ghost lady, might we converse about the circumstances surrounding your demise? The mirror ghost retorted. If you can't articulate properly, then silence yourself. Ghost energy 50. Ghost lady, is it true that as one departs this world, their life flashes before their eyes? Have you ever committed an act that wronged your husband? He pursued her down to the 1st floor, and regardless of how much Jiang Chen jested, the female ghost ceased to emit any more ghost energy that he then sighed, casting a lingering glance at her. Ghost lady, although I find it difficult to part with you, no feast lasts forever. Farewell. Upon hearing this, the ghost lady, on the verge of escaping the corridor, displayed a glimmer of joy. Could it be that this scoundrel had developed a heart and would allow her to leave? Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from behind. It seemed the staircase on the 1st floor had collapsed. The ghost lady froze, instinctively glancing back, and her already contorted visage twisted even more grotesquely. For she beheld that the staircase had crumbled under the recoil generated by Jiang Chen's leap. Is this truly a human? You must be a monster. The mirror ghost was profoundly shaken. Ghost energy 66. Jiang Chen summoned the immense strength of a demonic python, soaring into the air. As he did so, his right arm unnaturally swelled, and with a powerful punch, he struck the terrified face of the ghost lady. Farewell, the path to the underworld is wide. Travel well. Bang! A head was utterly crushed. Ding! Mirror ghost, evil spirit, slain. Ghost energy 99. The headless corpse of the female ghost slowly toppled, oxidizing, rotting, and emitting a foul stench. Jiang Chen stood nearby, lost in thought. It appears that a top-tier evil spirit could endure 3 attacks from me in a 1-star transformation state, wielding demonic power. Quite impressive, indeed. A mere ghost has managed to grant me such a bounty of ghost energy. He glanced at his status panel. Host, Jiang Chen, ghost energy. 889, transformation card. Mischievous Demon King, 1 star. The only regret is that the ghost energy has yet to surpass 1,000. However, should I encounter just one more ghost, I should easily surpass that threshold. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He sensed that perhaps upon breaking the 1,000 mark, he would acquire an even more formidable transformation card. If a 1-star card is capable of overwhelming evil spirits, I can only imagine the terror that a stronger transformation card might wield. That a flicker of expectation rose within Jiang Chen. He had previously perused the underworld application. The levels of ghostly entities are categorized as follows: Malice E, Evil Spirit D, Fierce Ghost C, Bloodclad Fierce Ghost B, Malevolent Soul A, Ghost King S. Among these, Malice is the weakest, never proactively seeking to harm others. Yet should a common person encounter a Malice, they could still meet their demise. In fact, each year, the number of ordinary individuals who perish due to Malice in JoJo surpasses that of all other ghostly entities. As there is an overwhelming abundance of Malice, especially following repeated surges of Yin energy, which heightens the likelihood of Malice's emergence, the underworld application even features powerful individuals asserting that, judging by the current circumstances, should there be a few more outbreaks of Yin energy, all who pass away naturally will transform into Malice. Evil spirits, however, are even more formidable, actively seeking to harm others, akin to the knocking ghost who, despite having perished in Building 4, came to Building 1 to kill. Moreover, without special powers to bolster them, evil spirits are nearly impossible to vanquish. Firearms and explosives prove utterly ineffective upon reaching the level of a malevolent spirit. It becomes imperative to enlist the assistance of extraordinary individuals. Otherwise, it will incessantly claim lives, growing ever stronger. Once a sufficient number of souls has been taken, the accumulated malice will transform it into a vengeful ghost, which presents a considerable dilemma. At this juncture, even the most gifted and eccentric individuals tend to steer clear. Only a select few experts are capable of managing such threats. After returning, I must locate an incident with minimal danger to swiftly accumulate 1,000 units of ghostly energy. A sense of urgency began to swell within Jiang Chen. Previously, he had believed that a knocking ghost was the epitome of terror, yet he had not realized it was merely a minor specter. The peril of this world far exceeded his imagination. Resolved, came the voice of Chen Shui from behind. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. We can depart directly now, can't we? The commotion and destruction we caused earlier were quite significant. We can leave without further ado. When you report to the Underworld app, the cleanup crew is likely already en route. Recently, the surge of energy has created a shortage of personnel in the Netherworld. But it is solely the extraordinary beings and messengers that are lacking. Ordinary staff remain abundant. Chen Shui smiled, her gaze towards Jiang Chen warm and friendly. Resolving a top-tier malevolent spirit indicated that he had secured a place among the younger generation of extraordinary individuals in the entire Jiangbei city. Shall you ride in my car? Upon exiting the community gate, Chen Shui noticed no other vehicles and thus extended the invitation. She retrieved a key from the back pocket of her jeans, pressed it twice, and the taillights of a red Porsche 918 illuminated. As Jiang Chen recognized the emblem, a slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. A new model, a multi-million luxury vehicle. Is this young woman truly a wealthy heiress? Seemingly aware of his scrutiny, Chen Shui offered a bashful smile. Though our family of extraordinary beings remains relatively obscure, our lineage far surpasses that of many well-known entrepreneurs in the city. Of course, even among prominent families, not every younger generation is bestowed with such wealth. This car is primarily earned through my own efforts. You must understand, points from the underworld hold substantial value. If you're interested, my family is currently acquiring them at a rate of 11,000 per point. Goodness, Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. The Underworld app indicated that determining the status of a mirror ghost took considerable time. And at that moment, a notification chimed in. A top-tier malevolent spirit was worth a staggering 150 points, which equated to over 1 million. However, he refrained from becoming overly exhilarated, having been tempered by the property certificate from Hongjia. He was now rather indifferent to him, not overly desperate for wealth. All right. Ultimately, Jiang Chen chose to enter the luxurious vehicle of the heiress. It was not that he lacked ambition. Rather, he wished to glean more insights into the world of extraordinary beings along the way. Chapter 13. The deceased patient. The red 918 sped through the urban landscape, and Chen Shui's long, curvaceous legs, accentuated by her jeans, were fully displayed as she maneuvered the car, while her gaze remained fixed on the road. Her peripheral vision continually assessed Jiang Chen. To possess such prowess at this age, he must undoubtedly have been nurtured by a formidable mentor. Jiang Chen, might you share some details about your grandfather? He could very well be an esteemed elder within our community of extraordinary beings, which would facilitate your quest to trace your roots and discover your familial lineage, Chen Shui inquired. Her curiosity was twofold. She sought to indulge in a bit of gossip while also harboring goodwill. Individuals with talents like Jiang Chen's, if nurtured by a prominent family, could achieve remarkable heights in the future. Jiang Chen shook his head. The old man forbids me from discussing matters pertaining to him. He is well aware that old Jiang is merely a corpse handler at a funeral home, far from being a person of exceptional stature. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen refrained from voicing any dissent. Each time he stealthily observed the widow, old Jiang would repeatedly caution him to deny any involvement should he be caught. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's expression sharpened, and she comprehended that Jiang Chen's grandfather indeed held some degree of renown. To prevent the entanglements of the extraordinary realm from affecting his grandson, he had been insistent on keeping his affairs private. Being a perceptive woman, she ceased her inquiries after grasping this point. I hear you mention that the two largest factions in Jiuzhou are Yinchao and Daoming. How could there be two law enforcement agencies within the realm of extraordinary individuals? Jiang Chen voiced his perplexity. The reasoning is quite straightforward. In a given region, there is either no predominant leader, leading to a free-for-all among rivals, or there exists a singular authority that dictates the terms. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Indeed, previously, Only the Daoming governed all extraordinary beings, tasked with managing supernatural occurrences across various locales. Chen Shui nodded and remarked, about a century ago, Yinxiao suddenly rose to prominence, having undergone several name changes throughout history. Zinyo-oc. Shumo Wei.it was only in modern times that it adopted the name Yinxiao and assumed the responsibilities previously held by the Daoming. Jiang Chen was taken aback. How could they feel relief at losing the position of authority? It seemed evident that you were utterly uninformed regarding the affairs of the extraordinary realm. Chen Shui shook her head, stating, extraordinary individuals and noble families may stand above ordinary people. Yet they also bear unimaginable burdens. Each time the dark energy surges and the realm of the living experiences turmoil, it is the lives of extraordinary beings that are sacrificed to quell the chaos. The realm of the living? Jiang Chen glanced at his phone, noticing a pinned notification on the Underworld app. Dark energy surge. Disturbances in the realm of the living may occur sooner than expected. Sea level and above extraordinary individuals are requested to stand guard. Those lacking sufficient strength should endeavor to hunt down spirits to alleviate the manpower shortage of Yinxiao. This aligned with his previous conjecture. The prevalence of heinous crimes reported in the news stemmed from an inadequate response team for supernatural incidents. However, he was still unclear about the specifics of the realm of the living. There is a detailed introduction on the Underworld app. You can take a look later. Tio put it simply, the realm of the living is a place that connects to a terrifying dimension. With a total of 6 locations worldwide, designated as SSS, Chen Shui stated solemnly. Jiang Chen's countenance shifted in shock. He understood that the threat levels, ranging from E to S, were utilized to categorize the power of extraordinary beings and spirits. The most fearsome entities in the world, classified as ghost kings, fall under the S threat level. The 3 S's of the realm of the living imply that, in the eyes of all extraordinary beings, its threat surpasses that of a ghost king by 2 tiers. A ghost king already represents a calamity capable of annihilating nations. Could SSS signify world destruction? By the way, in 4 days, I have a collective mission. Are you interested, Jiang Chen? Chen Shui suddenly inquired with a glint of mischief in her eyes. A collective mission? Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward her. Yes, some large-scale supernatural events require the efforts of multiple individuals to address. This time, it is led by a member of the Qin family who has taken the helm of the task, gathering everyone to form a team. He is among the most formidable of the young generation in Jiangbei City. Moreover, this task is classified as D threat level, indicating the presence of multiple malevolent spirits, lingering resentments, and even the possibility of encountering a formidable ghost, which raises significant concerns regarding danger. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Very well, summon me when the time comes. Whether through the Underworld app or by perusing supernatural incidents reported in the news, the strength of ghosts can never be definitively ascertained, posing inherent risks. For if anyone could accurately gauge a ghost power and still manage to escape alive, they would likely possess the capability to vanquish that very spirit. Collaborating with a group of extraordinary individuals undoubtedly mitigates risk. And Jiang Chen was more than willing to partake. Splendid. I'll come to fetch you then. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Shui's eyes, her joy palpable. Jiang Chen, lacking a prominent background, accompanying her would effectively signal to others that he shared a close rapport with the Chen family. This was a subtle ploy on Chen Shui's part, as she aimed to cultivate a bond with Jiang Chen. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt outside the Yuan community. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen took a refreshing shower, then reclined on his bed and opened the Underworld app. He began his search for suitable supernatural occurrences, intending to accumulate 1,000 ghostly auras promptly, in hopes of unlocking a more potent transformation card. Event title: The deceased patient description. Since the arrival of that patient, the hospital has exhibited increasingly abnormal behavior. Several critically ill patients perished overnight, and a nurse on duty committed suicide in the stairwell. Most alarming of all, the corpses of the deceased vanished from the morgue. When the doctors reviewed the surveillance footage and compared the number of individuals entering and exiting the hospital, they uncovered a chilling reality. The bodies were still concealed within the hospital. Threat level: D. Task type: Solo. Basic reward: 100 points. Ultimately, Jiang Chen settled on this incident. The D threat level suggests a high probability of encountering a top-tier malevolent spirit. However, the fact that this event has not been designated as a collective mission indicates that, based on all available information, there is likely only one such spirit involved. Nonetheless, typical extraordinary individuals might opt for a different task after perusing the description. The disappearance of numerous corpses suggests that the hospital harbors more than one ghost. It could either be the work of a sea-level expert or a group effort to ensure safety. However, this particular incident perfectly aligned with Jiang Chen's requirements. The transformation card in his possession could be considered a valuable trump card, and dealing with a mundane supernatural event would be a considerable waste of its potential. After a brief rest, he resolved to attend classes the next day before proceeding as Jiang Chen lay in bed. His eyelids grew heavy, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 14. The impending turmoil in the Forbidden Zone. The following morning, at Zhongbei University of Finance, the campus was alive with youthful exuberance. As young men and women radiated vitality and energy, Jiang Chen walked among them, savoring the fresh summer morning air. Each supernatural encounter teetered on the brink of life and death. Despite his remarkable displays of audacity, having faced 2 incidents, a shadow of somberness lingered within him. Only amidst such vibrant surroundings could his spirit truly find solace. While browsing the extraordinary forum on the Underworld app the previous night, Jiang Chen had encountered discussions regarding this very issue. Individuals who come into contact with ghosts endure bloodshed beyond the imagination of ordinary people, often witnessing the darkest facets of humanity. Over time, the psychological toll can become overwhelming, leading many extraordinary individuals to the brink of madness. Thus, after each encounter with the supernatural, some eccentric individuals would indulge in revelry at bars for several days and nights, while others might retreat to a Zen temple for a prolonged period of contemplation. Some would even undertake the arduous task of completing an entire volume of simulated examinations spanning 3 years. The methods of venting varied greatly among them, and often consumed considerable time. Perhaps due to the duality of existence, Jiang Chen, in comparison to others, discovered that his psychological scars from confronting apparitions were relatively minimal. A leisurely stroll around the university campus effectively alleviated his inner turmoil, and he even found himself anticipating how much spectral energy the next ghost might bestow upon him. After his meandering, he made his way towards the teaching building of the School of Economics as the second lecture was about to commence, and the path was bustling with students. Beep, beep. Suddenly, 2 sharp honks pierced the air from behind. Startling many. A group of students turned around, their faces contorted with anger, but upon realizing it was a Ferrari, some expressions shifted, and they refrained from uttering any expletives, silently making way. Inside the car, Zheng Xiaoming gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his body casually leaning against the open door, a cigarette held between his fingers, allowing ash to drift away with the wind. He paid no heed to the students on the road, the car inching forward as if it were almost nudging a few of them aside. Surprisingly, this brazen display did not incite discontent. Rather, excited shrieks erupted from a number of female students in the crowd. Wow, is that Zheng Xiaoming from the School of Economics? So domineering, I absolutely adore him. He has the air of the Zheng group, destined to be a formidable CEO. What a presence. If only I could be his girlfriend. I'd willingly accept being dumped. Who wouldn't he want that? After all, being rejected by Zheng Xiaoming would be akin to donning a gilded mantle. Walking along the roadside, Jiang Chen overheard these remarks and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in bemusement. The allure of wealth was omnipresent in every realm, yet he had never encountered such a brand of opportunistic admiration as exhibited by these girls. At that moment, Zheng Xiaoming also took notice of Jiang Chen, relishing the adulation from the surrounding girls and the jealousy and ire emanating from the boys, which caused his expression to darken slightly. Observing Zheng Xiaoming's displeasure, any student who felt his gaze quickened their pace, eager to vacate the scene. Jiang Chen, however, strolled leisurely, and upon catching Zheng Xiaoming's eye, he waved and called out, "Ah, Zheng Xiaoming, have you come to drive yourself today? Did your mother not drop you off for school? Aren't you afraid of getting lost?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoming inhaled deeply. He had not anticipated that this audacious fellow would provoke him further after already having crossed paths with him. "Jiang Chen, you are quite bold," he remarked, his expression fluctuating between irritation and contemplation before he ultimately departed. The surrounding students were taken aback, clearly recognizing that Zheng Xiaoming had suffered a hidden setback, yet could not retaliate. As fellow students of the prestigious university, they had all heard whispers of the formidable offspring of affluent families on campus, and they had always perceived Zheng Xiaoming as someone not to be trifled with. Who would have imagined that he would be challenged by a passerby who merely walked to school? Many cast lingering glances at Jiang Chen, realizing he was indeed a nondescript individual, likely not one of the more discreet second-generation heirs. Only the students from the School of Economics recognized him as a classmate with a notably low profile, who had apparently had an unpleasant encounter with Zhang Xiaoming during roll call the day before. It is over. A deadly feud has been forged that he may find himself in a far graver situation than Huang Tao and Zhang Yuan. Alas, this classmate is far too obstinate. What is the necessity of it? He might remain oblivious to Huang Tao's fate, only to realize his folly when faced with expulsion and his parents losing their jobs. Zhang Xiaoming is excessively arrogant. Is there no way to persuade him to soften his stance? Must he insist on being stubborn, only to understand the foolishness of his actions when his family is shattered? As a few individuals murmured amongst themselves, Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and smiled at them. Instantly, they were struck with terror, their faces paling as cold sweat broke forth. In that fleeting moment under Jiang Chen's gaze, they felt as though they were being targeted by a cold-blooded beast, poised to sever their necks at any moment. By the time the students regained their composure, Jiang Chen had already turned away and departed. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the fear in the other's eyes. Hastily lowering their heads, not daring to utter another word, deep down, they began to comprehend why Jiang Chen dared to provoke Zhang Xiaoming, the latter being a wealthy heir. This seemingly unremarkable classmate was far from simple. Jiang Chen chose to ignore the group of children. Had they not escalated their provocations, he would have deemed them unworthy of his attention. Nevertheless, reflecting on the residual power from 2 transformations, he realized that even without the transformation card, he could likely contend with vengeful spirits. He sensed that what he retained permanently was not only his physical prowess and demonic energy, but also the fierce authority unique to monsters. With a mere glance, he could perhaps intimidate the weaker vengeful spirits. As evening approached and he arrived at his destination, he thought it prudent to test this newfound ability. Muttering to himself, he entered the teaching building. The morning classes swiftly concluded, during which he barely paid attention, spending his time in the back row engrossed in the underworld. By the end of the class, he had gained a deeper understanding of the realm of the living and its forbidden zones. The sequence of the 9 provinces' forbidden zones is designated as SSS-2, codenamed Fengdu, recognized as the most terrifying forbidden zone within the nation's borders. The SSS-1, Dreamland, lies at the heart of the ocean, requiring international cooperation to quell any disturbances. The disturbance cycle for SSS-2 Fengdu is 10 years. However, it has only been slightly over 8 years since the last upheaval. Signs of a surge of sinister energy are already emerging at the edges of the forbidden zone. It is critical to note that each surge of sinister energy heralds impending turmoil, with the forbidden zone inevitably erupting within 3 to 6 months thereafter. It appears that the 9 provinces have been far from tranquil in recent years. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, observing that not only the genuine realm of the living was in disarray, but also several pseudo-forbidden zones designated with the SS sequence were exhibiting unusual changes. For instance, 2 years prior, the pseudo-forbidden zone SS-08, Crimson City, within the 9 provinces experienced an early upheaval. With no prior preparation from the underworld and the Dao Alliance, the losses were significant, ultimately necessitating the intervention of 6 reclusive S-level kings to forcibly suppress the chaos. These matters are not within my current purview. Jiang Chen pocketed his phone and stepped out for a meal. Chapter 15. Once a dazzling youth, old Jiang. Over here, over here. As Jiang Chen arrived at the cafeteria, he heard someone calling out to him. Glancing over, he recognized a few of his dormitory mates. Although he had moved out in the latter half of his freshman year, he still shared a certain familiarity with them. Waving at him was a flamboyant young man, clad in designer brands, his hair styled in a flamboyant perm, who was making exaggerated facial expressions in his direction. Jiang Chen feigned ignorance of this fellow, opting instead to fetch his meal and find a seat for himself. However, the ostentatious young man was relentless, dragging along a rather taciturn classmate dressed in black, and approached him with enthusiasm. Their remaining roommate, along with another student filling Jiang Chen's vacant spot, glanced over and offered an apologetic smile, to which Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He refrained from joining them, not wishing to put the others in an awkward position. After all, while he had no fear of Zhang Xiaoming, his classmates remained wary of him. "What's the matter? Are you too rebellious to even come over and greet your father?" The flamboyant young man, named Li Jia, called out animatedly as he approached. "Get lost, stop playing role reversal with me," Jiang Chen retorted, exasperated. The young man in black, known as Zhao Eru, settled down silently, continuing to shovel food into his mouth. revealing that beneath his plate lay two already emptied trays. Jiang Chen understood that Zhao Eru was not afraid of being associated with him. Rather, he was simply taciturn by nature, preferring to consume food over engaging in conversation. When they first shared a dorm in their freshman year, Zhao Eru had been bullied into purchasing items by a senior. And it was Jiang Chen who had intervened to help him. Do you have any idea of the trouble I've gotten into lately? Jiang Chen pondered, frowning at Li Jie as he took another couple of bites. What's the matter? Li Jie exclaimed dramatically. Others might fear Zheng Xiaoming, but I, Li Xiao, have no reason to fear him. That day, I simply didn't attend roll call. Otherwise, how could he have bullied my son? Get lost. Your father has made that brat's position abundantly clear, Jiang Chen cursed. Feeling somewhat helpless, he understood that Li Jie was not boasting. He too was a second-generation rich kid, rivaling Zheng Xiaoming. This was not mere coincidence, as Jiangbei Finance stood as one of the premier finance universities in the nation, and the School of Economics and Management was particularly adept at nurturing managerial talent, often attracting wealthy tycoons who sent their offspring there. Thus, the economics department at Jiang Finance was certainly a place teeming with hidden talents and numerous second-generation elites. What left Jiang Chen speechless was that while Zheng Xiaoming drove luxury cars, courted beautiful women, and could bring entire families of classmates to ruin, that was what true elitism looked like. In contrast, Li Jie was like a boisterous husky, bounding around with the apparent ambition of adopting his roommates as his own sons. Why did you bring Eru along if you're not afraid? Jiang Chen inquired again. Before Li Jie could respond, Zhao Eru, who had been focused solely on his meal, suddenly looked up, grinning widely to reveal a set of pristine white teeth, and said, I'm not afraid either. When their eyes met, Jiang Chen felt a jolt within him, his breath quickening an instinctive reaction to perceived danger. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered, and he eventually nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Perhaps due to his previous inexperience with this world, he hadn't realized until now that the seemingly simple Zhao Eru harbored such depth. The aura he exuded felt even more formidable than that of the top-tier ruffians from the previous night. Old Jiang, call me Dad, and I'll take care of this matter for you, Li Jie said with a smirk. Jiang Chen shot him a sidelong glance, too weary to argue back if it comes to a fight. I can lend a hand. Zhao Eru, while voraciously devouring his meal, mumbled inarticulately. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be indifferent, yet those familiar with him understood that any words he uttered would be taken with utmost seriousness. All right, you too. Do you think I've suffered enough? Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Li Jie nodded in agreement, truly believing in the sentiment. Over the course of their 2-year acquaintance, he had indeed never witnessed his friend falter in any endeavor. This was hardly surprising. Jiang Chen had navigated the complexities of society for several years in his previous life, and now, with an additional 18 years of life experience, he had grown accustomed to the tempests of life. If his ability to handle situations were lacking, that would indeed be remarkable. Well then, if you have any regrets, feel free to seek your father. As Li Jie spoke, his attention was suddenly captured by something in the distance. He glanced several times before frantically signaling to Jiang Chen. Over there, quick, look. Your goddess Lin, Jiang Chen. Yet, he instinctively turned his head, and not far away, he saw Lin Yue gracefully taking a seat with her meal. Suddenly, she looked over, flashed him a radiant smile, and nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Chen reciprocated with a nod, considering it a greeting, then turned back to his meal. Ligf first waved enthusiastically in her direction, then turned to Jiang Chen with an expression of exasperation. Dude, Jiang Chen, you are truly the disgrace of the flirting realm. You had such a splendid opportunity and you just show me this? The goddess herself initiated a greeting, and yet you failed to seize the moment, merely nodding? Why not take the initiative to sit with her and ask for her WeChat number? Damn. In the future, do not dare to claim you are a friend of the master flirt, Li Xiao. Jiang Chen, that he found it tedious to engage with this simpleton who exhibited a rather pronounced case of social awkwardness. Meanwhile, Yang Chen observed the scene and furrowed her brow. This guy is utterly oblivious. Yue is so proactive in greeting him, and he merely nods in response. Lin Yue, taken aback, couldn't he help but chuckle. Haha, didn't you just say yesterday that I should keep my distance from him? Humph, your talents, beauty, and lineage are far beyond what someone like him deserves, yet his indifference to your overtures is quite arrogant. Yang Chen huffed. All right, Lin Yue said, trying to placate her friend. She understood that her dear companion meant no harm, merely had a sharp tongue. By the way, I've heard that this guy has crossed paths with Zheng Xiaoming. That fellow is no good. Jiang Chen continued cheerfully, "I've already asked my father to handle this matter." Lin Yue nodded. "Yue, it's fine to assist this time, but let me warn you. If someone like Zheng Xiaoming can corner him, getting too close to him could attract the attention of those prominent families, and it could lead to dire consequences," Jiang Chen said earnestly. Hearing this, Lin Yue sighed deeply. "I understand, but I can't quite fathom how that once brilliant youth, who seemed invincible, is now, perhaps, at his current level. He is indeed exceptional." Jiang Chen, for once, did not counter. "But Yue, we both know that this world is ruthless. No matter how talented he is, he cannot compete with the offspring of the wealthy. Not to mention the noble families and extraordinary figures that lie beyond the reach of ordinary people." Chapter 16. Urgent matters at the morgue. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen ascended to the second floor of a milk tea shop, where he indulged in a brief afternoon slumber upon the sofa. The afternoon brought only a single class. During it, he retrieved his phone to seek information regarding Bayer Road Hospital. This establishment, a venerable institution with decades of history, is situated in the eastern outskirts of the old city and stands as the largest hospital in the vicinity. That a few days prior, a family had rushed in with a man whose face was gruesomely disfigured, bearing the marks of a construction accident caused by falling debris. Upon a cursory inquiry into the situation, the physician learned that the man had sustained his injuries on a construction site. Once the nature of the trauma was established, the medical staff promptly wheeled him into the emergency room. During this process, the emergency physician discerned an alarming detail. The man's face and hands were chillingly cold. However, upon noticing the ice pack resting beside the injury, he dismissed the thought. The emergency examination concluded in under a minute, as the ECG revealed that the man had long since ceased to exhibit any vital signs. Furthermore, during the on-site autopsy, the emergency doctor stumbled upon a horrifying revelation. The man's body temperature was below 20 degrees Celsius, indicating that he had been deceased for over 48 hours. This was a patient who had already succumbed to death. The workday has now concluded, and the registration desk is devoid of any personnel. With the doors of the neighboring departments firmly shut, the corridor lights remain illuminated. Upon ascending to the second floor, Jiang Chen encounters a nurse on duty, who appears to be hurrying along, clutching a stack of medical records in her hands. "Good evening, Miss Nurse," Jiang Chen calls out. The nurse startles, her hand trembling violently as she turns her head, her expression betraying a hint of annoyance. "It's late at night. Please don't shout like that," she snaps. "The emergency doctor is on the third floor. You can go by yourself. Ditto. I'm not looking for a doctor. I merely wish to inquire about the location of your hospital's morgue." Jiang Chen replies with a smile. Upon hearing this, the nurse's face pales. In the dead of night, a stranger suddenly approaches with such a query. Who wouldn't be frightened? "Miss Nurse, could you kindly inform me? I have an urgent matter to attend to at the morgue." Noticing her silence, Jiang Chen chuckles softly, striving to appear as amiable as possible. However, this smile only serves to heighten the nurse's unease. What urgent matter could there possibly be at the morgue at this hour? Are you in a hurry to lie down? At that moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, she lets out a shriek and hastily retreats upstairs. Jiang Chen can only follow her, attempting to reassure. "Miss Nurse, please do not be afraid. I have no connection with the recent reports of a serial killer." His shouting and pursuit only served to further terrify her, causing her to flee with even greater fervor. By the time Jiang Chen reaches the third floor, he observes her dashing towards the opposite end of the corridor, presumably attempting to evade him by descending from the other side. It seems this evening, the nurse has no intention of lingering in the hospital. "Miss Nurse, slow down. Wait for me," Jiang Chen calls after her, shaking his head with a smile, choosing not to continue the chase. Some truths are best left unsaid. Yet the hospital tonight undoubtedly harbors an exceptional danger. Scaring her away may indeed be for her own good. The lights in the emergency room on the third floor are aglow. Jiang Chen steps inside to find a middle-aged doctor in a white coat engrossed in his phone. Noticing Jiang Chen's entrance, the doctor lifts his gaze. "Here for a consultation?" "No, I'm merely seeking information about the location of your morgue." The doctor hesitates for a moment before cautiously asking, "Are you here to handle that matter?" Taken aback, Jiang Chen replies, I signed a confidentiality agreement. The officers at the Public Security Bureau mentioned someone would be arriving within the next few days." The doctor exhales a sigh of relief. "That's a relief. We've been on edge these past few days. By the way, I'm Zhang Wenba." Jiang Chen, he nods in acknowledgement. "Please take me there." "Certainly. The morgue is located beneath the inpatient department. We must first retrieve the key from the first floor. As they traverse the corridor, Jiang Chen prompts, by the way, could you elaborate on the details of this matter? While the information on the Underworld app is available, it surely pales in comparison to the insights of someone who has experienced it firsthand. Since the arrival of the patient on the 18th, the first to pass away was one of my own patients. Zhang Wenba sighs. Jiang Chen understands that the so-called patient from the 18th is the enigmatic individual whose peculiar hospital gown bears the number 18. That MY patient is an elderly gentleman who underwent the excision of a benign soft tissue tumor. Additionally, he has some cardiac issues, and his advanced age places him in a critical condition. However, having received care in the hospital for half a month, his situation has been gradually improving, and he may be transferred out of the intensive care unit next month. Zhang Wenba continued. Yet, on the third day after the elderly man's disappearance from the morgue, he was suddenly diagnosed with multiple organ failure and, regrettably, succumbed despite resuscitation efforts. From a medical standpoint, this is utterly preposterous. His condition should not have led to such complications. Chapter 17. The locked morgue door. As Zhang Wenba recounted the events, his expression became somewhat peculiar. Do you know what the family of this elderly man told me before and after his demise? Jiang Chen inquired. What? The son of the elderly gentleman, who was present for caregiving, recounted that 2 nights prior to his father's death, while he was dozing off on the bedside, he suddenly noticed his father staring at him motionlessly. A gaze that made him profoundly uncomfortable. He attempted to speak, but his eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and he fell into a deep slumber. The following day, when he inquired, his father remained reticent on the subsequent evening. The son, having taken heed, feigned sleep while vigilantly observing. This time, he realized that the previous night's unsettling experience was not merely a figment of his imagination. His father exhibited the same expression once more, his eyes wide open and fixed on him without movement. The son felt an escalating sense of strangeness, accompanied by an unsettling intuition that his father was not gazing at him, but rather something behind him. Was there something lurking in his rear? Yet, as he attempted to rise, an overpowering drowsiness enveloped him, and despite his desire to remain awake, he succumbed to sleep once again. In his dreams, he faintly perceived a delicate sound of footsteps, akin to someone walking on tiptoe. The next day, he confirmed on the floor that there were indeed watermarks left by the tips of shoes on the tiles. The intensive care unit comprises single patient rooms, with the doors securely locked. This led him to ponder if it were truly his father who had tiptoed behind him. However, considering his father's advanced age and severe illness, he required assistance even to visit the restroom. How could he possibly manage to walk on tiptoe? Moreover, what could have compelled him to do so? The son felt an increasing sense of perplexity and trepidation, having heard that only those possessed by spirits or lacking in vital energy would walk on tiptoe. That day, his son approached me with this account, and I presumed he had been tending to the patient for too long, leading to mental strain and hallucinations. I merely offered a few words of consolation. Another day passed, and his son returned in a state of terror, explaining that the previous night he had requested a needle from the nurse. Wishing to ascertain the truth, he was nearly falling asleep. He pricked himself, managing to lift his eyelids. To his astonishment, he beheld his father rising from the bed, walking on tiptoe in a bizarre manner, circling the room twice before opening the door and fleeing. He attempted to intervene, but the weight of sleep bore down upon him, rendering even the prick of the needle on his thigh ineffective. However, upon awakening the next morning, he discovered his father still lying peacefully in bed. That very afternoon, the elderly man succumbed to organ failure, and on the night he was taken to the morgue, his body vanished. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. Every hospital door is adorned with a glass window, and he speculated that the elderly man might not have been gazing at his son, but rather at someone outside calling for him. Moreover, on the very night of the old man's mysterious disappearance, another patient in the intensive care unit encountered a troubling incident. Their family recounted how, in the early hours, they awoke to find their husband fixated on the doorway, as if he had spotted an old friend. This middle-aged patient had been engaged in a game of chess with the recently deceased man from the adjacent ward for several consecutive days. Just 2 days later, the middle-aged patient suddenly succumbed to a severe lung infection, and despite efforts to save him, he passed away. Zhang Wenba's fear escalated as he inhaled deeply, glancing around anxiously, as if dreading the emergence of some bizarre figure. The two descended to the first floor to retrieve the keys and made their way towards another building. During this journey, Zhang Wenba added, furthermore, a female nurse from the inpatient department also encountered misfortune. We observed on the corridor surveillance that she seemed captivated by something near the fire escape stairway. And as she wandered over, she contracted a rare viral flu the following day and ultimately perished. Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he discerned a common thread. All the deceased patients and medical personnel appeared to have succumbed to illness. Indeed, we noted from the footage that there seemed to be someone waving behind the fire escape door. It is likely the nurse was beckoned by them. Zhang Wenbo exclaimed as they entered the inpatient department and pressed the elevator button for the third basement level. Additionally, the administrator of the morgue had also met his demise, a fact I was the first to discover. Once inside the elevator, Zhang Wenbo recounted another incident. Jiang Chen regarded him with heightened scrutiny. Outside, there had been ample time to disclose this matter, yet he deliberately chose to withhold it until they were in the elevator. That night, while on duty, old Lu, who managed the morgue, messaged me stating that a body had begun to emit a foul odor. Requesting the on-call nurse to bring down some disinfectant and deodorizer, it was nearly midnight, and the nurse, frightened, sought me out. With nothing else to do, I volunteered to assist. When I arrived at the morgue, however, old Lu was absent. I initially presumed he had stepped away to the restroom and waited for a while, but when no one appeared, I dialed his number, standing amidst the bodies in the morgue. The phone rang abruptly behind me, startling me greatly. Turning around, I discovered the sound emanated from beneath the white sheet of a corpse. The cold sweat broke out across my brow. I thought it might be old Lu's prank. Playing tricks at such a late hour. Enraged, I nearly smashed his phone. Yet, as I lifted the sheet, I was met with the sight of old Lu's lifeless, rigid body. Having studied autopsy procedures, I quickly discerned that his time of death was at least 15 hours prior. Who, then, had sent that message to the nurse? In that moment, I was paralyzed with fear, managing only to escape with great effort. After finishing his tale, Zhang Wenbo observed Jiang Chen's expression, expecting to see some hint of terror. Instead, Jiang Chen remained composed, studying him with a curious gaze. Under the intensity of Jiang Chen's stare, Zhang Wenbo felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if he were being scrutinized by a predatory beast, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. The two proceeded down the corridor, and perhaps due to the lighting's hue, the deeper they ventured, the more chilling the atmosphere became. Strange, the door has opened. No wonder it is so cold. At the end lies the morgue. With both doors ajar, Zhang Wenbo approached and remarked, "There are refrigeration units here." With the door open, the cold air escapes. Jiang Chen stepped into the morgue, with Zhang Wenbo trailing closely behind, casually shutting the door. Jiang Chen turned his head, sensing that this action was exceedingly abnormal. Knowing there were issues within the hospital, entering the morgue, and yet daring to close the door, he chuckled. "I am merely concerned about the cold air escaping." Zhang Wenbo's smile was stiff. Jiang Chen advanced, observing the continuous changes in the other man's expression, a hint of a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his eye. "Have you finally realized?" Click. Jiang Chen locked the morgue door from the inside. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Wenbo's face froze in shock. Low-level corpse ghost. "Why are you locking the door?" "Afraid the bodies will escape." Ghost Energy 3. Chapter 18. Taking 5 steps. I slapped 18 times. Zhang Wenbo's countenance fluctuated between gloom and brightness. He closed the door to trap this living individual among a multitude of corpses, awaiting the moment of revelation that his only companion was also among the dead. Yet, with the door now locked against his will, Zhang Wenbo felt an uneasy sense of passivity wash over him. Why would he lock the door? Could it be that he intended to take advantage of me? The mere thought sent Zhang Wenbo retreating 2 steps. The low-level corpse ghost felt a chill. Ghost Energy 5. That Jiang Chen regarded the doctor. He had likely spoken the truth. He indeed witnessed the demise of the morgue administrator. The only deception lay in his claim of having fled that night. He had become one of these bodies. Quite intriguing. Jiang Chen was on the verge of taking action, but upon receiving a system prompt, he patted the man's shoulder, sending him an appreciative glance. It was his first encounter with a ghost, so willingly offering ghost energy. Zhang Wenbo, however, was increasingly terrified. The way he looked at me seemed laced with profound admiration. "We are both men. What does this mean?" Ghost Energy 9. This was the maximum ghost energy obtainable from resentment. Jiang Chen turned his gaze around the morgue, which felt even colder than the corridor outside. Corpses lay on the tables, covered with white sheets, 3 of which remained unoccupied. "What is the meaning of these 3 empty tables?" Jiang Chen inquired. Zhang Wenbo feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "How is that possible?" After those corpses vanished, no one dared to disturb their tables. There should clearly be 9 vacant beds. He retreated a few steps, pressing his back against the wall, trembling as he stammered. They have returned. Returned? Jiang Chen murmured, suddenly advancing. That's excellent. If they dare to come back, not a single one shall escape this time. His fierce words left Zhang Wenbo momentarily stunned. Ghost Energy 6. Ghost Energy 4. A series of prompts indicated that the entities lying here were also taken aback by Jiang Chen's declaration. Jiang Chen lifted a white sheet, revealing a middle-aged man with sunken eye sockets and a pallid complexion, evidently deceased for several days. Though his eyes were tightly shut, a peculiar smile played upon his lips, as if caught between laughter and sorrow. Under normal circumstances, post-mortem muscle relaxation would render such an expression impossible, rendering this scene exceedingly bizarre. Crack, crack. 2 resounding slaps landed upon the face, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twisting in a way that suggested he was on the verge of losing control. Ghostly Energy 8. Brother, are you awake? Jiang Chen called out. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and opened his eyes, a sinister tone escaping his lips. Aren't you afraid of me? To this, Jiang Chen replied. We are all corpses here. What is there to fear? He gestured toward an adjacent empty bed. This is my resting place. Today marks the 7th day since my demise, and I have just risen from the dead. The middle-aged man responded with a look of confusion. You, however, are quite peculiar. Jiang Chen scrutinized him, clicking his tongue in astonishment. What is so strange? The middle-aged man was taken aback. How long have you been dead? For days. Why do you ask? Therein lies the issue. Generally speaking, one must reach the 7th day to rise from the dead. You, having only been deceased for 4 days, may have encountered a problem. Jiang Chen's demeanor turned serious. The other corpses lying nearby, concealed beneath white cloths, twitched their mouths in unison. We have all become corpses. How could there be a problem? Ghostly Energy 4. Ghostly Energy. However, the observer's clarity often eludes the one embroiled in the situation. Hearing this, the middle-aged man adopted a more earnest expression. Master, what does this imply? The 7th-day return of the soul is a natural law. Your premature return could disrupt the future prospects of your descendants, not to mention jeopardize your reincarnation. The middle-aged man pondered this, as he had heard of such beliefs. The 7th day is indeed a night of soul return. Master, how can this be resolved? A flicker of urgency crossed his face. It's quite simple. Jiang Chen rummaged through his bag and produced a small, dagger-like blade, the kind snatched from a vengeful spirit, achieving the level of a ghostly artifact. When I make my move, do not resist. A clean strike will allow you to linger in death for 3 more days before returning your soul at the appropriate time. Do you understand? Jiang Chen's expression was grave, feeling the terrifying resentment emanating from the blade. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. This was undoubtedly an object previously wielded by a far more formidable spirit. He sensed that should this blade penetrate him, his soul would be immediately shattered. No way am I resisting. This is just a trick. Ghostly Energy 9. At that moment, the middle-aged man realized the gravity of the situation. As the dagger drew closer, his face hardened with determination, preparing to retaliate. Yet, given their proximity, Jiang Chen's sudden strike caught him off guard. A resentful corpse could not evade in time. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced directly through the middle-aged man's heart, Jiang Chen twisting the blade viciously. Ding! Low-level resentful ghost, vengeance, eliminated. Ghostly Energy 9. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. His current foundational strength truly allowed him to vanquish a resentful spirit. As for whether the other was innocent, he had already assessed the situation. His supernatural sight revealed strands of black resentment surrounding the middle-aged man. Only those who had taken lives would exhibit such a state. Some spirits, ensnared by their obsessions yet not having harmed anyone, would only radiate a pale gray resentment. Ghostly Energy to at this juncture. Notifications continued to flood in. Zhang Wenbo, along with the other corpses lying on the shelf, exhibited expressions of sheer terror. They had just witnessed one of their own dispatched with such efficiency. Jiang Chen glanced around. After several notifications, his ghostly energy had risen to over 950. Quite impressive. Although the energy provided by resentment was an order of magnitude lower than that of malevolent ghosts, the sheer abundance of resentful spirits compensated significantly. He felt exhilarated and lifted the covering from another corpse nearby. An elderly man lay beneath, his posture peculiar as he reclined on his side, his hands and feet gripping the edge of the bed. It seemed he had just attempted to rise, but upon witnessing Jiang Chen's ferocity, he chose to feign death once more. With a resounding crack, crack, Jiang Chen delivered 2 resounding slaps, the sound echoing loudly. "You mother!" exclaimed the lowly corpse spirit, his malevolent aura intensifying. "Awaken, good sir, do rouse yourself," Jiang Chen shouted while unceremoniously delivering slap after slap. The sound of slaps resounded. After receiving more than a dozen stinging blows, the old man, his expression one of acute discomfort, finally opened his eyes, fearing that if he did not, his head might be struck off by this youth. "What do you want?" the elder inquired ominously. "Nothing of consequence. It is just past 9, and you ought to take your sleeping pills and rest," Jiang Chen elucidated. The old man replied incredulously, "You wake me to take sleeping pills? You rascal have devoured all the bamboo shoots on the mountain." Just as the elder was about to voice a retort, his eyes widened in shock as he glanced down at his chest, where a sharp blade was embedded. The young man before him wore a consistently warm and gentle smile. "Sir, I just remembered I forgot to bring the sleeping pills. This is merely a physical means of inducing slumber. Do not be afraid. Simply close your eyes and drift away." The old man was pierced by the malevolent aura. His fading consciousness grew increasingly murky, and he succumbed to eternal slumber, lulled by the devilish whispers of the youth. Ding! The lowly corpse spirit, resentment, has perished. Malevolent aura 9. Malevolent aura 5. Uncertain if it was merely Zhang Wenba's illusion, he perceived a chorus of gasps echoing through the morgue. He began to comprehend why the other party had locked the door. They were indeed fearful of their group of corpses escaping. Damn, are you truly this formidable as a living being? He had taken but 5 steps in the mortuary and had already slapped 18 corpses. Chapter 19. 2 stars. The great deer power with the elder's demise. Zhang Wenba could no longer maintain his composure. His previously normal complexion began to turn ashen, an overwhelming stench of decay emanating from him. "Do not linger. At this rate, he will eliminate us one by one." Upon hearing his low growl, several white sheets were lifted, and one by one, the corpses rose, their presence chilling the air further, sending shivers down the spine. They all cast gloomy gazes upon Jiang Chen. "Why must you force us?" A middle-aged woman spat, her face twisted with malice. "We merely wish to continue living in this manner. What wrong have we committed?" An elderly man rasped in reply. Jiang Chen regarded these corpse spirits with an indifferent gaze. "You wish to live, yet the living must die." This statement momentarily stifled the collective outrage of the aggrieved spirits, rendering them speechless. For resentment-level spirits, if they do not harm the living or absorb their vitality, they would dissipate in a matter of days. Thus, to remain as spirits, they felt compelled to take lives. "Humph, do not waste words with him. Let us kill him and make him one of us, and see if he can still stand there speaking without pain." Zhang Wenba clawed at his own face, tearing away half of his flesh to reveal the decayed and rotten tissue beneath, his resentment surpassing that of the other corpse spirits. He was the first to leap forward, followed by the others, their claws bared, their malicious gazes intent on devouring Jiang Chen whole. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the knife, recalling the state of transformation into a demon and mimicking the combat experience of the fiends. He bent low to evade Zhang Wenba's flawed assault, raising his hand to plunge the sharp blade into the opponent's back, twisting it completely. With a clang, a ghostly aura in the morgue, blood and flesh splattered, occasionally severed limbs crashing against the glass door, the scene grotesquely bloody and cruel, enough to send shivers down the spine of any ordinary individual. Soon, the commotion ceased, and Jiang Chen emerged, panting heavily, holding a shroud to wipe the blood from his blade and his body. He had finally surpassed the threshold of 1,000. Glancing at the system notification, a smile of delight spread across his face. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your ghostly aura has surpassed 1,000 points, unlocking the 2-star demon transformation card draw privilege." In this battle, Jiang Chen refrained from transforming, knowing that without proper application, the greater the power held, the more susceptible one became to mishaps. It was akin to giving a 5-year-old a gun before he could harm another. He might inadvertently injure himself. Jiang Chen was consciously striving to master the power bestowed by the transformation, ensuring that when he later utilized higher-level transformation cards, he would do so with greater finesse. "System, please assist me in drawing a 2-star demon transformation card," Jiang Chen silently commanded. "Ding! Will you spend 1,000 ghostly aura points to draw a 2-star demon transformation card, even with prior preparation?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. Capitalists would weep at this. It's a 10-fold price increase. Yet he understood that while drawing required 10 times the ghostly aura, The power of a 2-star demon transformation card would undoubtedly exceed the cumulative strength of 10 1-star cards. Draw Jiang Chen spoke solemnly. Ding. Drawing initiated in an instant. The accumulated ghostly aura was depleted and terrifying. Spectral figures appeared before Jiang Chen, far more formidable than those encountered when drawing 1-star cards. There was a goat with horns akin to a great sword, a spider with a human face the size of a house, a thunder-wreathed azure python, and a yellow fox with captivating, otherworldly eyes. Merely being gazed upon by these phantoms caused Jiang Chen's body to tense up. He felt as though he was standing before a pack of the most elite predators. Though the monkey had once effortlessly carved a path through adversaries, it was, after all, just a monkey. These demons ruled their domains, each one far from ordinary. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. With an ample supply of ghostly aura, could he possibly draw the monkey? The phantoms continued to shift until finally settling upon a tall figure with a deer's head and a human body, dressed in a Taoist robe. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the 2-star demon transformation card. Deer power, great immortal. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened slightly. A deeper understanding of the journey to the west revealed that the 3 national masters of Chuji Kingdom were no trifling characters. They cultivated their path through demon forms and possessed considerable spiritual attainment, venerating the 3 pure ones, thus qualifying to call themselves disciples of the saints. The Tiger Power Great Immortal was well versed in the 5 thunder techniques, performing rituals for rain with formal procedures that required the Jade Emperor's approval. The trio appeared somewhat inept in the journey to the west, primarily due to their choice of opponents, who were none other than the monkey or the golden cicada. Who could withstand such foes? Jiang Chen recalled that the Deer Power Great Immortal also had the ability to summon rain. He wondered if it too could wield the 5 thunder techniques. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen suddenly had a thought, his gaze fixating on the demon transformation card, and soon, a line of text appeared. 2-star demon transformation card. By reciting the incantation, one can activate the demon transformation to gain a portion of a demon's power within half an hour and randomly select 2 abilities. The host may choose to demonize a specific body part, thereby acquiring an extraordinarily formidable strength. Note: the process of demonization consumes a significant amount of energy and may lead to an early termination of the transformation. Please use with caution. Note 2. Upon completion of the transformation, a permanent retention of 10% of the physical form and demonic power occurs, with a 1% chance of permanently inheriting an ability or the demonized body part. 2 abilities and demonization. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished that the 2-star card offered such a substantial enhancement over the 1-star version. Although he was uncertain about the effects of demonization, the phrase extraordinarily formidable spoke volumes. Moreover, the power of the great deer deity was certainly not to be compared with that of mere chaotic fiends. The star rating of the demon transformation card increased. He anticipated drawing increasingly terrifying demons. However, he pondered how formidable the 2-star card could contend against more insidious foes. Jiang Chen muttered to himself while traversing the dimly lit corridor on the 3rd underground level, where only the echo of his footsteps reverberated, creating an eerily silent atmosphere. Upon reaching the midpoint of the corridor, he pressed the elevator button, and shortly thereafter, the metallic door slid open. Jiang Chen stepped inside and selected the 1st floor. Although the corpses in the morgue had been dealt with, the area was still rife with lingering resentment, and he had yet to encounter Patient 18, who was likely a top-tier malevolent spirit. Based on the information he had gathered, he surmised that the individual might have retreated to the intensive care ward. Jiang Chen intended to search from the 1st floor upward, just as the elevator doors were about to close. A slender, pale hand unexpectedly reached in from the outside, halting the doors, which then slowly reopened. A female nurse entered the elevator, cradling a stack of medical records. In her haste, she nearly dropped the files, prompting Jiang Chen to exhibit his gentlemanly demeanor by stepping forward to assist her. During this interaction, his other hand inadvertently brushed against the nurse's nape. Chapter 20. Demon Transformation, Chaotic Fiend. Thank you, the nurse acknowledged with a nod. Seemingly breathless from exertion, yet Jiang Chen sensed no warmth emanating from her. It's nothing, he replied with a faint smile, complimenting her. Miss Nurse, your skin is truly radiant. Others would likely not appear as fair even after 3 days of death. The nurse merely stared at him, her expression a mix of disbelief and irritation. If you're not good at giving compliments, perhaps you should say less. She had intended to say something else, but found herself at a loss for words. Caught off guard by Jiang Chen's flattery, and an awkward silence enveloped the elevator. After a brief moment, the nurse cleared her throat and spoke up. "By the way, handsome, have you heard of a certain taboo?" Jiang Chen inquired. "What is it?" "It's best not to use the hospital's elevators at night, for you can never anticipate whom you might encounter inside, particularly those bearing black badges, if you happen upon one. It's advisable to exit the elevator immediately." "Why is that?" Jiang Chen asked, intrigued. "Because only the corpses in the morgue bear these black badges, inscribed with the names of each deceased individual," the nurse replied, her expression taking on a sinister tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Observing this, the nurse's lips curled into a smirk. "Are these badges solely black? I personally dislike such a oppressive color. I wonder if one can bring their own badge to die." Jiang Chen's next remark caused the smirk to freeze on her face. The ghastly smile of the corpse demon gradually faded away. "After laboring for an eternity to create a chilling atmosphere, you choose to engage me in this trivial conversation." Ghostly energy 30, Jiang Chen cast another glance at the figure before him, realizing that this was indeed a malevolent spirit. The female nurse found herself momentarily at a loss for words, the ambience within the elevator becoming even more oppressive. After a brief pause, she seemed to recollect something, and with a sudden, sinister tone, inquired, "Handsome, would you care to know what this black badge looks like?" Jiang Chen, intrigued, replied, "I would, but you are not a corpse, so where would such a badge even come from?" The nurse's grin grew more macabre as she proceeded to touch her neck. "Once, twice, thrice. Where on earth is my badge?" At that moment, Jiang Chen leaned closer, rummaging through his bag, producing a cacophony of plastic clattering, and revealing a substantial handful of black badges tied with red string. Presenting them before the nurse. "My dear, is this what you were searching for?" The nurse's eyes widened in shock. "Goodness, so many badges. Did you ransack the morgue?" Ghostly energy 90. She could not help but retreat a step. Her body pressed against the elevator wall, as if Jiang Chen had cornered her at that moment. The elevator doors opened on the second basement level, revealing a doctor holding a black plastic bag outside. Upon witnessing the scene, he exchanged a suggestive wink with Jiang Chen, cleared his throat, and approached. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the black plastic bag in the doctor's hand. Noticing his attention, the doctor hastily clarified, "I assure you, I am not here to steal anything. There's a patient in distress, and I came to retrieve some medical supplies that in my haste, I simply grabbed a random bag." Jiang Chen was unconvinced. He distinctly heard the sloshing of liquid within the bag, accompanied by the pungent aroma of formaldehyde at this juncture. The female nurse leaned in close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, "He's deceiving you. The first basement level is where the medical supply room is located. The second basement level houses the organ storage facility for shared refrigeration with the third floor. It's quite possible that what he carries in that bag is indeed human organs." As if he had overheard her words, the male doctor suddenly fixed his gaze upon them, wearing a thinly veiled, sinister smile. "It seems I caught." Jiang Chen patted the other person's shoulder and remarked, "I must take a moment to criticize you. It's quite late, and here you are, flaunting a bag of money in front of me. Are you not aware that I have already clocked out?" As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of stockings from his bag, pulling them over his head with a resigned expression. "However, since you seem agreeable, I shall consider this an opportunity to befriend you today, and I will take on this extra shift. Just remember to help promote me once we step outside." His actions left the doctor and the female nurse momentarily dumbfounded. "What extra shift? What exactly do you do?" Ghostly energy 20. Ghostly energy 25. Ding. The elevator had arrived at the ground floor. Jiang Chen had nearly finished donning the stockings and flashed a smile at the doctor, saying, "Next time, if the opportunity arises, do remember to seek me out for collaboration." With that, he abruptly snatched the black plastic bag and dashed out of the elevator. The doctor and nurse were left in a state of shock. After a brief moment, the nurse uncertainly asked, "Is there a possibility that his profession is a robber?" "Damn." The doctor forcefully pulled open the already closed elevator door. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Quick, let's chase after him." The two pursued him, and at that moment, Jiang Chen had already sprinted down the corridor and into the fire escape. However, the doctor and nurse were alarmingly swift. In the blink of an eye, they caught up. The nurse, more agile than the rest, was the first to burst into the stairwell. The lights here had long since gone out, and in the darkness, a dagger, steeped in a chilling malevolence, lunged out from an obscure angle, akin to a venomous viper, precisely striking at its prey's vital point. The blade pierced the nurse's heart, Yet her pallid face twisted into a cruel smile. My heart has long since perished. Would you like to take a look at it? Her raspy voice sent shivers down one's spine. In the next instant, Jiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the dagger had only penetrated half an inch before becoming lodged. Not only that, but the nurse suddenly swiped at him, her hand aiming for his chest. A terrifying sense of crisis sent chills down Jiang Chen's spine. At that moment, he felt something in his pocket growing warm. The talisman gifted by Lin Yue, radiating a faint golden light. Upon contact with the golden glow, the nurse's hand recoiled as if bitten by a venomous snake, her flesh seared and charred. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to retreat. But unfortunately, the malevolent spirit was far too swift. The nurse's eyes glinted with ferocity, her decaying hand striking him squarely in the chest. Boom! Jiang Chen was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the corner of the stairwell. A mouthful of blood escaping him as he felt several ribs fracture. Looking down, he saw a black handprint on his chest, exuding an unsettling aura. Jiang Chen could sense that the handprint radiated a bizarre power, as if an invisible force were tightly gripping his heart, causing its rhythm to slow ominously. At this rate, he would not survive the night. The death certificate would likely state that he succumbed to a sudden cardiac condition. This was the most terrifying aspect of ghosts. Once one became afflicted by their curse, the outcome of death was all but predetermined. It seems you have also contracted the same ailment as me. The nurse taunted, approaching him step by step, her face a mask of mockery and coldness. Behind her, the doctor picked up the plastic bag from the ground, deftly drawing out a scalpel, his gaze incessantly sweeping over Jiang Chen's chest and abdomen, as if contemplating the dissection of his very being to extract all his innards. Indeed, even the most rudimentary of malevolent spirits remains a fiend. With my current foundational strength, I am still woefully inadequate to confront such a foe. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shaking his head in resignation. The nurse and doctor exhibited no haste, advancing step by step, gradually revealing their horrifying states of decay. Reveling in the terror they instilled in the living before them, what they could not hear was Jiang Chen quietly intoning a few words within his heart. Transform demon, chaos demon king. Chapter 21. The curse of physical death. A vast surge of power coursed through his limbs and bones, visibly elevating Jiang Chen's physique, his muscles bulging with grotesque exaggeration, his entire being brimming with formidable strength. This transformation surpassed the previous 2 times by a significant margin. He clenched his fist, estimating that his current physical form and demonic energy were akin to twice that of General Yin's state. This was indeed remarkable, confirming Jiang Chen's assessment that as a minor leader, the Chaos Demon King's power was far beyond that which General Yin or the likes of the Red Python could rival. Ding! Randomly acquired divine ability, Heavenly Blade of Chaos. A sudden clarity dawned upon Jiang Chen. Rising to his feet, his gaze turned fierce, exuding an aura of dominance akin to a beast freed from its iron cage. Under his scrutiny, the female nurse felt a surge of panic, halting her advance as she witnessed the palm imprint she had left on him disintegrate, as if confronted by a natural enemy. Crackling away. Could he also be a spirit? How else could he have surged in height within an instant and dispelled her curse? This was the nurse's initial thought. Yet, Jiang Chen's next action made her realize her error. Boom! The concrete floor shattered as Jiang Chen's formidable body propelled forward with tremendous force, instantly appearing before the nurse. The bloodthirsty gaze of his eyes bore down upon her, inducing a paralyzing sense of dread. No. This was no spirit. This was a monster. In that fleeting moment, her heart sank, leaving her incapable of even conjuring a thought of resistance. The large hand stealthily brushed against the nurse's head that a sudden realization struck her, and her expression transformed into one of sheer terror. No, please, no. Crack. Bang. The nurse's head burst like a watermelon beneath a crushing grip. Iron hand, shattered skull. Ding. The doctor, who had been advancing with his scalpel in hand, froze in mockery, his expression solidified in disbelief as he witnessed this scene unfold. You. His hands trembled, paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a single coherent word. Ding! The doctor, engulfed in extreme terror, felt his spirit drain. 90 ghostly aura. Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at the notification, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips as he uttered a single word. Run. The doctor's eyes widened in shock before he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He discarded the black bag in his hands and sprinted desperately up the stairs. Fully aware that his fate was sealed, he chose to ascend rather than flee outside, believing that salvation lay above. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, his heavy footsteps echoing on the stairs as he pursued relentlessly. The scalpel scraped along the stainless steel railing, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. Jiang Chen was akin to a vengeful spirit, ceaselessly hunting the doctor. He is pursuing me. Will my head be crushed as well? The doctor, pale with fright, listened to the sounds behind him, wishing fervently that he could sprout an extra pair of legs. He never anticipated that merely stepping out at night to harm someone would lead him to encounter such a perverse individual. The horrifying image of the female nurse's death had become indelibly etched in the doctor's mind, constantly inflicting immense psychological turmoil upon him. Throughout this ordeal, the incessant chime of acquiring ghostly energy echoed in his ears. As he ascended to the third floor, Jiang Chen discovered, for reasons unknown, that his pursuer had ceased to bestow any more ghostly energy upon him. He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, dear doctor, but judging by your appearance, your demise is imminent." The doctor was momentarily taken aback. Was this some sort of curse directed at him? What a malevolent ability! To be able to curse someone to death directly. With this thought, a dense aura of resentment enveloped him, a desperate attempt to resist the cursed. In the next instant, Jiang Chen exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself like a cannonball, and suddenly appeared behind the doctor, thrusting the sharp blade deep into his body and pulling down with force. The doctor's body was violently cleaved in two. He stared in disbelief, eyes wide with indignation. Damn, a physical death curse. Ding. Jiang Chen glanced at the interface. After his rampage, the ghostly energy that had nearly been depleted surged back to 630. Previously, he had only garnered a little over 200 ghostly energy from slaying a common evil spirit. It seemed his skill in manipulating ghostly matters was becoming increasingly adept. Indeed, there was room for improvement. There were better ways to handle the details from earlier. Jiang Chen reflected internally, not with pride, but rather plotting how he might employ a more visually striking technique, such as a bloody disembowelment. The next time he encountered a ghost, he then lifted his gaze towards the upper staircase, where the entire fire escape lights were extinguished, leaving only the dim, eerie glow emanating from the emergency exit sign, barely illuminating the path ahead. This was quite abnormal, considering that in large establishments like hospitals, the fire escape lights were routinely checked daily. A faint cough echoed from a floor above, as if emanating from a person gravely ill. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, gripping his knife tightly as he ascended the stairs cautiously. Pressing himself against the wall, his gaze angled upward, ever vigilant for potential attacks lurking in the darkness. Upon reaching the next floor, the cough grew clearer, sounding as if someone afflicted with a terminal illness resided just one level above. Cough. Furthermore, he discerned a man's hoarse voice faintly calling out, "Come here. Hurry over to come here." This voice seemed to be brimming with insatiable temptation, reminiscent of a long-lost friend, compelling one to seek out its source. A glint of ferocity flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he concentrated his demonic energy at his brow, extinguishing that dangerous thought that had momentarily crossed his mind. In that fleeting moment, he had been reckless enough to yearn to discover who was calling him down. No, I have dealt with top-tier evil spirits before. They do not possess such bizarre abilities. This is not a top-tier evil spirit. Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. Had this been before, he would have turned and fled without a second thought. However, now, gazing at the dormant 2-star demon card within his interface, he licked his lips, rose onto his toes, and stealthily approached the upper floor. As Jiang Chen approached the corner of the staircase, he beheld a young man cloaked in a patient-esque garb, hunched over, one hand clasped over his mouth as he coughed, while the other waved through the glass of the stairwell door toward the corridor ahead. "Come quickly, come here. It has been so long since we last met." Illuminated by the corridor's lights, Jiang Chen discerned an elderly man, his face a tapestry of confusion and anticipation. As he slowly approached the staircase, "I ask that you, my dear companion, have you come to fetch me?" The elderly man's frail form trembled with each step, his countenance oscillating between tears and laughter, revealing his profound excitement. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, rose onto his toes, tensing every muscle in his body, regulating his breath like a leopard poised to pounce. Inching closer along the wall as the elderly man neared the staircase, Jiang Chen stealthily approached the young patient from the shadows, clearly noting the 2 numbers emblazoned on the patient's attire. 18. Just as he began to raise his dagger with intent, the young man abruptly twisted his head, his body remaining still, casting a terrifying gaze in his direction. The young man's face was strikingly handsome, yet his features bore an unsettling peculiarity. Uneven eyes, a nose and mouth in disarray, and ears that were mismatched in height, rendering him as though he were a jigsaw of human parts. Particularly haunting were his eyes, which exuded a deeply suppressed madness. Patient 18's face was devoid of any movement, yet it appeared to be perpetually smiling. When he truly curled his lips into a grin, that silent laughter became profoundly palpable. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your presence? The man's voice dripped with endless mockery. At that moment, Jiang Chen, who was expected to display terror, confusion, panic, and shock, unexpectedly joined in laughter. You noticed me, yet still allowed me to approach? What a fool! A terrifying black light glimmered upon the dagger, a weighty intent of annihilation saturating every inch of the staircase, as fine, shallow scars appeared upon the surrounding walls, suggesting an invisible blade swirling within. The smile upon patient 18's face froze the world-destroying blade. With a single stroke, the air erupted. Boom! The dreadful intent of the blade ravaged the staircase, crashing into patient 18's body, effortlessly shredding his outstretched arms as if they were mere twigs. Severing him in half with an overwhelming force that he did not perish immediately. His face contorted in a blend of terror and malice, limbs thrashing in a desperate dance, unleashing a more potent aura of resentment. Yet the might of that strike was far from over. The frenzied intent of the blade surged into his body, transforming into a formidable force of rending, gradually dismantling patient 18's very soul. This madman, who had inflicted untold suffering, finally erupted into a wild, anguished scream. Patient 18's cries resonated with heart-wrenching agony. Ghostly energy 99. With each tortured wail. Ghostly energy 99. His visage twisted in torment. Ghostly energy 99. 3 consecutive alerts sounded, culminating in the final chime. Ding! Patient 18, half-step malevolent spirit, has perished. Ghostly energy 99. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, the half-step malevolent spirit proved to be truly extraordinary. Despite being slain by his full-force strike, it had managed to generate a significant amount of ghostly energy before its demise. Had he not been so hasty, opting for a gradual torment, he might have harvested even greater ghostly energy. However, Jiang Chen harbored no regrets. He remained oblivious to the true extent of his opponent's prowess. Having successfully approached, it was undoubtedly most prudent to unleash a full-force strike. Should he be met with a counterattack after a reckless endeavor, it would spell considerable misfortune. Patient number 18's visage twisted with malevolence, fixating on Jiang Chen as he uttered his final words before death. Upon my demise, you shall inherit all my afflictions, perishing in the same manner. Your corpse grotesque and your soul eternally shackled. As Jiang Chen beheld the corpse before him slowly oxidizing and decaying into darkness, he suddenly furrowed his brow and raised a hand to cover his mouth. Cough, cough. Upon opening his palm, crimson blood stained his hand. He sensed his heart racing, as if he had succumbed to some cardiac ailment. 2 spots in his abdomen began to throb with excruciating pain. His left hand involuntarily spasming while his right seemed to have lost all strength, reminiscent of muscular atrophy. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt himself beset by illness, his body instinctively hunching over, an uncontrollable urge to cough overwhelming him. A chill coursed through his heart. Was this the curse of a half-step malevolent spirit? Even in the form of the rampant demon, he had still fallen prey to it. Jiang Chen became increasingly convinced that his earlier resolution was indeed correct, a decisive strike to eliminate patient No. 18 without leaving any room for future complications. Cough, coughed. He coughed again, yet his expression remained composed. A surge of demonic energy coursed through him, revitalizing his limbs as waves of dark mist erupted from his body. He could feel his condition rapidly improving. Once he confirmed that the curse had been wholly dispelled, he surveyed his surroundings. The stairwell door lay shattered, and a horrific gash marred the wall in the corridor. The previously manipulated elder lay motionless, his fate uncertain. Jiang Chen approached to ascertain the elder's survival and transported him back to the ward. He then returned to take photographs for the Underworld app. And shortly thereafter, he received notification of earning 450 points, 3 times that of a top-tier malevolent spirit. The remaining matters would be handled by designated personnel, just as Jiang Chen contemplated his departure. He turned his gaze back to the corpse of patient number 18. suddenly noticing something peculiar. Despite the unmistakable finality of death, a trace of resentment lingered beneath the patient gown. Something was amiss. Jiang Chen recalled a thought and approached, peeling back the patient gown to uncover an item. It was a blood-stained medical record. Hospital, 7th Ward. Name, Liang Yuquan. ID, 18. Affliction, self-perception disorder. Upon reading the affliction section, Jiang Chen paused. Based on his observations, patient number 18 seemed to suffer from at least a dozen ailments. So why did the medical record indicate only one? He continued to read. Detailed description of condition. The patient has suffered from severe self-perception disorder since childhood. Believing himself to be afflicted with dozens of different illnesses, despite being perfectly healthy, he incessantly coughed. During one particularly severe episode, he even coughed up his intestines. His family sought treatment across multiple hospitals. Yet his condition only worsened. Initially, the patient merely felt he was unwell, but gradually, he began to perceive others as ill as well. One fateful day, while his family was distracted, he mistakenly believed that his 1-year-old sister had a fever and, in a misguided attempt to cool her down, placed her in the freezer, resulting in her tragic demise. Subsequently, the patient was admitted to a psychiatric facility. However, no physician could reverse his cognitive impairment. Following a grave medical incident, the patient was transferred to our hospital, where his condition showed remarkable improvement. A summary of the situation. Am I the patient, or are we? Jiang Chen could not help but take a deep breath. It dawned on him why the other party could let so many individuals perish from various ailments. It turned out that this was not merely a case of a sickly ghost. His curse was to impose his cognitive disorder upon others, leading them to believe they were unwell, thus triggering genuine physical responses that resulted in their demise from the corresponding illnesses. The so-called medical incident was perhaps not as straightforward as it seemed. Maybe after that event, Liang Yuquan had perished. Only upon death could one be admitted to this hospital. What, after all, was this so-called 7th Ward? Jiang Chen murmured as unsettling thoughts began to bubble up within him. He glanced at the medical records again, and two particular words sent a chill down his spine. Development. This hospital had the audacity to claim that after patient 18 was admitted, their condition experienced a favorable development. Was this truly a psychiatric hospital, or a factory for creating mental illness? As he continued to scrutinize, Jiang Chen's gaze inadvertently drifted upward. His pupils dilated slightly, and an odd expression crossed his face. The blood-stained medical record suddenly rendered the name of the patient indistinct, yet it appeared increasingly familiar to him. Patient, Jiang Chen. He murmured the name, watching in disbelief as this record transformed into his own. What did this mean? Am I now, like the former patient 18, becoming a resident of the 7th Ward? Jiang Chen then noticed that the bloodstains in the upper left corner of the case file slowly faded, revealing a number, 30. He opened his phone and searched for the 7th Ward on the Underworld app, and indeed, found relevant cases. After reviewing the information, Jiang Chen learned that the number in the upper left corner indicated days. Upon reaching 0, the individual possessing the medical record would enter the 7th Ward, a process so bizarre that they would later have no recollection of how they got there. Most who entered the 7th Ward never emerged again. Even those who did manage to escape often went mad or mysteriously disappeared after a few days. However, it was also noted that the chosen few had a maximum strength of only sea level, suggesting that this enigmatic ward might not be as perilous as imagined. The underworld had also issued a statement, asserting that, based on reliable speculation, there were no entities beyond the bloodied garments within the 7th Ward. Upon reading this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief. With the ability to transform, he was confident he could attain the strength of the blood garment level within a month. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 days since he had evolved from an ordinary person to one capable of contending with malevolent spirits. Moreover, a place that was evidently teeming with ghosts represented a significant source of ghostly energy for him. The very thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in Jiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 23. Aftercare Personnel. Returning home to draw cards subsequently, Jiang Chen scoured various locations within the hospital, ensuring that no further suspicious activities were afoot. After confirming this, he hailed a taxi, just as the vehicle exited the street where the hospital was located. 3 SUVs approached head-on. Although the occupants were clad in casual attire, Jiang Chen could still perceive the sharp aura emanating from them. These individuals appeared to engage in casual conversation or nonchalantly survey their surroundings. However, their postures and positioning ensure that they can strike with precision at a moment's notice, forming an effective battle formation. Each person's gaze is as sharp as that of a hawk, perpetually focused on any subtle movement in their vicinity. In an instant, Jiang Chen concludes that this is a group of true elites. Though they may be ordinary individuals, within the realm of the commonplace, they undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of strength, given the appropriate equipment and terrain. Each could fend off 100 adversaries, and to call them kings of soldiers would not be an exaggeration. He deduces the identities of these individuals. Among the convoy, a striking woman clad in black leather, exuding an air of confidence, notices Jiang Chen emerging and scrutinizes him closely, seemingly confirming something. She commands through the vehicle's intercom with grave authority, "Attention." The entire vehicle becomes aware of something, turning to Jiang Chen in the taxi with expressions of excitement and admiration. Standing tall and performing a military salute, they understand that it is such extraordinary individuals who confront the specters on the front lines that allow for the tranquility of their current lives. These remarkable individuals confront the insidious, facing horrors that are unimaginable to the average person, grappling with the darkest facets of human nature and risking their lives. They dwell on the precipice of life and death, staring down inhumane monstrosities to safeguard peace on earth. They are deserving of respect. Jiang Chen solemnly returns the salute that in truth, he holds greater admiration for these aftermath personnel. The sites of supernatural incidents often conceal lingering dangers, and it takes immense courage for a group of ordinary individuals to undertake the aftermath. Yet, there is no alternative. This is the reality of Jiuzhou, or rather, the situation across all nations of Blue Star. Extraordinary individuals are exceedingly rare. Jiang Chen, having explored the Underworld app, understands that within Jiuzhou, the power structure of the Dao Alliance and noble families progresses slowly. Some individuals cultivate from a young age, emerging in their 20s with barely D-level strength. In previous times, this would have been acceptable, but given the current density of malevolent energy in the world and the frequency of supernatural occurrences, such progress appears insufficient, often leading to a deficit. This explains why Chun Shui previously remarked that the emergence of the underworld provided the Dao Alliance with a sigh of relief from several posts. Jiang Chen has gleaned some insights into the underworld system. It is a rapid training method, sealing ghosts within the body to harness their power against other ghosts. However, the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Even among the most mentally resilient special forces, the death rate reaches a staggering 90. Consequently, the underworld has established rigorous selection processes, coupled with 2 to 3 years of specialized training, before attempting to allow prospective Inchai to seal ghosts within their bodies. Overall, there is a shortage of personnel in the underworld, necessitating that even ordinary candidates serve as aftermath responders. In reality, the mortality rate for these responders is not significantly lower than that of extraordinary individuals, which is an unfortunate circumstance. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yuan community comes into view. Jiang Chen ascends the stairs and takes a shower. It is now quite late. He had intended to order takeout, but from the other side. The sounds of cooking and enticing aromas waft through the air. Hong Jie seems to have grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's late returns, beginning to prepare dinner only upon hearing him open the door. Jiang Chen does not feign politeness. Primarily, he enjoys Hong Jie's cooking. He approaches, the door ajar, and upon entering, he finds Hong Jie bustling in the kitchen, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing him. Xiao Chun is here. Just a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. Today, I prepared several sumptuous dishes, knowing that you have been tirelessly busy these past few days, coming home late and leaving early. That I wanted to nourish you well, ensuring you feel vigorous and revitalized. As Hong Jie spoke while cooking, her words slipped out before she realized, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, and she quickly uttered poo-poo in embarrassment. Jiang Chen turned to glance at her silhouette. Adorned in an apron, her figure gracefully curvaceous and busily bustling about, and he couldn't help but clear his throat. During the meal, seemingly to alleviate the earlier awkwardness, Hong Jie took the initiative to strike up a conversation. She patted Jiang Chen's arm and remarked, "So sturdy. Xiao Chun, do ghost exorcists like you place a significant emphasis on physical training?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Some do, some don't." He was slightly taken aback, wondering why Hong Jie was inquiring about his health. Was she finally contemplating taking action against him, that nefarious wealthy woman? Do you allow close relations with the opposite sex? Hong Jie inquired further. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What a probing question. Noticing his hesitation, Hong Jie paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson as she realized the ambiguity in her question. She quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to ask if you have a girlfriend. If not, I'd like to introduce you to someone. Phew. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. He was still young, and confronting such a pivotal moment in life could be quite tempting. Thankfully, Hongjie didn't press further. Otherwise, he might not have been able to leave this room tonight. What? Although I don't have a girlfriend, I'm just a sophomore. Jiang Chen, known for his confident demeanor, rarely displayed such flustered expressions. Hongjie couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth. That's why I said girlfriend, not a blind date. Don't worry, the girl is about your age and an absolute beauty that I'll introduce you to. With a grand gesture, she embodied the spirit of a matchmaker, Jiang Chen. That after dinner, upon returning home, Jiang Chen glanced at the system panel. Host, Jiang Chen, Ghost Chi. 1026, Transformation Card. Dear Force Daxian, 2 stars, after defeating Patient No. 18, his Ghost Chi had exceeded 1,000. However, after some contemplation, Jiang Chen decided against drawing a second 2-star transformation card. Instead, he silently instructed, System, draw 2 1-star transformation cards. Tomorrow, he would be heading to the Zheng Group's villa. It was evident that Zheng Xiaoming harbored certain issues, and he needed to prepare. Yet, if he only possessed 2-star transformation cards without encountering sufficiently formidable spirits, it would be a waste. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 1-star transformation card, Special Scholar. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 1-star transformation card, Sea Dragon. Chapter 24. People from 2 worlds. Upon seeing the drawn transformation cards, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. The Special Scholar had nothing of particular note, with power roughly equivalent to Generaline. However, given his current foundational strength, the transformation into a Special Scholar would likely surpass the intensity of his previous transformation into a red python spirit. The Sea Dragon was indeed promising that it wasn't so much about strength. According to the descriptions from Journey to the West, this was merely a minor demon under the command of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, with power estimated to be on par with Generaline. Primarily, this is a creature from the depths of water, with little description of its true form. It is certainly not a dragon. However, should one encounter a water ghost, its capabilities could very well surpass those of the chaotic Demon King. Indeed, these 2 cards should suffice. Jiang Chen then retrieved his phone, launching the Underworld app. During the previous battle, the terrifying power of the chaotic celestial blade had been overwhelming. Upon his return, he discovered that the malevolent energy imbued within the blade had been utterly shattered by the blade's intent, rendering it nothing more than scrap iron. Jiang Chen accessed the marketplace, intending to procure a suitable weapon. The marketplace featured an array of categories: talismans, ghostly instruments, magical artifacts, elixirs. The classification was extensive, with brief descriptions and shipping origins provided for each item. Resembling a certain shopping platform, most items were sold on behalf of the underworld, with some being offered by individual sellers. However, due to the app's 5 transaction fee, it was common to see individuals discreetly selling various goods on forums. While such transactions could circumvent the fee, many peculiar individuals often fell victim to deception or even traps set by celestial beings. Naturally, Jiang Chen opted for the legitimate channel, primarily because he still lacked sufficient strength. He believed that in the future, once his power was adequate, he could attempt to outsmart celestial traps and seize everything for himself. It must be said, the system's selection of hosts was certainly not arbitrary. With Jiang Chen's disposition, he was indeed well suited for a ghostly mindset, considering he even desired to manipulate human emotions. Upon opening the magical artifacts section, he discovered 4 tiers: inferior, middle grade, superior, and extraordinary. Jiang Chen's points were only sufficient to purchase an inferior grade artifact. Yet he felt no disappointment, for anything that could be categorized as such was inherently remarkable. For instance, among ghostly instruments, only items imbued with the profound resentment of a malevolent spirit had a chance of becoming inferior grade. This was precisely why Chen Shui had specifically remarked that this blade had reached the ghostly instrument level, advising Jiang Chen to keep it safe. He decided to postpone his selection until after returning from the Zheng family manor. After browsing for some time, Jiang Chen ultimately abandoned the search, realizing that the finest inferior grade artifacts and ghostly instruments often exceeded 1,000 points in price. The others were likely only as formidable as the blade. Should he employ overly potent divine abilities, there was a significant risk of ruining them, which he could ill afford. As for talismans, elixirs, and the like, he chose not to purchase them either. Talismans lacked efficacy without the infusion of true energy. Most low-grade elixirs were intended for dispelling malevolent energy or calming the mind, effects that Jiang Chen could easily achieve through his demonic power, rendering them unnecessary. Regrettably, demonic energy could not activate talismans, which left him somewhat disappointed. He recalled the golden light talisman used by Chen Shui, which displayed remarkable potency. However, since Master Lu Li also practiced the way of cultivation, he pondered whether, after transforming into a demon, he could learn the technique of using demonic energy to activate talismans. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, a glimmer of inspiration sparking in his eyes. Subsequently, he relinquished further thoughts and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, at the entrance of Jiangbei Financial University, on the third floor of the October CF by the window, Lin Yue sat before an ancient tome, her gaze fixated outside, lost in thought. A young man arrived on a bicycle, parked it, casually slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked into the school. Lin Yue watched him intently, her mind seemingly drifting to some recollection as a subtle smile graced her lips. Suddenly, a delicate white hand waved in front of her, accompanied by Yang Chan's slightly mocking voice. All right, stop staring. Your little admirer has already entered the school." Lin Yue turned her head and shot a glare at her close friend, indignantly exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Despite her defiant words, a blush crept onto her cheeks, as if a secret had been uncovered. My dear Miss Lin, your eyes are nearly popping out. How can you claim I am speaking falsely? Yang Chen, clad in yoga pants and a shirt paired with a sun-protective jacket, settled onto the opposite bench, one long leg crossed over the other, her expression rife with scrutiny. Tell me, could it be that you have genuinely taken a liking to this boy? What redeeming qualities does he possess that would warrant such concern from you, Miss Lin? This time, even Yang Chan's curiosity was piqued, for Lin Yue's demeanor resembled that of lovesick individuals yearning for the unattainable. She had come here early in the morning and lingered for over an hour, merely to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chen for a mere few seconds. Lin Yue took a sip of her coffee and replied, "Enough with the nonsense. Recently, he has gotten entangled with Zheng Xiaoming. Although my father has had a word with Zheng Xiaoming's father, these second-generation elites are notoriously arrogant, and one cannot be certain they won't resort to underhanded tactics. So, the esteemed Miss Lin has forsaken her morning training to play bodyguard for him," Yang Chen teased. "After I was abducted, I was left with psychological scars and was afraid to venture out for a long time. But he waited for me at the alleyway. It was only after seeing him every morning that I found the courage to attend school." That a hint of nostalgia flickered across Lin Yue's delicate features, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curling into a smile, for it was a memory both embarrassing and unforgettable. "That I knew it. There must be a story behind this," Yang Chen murmured, but soon adopted a serious tone. "Yue, I can empathize with your feelings, yet you must remember that you hail from two entirely different worlds. The affection you harbor for him will not bring him happiness but rather calamity. If a mere Zheng Xiaoming can make him suffer, what do you think a casual suitor, with just a flick of the wrist, could unleash? It would be tenfold in strength. Wake up, for the elegant egret soaring above can never be a lover to the lowly ants on the ground." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yue remained silent, her gaze drifting toward the window as she let out a soft sigh. Her concern was not for Yang Chen's words, but rather the recollection of the recent assessment regarding Jiang Chen's potential, which had revealed his inferior status, devoid of any prospect for cultivation. The ominous energy was rising, and indeed, the lives of ordinary people were less than those of ants. Lin Yue lamented internally. She understood that her feelings for Jiang Chen were not necessarily romantic. Rather, she cherished the kindness he had shown her and wished to leverage her own resources, even at a cost, to help him enter the realm of extraordinary individuals, even if his potential was minimal. She was determined to seek assistance from her master. However, the revelation of his inferiority severed all possibilities. Noticing Lin Yue's despondency, Yang Chen shifted the topic. By the way, Wei, there's a collective mission in 3 days. Will you be participating? This time, it is led by Qin Zhe, and it is said that this third heir of the Qin family has reached a considerable level in his Xingyi Quan, attaining peak strength. He is among the leading figures of the younger generation in Jiangbei City, having independently tackled 3D single incidents. With this collective mission added to his resume, he might even be able to join the ranks of the martial sect this year. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Yang Chan's eyes. With Qin Zhe's presence, and with you, Yue, this task is bound to be effortlessly accomplished. Moreover, stepping out to witness such youthful talents may lead you to realize that an ordinary individual possesses little of merit. Chapter 25. Arrival at the Villa. The peculiarities. Qin Zhe, Lin Yue pondered momentarily before shaking her head. No, I have already accepted a solo mission and lack the time. Her tone was somewhat aloof, and Jiang Chen refrained from saying more. After all, aside from not being a scion of a prominent family, Lin Yue, based solely on her capabilities, was indeed a leading figure among the younger generation in Zhongbei City. And she did not require to hitch a ride with the convoy. She could adeptly handle D-level incidents on her own. Jiang Chen had 2 classes in the morning, and after finishing his lessons and having lunch, he received a notification from his advisor, Sun Jibing, in the departmental group that it was time for everyone to gather at the square to wait for the bus. To his surprise, Jiang Chen discovered that Li Jia was also present. A rarity considering this fellow was usually out chasing girls, often skipping classes as if it were routine. The illustrious Li Xiao has arrived too. Looking to mooch off a vacation at the villa? He teased. Bah, Li Jia retorted with indignation, but then his eyes twinkled mischievously. Isn't it just that I'm worried you, ungrateful brat, might be harmed in the desolate wilderness, hence I come to protect you. You're the kind I could take on 10 of, Jiang Chen replied, speechless. Head out. Li Jia leaned closer, winking. Let us face it, Jiang Chen, you're destined to remain single, vacation, gatherings, outdoors, and so many female classmates around. What a splendid opportunity. Look, this entire place is my hunting ground. That he flamboyantly gestured, as if proclaiming, this is all the territory I have conquered for you. Notably, the majority of the female classmates he pointed at were not angered. Instead, they shyly smiled back. Some even waved in greeting to Li Jie. As more people gathered, a luxury car approached from the distance. The driver opened the door, and Zhang Xiaoming stepped out, drawing the attention of numerous girls. Lu Shu, please take the car back. I will ride the bus with everyone, Zhang Xiaoming remarked, prompting the driver to depart. His approachable demeanor only elicited further admiration from several girls. Truly, Zhang Xiao is so polite. Are you serious? Someone could not help but exclaim. You know nothing. Though Zhang Xiao can be domineering, his courtesy towards the household staff reveals his high upbringing. He is both gentle and fierce, just my type. Indeed, Zhang Xiao must maintain a firm hand in managing the student council. He cannot be lenient all the time. This is his true character on display, though I am not one of Zhang Xiao's admirers. It must be said that we are heading to the villa sponsored by his father, so let us not speak ill of him. Exactly, some people eat with a spoon and then criticize their parents. One male student's remark of "Are you serious?" incited an onslaught from a group of female classmates. Jiang Chen observed from a distance. His lips twitching, he considered the possibility of hiring a group of female classmates to unleash a torrent of words against ghosts. Perhaps he could harvest a substantial amount of ghostly energy. Soon, the bus arrived, and everyone boarded their respective vehicles. Under the scorching sun, the air-conditioned bus buzzed with an atmosphere of fervor, as a group of students chattered animatedly, all eagerly anticipating the upcoming 2.5-day retreat. After all, this was a resort owned by the Zheng family, reputed to be exceedingly luxurious, with the cost of a single night's stay reaching astronomical figures. Even among the students from affluent backgrounds, few had ever had the opportunity to visit such an upscale locale. Li Jia nestled beside a rather attractive girl, eliciting a flurry of giggles from her. In the back row, Jiang Chen sat with Zhao Eru, who remained as still as a wooden post, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Jiang Chen cast a few curious glances at Zhang Xiaoming. Seated in the front row, his expression slightly peculiar. Compared to the day before, the handprint on Zhang Xiaoming's back had faded somewhat. This was rather unusual. After all, if left untreated, resentment tends to escalate, often culminating in dire consequences for the afflicted. Was there someone of exceptional skill assisting Zhang Xiaoming in dispelling a lingering curse? This thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind, accompanied by a hint of perplexity. If a curse was indeed present, why embark on a vacation? Could they not wait until the curse was resolved? There were questions, but they had already arrived, and soon enough, the truth would unveil itself. Jiang Chen chose not to dwell on it further, closing his eyes to rest and conserve his energy. After more than 2 hours, the bus exited the urban area, greeted by blooming flowers and fragrant wild grasses. Accompanied by the persistent chirping of cicadas, a clear indication of summer's arrival, the bus continued for nearly 3 more hours, traversing a tunnel, and ahead lay a meticulously maintained road flanked by numerous ornamental trees, revealing a vast resort in the distance. The architecture, a harmonious blend of ancient wooden structures and modern glass roofs, with gray-white stone walls, exuded the charm of a noble estate that a group of students, weary from the lengthy journey and on the brink of slumber, were suddenly invigorated by the sight. Sitting up straight, gazing around, and snapping photographs. The bus came to a stop at the parking lot at the end of the road, which had been specially constructed by the Jiang family for the resort, nestled against a mountain that shielded it from the summer sun's harsh rays, near an artificial lake. Upon disembarking, everyone immediately felt the refreshing breeze enveloping them, a stark contrast to the heat outside, as comfortable as being in an air-conditioned room. How exquisite! This was indeed the epitome of a summer retreat. The natural shade created by the terrain, trees, and lake was a testament to their refined enjoyment of life. What kind of life must the Jiang family lead? If only one could marry into the Jiang family, life would be nothing short of luxurious. The group of girls exchanged glances. Jiang Xiaoming smiled modestly, choosing not to speak. Perhaps it was the joy of being on a trip, or perhaps something else, but he was devoid of his usual arrogance and took the initiative to introduce himself to everyone. Just the excavation of this lake alone had seen an investment exceeding 50 million. Swimming was permitted, and the resort provided goggles and swimsuits for everyone to enjoy. As Jiang Xiaoming finished speaking, a group of resort staff, led by a middle-aged man, greeted them with enthusiastic shouts. On behalf of all the employees of the Jiang Group's elegant summer resort, we warmly welcome you, young Master Jiang, and all your classmates. Haha. Thank you. Thank you. Sun Jibing responded with a beaming smile, leading the applause. The sound of clapping echoed as everyone, eager to impress, excitedly surveyed their surroundings. I am the head of the villa. You may call me Steward Zhang or Uncle Zhang. Everyone, please follow me as we proceed to the accommodation to settle our luggage. Dinner is also being prepared. A middle-aged man approached, first smiling and nodding at Jiang Xiaoming, then turning his gaze towards a group of students. Under the guidance of Steward Zhang, the group walked along the path by the artificial lake, crossing a wooden arch bridge, and arrived at a building on the left side of the villa, adjacent to the lake. The architectural style here is quaint and elegant, with all structures constructed of wood. Several of the finest rooms are positioned right by the lakeside. Every corner is impeccably clean, infused with the aroma of high-end incense. The students are all abuzz with excitement, clamoring to stay in the lakeside rooms. A few girls even approached Jiang Xiaoming, playfully expressing their desire for a lakeview room. Among the crowd, Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat peculiar. He noticed a troubling detail. The houses were excessively clean, especially on the side facing the water. It would be quite normal for a bit of moss to be present, even enhancing the scenery. Yet, the exterior of these houses was spotless, the paint appearing as pristine as new. No, the paint was indeed fresh. Were these fragrances masking the scent of freshly applied paint? Why was the lakeside facade repainted? Had something occurred here, or was something crawling out of the water? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, a plethora of unsettling hypotheses swirling in his mind. Chapter 26. The name on the staff badge. Jiang Xiaoming summoned Steward Zhang for a brief conversation, to which the latter nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding, and subsequently assigned several female students to the finest rooms by the lakeside. Although the remaining students felt a tinge of regret, they recognized it was the host's prerogative and refrained from voicing discontent, each selecting their own rooms, typically sharing 2 or 3 to a room. Jiang Chen, Li Jie, and Zhao Eru opted for a room located at the corridor's exterior. After placing their belongings, Steward Zhang led everyone to dinner, held in a gray and white building with a glass roof. The meal was extravagant, featuring a variety of mountain delicacies and wild game. Once dinner concluded, the students, in small groups, eagerly dispersed to explore. Some ventured to the lakeside pavilion for photographs, others planned to swim, while some admired the flora and fauna. The resort was vast, and soon the students had scattered almost entirely. Jiang Chen also intended to take a stroll. Just as he stepped outside, he turned to Li Jie and asked, "What are you doing?" This lad had already struck up a conversation with a girl along the way. It was unusual for him to follow behind instead of pursuing her further. "Old Jiang, there's something amiss here," Li Jie replied, his expression unusually serious though. Jiang Chen was taken aback that if Zhao Eru had sensed something, that would be understandable, but Li Jie was an ordinary person. What could he possibly notice? While I was in the restroom at the restaurant, I suddenly overheard 2 people whispering next door. They were speaking very softly, as if plotting to kill someone. My initial thought was that a classmate was playing a prank, but they had considered every detailed step, which felt far too serious to be a joke. They mentioned waiting until everyone was asleep at night, quietly sneaking into that person's room, covering their head with a blanket, and then stabbing their neck with a knife. The more I listened, the more my heart raced with dread. They even discussed the gruesome details of dismemberment and burial, meticulously planning how to fabricate an alibi. When Li Jie reached this point, he cast a glance at Jiang Chen, whose face bore an expression of peculiar interest, and could not help but silently curse him as a pervert. You seem rather exhilarated by such a terrifying tale. Lao Jiang, you think I am merely spinning a yarn? Please, continue, Jiang Chen replied. Feigning rapt attention, Li Jie hesitated, his mouth opening and closing, the corners of his eyes twitching involuntarily, a clear sign of extreme anxiety. What is about to unfold may shatter your understanding of the world after over 20 years. Lao Jiang, are you truly prepared to hear this? Jiang Chen patted his shoulder. Shao Jie, do not hesitate. I have weathered far greater storms. Zhao Eru also approached, giving Li Jie a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Though he remained silent, his meaning was unmistakable. He too had faced similar challenges. Li Jie felt a slight alleviation of his fear due to their timely banter. Gritting his teeth, he finally spoke in a trembling voice. After much deliberation, I finally discerned the name of the person they intended to kill. You know who it is? It's me, Li Jie. At that moment, I failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Thinking it was merely a prank orchestrated by my classmates, that I bolted outside and flung open the door of the adjacent stall, only to find it completely empty. I initially assumed I had mistaken the stall, but upon glancing around, I realized all 6 stalls in the restroom were unoccupied. After scouring every corner of the restroom, I arrived at a chilling conclusion. Throughout my time there, I had been utterly alone. What terrified me most was discovering that the stall before me was covered in grotesque red characters, each one twisted and bizarre, as if someone had scratched them out with their nails. After sharing this, Li Jie inhaled deeply, his expression grave and serious as he gazed at his 2 classmates. He then noticed a glimmer of intrigue in their eyes. How fascinating. It appears you have attracted the attention of some unsavory entities, Zhao Eru remarked, nodding. Indeed, to have provoked not 1, but 2 spirits. Impressive, Jiang Chen added, giving a thumbs up. Li Jie was taken aback. You 2 even know how to converse. Do you also believe I've encountered ghosts? He said solemnly. It's highly probable. Jiang Chen nodded. He focused his supernatural energy in his eyes, allowing him to perceive the faint wisps of black resentment emanating from Li Jie, though the color was not too deep, indicating it was not an insurmountable problem. But fear not. I possess some knowledge regarding exorcism. Upon hearing this, Li Jie's eyes widened with excitement. I knew it. Lao Jiang, you are truly remarkable. You can do all this. Hurry. Teach me. It's simple, Jiang Chen replied. These 2 spirits plan to come and kill you tonight. You should jump into the lake and take your own life. Catching them off guard, Li Jie stared in disbelief. Lao Jiang, can you act like a human being? Zhao Eru interjected in a deep voice. I actually have a reliable solution. Li Jie sighed in relief, thinking that at least Eru was dependable. Didn't they say they would wait until you fell asleep tonight before stealthily ending your life? Do not sleep tonight. Revel until dawn, leaving them no opportunity, Zhao Eru proclaimed. Li Jie pondered for a moment, contemplating the feasibility of this suggestion, yet soon a troubling thought crossed his mind. Does this mean that if I endure through tonight, I will be safe? Zhao Eru shook his head. No, once haunted by a ghost, one remains ensnared for a lifetime. However, fret not. As long as you refrain from sleep in the future, they shall not harm you. Li Jie responded. If I must never sleep, I won't even have to wait for the ghosts to strike. I might very well drop dead myself, so you want me to bring about my own demise, ensuring that the ghosts are left without a trophy. Is that it? As long as you stick with good Eru or me, you will not perish, Jiang Chen interjected, suddenly striding forward as he noticed an employee sweeping on the arch bridge in the middle of the artificial lake. Her movements were peculiar, gripping the broom by its end, extending it far to sweep the edges of the bridge, seemingly preferring to exert greater effort rather than approach the water's edge. Jiang Chen advanced, while Zhao Eru cast him a meaningful glance, and Li Jie stood in place, deep in thought. Hello, beautiful. Allow me to introduce you. That gentleman over there is young Master Li of the Li Group. He just mentioned he finds you quite lovely and wishes to make your acquaintance. But alas, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the 20-something female employee looked towards the lakeside. Upon seeing Li Jie adorned in designer attire and comparing his appearance to that of the renowned tycoon from Jiangbei City, she instantly surmised that he might indeed be the genuine young Master Li. Alas, what? She inquired eagerly. Alas, my dear, your sweeping technique gives the impression that you may not be particularly astute. Jiang Chen sighed. Is that what you mean? The female employee was not offended. Instead, she offered an explanation. There is a reason for this. You see, a woman perished in this lake, and since then, several others have inexplicably drowned here at the resort. Everyone claims it is a vengeful spirit demanding retribution. By the way, could you pass my WeChat to young Master Li? Jiang Chen nodded, realizing that to extract useful information, Li Jie would need to make a sacrifice. Saying this, he opened his phone, revealing a QR code. The name is indeed mine. Haha. Did young Master Li truly say I am attractive? The female employee's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily disregarding her composure. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen scrutinized the information on WeChat, his brow furrowing. Sun Dai? The name tag on her chest distinctly read Lu Ho Hot. Chapter 27. The housekeeper without a shadow noticing Jiang Chen's puzzled gaze directed at her name tag. Sun Dai hesitated, glancing around several times to ensure no one else was present before whispering, "Please do not mention this to anyone. Otherwise, I might lose my job. Truth. We only recently transferred here. So our uniforms and name tags have yet to be updated. We are still using those of the previous employees," she continued. According to Supervisor Wu, the last batch of employees was dismissed for misconduct. But there are whispers that they were not actually terminated at this point. Sun Dai ceased her discourse, though. If they were not terminated, what could it possibly mean? Did they perish? Jiang Chen feigned ignorance. Sun Dai fixed her gaze intently upon him. That is merely your conjecture. I have not elaborated further. Ding. As the voice of a friend echoed in the air, Sun Dai was momentarily taken aback, only to spot Li Jie in the distance, waving at her with a gentle smile. To her own surprise, she had indeed made the acquaintance of a wealthy young gentleman. Overcome with joy, Sun Dai advised Jiang Chen, "Allow me to offer you a piece of counsel. Once night falls, refrain from wandering outside and retire to your room for rest as soon as possible. The rooms near the lakeshore are particularly unsafe. It is imperative to ensure that the doors are securely locked, and it would be wise to barricade them with something substantial." Why? Jiang Chen inquired. 3 days ago, a guest mysteriously vanished from one of the lakeside rooms. I happened to rise early that day and noticed that the exterior walls of one room bore a series of deep scratch marks, as if some creature had crawled in through the wall. However, those marks were later painted over by Steward Zhang, so most people are likely unaware of the incident that as for the necessity of locking the doors. It is because, not long ago, one of our cleaning staff went missing. She used to work with me at a hotel under the Zhang Group and had a penchant for pilfering high-end toiletries and tissues after guests checked out. One evening, she noticed a door ajar and decided to verify whether the guest had departed early, hoping to be the first to enter and seize the opportunity. As she peered through the crack, she caught sight of a drenched female ghost. This tale was relayed to us by her that very night, but we dismissed it as the ramblings of an elderly woman. Little did we know that the following day, she had vanished. Even more alarming, on the night following her disappearance, while we were asleep, we heard what seemed to be someone attempting to push open the door. Fortunately, our dormitory was locked that evening. Upon waking the next day, we discovered that a colleague from the adjacent dormitory was missing. According to her roommate, they had heard the sounds of a door opening and closing, yet there were no sounds of anyone getting out of bed. You understand what this implies, Sun Dai? Before she could continue, a stern voice rang out from afar, and a middle-aged woman clad in a suit, resembling a hotel manager, approached Wu Jia. Sun Dai shuddered in fear. Chatting during work hours, slacking off, and disturbing guests. Your bonus for this month is forfeited. Do not let me catch you at it again. Wu Jia exuded an authoritative presence, and after a few terse remarks, Sun Dai could only lower her head in submission. Returning to her task of sweeping the floor, Wu Jia then turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen, her expression far from amiable, but she managed to muster a perfunctory smile. Please do not take offense, esteemed guest. These employees are merely country girls, prone to idle chatter. I hope they have not disrupted your rest. It was evident that the management at Zheng's Mountain Villa maintained a professional demeanor, capable of reprimanding their subordinates while ensuring a cordial facade for their guests. Not at all, Jiang Chen replied with a fleeting glance at her before turning to leave. That he refrained from defending Sun Dai, for such an action would only lead the supervisor to feign compliance with the guest's wishes while inevitably enforcing her decision. Otherwise, her authority among the staff would be significantly undermined. As he distanced himself, he opened WeChat and sent Sun Dai a red envelope of 3,000 yuan to compensate for her loss. He then glanced at the darkening sky. Let us return to the guest room. Li Jie has unwittingly entangled himself with 2 malevolent spirits, and it would be wise to retreat for the time being. In room 106, Jiang Sini, feeling nauseated from the car ride, returned early to rest after dinner. As she drifted in and out of sleep, she was suddenly startled by a creaking sound. It seemed as though the door to her room had swung open. Who could it be? I distinctly locked the door. How did I not hear the key turning? Puzzled, she turned over in bed and glanced towards the entrance. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet light from the corridor illuminated the space, allowing Jiang Chen to first notice a sliver of light cast on the floor through the crack of the door. Raising her gaze, she beheld a pair of furtive eyes, lined with wrinkles at the corners. Who could it be? The housekeeping lady, perhaps. Recalling her earlier encounter, she remembered a housekeeper bent over, tidying up the corridor, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. The woman must have accidentally pushed the door open. Jiang Chen pulled the covers over herself, intending to resume her slumber, but just as her eyes began to flutter closed, a detail caught her attention, instantly banishing her drowsiness. There was someone standing at the edge of the door, yet the light she remembered seeing moments ago was a continuous beam, devoid of any shadow of the housekeeper. After a brief moment of hesitation, she emerged from her cocoon of blankets, cautiously surveying the scene. The housekeeper still lingered by the threshold, scrutinizing the interior with ill intent, while the light on the floor remained undeniably intact. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in horror as a chill crept up from her core. A terrifying thought struck her. When the staff had welcomed everyone to the resort, most of the female employees appeared quite young, with the oldest being a woman resembling a supervisor, yet she bore no discernible wrinkles. That moment, Steward Zhang had proclaimed that all employees were there to welcome the guests. If he had not been lying, it meant that the woman outside was not a staff member of the resort at all. Or perhaps she had once been, but now she was deceased. The more Jiang Chen pondered, the more her fear intensified. She instinctively clutched the covers tighter, trembling uncontrollably as her heartbeat quickened. Is anyone there? Suddenly, the woman outside called out, her voice dry and hoarse, laced with a sinister undertone. Jiang Chen dared not respond. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? The woman repeated her inquiry several times. Finally, a sly smile crept across her face. If no one is home, I might just come in. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, caught in a dilemma. If she remained silent, the woman would surely enter. But if she replied, wouldn't that expose her presence? If the guests have left, I shall come in to retrieve something. The lady's smile grew more pronounced as she slowly began to widen the door. Jiang Chen's heart raced. She realized that the woman's gaze was fixed intently upon her, and what she intended to retrieve could very well be her own head. The enormity of her terror rendered her breathless, engulfing her in a wave of despair. No, please do not enter. Jiang Chen silently prayed in desperation. At that moment, Jiang Chen, Li Jie, and Zhao Eru arrived outside the corridor of the guest rooms. Chapter 28. Playing soccer. Humans and ghosts. What is this lady doing? Is she trying to steal from the guest room? Li Jie immediately spotted the sneaky figure of the woman crouched by the door. Beside him, Zhao Eru bared his teeth in a grin. What she seeks to steal is not merely the guests' belongings. Rather, it is their very lives. What do you mean? Li Jie turned to Zhao Eru, only to suddenly realize, where is old Jiang? Zhao Eru remained silent, merely nodding his chin forward. Li Jie lifted his gaze and beheld Jiang Chen, who, in a manner more furtive than that of an old woman, was stealthily inching closer to her. Pressed against the wall that it appeared he held something in his hand. What was he planning to do? Li Jie found himself in a daze. Zhao Eru also refrained from speaking, primarily because he too was bewildered by Jiang Chen's actions. Throughout the journey, he had discerned that Jiang Chen was indeed a person from the realm of the extraordinary, albeit lacking in strength, his physical prowess barely reaching D-. The old woman ahead exuded a dense aura of resentment. She was a bona fide malevolent spirit that a mere individual at the nascent threshold of D stood little chance against such a wraith, almost guaranteed to meet a grim fate. Zhao Eru took a few steps forward, poised to intervene, harboring little faith in Jiang Chen's capabilities. Meanwhile, the old woman wore a sinister grin as she slowly pushed open the door. Inside the room, Jiang Chen gasped for breath, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She was drenched in sweat, her face streaked with tears. Overcome by terror, she realized that the half-visible visage of the old woman was ghastly pale, emanating a putrid stench. Anyone could ascertain that this was no living being. A ghost, a specter. Who could come to my rescue? Save me. Jiang Chen silently implored in despair. The old woman's smile deepened, deliberately pushing the door open at a leisurely pace. Her nose twitching as if savoring some unseen essence, her aura of resentment intensifying. This was the method by which spirits grew stronger. Old woman. A thunderous crash reverberated, almost deafeningly close to the old woman's ear. She jerked her hand, nearly losing her wits, stumbling back several paces, eyes wide as she beheld a young man brandishing a large megaphone. She raised her hand, pointing at Jiang Chen, her body trembling with rage. The old woman, consumed by wrath, felt her ghostly energy surge by 50. What is wrong with you? You nearly frightened me to death. Yet before she could finish her tirade, Jiang Chen thrust the megaphone once more towards her face. Bellowing, old woman, what were you just doing? Spying on our male classmates while they bathe. The volume of the megaphone reached its peak, nearly deafening the old woman. Ghostly energy 30. Old woman, you truly are ageless in spirit. The old woman seethed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Ghostly energy 45. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the young man before her. You could speak without that megaphone, you know? Is it necessary to aim it at my face? Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her, and a sinister smile graced her lips as she cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen. Then, with a snap, her head detached, crashing onto the corridor floor, her face adorned with a malevolent grin. Heh. Young man, will you continue to shout at my head with that megaphone? This bizarre scene was enough to induce heart attacks in many. Jiang Chen stood still, pondering for a fleeting moment, before his eyes brightened. Abruptly discarding the megaphone, he seized the old woman's head and dashed out into the corridor. The old woman was momentarily stunned, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Her headless corpse staggered forward in pursuit. Yet, without her head, even walking became a challenge. In the meantime, Jiang Chen had already re-bang. Her head soared through the air like a football, tracing an arc as it sailed over the artificial lake. Ultimately landing in the parking lot across the way, the elderly woman was driven to a frenzy, her rage intensifying to a staggering 75. She could scarcely fathom that, upon the descent of her own head. Rather than instilling terror in her adversary, it was instead seized and taken away. How brazen could one be? Li Jie and Zhao Eru stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling at the absurdity of it all. Just then, the headless corpse of the woman staggered out, its steps unsteady, resembling a headless fly as it rushed forward, desperately seeking its missing head. Ligs swallowed hard. The fact that the headless body was still animated was undeniably supernatural. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he witnessed Jiang Chen approach, suddenly crouch down, and extend ALEG.I. In the next instant, the already unsteady corpse was tripped by Jiang Chen, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. It seemed infuriated, flailing its limbs in an attempt to grasp the one who had caused its fall. However, by that time, Jiang Chen had already distanced himself, leaving the creature to grasp at air in vain before it resumed its aimless pursuit of its head. Jiang Chen advanced once more, crouching and extending his leg. Bang! A seamless series of maneuvers ensued, toppling the elderly woman yet again. What on earth is Jiang doing? Li Jie felt his initial dread dissipate. Beside him, Zhao Eru's lips twitched in disbelief. This was the first time he had witnessed such a singular approach to dealing with a ghost. How absurd! You are more dogged than the specter itself. Thus, Jiang Chen repeatedly tripped the headless corpse 5 or 6 times, until it became evident that the elderly woman had ceased to contribute further to the atmosphere of terror. Finally, he unleashed a powerful punch, the surging energy obliterating the remnants of the malevolent spirit. Ding! Jiang Chen glanced at the notification, noting that this ghost had yielded nearly 400 points of ghostly energy. This was indeed remarkable, especially considering that, in terms of strength, this woman was akin to the nurse from earlier, one of the weakest of the malevolent spirits. Quite impressive. I have made progress to accrue nearly 400 points from a low-tier ghost, and my foundational strength proves sufficient to contend with even the most feeble of spirits. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, brimming with excitement. Yet, he also recognized that this was a stroke of luck. The elderly woman had been foolish enough to drop her own head, significantly diminishing her power and providing him with an unexpected advantage. Jiang Chen, you're incredible, Li Jie exclaimed, clearly elated. Zhao Eru's eyes also sparkled with intrigue. Having gleaned something from the encounter, Jiang Chen waved his hand, ready to exchange some playful banter, when suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. He turned to see a group of students gathered, including Sun Jibing and Supervisor Wu Jie, clustered around a particular spot. What could have transpired? He decided to investigate. For the time being, he chose not to check on Jiang Chen. Her room was not situated near the lake, and with the ghost now vanquished, there was little danger for the moment. Chapter 29. Entangled scissors. A cluster of students surrounded a central figure, with the economics advisor Sun Jibing wearing a grave expression. What are you saying? Jiang Chen has disappeared. How could a perfectly healthy person simply vanish? In front of him stood a female student clad in denim shorts and another in a short skirt, both wearing expressions of palpable anxiety. The young woman clad in denim shorts gestured towards the opposite shore of the lake and recounted, "When we wandered over there, we encountered a gardener trimming the trees." Jiang Chen has always been passionate about gardening. She expressed her desire to go learn from him, so the two of us proceeded to explore other areas. However, upon our return, she had vanished, the girl in the short skirt added. Moreover, the gardener was also nowhere to be found. And even the potted plants he had trimmed had been removed. This led us to suspect that Jiang Chen may have encountered a perilous situation. "Have you made the call?" Sun Jibing inquired with an anxious expression. As the team leader, if a student were in danger, it would spell significant trouble for him. "Yes," but no one answered. Several students replied, "Mr. Sun, please do not fret. I have already dispatched the staff at the lodge to search for her." Given the gravity of the situation, Supervisor Wu had hastily arrived on the scene. She hesitated slightly before addressing the two girls. "But are you certain that it was indeed a gardener you encountered?" "Certainly. He was wearing the lodge's uniform and wielding a large pair of shears while trimming the trees," the girl in shorts asserted with conviction. "However, we do not employ a full-time gardener at our lodge. Typically, we hire a professional horticulturist for trimming every 3 months, with the last session occurring half a month ago." Supervisor Wu's words darkened the expressions of those present. "Are you suggesting that the gardener was an imposter? That significantly increases the likelihood of him being a nefarious individual. Moreover, the missing person is a young girl in this desolate wilderness. One can hardly fathom the tragedy that might have unfolded." At that moment, Jiang Chen, who had been listening intently from the side, stepped forward, having keenly identified a discrepancy. If the intention was to abduct a female student, why take the trimmed potted plants as well? "Zhang Lu, what did the potted plants you saw look like?" he inquired. The crowd turned to Jiang Chen with a hint of confusion, wondering why he chose to speak at that moment. However, Zhang Lu, already on edge, instinctively replied, "They were a type of tree that stands about the height of a person. It should be a tree, as no other plants could grow that tall at a height of a person." Supervisor Wu, upon hearing this, instinctively raised her voice. What did she know? Jiang Chen directed his gaze towards her, but she stammered, appearing reluctant to divulge any information. "That Wu supervisor, my student has encountered trouble at your lodge. You would do well to provide me with an explanation. If you are aware of anything, please speak up promptly, lest the authorities come to question you." Sun Jibing clenched his teeth, glaring at Supervisor Wu like a furious beast. Although he typically maintained a degree of civility, the safety of his student was at stake. The obvious withholding of information from someone who was clearly informed nearly incited him to unleash his fury. The group of students also turned their gazes towards her. Supervisor Wu, known for her strict demeanor towards subordinates, akin to a fearsome tigress, felt a twinge of trepidation when confronted by the scrutiny and demands of outsiders. After all, she could not withhold their bonuses, and now that a companion of theirs had gone missing, there was no telling what impulsive actions they might resort to. "Everyone, please remain calm. That I must clarify that we do not possess any trees that reach the height of a person. The majority are merely small potted plants. Additionally, the last horticulturist who visited here experienced an unfortunate incident. He perished within the lodge." She glanced around a few times as she spoke softly. "Please help me keep this a secret. If Zhang the steward finds out about this, I am finished." That a gardener had perished in the villa, the abrupt revelation sent a shiver through the group. Yet, what connection did this have to Jiang Chen's disappearance? "Director Wu, you cannot possibly be suggesting that my student was taken by a ghost, can you?" Sun Jibing's expression darkened. "At such a moment, are you still jesting with us?" Director Wu did not reproach his demeanor, but regarded the assembly with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "You do not understand. The gardener's death was shrouded in mystery. That very night, while pruning the willows by the lake, his scissors accidentally fell into the water. He first went to the tool room to retrieve a magnet for fishing it out, and then he returned for his swimming goggles. He informed the tool room attendant that he suspected the scissors were ensnared by aquatic plants and that he would have to dive in himself to retrieve them. However, he never returned after leaving the tool room, and it was only the following day that we discovered his body in the water. Do you know where the strangeness lies in this incident?" A group of students furrowed their brows, and at that moment, Sun Jibing's eyes widened in terror as he uncertainly remarked, "If my memory serves me right, to ensure safety, The lake must be free of aquatic plants for swimming qualifications. Indeed, our villa maintains the highest standards. We clear the aquatic plants every 2 days, making it impossible for anything to grow that could entangle objects. Director Wu stated gravely. The gardener's death was peculiar. And since then, numerous strange occurrences have transpired at the villa. Several guests and staff members have gone missing, with some claiming to have seen these missing individuals at night, transformed into potted plants. Upon hearing Director Wu's words, a tremor coursed through everyone's hearts. Such terrifying tales lurked within this place. Yet, these were merely rumors. Since my arrival, I have not heard of anyone encountering misfortune. Director Wu managed a strained smile. Do not fret. The villa staff will surely locate your classmate. As she spoke, Jiang Chen suddenly cast a deep glance towards a particular spot across the lake, as though he had discerned something. Without alarming anyone, he stealthily made his way over. Meanwhile, a girl in a short skirt was bound to a piece of wood, the lower end inserted into a large pot filled with soil. As if she had been transformed into a potted plant, the girl was Jiang Chen, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. In her line of sight were 7 or 8 other potted plants, the distinction being that the individuals within those pots had long since perished. Some of the corpses were decayed and reeking, while others were mangled and bloody. A middle-aged man held a large pair of scissors, meticulously pruning one of the potted plants, occasionally glancing back at Jiang Chen. His gaze was as venomous as that of a snake. Each time he looked at her, Jiang Chen's body would convulse violently, her heart filled with overwhelming dread. Her face was streaked with tears as she repeatedly cried out, "Help me! Save me! Please!" Her voice was faint, for she had been calling for over half an hour. Yet when her 2 companions had passed this way earlier, it was as if they had not seen her at all. There is no need to shout. Once I have meticulously sculpted you into the most exquisite work of art, I shall return you to your friends for their admiration. The middle-aged man snipped off a finger. Turning to Jiang Chen as he spoke, his voice was gentle, embodying the poise and grace of a master gardener. Yet, to Jiang Chen's ears, it was more terrifying than a devil's whisper. Chapter 30. The potted plants behind. He chuckled softly. This one is nearly complete. Next, I shall trim away the excess branches and leaves. The horticulturist cast a satisfied glance at his creation, a woman's corpse, devoid of ears and fingers, clad in the uniform of a serene mountain resort. Then he turned his gaze upon Jiang Chen, surveying her as if contemplating how to transform her into a suitable potted specimen. Jiang Chen, having wept to the point of exhaustion, found the act of body mutilation less horrifying. After all, when fear reaches its zenith, only numbness remains. However, at that moment, a shiver ran through her, and her body trembled violently. The horticulturist's gaze lingered on a particular part of her, and she felt as though it had been severed. Amplifying the terror within her, "Oh, please no." The horticulturist approached with scissors the length of a forearm, the cold metal gliding down her arm, arriving at her fingertips. The blades slowly closed, slicing through her delicate skin. Jiang Chen gasped, her mouth agape, as sweat and tears mingled upon her pallid face. She was on the brink of fainting. Snip! The horticulturist merely clipped a segment of her nail, yet Jiang Chen erupted into a frenzied scream. Her voice escalated from a shriek to a hoarse cry, as if her throat might shatter. Humph! Ha. The horticulturist erupted in maniacal laughter, running a hand through Jiang Chen's long, dark hair, relishing the moment as he inhaled deeply. "Do not fear. I shall proceed step by step, beginning with your nails, then your fingers." Jiang Chen arrived at the lakeside where Zhang Lu had mentioned Jiang Chen's disappearance. Before him lay an empty expanse, devoid of anything. A ghostly wall. He concentrated, summoning his supernatural powers, and wisps of dark energy materialized before his eyes. Suddenly, bizarre potted plants appeared, each anchored by a wooden pole, with corpses bound to them, legs together, arms outstretched, presenting an eerie tableau. Without illumination, one might mistake them for ornamental trees. Before this macabre display, a middle-aged horticulturist wielded a large pair of scissors, meticulously trimming the nails of a girl on the verge of psychological collapse. Her throat emitting hoarse cries. Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he rose onto his toes, stealthily advancing. He had barely moved when the horticulturist seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head. Yet, his gaze fell solely upon his collection of potted creations. Failing to detect any suspicious presence. It seems I was mistaken, the horticulturist muttered, returning to his grim task. Unbeknownst to him, concealed behind one of the potted plants, a young man stood with arms outstretched, flawlessly hidden. I can make use of these potted specimens, Jiang Chen murmured inwardly. Ordinary individuals would undoubtedly never entertain such a frenzied notion, for the so-called potted plants are, in fact, nothing more than grotesque corpses. He cradled one of these potted plants and slowly advanced forward. Jiang Chen had taken only 5 or 6 steps when the horticulturist, perplexed, turned his head once more, yet his line of sight remained solely upon his own potted plants. What is amiss? I can't shake the sensation that something lurks behind me. The horticulturist pondered anxiously, his ghostly aura intensifying by 15, and after observing for a few moments without any revelations, he turned back and resumed trimming Jiang Chen's nails, now working on the 7th finger. Jiang Chen held the corpse close and continued his silent approach towards the specter. If he were to rescue the person, stealth was imperative. Throughout this endeavor, he silently recited, "Transform the demon, special envoy, ding." He randomly acquired the divine ability, Mighty Bull Demon Fist. Crack. Crack. The horticulturist finally completed the trimming of 10 nails. Casting a subtle smile at Jiang Chen, he grasped one of her fingers and slowly positioned the scissors above it. Upon contact with the icy blade, Jiang Chen felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively recoiled. But bound as she was, escape was impossible. "Please, I beg you, don't." At that moment, the horticulturist was suddenly struck by a wave of trepidation, prompting him to swiftly turn his head, yet his gaze remained fixed on his own potted plants. Truly uncanny. Why do I feel such fear? Could it be that something is indeed fixated upon me? The horticulturist's anxiety escalated, his ghostly aura rising by 25 this time. He scrutinized carefully and even counted, confirming that all the potted plants were as he had meticulously crafted, devoid of any foreign entities. Everything seems in order. Perhaps I am simply being overly cautious. Just as he thought this, he turned back and suddenly noted a detail that sent a chill coursing through him, every hair standing on end. If my memory serves me correctly, I had positioned the potted plants at a considerable distance. Why has one appeared so close to me? Previously, the horticulturist had focused on the quantity and appearance of the potted plants, only realizing in that fleeting moment that one had somehow crept to within a meter behind him. The horticulturist felt a bone-chilling dread, his ghostly aura spiking by 50 that he swiftly spun around. But this time, his eyes widened further, for a large, letter-shaped potted plant was nearly pressed against his back, and most alarmingly, its appearance was entirely unfamiliar. "This is not one of my potted plants. What manner of entity is this?" The horticulturist shuddered in fright. Jiang Chen grinned broadly, opting not to engage in further conversation, and bellowed 5 words. "Mighty Bull Demon Fist." With a sudden, forceful strike, his fist came crashing down. The horticulturist barely had time to raise his scissors in defense. The fist collided with the blades. Boom! The terrifying force was akin to a heavy truck colliding head-on. The horticulturist's body grotesquely contorted, bending into a shrimp-like shape. Yet it did not end there. Jiang Chen pressed down with his fist, driving the horticulturist's entire form mercilessly into the concrete floor. With a thunderous crash, the upper portion of the horticulturist's chest was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Ding! Horticulturist, evil spirit, eliminated. Ghostly aura 99. I end this encounter. The accumulation of ghostly aura was not substantial, but Jiang Chen's primary objective was to save a life, and thus he felt no significant regret. He cast a glance and observed that Jiang Chen had not sustained any serious injuries. Her nails were merely broken, and her hands bore a few scratches from the blade of the scissors. Faint traces of a sinister aura lingering above them, but he extended his hand, channeling his demonic energy into her body, effortlessly dispelling the malevolent presence. However, she appeared dazed, evidently shaken by the ordeal, when Jiang Chen grasped her hand. Her body trembled in fear, as if gripped by profound terror. "Jiang Chen, are you all right? Do you still recognize who I am?" Jiang Chen waved his hand in front of her, anxious that the girl might be driven to madness by fright. After several minutes of stupor, she finally regained her senses and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Jiang Chen, you saved me, right? It's dead, isn't it? It was a monster. Thank you, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen nodded, relieved that she was able to cry. He then picked up the scissors and freed her from her bindings. She collapsed weakly. He was there to support her. "Don't be afraid. Let's move over there. The others are waiting." Chapter 31. Never look back. When Jiang Chen brought Jiang Chen back, a large group of students had already gathered in the open area outside the guest room. Given the gravity of the situation, Sun Jibing had promptly sent a message for everyone to return. As they chattered animatedly about the events of the night, Zhang Lu suddenly shrieked, Qian. Thank goodness, you're back. Upon hearing this, Sun Jibing, who had been counting heads, swiftly turned around. Seeing Zhao Qian, he let out a long sigh of relief and strode over. Zhao Qian, how are you? What happened? Are you injured? A throng of students closed in around her. Seeing so many classmates, Zhao Qian wiped her tears and began to cry even harder, stammering, I'm fine. Jiang Chen saved me. I encountered a psychopathic murderer, but he didn't harm me. Luckily, Jiang Chen arrived just in time. That a psychopathic murderer? The crowd gasped in horror, glancing in astonishment at Jiang Chen, who, despite his usual demeanor of humility, had proven remarkably valiant in rescuing Zhao Qian from such peril. How are you feeling? Do you need to go to the hospital? Sun Jibing cast a grateful look at Jiang Chen, realizing that without him, the situation could have spiraled out of control, before turning back to Zhao Qian. No, I'm fine. Zhao Qian shook her head, still reluctant to detach herself from Jiang Chen. If you're all right, why don't you get off, Jiang Chen? Jiang Sini remarked softly from the side. Having also been rescued by Jiang Chen earlier, she had recovered her composure and stood among her classmates. Everyone believed Zhao Qian had indeed encountered a murderer, but she knew that what she faced was a horror far more terrifying than any killer. Well, Zhao Qian's cheeks flushed. It took her about 7 or 8 minutes to walk back from the opposite shore. And though she had long since regained her strength, the terror of the experience made leaning against Jiang Chen feel safe, so she hesitated to let go. After finally releasing her grip, Zhao Qian discreetly glanced at Jiang Sini and noticed that she too was staring intently at Jiang Chen, which inexplicably caused her to snort disdainfully. Ligia, among the crowd, gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This lad had finally wised up, managing to charm 2 girls at once. Moreover, neither of the 2 young women were the seductive and unscrupulous individuals who would shamelessly solicit good rooms from Zheng Xiaoming. One hailed from a respectable family, while the other came from a modest background but was known for her diligent studies, earning her the reputation of a top student within the institute. Subsequently, Sun Jibing began frantically sending messages in the group chat, urging everyone to return. After realizing that the headcount was insufficient, he proceeded to make several phone calls to students. Finally, nearly 20 minutes later, almost all the students had returned. However, upon completing the headcount, Sun Jibing's expression darkened considerably. After making several more calls with no response, he solemnly stated, 3 students are missing: Yang Ji, Zhao Xiaodong, and Zheng Xiaoming. Does anyone know where they might be? Teacher, it seems that as soon as Zheng Xiaoming entered the villa, he went off with butler Zhang. A student pointed towards the direction of the entrance. Sun Jibing, being an adult, could easily piece together the implications of this information. Hearing this, he coldly acknowledged with a terse before turning to inquire, what about Yang Ji and Zhao Xiaodong? Their phones are unreachable. Does anyone have any insight? I recall Zhao Xiaodong mentioning he had a stomachache after dinner and went to the restroom in the dining hall. Yang Ji, being close to him, likely accompanied him there. A male student raised his hand to respond. Sun Jibing nodded in understanding. Everyone stay gathered here. Do not scatter. Jiang Chen, keep an eye on your classmates. He instructed the class monitor to oversee the group while he approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I must trouble you once more. Shall we go to the dining hall and take a look? Jiang Chen shook his head and turned to Zhao Eru. Should I go, or will you? Zhao Eru contemplated for a moment before responding. There are many people here. I will remain. His meaning was clear. He believed his strength was better suited for protecting the larger group. Very well. Jiang Chen replied as he turned to depart. Sun Jibing attempted to follow, but Zhao Eru grasped his arm firmly. Teacher, it would be best for you to stay here. Your presence would only complicate matters. Sun Jibing hesitated, then realized the wisdom in Zhao Eru's words and nodded in agreement. All right. As Jiang Chen made his way to the dining hall, he encountered a hurriedly approaching Supervisor Wu. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, she quickly inquired, have you found your classmates? Jiang Chen nodded in response. That's wonderful. Supervisor Wu sighed in relief, indicating her ignorance of many unfolding events. Tell me everything you know. What exactly has transpired in this villa? Jiang Chen called out to her. In his current state, exuding a fearsome aura, his gaze was intensely imposing, particularly in the shadows, resembling a predator ready for the hunt, sending a chill through Supervisor Wu's veins. Her voluptuous figure trembled slightly, and with an expression of fear, she replied, indeed, many incidents have occurred here. For instance, the previous batch of employees all perished, and I only transferred here a little over 20 days ago. I am aware of the horticulturist's demise. And there were also several suspicious deaths over by the dining hall. One of the deceased was the former night watchman. He was responsible for securing the villa's doors and lights after midnight before going to bed. However, during one of his patrols, he stumbled upon a murder in the second-floor foot massage parlor. It is said that the elderly security guard opened the door, only to be met with the horrifying sight of the victim's lifeless body. Overcome with terror, he hurriedly fled downstairs, intending to summon help. However, as he ran, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if an additional footstep echoed behind him. Time and again, he glanced back, yet saw no one. It was not until he reached the glass door outside that he caught a glimpse of a chilling scene in the reflection. Indeed, the murderer had been trailing him all along. Once discovered, the assailant swiftly ended the old guard's life. This account was relayed to me by another security personnel who, at the time, was stationed in the monitoring room and witnessed the entire ordeal. However, not long after, that very guard met a grim fate in the dining hall, his neck twisted backward in a most eerie posture. At this juncture, Supervisor Wu cast a wary glance around, seemingly gripped by fear. After all these incidents, do you still dare to remain here? Jiang Chen scrutinized her. To be frank, greed for wealth can be deadly. The Zheng family has promised me a substantial bonus of 500,000 for a month of service here. Supervisor Wu replied with a bashful smile. Furthermore, since that incident, the staff at the resort have circulated another ghostly tale. Rumor has it that if one hears an extra footstep while traversing the path from the restaurant to the guest rooms at night, they must not look back. Ignorance may be bliss, but should one turn to confront whatever lurks behind, it would unleash a frenzied assault, resulting in their demise. Chapter 32. The Conspiracy of Murderous Spirits. By the way, over 10 days ago, two guests met an untimely end on the route from the restaurant to the guest rooms. Upon examination of their remains, it was discovered that they were armed, seemingly conspiring to murder someone. However, on their way to the guest rooms, they inadvertently fell into the lake and drowned. Supervisor Wu recounted. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, glancing at the tranquil lake under the night sky, its surface undulating gently. Another drowning. The resort's peculiar tales all seem to intertwine with the specter residing in this lake. The housekeeper was killed after encountering the water ghost. The gardener perished in the lake, and now those two conspirators have also drowned within its depths. This water spirit must be of considerable significance. Perhaps all the secrets of this resort are bound to her. Zheng Xiaoming and Steward Zhang have entered the mountain. Tonight's events are undoubtedly linked to them. What could be their motive for such actions? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, disregarding Supervisor Wu as he made his way toward the restaurant. The area surrounding the resort was devoid of light. The night so dark it felt like as he drew nearer to the restaurant. The air grew increasingly frigid, confirming that there was certainly more than one ghost lurking within. Upon pushing open the glass door, Jiang Chen stepped inside, immediately assaulted by the metallic scent of blood. He navigated through the darkness, only to trip over an object beneath his feet. Activating his phone's flashlight, he looked down to find a severed human hand. Raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of a corpse, its eyes wide open in a horrifying stare, a knife embedded in its neck, clad in the uniform of a resort employee. Thick, viscous blood pooled on the floor. Jiang Chen reached out to touch it, finding it still warm. This individual had likely met their end at the hands of the two conspirators, who appeared to plot audibly beside their victim before ultimately delivering the fatal blow. Li Jie has also attracted the attention of these two specters, and unless fate intervenes, he will likely meet a tragic end tonight. However, at present, it appears that the two apparitions have yet to make their move against him. They are presumably still lurking within this restaurant. Jiang Chen withdrew the knife from the neck of the employee's corpse, gently closing the wide-open eyes, and rose to make his way toward the restroom. As he reached the corridor leading to the lavatory, he heard a heavy panting and a cautious voice calling out, "Lao Yang, Lao Yang, where are you? Are you still alive? Damn it, this wretched phone. Why can't I get through at such a critical moment? I don't want to die yet." A voice, seemingly filled with anger but concealing a deep-seated fear, echoed through the corridor. Jiang Chen recognized it as Zhao Xiaodong, a decent classmate from the courtyard, often eager to assist others, moving books and guiding newcomers. He was well-liked. Taking a few steps forward, Jiang Chen observed a figure pressed against the wall in the hallway, frantically tapping on his phone, sweat streaming down his face. Casting frantic glances around, as if on high alert, it seemed the restaurant's circuit breaker had tripped. There was no light here, only the glow of his phone. The hallway was eerily silent, and Zhao Xiaodong's expression grew increasingly fearful as he grasped that he was not alone in this darkness. Or rather, that those two were not human at all. When Jiang Chen looked over, he noticed in the dim light of Zhao Xiaodong's phone that a ghastly pale face was lurking in the shadows beside him, watching with malicious intent. Yet Zhao Xiaodong remained blissfully unaware. "Zhao Xiaodong," Jiang Chen shouted, startling him. Zhao Xiaodong turned his gaze, asking, Who? Me. Jiang Chen replied, illuminating his phone and striding forward, deliberately speaking loudly. During this exchange, he saw the pale face glance at him before retreating into the darkness. Indeed, it seemed that the specters who plotted murder preferred secrecy. Once discovered, they temporarily abandoned their sinister intentions. Jiang Chen mused that he realized that these murderous spirits followed certain patterns, and once understood, one could better confront them. "Jiang Chen, why are you here?" Zhao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of conflict crossing his features, before he finally urged in a low voice, "Don't come any closer. Go find a teacher, call the police. There are ghosts." Though he knew such words might frighten the only other living soul, Zhao Xiaodong felt compelled to speak. On one hand, his inherently good nature prevented him from dragging another student into the fray during such a dire moment. On the other, only if Jiang Chen ran out to summon more people, or the police, would he stand a chance of survival. "Yes, I understand." Jiang Chen's reaction surprised him that he approached, looking at the somewhat dazed Zhao Xiaodong and asked, "What happened? Explain it to me clearly." You. Zhao Xiaodong wanted to say more, but upon meeting Jiang Chen's piercing gaze, he involuntarily shivered. Suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly explained, "Earlier, while I was in the restroom, I suddenly heard two people plotting next door. They seemed to be planning to kill someone, mentioning they would first pull the circuit breaker and then, under the cover of darkness, stab this person from behind. The more I listened, the more alarmed I became, for their plan was meticulously crafted, including details on disposing of the body and fabricating an alibi." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. This was quite similar to what Li Jie had mentioned earlier. It appeared that they were indeed confronted by the same specter. "But do you know who they intend to kill?" Zhao Xiaodong exclaimed in horror, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Zhao Xiaodong. They claim their target is Zhao Xiaodong. I initially thought it was Yang Ji playing a prank, and when I called for him, the voice next door suddenly ceased. When I rang Yang Ji's number, he answered, stating that he had long since wandered to the second floor and was not waiting for me in the restroom. Hastily, I pulled up my trousers and stepped out. But do you know what I discovered?" Jiang Chen interjected. The restroom was completely empty, and the adjacent stall was filled with ominous inscriptions of death. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaodong's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Jiang Chen. "Holy crap, are you also a ghost?" Jiang Chen replied, "Enough? If I were a ghost, I would have already taken you down. What did you do next?" Zhao Xiaodong considered this and continued, "I felt a surge of fear and dashed out of the restroom. However, as soon as I emerged, I heard a loud click, akin to a circuit breaker tripping, followed by the extinguishing of all the lights in the area. Those two scheming spirits had indeed made their move, pulling the power supplied, and my heart raced with dread, and just as I attempted to flee, I felt a blade slice across my back. In my panic, I recalled their threat to kill me from behind, so I pressed myself against the wall, managing to hold on till now." Jiang Chen nodded in surprise, casting a glance at Zhao Xiaodong. An ordinary person had survived by adhering to the murderous patterns of the ghosts, demonstrating a commendable level of composure and courage. Overall, Zhao Xiaodong was indeed a remarkable individual, likely destined for significant achievements in the future. "You did quite well. Now take 2 steps forward," Jiang Chen instructed. Zhao Xiaodong took a deep breath, gazing at him for an extended period before finally gritting his teeth and nodding. All right. He chose to place his trust in Jiang Chen. Zhao Xiaodong stepped away from the wall, exposing his back, where a shallow yet distinct knife wound glimmered with a hint of lingering resentment. He suppressed the pain and took 2 steps forward, all the while glancing nervously over his shoulder. After 2 minutes had passed without any blade emerging from the darkness, Zhao Xiaodong finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. That it seemed that when others were present, the scheming ghosts would refrain from striking. Jiang Chen murmured softly, placing a hand on Zhao Xiaodong's back to dispel the lingering malice, then proceeded forward. "Stay close." Jiang Chen intended to investigate the restroom to uncover the sinister plans the 2 ghosts had devised to eliminate him. Chapter 33. First kill one, then the other. The 2 entered the restroom and chose a stall to wait quietly. Late at night, the place was utterly deserted. shrouded in darkness due to the power being cut. Zhao Xiaodong's face was etched with anxiety. His words caught in his throat that he had instinctively followed Jiang Chen in a daze, but now he pondered a pressing question, knowing full well that the restroom harbored ghosts. Jiang Chen's actions were rather reckless. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from outside, resembling the stealthy movements of two figures sneaking in and quietly entering the adjacent stall. These were two men, their faces pallid, hands tucked into their pockets, seemingly concealing some deadly weapon. Upon entering the restroom, they cast a fleeting glance towards the adjacent stall, their lips curling into a smirk, just as one was about to speak. A sudden voice emanated from next door. By the way, have you heard? Such words typically heralded sensational news, prompting both spirits to perk up, eagerly pressing their ears against the restroom wall to listen intently. However, the conversation on the other side soon hushed, replaced by a series of whispered exchanges, leaving them only with indistinct murmurs that eluded their comprehension. Curiosity intensified. The two spirits strained against the wall, desperate to decipher the elusive dialogue. Before long, the voices ceased, giving way to another person's exclamation. "Is that true? How astonishing!" The urgency of the two spirits escalated, their frustration palpable as they yearned to rush over and grasp the full context. The spirit known as Zhou Haixin was consumed by anxiety, his ghostly aura surging by 20. What is this? There's something even more outrageous, came a higher voice from the other side. Instantly, the two spirits were captivated, pressing their ears closer to the wall, straining to catch every word. Yet again, they were met with a chorus of whispers. "Is there really such a thing? Today has truly opened my eyes," followed by another voice, filled with incredulity. Goodness gracious! Ghostly energy 40. The two spirits were nearly beside themselves, their ears itching with curiosity, desperate to uncover what could elicit such astonishment. Yet, when the subject of the matter arose, it paled in comparison to the gravity of the situation. Another voice chimed in, and once more, the whispers resumed. "The riddle master must perish." Ghostly energy 80. If the two spirits were not already deceased, their faces would have likely flushed with urgency at this moment. "I can't believe such a thing exists. No one would believe it if I told them," they thought. "This is trivial compared to what transpired in Class 3. That was truly sensational." As the anticipation built, Jiang Chen expertly prolonged their suspense, contributing a total of over 600 ghostly energy points. They were simultaneously vexed and yearning to uncover the full story of what was being discussed next door. This is unbearable. Just as they contemplated bursting forth to seize the heads of their living counterparts and demand clarity, the conversation took a darker turn as they began plotting murder. "Jiang Chen, are you truly going to do this?" Zhao Xiaodong's voice wavered, tinged with fear and authentic trepidation. Just moments prior, Jiang Chen had brazenly declared his intent to kill two individuals, one named Zhang Jingguo and the other Zhou Hai. "And how do you plan to accomplish that?" Zhao Xiaodong recalled Jiang Chen's earlier instructions and posed the question. Upon hearing this, the two spirits were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in cold laughter, pressing their ears even closer to the wall. Intrigued to hear how a living person intended to orchestrate their demise. Quite simple. First, we eliminate one, then the other, Jiang Chen replied, his plan evidently straightforward. Zhao Xiaodong's mouth fell agape. "What a brilliant strategy," he exclaimed, recalling the last time he had heard such nonsensical chatter. The two spirits chuckled in unison. Yet in the next moment, the ghost known as Zhou Hai found his smile abruptly frozen upon his face. A spring knife pierced through the restroom wall, impaling his skull, and a surge of demonic power erupted, instantly tearing apart the remnants of this malevolent spirit. Ding! The scheming ghost Zhou Hai, evil spirit, has perished. Ghostly energy 99. Zhang Jingguo, sensing the impending danger, immediately raised his head. Bang! The restroom wall suddenly exploded, splintering wood flying in every direction, as another enormous hand reached out, seizing his neck in a vice-like grip. With a fierce yank, he was dragged to the other side of the restroom. This hand was like an iron claw, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. The youth regarded him with a cheerful smile. Yet the gaze directed at Zhang Jingguo was as cruel as that of a fiend. Jiang Chen did not waste words. With a sharp crack, he crushed Zhang Jingguo's neck, leaving the body wedged in the restroom wall. The head dangling grotesquely from the neck, swaying back and forth. Ding-da-da! Zhao Xiaodong let out a piercing scream. The sheer visual shock of Jiang Chen's ghost exorcising methods was overwhelming. He might never forget the scene of this night. Jiang Chen, you can exorcise ghosts. We should seek out Yang Ji, for he may also be in peril, as I have been unable to reach him by phone. After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, Zhao Xiaodong's voice trembled as he spoke. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Zhao Xiaodong. Despite having recklessly faced such terror, he had not fled in fear. Though panting heavily, he still managed to think clearly. It seemed he had not misjudged. His classmate possessed considerable potential, a courage surpassing that of the average person, and a calmness far beyond the norm. Where is he? The second floor, the last time I called. He mentioned he had gone upstairs, but I remember upon entering, there was a sign prohibiting passage on the staircase to the second floor. It should have been sealed off that I know Yang Ji's character well. He would not dare to ascend knowing it was blocked. He must have encountered some trouble, Zhao Xiaodong analyzed. Jiang Chen nodded that he recalled what Supervisor Wu had said about the deceased night security guard. That death was linked to the foot massage parlor on the second floor of the restaurant. If you hear any additional footsteps behind us, inform me at once, Jiang Chen instructed, making his way up the stairs. Chapter 34 1, 2, 3. That in the pitch-black corridor, only the distinct footsteps of Jiang Chen and the tremulous breaths of Zhao Xiaodong, which he struggled to suppress, could be heard as they ascended to the second floor. A series of thud-thud-thud sounds echoed through the hallway. The noise initially raced toward the end of the corridor, then abruptly turned back, approaching their position. Jiang Chen raised a hand, signaling Zhao Xiaodong to step back 2 paces. While he leaned out to glimpse the darkness, faintly perceiving a figure rushing towards them, shouting, "I see you. Don't run. Stand still." It was Yang Ji's voice. Zhao Xiaodong whispered, a strange feeling rising within him. Has he lost his mind? In the dead of night, in a dark, deserted building, what could he be pursuing? Jiang Chen observed for a moment, and suddenly said, "Take a deep breath and prepare yourself mentally. Try not to be too anxious." He then offered one last instruction before quietly slipping into a room beside the staircase. Shortly thereafter, a tall young man came rushing over, immediately spotting Zhao Xiaodong. He raised a security baton, seemingly procured from an unknown source. "Ready to strike. It's me, Zhao Xiaodong." "Yang Ji, have you lost your mind?" Zhao Xiaodong shouted anxiously. The other party hesitated for a moment, took a couple of steps closer, scrutinizing him, before lowering the baton. "Oh, it's you. What are you doing here?" Zhao Xiaodong thought to himself. "Have you lost your memory? I came to use the restroom and asked you to wait outside. Now you're questioning how I got here. I just happened to pass by. By the way, why are you running around like a madman?" Zhao Xiaodong inquired. "Oh, I just found this on the first floor," Yang Ji replied nonchalantly, "and when I looked up, I saw a murderer running past me. So I chased after him." A strange sensation began to swell within Zhao Xiaodong. That wouldn't a normal person run away upon encountering a murderer? Yet you choose to pursue. He studied Yang Ji for several moments, sensing an unfamiliarity in his longtime friend, as if something was amiss that moment. Yang Ji scratched his head and murmured, "Odd. I clearly saw him run up here, but after searching several times, I still can't find him. Where could he have gone?" As he spoke, he took a couple of steps, his body tilting slightly. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaodong's eyes widened in shock, and he inhaled sharply. Until now, he had not noticed that an elderly man in a security uniform was following closely behind Yang Ji, also scratching his head and slightly leaning to the side, mirroring Yang Ji's movements. The difference was that while Yang Ji held a security baton, the elderly security guard wielded a sharp knife. No wonder Yang Ji claimed he couldn't find the person who had run up. That individual had been right behind him all along. Zhao Xiaodong clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, forcing himself to remain calm despite the tremor in his voice as he said, "Yang Ji, I think I just saw someone run towards that restroom. Why don't you go check?" "Really? That's wonderful," Yang Ji exclaimed with excitement, gripping the baton and hurriedly racing towards the left corridor. Zhao Xiaodong's legs felt weak. The old guard's pupils were mere whites, his cheekbones deeply sunken, as if the flesh beneath his skin had completely rotted away. Before he left, the guard turned to cast a glance at Zhao Xiaodong, a faint, eerie smile gracing his aged face, as if he had set his sights on him too. Yet, a thought struck him. He steadied himself against the wall as he stepped out, catching a glimpse of Yang Ji passing the first room on the left. In the darkness, another shadow stealthily emerged, closely trailing the guard, mimicking his every move. This person also brandished a sharp knife. Damn, Jiang Chen is utterly insane, sticking so closely to a ghostly figure. One must possess some serious mental instability to pull off such a stunt. Zhao Xiaodong's legs felt even weaker. Initially, Jiang Chen instilled a great sense of security in him, but as he became more familiar with him, he realized that the terror Jiang Chen brought was no less than that of a fierce ghost. Yang Ji reached the end of the corridor, where the main power supply to the dining hall had been cut, plunging all the rooms he passed into darkness, yet the restroom remained illuminated. Its large mirror reflecting the scene. Yang Ji cast a vigilant glance into the restroom, grasping the security baton as he tiptoed, intending to stealthily enter and catch the murderer off guard behind him. The security guard and Jiang Chen mirrored his actions. The scene transformed into an eerie tableau as the three of them moved forward, closely huddled together on their toes as they passed a mirror. Yang Ji caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, a flicker of doubt rising within him. Strange, why does it feel as though I am not the only one reflected in the mirror? He took a few more steps, and the security guard behind him momentarily faltered, thinking to himself, odd, why does it seem like there are not just two of us in the mirror? With a chilling sense of unease, the ghostly atmosphere intensified. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yang Ji turned to look into the mirror, and upon seeing the reflection, he was instantly petrified, his pupils dilating. So it is you. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the security guard's sinister voice. You've been discovered, so I suppose I must eliminate you. The guard raised his dagger high, aiming it at Yang Ji's back. However, at that moment, he too felt a wave of dread wash over him, glancing at the mirror once more, and was instantly frozen in shock. There, behind him, stood a young man with a dagger raised, wearing an eerie grin. There's someone behind me. This is insane. The ghostly energy surged to 50. You've been found out, so I must silence you. Yi Chen taunted, the dagger plunging down with sudden ferocity, piercing through the guard's back and into his heart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The guard emitted a strange sound, as if blood had lodged in his throat. Shockingly, he did not succumb immediately in a fit of rage. He twisted his body, swinging the dagger towards Jiang Chen. Hatred twisted his features. A fist tore through the guard's body, flesh scattering onto Yang Ji's face. The towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, let out a scream akin to that of a victim of violence. Chapter 35. The Diamond's Fierce Gaze. All beings bow their heads. That punch would surely leave Yang Ji with a lifelong psychological scar. However, after that harrowing scream, his mind finally cleared. He dropped the security baton. And as he recalled his previous actions, a chill ran down his spine. That I must be out of my mind to have pursued a shadow of a suspected murderer to the second floor, and to have been followed for so long. Thankfully, Jiang Chen data. Yang Ji glanced at Jiang Chen, who held a dagger in one hand and had his other hand piercing through the guard's body. Suddenly realizing that he might not yet be safe, he stepped back, leaning against the wall, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, sensing that his appearance might indeed be somewhat frightening at that moment, especially after what his classmate had just endured, decided to offer some comfort. He flashed a warm smile, appearing quite amiable. Yet, the blood splattered on his face, combined with his current posture and that eerie smile, revealing a set of stark white teeth, created a shocking visual impact. It was as though a deranged killer, having just committed murder, was now threatening a witness. Yang Ji was nearly driven to madness. But fortunately, Zhao Xiaodong arrived just in time, and after some explanations, managed to calm him down. In the midst of this unfolding drama, a notification echoed in Jiang Chen's ears, igniting a surge of delight within him. Ding! The transformation of the demon was complete. Congratulations to the host for permanently inheriting the divine ability. The mighty bull demon fist. At long last, fortune had favored him, a rare occurrence indeed. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. While the mighty bull demon fist may not rival the devastating power of the celestial blade of chaos, it is distinguished by its versatility. Although termed a martial art, its true essence lies in amplifying one's physical explosiveness in an instant. For instance, when he previously dispatched the scheming ghost with a dagger, it was this very explosive power that enabled such a swift and decisive strike. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, this divine ability might even be combinable with other powers, which is one of the unique characteristics of the mighty bull demon fist. Jiang Chen murmured in exhilaration, and then, accompanied by the two others, they hurried towards the guest quarters. Upon their arrival, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. A cluster of students huddled together, trembling in fear as they gazed towards the lake ahead. Zhao Eru stood protectively before them. His expression grim. It was evident that something sinister had transpired, as the air was thick with a faint, metallic scent of blood. What had happened? Jiang Chen approached. Jiang Chen. Zhao Qian seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, hastening towards him, her skirt swaying as she moved. Something terrifying just occurred. An employee from the villa was crossing the bridge when, suddenly, he clutched his throat, agony etched upon his face, as if he were drowning. His complexion turned a deep shade of red before he collapsed onto the bridge, flailing his limbs. That moment, Zhao Eru dashed forward. But just halfway across, we witnessed a drenched woman crawling out of the lake. Her face was ghostly pale, her hair a disheveled mess akin to aquatic weeds. She was a frightful sight. The woman was calling out a name. Rushing towards us, we heard her cries. We were overwhelmed with a sensation akin to suffocation, struggling to breathe, feeling as if we were on the brink of death. Fortunately, Zhao Eru returned, emanating a faint golden light that compelled the woman back into the water. Shortly after she submerged, the employee on the bridge was dragged down by a pale, emaciated hand, and soon after, a crimson wave surged forth from the lake, exuding a heavy stench of blood. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen understood. The lake's vengeful spirit could no longer be contained. It seemed that the other ghosts in the villa were somehow connected to her, and this water spirit was undoubtedly formidable. However, Zhao Eru's strength was indeed impressive, managing to force her back into the depths, preventing her from harming anyone. Just as he pondered how to confront this water spirit, Zhao Eru suddenly turned sharply, his gaze becoming dangerously intense as he fixed it on the entrance to the mountain not far away. Who? He demanded. Ha ha ha. What keen insight. I did not expect to find such a young master among this group of students. A somewhat familiar voice resonated. Moments later, a figure approached with deliberate steps. Sun Jibing, gritting his teeth, called out the identity of the newcomer, Butler Zhang. Even he, though not the brightest, could deduce that tonight's bizarre occurrences were likely orchestrated by the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoming had truly led him into a dire predicament. The other students, after a moment of stunned silence, turned pale with anger. Damn, that scoundrel Zhang Xiaoming. Damn it, if I encounter him again, I will surely skin him alive. Hee, rest assured, dear students, you will not have the opportunity to meet Zheng Xiao again. With a beaming smile, Butler Zhang approached, producing an object from his bosom. It was a palm-sized porcelain jar. Upon lifting the lid, a plume of dark mist erupted forth, coalescing at Zhang's feet into the shape of an infant. This infant bore a ghastly visage, its skin marred by dark veins that flickered ominously, with sharp, elongated teeth and pitch-black pupils. A ghostly servant. Zhao Eru's countenance darkened further. Are you from the ghost refining sect? Unworthy as I am Zhang Xianhai of the ghost refining sect. Butler Zhang stepped closer to the crowd, the ghostly infant trailing at his heels, emitting a sound that was a mix of laughter and weeping, its long tongue flicking out as it surveyed the students with gleeful delight. Do you not fear the underworld and the Dao Alliance going berserk for slaughtering so many? Zhao Eru inquired again. The surge of energy is premature. They are too preoccupied to care. Butler Zhang's tone remained calm, his gait unhurried. Their exchange sent the students' hearts racing. It was evident from Zhao Eru's words that he seemed uncertain of his ability to confront Butler Zhang. Let us dispense with the trivialities. You are the talented scions of the Zhao family, are you not? That will suffice for me to claim 500 points in the Dark Alliance. Ghost infant. Eliminate him. Whoosh. The infant on the ground transformed into a wisp of black mist, darting toward Zhao Eru at astonishing speed. Dragon and elephant transform misfortune into blessing. Zhao Eru clasped his hands together, chanting a Buddhist incantation. And within his wide-open tiger-like eyes, golden characters flickered faintly. His arms swelled abruptly, a layer of golden light enveloping his fists as he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The ghost infant was smashed apart. Yet Zhao Eru's expression shifted. He bore 4 or 5 blood marks on his forearm, emanating a faint dark mist. Half-step malevolent ghost. His tone was grave. You are not lacking either. The flicker of surprise crossed Butler Zhang's eyes. At this age, you are but a step away from C rank. It seems I underestimated you. Killing you would yield me at least 1,000 points. Kill me. A rare defiance flashed across Zhao Eru's normally simple face. Do you truly believe this little creature is my match? With myriad golden lights, I fortify myself. He advanced, a metallic sheen gradually enveloping his body, and with each step, the sound of bone and joint clashing like metal rang out. With a wrathful gaze, let all beings bow low, kill. He grinned widely, his strides morphing into a run. Though he recited the Buddhist chant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him, exuding an unmistakably sinister vibe. For the first time, Butler Zhang's expression shifted. A disciple of Longxiang Temple. Chapter 36. Leaning by the sea, Jiang Chen, loyal and righteous. Longxiang Temple. Upon hearing these three words, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. The Tao Alliance's 6 giants. Zhao Eru has such a formidable background. It is worth noting that when Chen Shui invited him to that collective mission, she described the formidable strength of that Qin Shao, suggesting that upon completing this task, he might have a certain chance to be accepted into the martial sect. The martial sect is also one of the 6 giants of the Tao Alliance. Though it is said that the cultivation methods of the Tao Alliance no longer align with the present age, for ordinary, extraordinary individuals, they remain peaks that can only be gazed upon with reverence. If one were to assert that aristocratic families represent the pinnacle of worldly power, then the Tao Alliance is undoubtedly the celestial realm of extraordinary beings. Even in its current state of decline, it remains on par with the underworld. The weight of the 6 formidable factions that govern the Tao Alliance is, without a doubt, self-evident. Moreover, Jiang Chen has long harbored a notion, the ancient and enduring power of the 9 provinces truly as simplistic as it appears? The apparent decay of the Tao Alliance might conceal far deeper reasons. Hehehe, disciples of the Dragon Elephant Temple, should I slay you, I shall reap immense rewards from this venture, after the initial surprise. Zhang Xianhai's face twisted into a sinister smile. He pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto a clay pot, muttering incantations under his breath. Meanwhile, the ghostly infant, who had been retreating under the relentless assault of Zhao Eru in his diamond body state, suddenly exhibited an eerie blood-red glimmer in his pupils, his malevolent aura swelling, and he began to match Zhao Eru blow for blow to that moment. The tranquil surface of the lake erupted with splashing sounds, accompanied by the indistinct voice of a woman. Return my life. Return my life. A ghostly woman, her skin swollen and grotesque, emerged from the lake, her face contorted with resentment, a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking fixed upon a group of students. Zhao Eru's expression darkened. This was precisely what he feared. There lurked a half-step malevolent spirit in the water, and the arrival of Zhang Guanjia left him with little recourse. Thus, this group of classmates was in peril. Why must you treat me this way? The ghost's overwhelming resentment surged as she advanced toward the students, her hands hanging limply, her head tilted at an unsettling angle of 60 degrees, her elongated eyes reduced to mere whites. A sight that sent chills down the spine. A gaggle of students, along with several staff members from the mountain villa, screamed in terror. Some, in their panic, suddenly clutched their throats, gasping for air as if drowning. At that moment, Zhao Eru spotted Jiang Chen rushing back, and his face lit up with hope as he shouted, "Jiang Chen!" Among the crowd, Jiang Chen had already been poised to act, nodding affirmatively. Good. He propelled himself forward, his feet pounding the ground, murmuring under his breath, "Transform demon, leaning sea dragon." Zhao Eru, entangled in combat with the ghostly infant, was momentarily stunned by this spectacle. What the hell are you doing? His intention had been for Jiang Chen to lead the students to safety. After all, a half-step malevolent spirit could slaughter this group of students in mere minutes. Yet Jiang Chen charged directly into the fray, which was utterly reckless. That was a half-step malevolent spirit. Was he offering himself up as a sacrifice? Don't go. Humph, seeking death. Zhao Eru wished to yell out another warning, but the ghostly infant lunged at him, its hand viciously reaching for his eyes, forcing him to focus entirely on the confrontation without the luxury of distraction. Ding. Randomly acquired divine ability. Minor water manipulation technique. A surge of clarity filled Jiang Chen's mind as he charged toward the ghostly woman without a shred of hesitation. Roaring, mighty bull demon fist, with ferocious explosive power coalescing within him, he launched himself at the ghostly woman, sending her crashing back into the lake, and he followed suit, plunging into the water. The ghostly woman was momentarily taken aback. "I am a water ghost. Are you insane for throwing me back into the water?" The water ghost, Sun Miling, was struck with astonishment, her ghostly aura increasing by 30 as she plunged into the water. The female water ghost appeared as a nimble fish, her emaciated arms grasping Jiang Chen's leg with overwhelming force, dragging him towards the lake's depths. Jiang Chen felt as though a colossal stone weighed upon his feet. "Ha, you brought this upon yourself." The ghost cackled ominously. That moment, outside, a group of students stood frozen in shock. Jiang Chen he plunged the ghost into the lake to save our lives. It was astonishing that this usually reticent classmate exhibited such profound loyalty. Some students clenched their fists in response. Jiang Chen is a good person. A number of female classmates felt tears welling in their eyes. Jiang Chen's classmate, Jiang Sini, attempted to rush to the lake's edge but was restrained by Sun Jibing and several others. But don't go. He is risking his life to hold back the ghost. Giving us a chance to escape, we cannot let him down. Sun Jibing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Classmates, run. We must not let Jiang Chen's efforts be in vain, he shouted through gritted teeth. Damn it. Lao Jiang. Li Jia was nearly frantic, held back by Yang Ji and several other male classmates. They all understood the terror of the ghost and recognized Jiang Chen's act as one of self-sacrifice. Swiftly, they turned and fled away from the lake's edge. But just then, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, akin to a high-powered bomb detonating, sending shockwaves through the ground. The water erupted into a geyser over 10 meters high. And some students who had not yet turned around bore witness to this miraculous scene. What just happened? Did someone throw a bomb into the lake? That was the ghost from before? Many students widened their eyes in disbelief. Witnessing the water splashes reveal the previously menacing ghost soaring high into the air. Her body riddled with countless fissures, her chest caved in as if struck with immense force, her face a ghastly mask of blood and flesh. What transpired beneath the water? Where was Jiang Chen? A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Their mouths agape in astonishment. That moment, they saw a head break the surface, followed by the entire figure, as if ascending in an elevator. Jiang Chen emerged from the depths. Standing effortlessly upon the water's surface, he gazed up at the descending ghost with an expressionless demeanor, his eyes resembling still waters, and extended a hand. Fingers splayed 0.5 streams of water, as thick as arms, surged up from the lake, ensnaring the ghost's limbs and lifting her 2 or 3 meters above the surface. Wow, so cool. Is Jiang Chen a celestial being? He must be the legendary practitioner of the arcane arts. This is incredible. Some students could not help but exclaim, while many others were left speechless, utterly stunned by the spectacle before them, a moment destined to be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The water ghost, Sun Miling, felt her courage falter, her malevolent aura diminishing by 99 points. Moments ago, at the lake's bottom, she had only seen this youth deliver a swift uppercut, and in the next instant, she felt as though she had been struck by a cannonball, her chest concaving and propelling her out of the water. The majority of her dark energy had been shattered by that single blow, leaving her consumed by fear. After a brief interval, Sun Miling felt a wave of shame wash over her, her malevolent aura decreasing by an additional 50 points. The notification echoed in Jiang Chen's ear, and he turned in surprise, letting out a soft cough. The female water ghost was bound mid-air by the currents she commanded, her form resembling a large character. Indeed, it was somewhat inappropriate for younger audiences. He pondered for a moment, then with a sweeping motion of his hand, stretched the ghost's body even further. Ghostly energy 80 to chapter 37. Goodness, my strength has increased. Why? Why does everyone assist him? The female ghost struggled desperately in the air, her voice laced with malice. Jiang Chen stood upon the water's surface, utterly unfazed, his gaze indifferent as he contemplated how to judge her. His demeanor captivated a group of girls, their eyes sparkling, hearts racing, cheeks flushed, handsome, so incredibly handsome. From the moment Jiang Chen took action, he had uttered not a single word. In less than 5 seconds, he had completely subdued the fearsome female ghost, a man of few words yet formidable presence. However, as he faced away from the crowd, no one noticed that he was currently gasping for breath. Just moments ago, he had pushed the minor water manipulation technique to its limits, compressing a high-pressure water sphere. And with a powerful strike akin to the might of a bull, he unleashed this attack, causing it to explode upon the ghost's form. This blow had fused 2 formidable powers. Moreover, Jiang Chen's own strength was not to be underestimated, possessing 60% of demonic energy coupled with a transformation state. Thus, this singular punch was akin to a high-explosive shell, nearly incapacitating the ghost. However, this also drained him of a significant portion of his demonic energy, leaving him somewhat weakened. After catching his breath and regaining some strength, Jiang Chen advanced across the water's surface, determined to deal with the female ghost once and for all. That moment, the ghost, her expression increasingly tormented, cried out, "Zheng Xiaoming! Why? Why does everyone assist you? No one believes me. Zheng Xiaoming, return my life." Jiang Chen halted in his tracks, looking up at the ghost. "You just mentioned Zheng Xiaoming." Upon hearing this name, the ghost became even more agitated, screaming frantically, Kill you! Zheng Xiaoming, I will kill you. Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment, then turned and strode towards Zhao Eru's battlefield. The earlier blow had nearly rendered the ghost incapacitated, presenting little threat now. Furthermore, a hypothesis began to form in Jiang Chen's mind. Perhaps this girl had perished at Zheng Xiaoming's hands, and after becoming a ghost, she sought vengeance against him, while Zhang, the steward, was aiding Zheng Xiaoming in dispelling her resentment in some peculiar manner. Naturally, he could not assist Zheng Xiaoming in resolving this significant predicament. Eru, how shall we proceed? Should we eliminate the ghost first, or the human? Jiang Chen approached, succinctly inquiring. Having only recently entered the realm of the extraordinary, he possessed nearly zero experience. Previously, when Zhao Eru had mentioned the steward's background, it was evident he had some knowledge. While engaged in battle with the ghost infant, Zhao Eru caught a glimpse of the earlier scene, a tumultuous wave rising within him. He had not anticipated that this classmate of 2 years, who he thought little of, was, in fact, a prodigy of equal caliber. The disciples of the ghost refining sect are physically frail. I will entangle the ghost infant while you dispatch him, Zhao Eru declared fiercely. Jiang Chen nodded immediately, unleashing his demonic energy, without hesitation as he charged towards Zhang. The steward, the latter, having just regained his composure from the shocking scene, turned pale. He had never expected to encounter 2 young geniuses on the brink of C-grade in such a desolate place. It was truly a stroke of misfortune. Zhang Xianai felt as though he had stepped out without consulting the calendar. He made little effort to resist, shouting, "Ghost baby, bind them," before turning and fleeing. However, Jiang Chen's greatest strength lay in his physical prowess. And with astonishing speed that left Zhao Eru speechless, he swiftly caught up to Steward Zhang and delivered a powerful punch. The terrifying force of the blow caused a sharp pain to ripple across the skin of Steward Zhang's back. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "No, you cannot kill me. I possess the Dao League blood talisman." In the distance, Zhao Eru's expression shifted as he shouted, "Jiang Chen, seize him. I shall take his life." Jiang Chen, ever one to heed advice, nodded in agreement. Very well. He then transitioned from a punch to a grip, seizing Steward Zhang by the nape of his neck. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed as Jiang Chen observed Steward Zhang's head tilt unnaturally. Lifeless and beyond revivaled, he was taken aback. Goodness, my strength. In his current state of transformation, Jiang Chen found it challenging to regulate his power. He mused that the notion of frail constitution was relative, as surely the opponent must possess some strength superior to that of an ordinary person. Yet, he was astounded to discover that Steward Zhang's bones were alarmingly brittle, shattering with the slightest pressure. Far weaker than an average individual, the ghost baby was consumed by rage, its malevolence surging 99. It regarded him as a mortal enemy, its fury escalating 99. A series of notifications echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. And he understood. After all, he had just slain its master. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he retreated hastily. A blood talisman emerged from the corpse of Steward Zhang. Despite his vigilance, the talisman moved with incredible speed, instantaneously affixing itself to his left forearm, forming a faint red death symbol upon it. What in the world is this? Jiang Chen attempted to erase it with his demonic power, only to realize the futility of his efforts. This was tied to a ghost king, and it could not be removed. Zhao Eru called out from a distance, "Come help me deal with this ghostly entity. It's gone berserk." Indeed, upon Steward Zhang's demise, the ghost baby fell into utter madness, trading its own wounds for injuries to Zhao Eru, even sacrificing an arm to inflict several bloody gashes upon him. Jiang Chen refrained from further attempts. Striding forward with purpose, the ghost baby immediately locked its venomous gaze onto him. As he passed a group of students, Jiang Chen snatched a bottle of mineral water from a girl. After taking a few more steps, he crushed the bottle in his large hand, sending water splattering everywhere. With his other hand outstretched, the expelled water droplets flowed back in a peculiar manner, coalescing into a water sphere that continuously compressed inward, diminishing in size while its pressure multiplied geometrically. Ultimately, a water sphere the size of an infant's fist rested in the palm of Jiang Chen's hand. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Eru, rushing towards the ghost baby, seemed to grasp something, his pupils narrowing as he hastily withdrew. The ghost baby, however, remained oblivious to the need to evade. As the man and ghost drew near, Jiang Chen raised his hand high, unleashing a torrent of demonic power as the water sphere detonated. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, shaking the ground violently, creating a deep crater where the ghost baby's lower leg was blasted away. the remainder of its body reduced to mere fragments. Jiang Chen replicated the previous underwater strike, and the already gravely injured ghost baby was left in a state of utter disarray. His demonic energy was nearly depleted. Yet, he remained utterly unconcerned. Should danger arise, Zhao Eru would intervene, and if that proved insufficient, he could transform into the mystical deer force Daxian. This is the advantage of possessing a trump card. Jiang Chen could indulge in reckless abandon. Should his demonic energy be depleted without vanquishing his foe, he could simply employ another transformation card, instantly restoring his vitality. Of course, this would consume ghostly energy. He glanced at his status panel. What he currently lacked the least was ghostly energy. 2720, this represented Jiang Chen's total ghostly energy, with his harvest for the evening nearing 2,000, a truly formidable amount. Chapter 38. Humans and Spirits. All the students held their breath, gazing in astonishment at Jiang Chen. Moments ago, he had sauntered forward with ease, casually crushing a bottle of water in his grip, causing the splattered droplets to flow back and coalesce into a water sphere, ultimately slapping down a ghost infant. The entire process was fluid and seamless. This composure coupled with dominance sent the hearts of several female classmates racing, while the male students gazed on with envy. Zhao Eru took a deep breath, the faint golden glow surrounding him gradually fading. He approached and cast a glance at Jiang Chen's left forearm, his expression growing somber. It's my fault for not having warned you in time. Practitioners of the ghost refinement sect nurture spirits within their own bodies, rendering their physique weaker than that of ordinary individuals. That you've certainly stirred up a considerable amount of trouble. Trouble? Jiang Chen inquired, his gaze drifting towards the nearby classmates. Some knowledge is better left undisclosed for their own good. Zhao Eru understood and nodded. The two made their way to the lakeside. At that moment, the female ghost remained suspended in midair, bound by the water, striking a rather compromising pose. Cough. Zhao Eru, in the prime of his youth, could not help but feel a dryness in his throat upon witnessing this scene. Hastily chanting a Buddhist incantation to avert his gaze, simultaneously, he cast a peculiar look at Jiang Chen, pondering whether this friend might be involved in some nefarious dealings given his rather unorthodox and flamboyant actions. Are you familiar with the Dark Alliance? Zhao Eru asked. Jiang Chen nodded. I came across a post about it yesterday, but I don't know much. A faction of extraordinary individuals advocates that those possessing immense power should dominate the ordinary populace entirely. To satiate their desires, they leverage their supernatural abilities to commit heinous acts, rape, robbery, murder, and every conceivable crime. These individuals have become targets of the Tao Alliance and the underworld, living like rats for a prolonged duration. In a bid for self-preservation, various countries' rogue practitioners banded together, forming the Dark Alliance. The post Jiang Chen read even suggested a connection between the Dark Alliance and a certain Ghost King, an association that transcends humanity's moral boundaries. Every few years, official forces from various nations unite to launch a significant crackdown on the Dark Alliance. Yet, it persists with remarkable resilience. For ordinary practitioners, once entangled with the Dark Alliance, it spells nearly certain doom. It seems that although you are aware of the Dark Alliance, you lack understanding of the blood talismans. Otherwise, you wouldn't have acted so impulsively. Zhao Eru shook his head. Blood talismans are issued by the Dark Alliance's headquarters to protect its members. This includes promising talents and individuals with unique abilities. This Zhang Xianhai, despite his advanced age, has managed to refine a ghost infant, a formidable spirit slave with immense potential. It's likely for this reason that he is deemed worthy of a blood talisman. Ah, I see, Jiang Chen nodded, acknowledging the validity of Zhao Eru's words. Both being at the threshold of the vengeful spirit level, the female water ghost was previously intimidated by Zhao Eru, rendering her unable to ascend to the shore. This indicates that Zhao Eru's prowess is indeed formidable within this tier. The ghost infant, capable of matching him, is undoubtedly far more ferocious than the average specter. That I have heard from the elders in the temple that the blood symbol of the Dark Alliance originates from the power of a ghost king. Below the royal level, there is scarcely any possibility of erasure. Those marked by the blood symbol will ascend the Dark Alliance's hunting list, and upon slaying an individual on that list, members of the Alliance will receive tenfold points, which are comparable in value to the points in the Underworld app. Zhao Eru cast a worried glance at Jiang Chen. You are of the same age as I, yet you possess such strength at a young age. Killing you would likely yield around 3,000 points for the Dark Alliance, and with the tenfold multiplier, That amounts to 30,000. This is equivalent to the worth of a pseudo-B level expert. And members of the alliance below B level would go mad for such a bounty. Upon your return, seek the protection of your family's backing swiftly. After hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. He too wished to seek refuge, but the crux of the matter was that he had no family to rely on. The only kin left to Jiang Chen in this world was probably old Jiang. But he was merely a corpse bearer at a funeral home, engaged in the most arduous and least desirable work. What kind of background could he possibly have? Nevertheless, it was fortunate that his worth was not excessively high. A pseudo-B level, which was merely half a step into the bloodied realm. Jiang Chen murmured inwardly, estimating that the power of a 2-star transformation card was at least at the vengeful spirit level. If he could transform a few more times, or draw a 3-star transformation card, he would no longer fear the Dark Alliance's pursuit. After all, those who would kill him for 30,000 points would not be exceedingly powerful. In any case, be cautious when you are out and about, Zhao Eru advised before turning his gaze to the female ghost. She is also a tragic soul. How so? Jiang Chen discerned that Zhao Eru seemed to possess some knowledge. Zhang Xianhai was employing a forbidden technique to help Zheng Xiaoming eliminate the ghostly resentment, and the necessity of such a method indicated that this female ghost had met a tragic end at Zheng Xiaoming's hands. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted slightly. Previously, he had only perceived Zheng Xiaoming as somewhat arrogant, never realizing that he had committed such deeds. Human nature is invariably lower than one might imagine, Zhao Eru remarked, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder, adopting the tone of one who has experienced much. What shall we do with her? Should we end her life directly, or allow her the chance for vengeance first? Jiang Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Eru's mouth fell open in astonishment. I had thought you would show mercy and wish to release this female ghost, perhaps intending to teach me a lesson afterward? Jiang Chen scoffed. Such thoughts never crossed my mind. Zhao Eru chuckled and scratched his head. Through their conversation, he surmised that Jiang Chen had only recently entered the realm of the extraordinary, and he had a sudden impulse to expose him to the brutal realities of the ghost-hunting world. However, he did not anticipate that Jiang Chen's ideas were far more ruthless than his own. I too failed to comprehend this point back in the day, Zhao Eru sighed, somewhat wistfully. Jiang Chen, you must remember one thing. Humans are humans, and ghosts are ghosts. Except in exceedingly rare circumstances, if a ghost does not harm anyone within 7 days, it will dissipate into nothingness. But once it harms its first victim, regardless of how kind or innocent it was in life, it becomes a monster. Though it may sound harsh, this is a truth that every extraordinary individual must bear in mind. Should you neglect it, one fateful day you will undoubtedly pay a bloody price for your oversight. Jiang Chen seldom witnessed Zhao Eru in such earnestness. Typically, he presented himself as rather dull-witted and simple-hearted at this moment. However, he resembled a wounded lone wolf, his reddened pupils fixed intently upon Jiang Chen as he articulated each word with deliberate weight. Eru, you. Zhao Eru waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing that I failed to remember this line in my youth, and a senior brother paid the price for me with his life. Chapter 39. Bringing a woman to accompany you. Upon hearing Zhao Eru's words, Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully and gestured with his hand, summoning the water to lift the female ghost before him. The specter opened her mouth and unleashed a fierce roar directed at him. Bind! Jiang Chen employed the minor water manipulation technique, ensnaring the ghost's arms and legs with the flowing water, before hoisting her onto his shoulder. Although he had resolved to eliminate this ghost, he first wished to ensure that Zheng Xiaoming faced the consequences of his actions. Zhao Eru, observing this scene, grasped his intent. Zhang Xianhai's malevolent technique, known as the substitute death method, involved bringing the targeted individual near a group of living souls, then concealing their aura with an object, thereby causing the ghost to wreak havoc upon the nearby living. With each life claimed, the ghost's animosity towards the intended victim would diminish by a fraction. Yet, this method bore a flaw. The person marked by the ghost could not stray too far away, which meant Zheng Xiaoming was likely situated near the mountain's entrance. Let us proceed, Jiang Chen affirmed, carrying the ghost as he advanced. Zhao Eru followed closely behind, and as they traversed the crowd, onlookers recoiled in terror at the sight of the ominous female specter, except for Sun Dai, who suddenly covered her mouth and widened her eyes in shock. Jiang Chen caught sight of this moment and beckoned to her. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she promptly approached without hesitation. Understanding that the lives of everyone in the villa tonight rested in the hands of these two youths, do you recognize this female ghost? Indeed, Sun Dai bit her lip, her expression a mixture of emotions as she replied. Her name is Sun Miling. She hails from the same village as I. We were selected by the Jiang group to undergo training and subsequently worked as waitstaff at Jiang's hotel. Jiang Chen was already aware of such circumstances. High-end hotels impose even stricter requirements on the physique and appearance of their staff than those for flight attendants, leading large corporations to deploy personnel to scout talent across the realm. It was not surprising that both Sun Dai and Sun Miling, possessing striking looks, were chosen. One day, Sun Miling excitedly informed me that she had been selected to work at a resort with a salary increase of over 2,000. Sun Dai continued. After that, she ceased all contact with me. I didn't think much of it at the time, as some positions within Jiang's enterprises have stringent confidentiality requirements. There were colleagues in the past who had their phones confiscated upon arrival. Then one night, as I slept, I suddenly felt suffocated and struggled to breathe. I awoke to find my phone illuminated, displaying a lengthy message she had sent me. She expressed that she had been fortunate, as shortly after arriving at the resort, she encountered Jiang's young master, who was quite charming and had begun to pursue her, showering her with gifts and even convincing the supervisor to grant her several days off. By the third day, Zheng Xiao had lost all patience. When he invited her to dinner, he slipped a drug into her drink and took advantage of her. Terrified, she sought out the manager of the resort, hoping to retrieve her phone to call for help. But as soon as he learned that the matter involved Zheng Xiao, he flatly refused to assist her in a desperate bid to make her plight known. She caused a scene at the resort, bringing attention to her situation. That very evening, the manager convened a meeting with all the staff, attempting to mitigate the situation, but afterward, not a single person was willing to speak on her behalf. Zheng Xiao's behavior grew increasingly outrageous, and ultimately, seeming to tire of the game, he bound her and tossed her into a lake to frighten her. Tragically, she drowned. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in shock and clenched their fists. Unable to fathom how low Zheng Xiao could sink, committing such a vile act, I was filled with dread. If what Sun Miling said was true, then she was already dead. How could she have sent me a message? Sun Dai spoke, her voice trembling. Moreover, my phone was inexplicably soaked, as if it had been washed, and I felt a presence in the corner of the room. Overcome by fear, I buried my head under the covers until dawn. When I finally dared to look at my phone again, that message had vanished. Later, I inquired with my superiors about Sun Miling's condition, and they assured me she was well, leading me to dismiss the incident as merely a nightmare. Little did I know it was all too real, and that Qingyao resort was, in fact, where she had met her end. Sun Dai turned to her former friend, her expression a complex mix of anguish, regret, and fear. Jiang Chen, upon realizing the implications, recalled that only Sun Dai had noticed the scratches outside the guest room. Perhaps it was not a coincidence, but a warning from Sun Miling, a lingering remnant of humanity in a ghost. At that moment, Zhao Eru exclaimed, Jiang Chen, you cannot kill her. This spirit is unique and holds great significance for the underworld. What do you mean? Jiang Chen inquired. Generally, a ghost's actions are malevolent, yet this water ghost was attempting to alert her friend to the truth of her demise. This indicated that a trace of humanity still resided within her, making her a valuable asset to the underworld. The mortality rate for those who become underworld messengers is notoriously high, often reaching 90%. Thus, it was evident that this female ghost was indeed exceptional. Look up the contact number for the Jiangbei City Underworld Bureau on the Hell app and have them send someone over. You stand to gain significantly from this, Zhao Eru advised. Jiang Chen nodded, opened his phone, and dialed the number. After a single ring, the call connected, and a woman's voice on the other end greeted him. Hello, Jiangbei City Underworld Bureau. I am at Qingyao Resort. There is a ghost here with lingering humanity and a power level of a half-step fierce ghost. The operator's eyes brightened with excitement. Understood. We will dispatch a formal underworld messenger immediately. Please hold on. Jiang Chen refrained from providing a specific location, as he had previously uploaded several photographs to the Hell app, which included the resort's coordinates. As soon as he mentioned the resort, the operator instantly recognized the location. Having completed all of this, Jiang Chen stepped towards the direction of the mountain, and the others speculated about what might transpire next. Some of the more timid individuals remained in place, while a few brave souls, gritting their teeth, followed suit. With Zhao Eru present, Jiang Chen did not intervene. The two of them could certainly handle a formidable female ghost, ensuring their safety. As they advanced, just after turning the corner into the mountain, they spotted a luxurious RV parked nearby, adorned with several talismans that concealed the presence of its occupants. That scoundrel Jiang Xiaoming truly knows how to indulge himself, Yang Ji exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, he leaves us at the villa to be fed to ghosts while he enjoys himself in a lavish RV, Zhao Xiaodong added, his teeth clenched. The expressions of several students were grim. You all stay here. Do not venture too close, Jiang Chen commanded. Striding forward, he seized the RV door and, with sheer force, shattered the lock, flinging the door open with a resounding bang. Inside the RV, Jiang Xiaoming, wearing headphones and engrossed in a movie, turned in astonishment. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, a look of disbelief crossed his face. You brat actually survived. Uncle Zhang, kill him for me. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the violently yanked open door and suddenly realized something. His pupils dilating as he pointed at Jiang Chen. No, you died at that moment. Jiang Chen flashed him a peculiar smile. Zheng Xiao, feeling a bit lonely. Are we? I have brought a woman to keep you company. A woman. A sense of foreboding surged within Jiang Xiaoming. The next instant, Sun Miling was thrown inside. Upon seeing the woman he had personally drowned in the lake over a month ago, Jiang Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief. His face reflecting utter incredulity. No. Uncle Zhang, save me. No. Sun Miling's terrifying visage turned toward him, and upon spotting Jiang Xiaoming, an overwhelming aura of resentment erupted from her. Jiang Xiaoming, I have finally found you. Her furious roar, laced with a strange blend of laughter and tears, sent chills down the spines of the students at a distance. Chapter 40. The journey to the villa concludes, gathering the harvest. Jiang Chen, ever considerate, helped both the man and the ghost close the RV door. Soon, the entire vehicle began to sway, and if one were to disregard Jiang Xiaoming's heart-wrenching screams, the scene might even appear somewhat intimate. Blood dripped steadily from the seams of the vehicle. Ultimately, it seemed that Jiang Xiaoming's spirit had completely shattered. As he babbled incoherently, he desperately rammed his head against the door, convinced that even death would be preferable to his current plight. I never meant to do it. Why must you treat me this way? Nearly 10 minutes later, accompanied by a scream of despair, silence enveloped the area once more. A group of students felt both fear and exhilaration. That scoundrel Jiang Xiaoming must be done for. Jiang Chen instructed a few to return first. Then he and Zhao Eru opened the door. Inside lay a scene straight from hell. Jiang Xiaoming's body was nowhere to be seen. Only blood and flesh splattered across the walls of the RV. Sun Miling was also missing. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled, a sharp coldness sweeping down from above. The female ghost had concealed herself well, lurking in the corner of the door, attempting to catch the two off guard. Yet, who among them was not a cunning fox of 1,000 years? The two men had anticipated this all along. A brilliant golden light erupted from Zhao Eru, prompting Jiang Chen to roll up his sleeves. Eru, what shall we do? Let's do it. The two exchanged glances, resolutely refusing to indulge this specter. They charged inside, shutting the car door behind them, and proceeded to deliver a thorough beating. While Zhao Eru cried out about the compassion of a monk, he raised his mighty fist, aglow with golden radiance, and mercilessly struck the female ghost's face. Jiang Chen, not to be outdone, empowered his palm with the force of the great ox demon fist, landing several resounding blows. Goodness gracious, not only do you seek revenge, but you also wish to harm us? That simply cannot be tolerated. Through this encounter, his understanding of ghosts deepened. Even a specter with a trace of humanity should not be trusted to refrain from causing harm. Those who cling to such delusions in the era of horror resurgence would undoubtedly perish within 3 days. Upon dragging the feeble female ghost back to the manor, professionals had already arrived. From a helicopter, a figure leapt down from a height of over 100 meters, a feat far more audacious than Jiang Chen's earlier leap from the 12th floor. With a thunderous crash, the lake erupted in a spectacular wave. Seizing the moment as the waters spread outward, the descending figure took several steps forward. Her form was ethereal, and the onlookers merely caught a glimpse of a shadow as a long-haired woman stood gracefully at the water's edge. Her black, form-fitting combat suit untouched by a single drop of water. She was Su Lei, a member of the C-grade team from the Jiangbei City branch. Her gaze swiftly locked onto Jiang Chen and Zhao Eru. Her expression as frigid as an iceberg, devoid of any emotion. Come with me, she gestured, stepping aside. Meanwhile, the helicopter continued its slow descent, and once it reached a certain altitude, a rope ladder descended, allowing a cadre of soldiers clad in special operations gear to disembark. They approached a group of students to confiscate recording devices for inspection and to have everyone sign non-disclosure agreements. While this approach seemed somewhat brusque, it sufficed. as even in the absence of a horror resurgence, tales of supernatural occurrences were often fabricated, without concrete evidence. No matter how convincing the narrative, it would fail to create any significant uproar. Coupled with a non-disclosure agreement, 99.9% of ordinary individuals would refrain from causing a commotion. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and his companions made their way to the guest room corridor. Su Lei extended a hand towards the ghost Sun Miling. Yet curiously, she was still over a meter away from her. However, as she moved, the hand of her shadow suddenly elongated, seizing the female ghost. Jiang Chen and Zhao Eru instinctively took 2 steps back, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded this woman. They had noticed earlier that her descent had been unscathed, thanks to her shadow enveloping her form at that moment. When Su Lei made her move, they distinctly sensed an aura of chilling malevolence emanating from her shadow. 10 times more terrifying than that of Sun Miling. It seemed as though another entity resided within her shadow. Both men were struck by a profound sense of dread. Noticing their reactions, Su Lei cast a cold glance their way. Uttering no further words, she used her shadow to grasp Sun Miling, seemingly conducting an examination, then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there remains a trace of humanity. I shall take this ghost with me, and subsequently, the underworld will issue corresponding reward points to both of you via the official app. With that, she did not seek their opinions, simply seizing Sun Miling and turning to depart. Zhao Eru and Jiang Chen remained silent, offering no objections. The other party maintained an expression as cold as ice, as though someone owed her money. Yet, she undeniably possessed the arrogance that came with her abilities. Despite appearing not much older than the two of them, she was already a sea-level expert. There was no need for envy. Such prowess came at a price. Zhao Eru noticed Jiang Chen staring intently ahead and offered a word of comfort. Jiang Chen smacked his lips and remarked, "Her backside is quite perky." Su Lei's footsteps faltered imperceptibly for a moment. Ghostly energy 500. Zhao Eru opened his mouth, glancing between Su Lei and Jiang Chen, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He feared that if this lady were to become angry, she might turn around and eliminate the two of them. Once Su Lei had walked far enough away, he dared to give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. "You're impressive. You even dared to tease a ghost envoy. You'd better pray you don't encounter her during any supernatural incidents, or you'll be in for a world of trouble." Jiang Chen, however, was unfazed. His eyes lit up at the thought that a single remark could yield 500 ghostly energy. After all, he had toiled tirelessly to defeat 2 malevolent spirits for only a meager reward. He even pondered whether he should chase after this ice queen of a ghost envoy to engage her in further conversation. Fortunately, he ultimately dismissed this inappropriate thought. The woman's attitude was merely a bit frosty. It hardly warranted such persistent discomfort. It seemed that even a spirit sealed within the body of a ghost envoy could still grant him ghostly energy. Perhaps he could explore how to extract benefits from ghost envoys upon returning. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Su Lei first took Sun Miling back to headquarters via helicopter to report. The remaining personnel then joined Jiang Chen and the others as they awaited the bus. The vehicle had been specially arranged from the underworld, and after a few hours, it finally arrived. The group boarded the bus and promptly fell asleep, feeling immensely secure in the presence of armed Special Forces soldiers. A wave of relief washed over everyone. After a good night's rest, they would finally return home, bringing an end to a series of terrifying events. As Jiang Chen sat on the bus, he began to tally his gains from this venture. First and foremost was the ghostly energy, over 3,200, sufficient for him to draw 3 2-star demon transformation cards. This was indeed his most significant reward. Then there were the points. He had slain 5 malevolent spirits, netting a total of 300 points, and resolved the matter concerning the Dark Alliance member Zhang Xian and the Ghost Infant, which added another 1,600 points. However, this latter sum was a joint effort, so he only earned 800 points. The largest windfall came from the underworld, which directly awarded him 3,000 points. Jiang Chen had no intention of keeping it all to himself. He initially planned to share half with Zhao Eru, but the latter insisted on taking only 1,000. After all, had it not been for Zhao Eru's reminder, the female ghost would have been disposed of long ago, and they would not have earned such a bounty. The total points accumulated from the Underworld app amounted to 3,100. Adding this to his previous savings, Jiang Chen realized he was close to affording some of the cheapest mid-grade magical artifacts. It is worth noting that for individuals below D level, possessing even a low-grade magical artifact was quite commendable. Typically, only C-level experts could afford mid-grade artifacts, while B-level masters utilized high-grade ones. And so forth. Artifacts below the level of royal artifacts had virtually no usage restrictions. The stronger the artifact one wielded, the greater their combat prowess. Chapter 41. Next time for sure. As dawn broke and the first light of morning crept in, the bus halted outside Jiang community. Jiang Chen rose and disembarked, greeted warmly by a throng of classmates. Their survival that night was largely thanks to Jiang Chen and Zhao Eru. Suddenly, someone remarked, "This is Jiang community, and many of the houses here are for rent." Li Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Lao Jiang is still renting. Upon receiving this information, several well-off students immediately conspired to pool their resources to purchase a property in Jiangbei City as a token of gratitude. Moreover, some girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling that Jiang Chen's modest family background had significantly bridged the gap between them. For instance, Xiao Qian boldly added Jiang Chen to the departmental group chat. Her initial message read, "Classmate Jiang, do you have time next weekend? I've reserved 2 spots at the Sky Restaurant. After our meal, we can stroll around the Golden Dragon International Center, where I can buy you a few outfits. Later, we can catch a movie at the Global Cinema. If you're into cars, there's a 4S store nearby." After sending the message, Xiao Qian bit her alluring red lips, already contemplating how to ask her mother for money upon returning home. As Jiang Chen walked partway, he noticed the message. Typically unflappable, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The air was thick with the scent of a wealthy woman seeking to support a younger man. More pungent than the aroma of a stack of property deeds once presented by Hongjie. Most strikingly, Zhao Qian, a young lady who usually dressed elegantly and possessed a fresh, radiant beauty with a commendable figure, seemed unlikely to resort to such measures. Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled that Zhao Qian came from a single-parent household, with her mother being a formidable woman and a senior executive at a foreign enterprise. This realization led him to surmise that she likely lacked romantic experience. Her words mirrored her mother's style of communication. "Tio, spare her feelings." Jiang Chen responded gently, "Definitely next time." In the car, Zhao Qian's beautifully arched eyebrows furrowed in concern. "Next time? Does this mean he's unavailable this weekend and can only go next weekend?" She decided to consult Zhao Jie, pondering what to do in this situation. With that thought, she opened a WeChat contact and relayed the circumstances. Although labeled as Zhao Jie, this was actually Zhao Qian's mother. Their relationship was so close that they often referred to each other as sisters. Thus, when Zhao Qian encountered a boy who stirred her heart, she was quick to seek her mother's advice on how to express her feelings. She had just received guidance that led to her earlier message. This time, her mother replied with a voice message. "Ah, he's playing hard to get. This is typical of men, full of strategies that don't worry. Qian, next week I'll drive you to find him." In a spacious bedroom of a high-end community, a woman in a camisole lay languidly on a large bed, one hand clutching her phone, her elongated, beautiful eyes revealing a hint of vigilance, having suffered at the hands of men herself. She was determined not to allow her daughter to tread the same path. The previous exchange was rife with red flags. Seasoned in the business world, her emotional intelligence was certainly not so lacking. This was, in fact, a blatant test. The fact that he responded with "next time" implied an indirect acceptance, signifying that he was a rather cunning young man. Deep down, she was already concocting a plan to expose his true nature, ensuring her daughter recognized the reality of the situation on the other side. After responding, Jiang Chen had no inkling that his words, devoid of the implication of "next time for sure," had sparked a minor misunderstanding. He pressed the elevator button to ascend, returned home, took a shower, and promptly fell asleep. Although endowed with demonic power and a formidable physique, Jiang Chen is, after all, not an Iron Man. Moreover, even the cultivators in novels must establish their foundation before they can enter the realm of fasting. Right? He had been chasing ghosts with his sword tirelessly throughout the night, and naturally, he felt a bit exhausted. Over at the school, Sun Jibing had already assured he would help everyone secure a leave of absence, allowing them to rest for a day and recuperate their spirits. After sleeping from the early hours until the following midnight, Jiang Chen finally awoke, feeling rejuvenated, drawing a card. He recalled that he was to participate in a collective mission the day after tomorrow. Thus, he needed to make some preparations. System, assist me in drawing 2 one-star cards and 1 2-star card. With Jiang Chen's current foundational strength, he could easily handle low-ranking evil spirits, and even moderately strong ones could be subdued with relative ease. However, when faced with high-ranking evil spirits, his only option would be to flee. Encountering a top-tier malevolent ghost would render escape impossible. In critical moments, he would still have to resort to the transformation card. But using a 2-star transformation card in the absence of formidable spirits would be an extravagant waste, hence he resolved to prepare 2 1-star cards. Additionally, with his current wealth, he opted to draw an extra 2-star card for unforeseen circumstances. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 1-star transformation card, Tiger Vanguard, Bimbo Urba. Both of these are rather elementary demons, not worth much discussion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 2-star transformation card, Lonely Upright Duke. This card sparked a glimmer of interest in Jiang Chen's eyes. It was not that the entity possessed great strength. In fact, this demon is considered relatively weak within the context of Journey to the West. However, it is a rare plant-based spirit, which could potentially prove invaluable in critical moments. This spirit has little background, merely a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Jiang Chen shook his head. The so-called Lonely Upright Duke is, in truth, a cypress spirit from Thorny Ridge, alongside Fuyun Old Man, Linkongzi, and 18 dukes. They are collectively known as the 4 immortal elders of Thorny Ridge. They abducted Tang Sung merely to engage in tea and conversation, even attempting to matchmake him with an apricot tree spirit. Ultimately, it came to naught, and they did not use force in the end. They were dispatched by Zhu Beiji's swift blow. Of course, Jiang Chen did not believe that the quartet acted wrongly in this matter. During his childhood, he harbored such thoughts, allowing demons with backgrounds to go unpunished while indiscriminately eliminating those without. This notion clearly indicated that the 4 disciples were not paragons of virtue. However, as he experienced more of life, Jiang Chen came to a different understanding. There is a saying, children argue about right and wrong, while adults discuss reality. Upon reflection, in the brutally hierarchical world of Journey to the West, where strength reigns supreme, these powerless and backgroundless demons daring to provoke the quartet were essentially courting death. If they were to perish, who could they blame? After completing the card draw, Jiang Chen perused the offerings in the Underworld App Store. He initially intended to select a magical artifact, but discovered that his points were only sufficient to purchase some of the lowest-tier mid-grade artifacts. These artifacts, for a D-grade anomaly, could be considered treasures. Yet, after a lengthy selection process, Jiang Chen felt that they all seemed too fragile. What with the demon-repelling mirror, the 50-year-old peachwood sword, the soul-capturing bell, the jade balance dagger, and the fire cicada staff. He sensed that with a mere exertion of strength from his 2-star transformation card, he could easily shatter these items. Better to save up points for magical artifacts, especially since ghostly tools are also within his grasp. And this sword could suffice for the time being. On this occasion, Jiang Chen also brought back a spring-loaded knife, a possession of the 2 scheming ghosts, which was barely a quality item. Subsequently, he wandered into the Elixir District, where he stumbled upon some intriguing items. Among them was a lower-grade medium elixir known as Gathering Spirit Pill, which purportedly aids extraordinary individuals in swiftly replenishing their vital energy, as well as assisting Yin envoys in rapidly restoring their Yin energy. Jiang Chen was somewhat uncertain whether this item could also revive demonic energy, yet its price was modest, 50 points per vial, so he decided to purchase one to test its efficacy. Additionally, he encountered a concoction named blood coagulation powder, priced at 100 points per vial. The description claimed that applying this medicine to knife wounds within a depth of 3 centimeters would enable new flesh to grow within 2 hours, a truly miraculous remedy. He acquired a vial of that as well. In these times, it is essential to be equipped with some red and blue potions when venturing out. Chapter 42. Black Market. Formation. The following morning, the entrance of Jiangbei Financial University bustled with activity. Many passing students involuntarily slowed their pace, their gaze fixated on a particular spot. Some were so captivated that they halted entirely, gathering at the roadside to observe that a brand-new red Porsche 911 was parked outside the school gates, a genuine luxury car worth millions. Those with a discerning eye knew that the vehicles typically driven by wealthy scions within the school paled in comparison to this one. However, the true allure lay not merely in the car, but in its occupant. A pair of snug-fitting jeans accentuated her elongated silhouette, paired with a simple white t-shirt. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding a fresh and crisp aura, complemented by her exquisitely beautiful features, leaving onlookers utterly enraptured. My goodness, is that goddess a student at our school? How come I've never seen her before? This sister is absolutely stunning, rivaling the beauty of goddess Yue. The two possessed strikingly different charms, yet were on entirely the same level in terms of appearance. Moreover, this sister radiated a distinctly special aura, instilling a profound sense of security and tranquility in those nearby. Though, how I wish to approach her and request her WeChat. But alas, I am a girl. The cunning female students chattered amongst themselves. Inside the car, Chen Shui appeared composed, though a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Typically preoccupied with supernatural occurrences, she seldom took the time to adorn herself. On a whim, she had decided to don subtle makeup for her outing today, never anticipating such a stir. Faced with the admiration and envy of the crowd, no girl could remain indifferent, although she feigned nonchalance. Her ears were perked up, attentively listening. Yet, as the throng grew larger, she felt somewhat overwhelmed, her gaze darting to the rearview mirror as if searching for someone. Before long, a figure leisurely approached, nibbling on a steamed bun and sipping soy milk. As Chen Shui exhaled a sigh of relief, a flicker of annoyance crossed her mind. Goodness, did you keep me waiting this long just to buy buns? A glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes. As Jiang Chen strolled past the Porsche 911, she honked the horn twice, the window descending slowly. Chen Shui leaned partly out of the window, sporting a slightly aggressive smile. Little Jiang, why haven't you visited me these past few days? What's the matter? Have your wings grown strong? Did I give you too much money last time? She playfully reprimanded him, eager to enact a small act of revenge. Jiang Chen nearly spewed his soy milk in shock. What on earth is happening lately? Is every girl around me awakening some hidden wealthy persona? Could it be that my system has inadvertently granted me a buff for attracting rich women? He bared his teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort, primarily tormented by this particular matter, unable to find anyone to confide in. For once he broached the subject with his comrades, they would not only lack sympathy, but might even envy him. Ahem, Jiang Chen coughed a couple of times, flustered by the excited gossip swirling around him. He hastily opened the car door and seated himself, saying, "Let us hurry. Xinjie and I have class during the second period this afternoon. And if we don't make haste, I fear I shall be late." Observing Jiang Chen's flustered demeanor, the crowd erupted in laughter, but upon hearing his words, a chorus of slightly mocking voices abruptly halted. Everyone couldn't help but raise their thumbs to Jiang Chen, their expressions a mixture of admiration and envy. Truly, who could compare? He was indeed the man fortunate enough to catch the eye of such a stunningly beautiful wealthy woman. Wait, a beautiful wealthy woman. Upon realizing this, many felt a wave of bitterness swell within them. Damn. Indeed, how could we possibly mock someone so splendid? The real fool was ourselves, as they watched the 911 roar away. Fading into the distance, a myriad of complex expressions adorned the faces of the students on the third floor of the October CAF. In a window-side seat, Lin Yue reclined in a brown wicker chair. Her untouched cup of coffee now cold before her. Gripping a magazine in her hands, her gaze remained fixed outside the window, unwavering. After the 911 departed, she calmly lifted the now-cold coffee to her lips, exposing her pristine throat, and gulped it down. This was the bitterest black coffee, unsweetened, far more bitter than traditional herbal medicine. Yet, Lin Yue's expression remained unchanged as she set down the magazine and rose to leave. The cover bore several distinct indentations from her fingers. During her descent, she dialed a number. "Xiao Chan, I'm considering purchasing a car recently. Could you advise me on which vehicle surpasses the 911 in both price and quality?" Meanwhile, inside the car, observing Chen Shui's flushed face, Jiang Chen could only shake his head in resignation. He had no intention of showcasing any ostentation, yet it was indeed this young woman who had initiated the encounter. "Wasn't it agreed upon for 9 o'clock? You arrived early to ease the awkwardness." Jiang Chen took the initiative to speak. The message he received in the early morning had hinted at some good news, but had not elaborated. Simply stating to meet at 9 board in the morning, Jiang Chen had acquiesced. "Humph." Chen Shui playfully pouted, casting a glare at Jiang Chen. "Am I wrong for arriving early?" Jiang Chen responded, "You, a seasoned driver. So young yet so proficient in your skills and so full of cheeky remarks." Chen Shui replied, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. Having graduated, she considered herself Jiang Chen's senior and had approached with a teasing demeanor, only to find herself outmaneuvered. Naturally, her expression reflected her discomfort. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Chen refrained from embarrassing the young woman and nodded. "Indeed, I confess my shortcomings. May I inquire as to where you intend to take me?" Xinjie, upon hearing this address, Chen Shui's face flushed once more, yet she quickly regained her seriousness, stating, "The black market. Have you heard of it?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was indeed familiar with such places. These were locales where unsavory transactions could transpire away from the prying eyes of the authorities, enabling clandestine dealings among extraordinary individuals. Here, one can utilize either money or points from the underworld. The black market, shrouded in secrecy, possesses its own methods to facilitate the circulation of points for this transaction, rendering it impervious to the scrutiny of the nether realm. However, due to the complexity of these methods, the black market typically enforces a rule of conducting transactions once every 7 days on the designated trading day. Many individuals showcase their accumulated treasures, resulting in a bustling atmosphere. Furthermore, without an acquaintance to guide them, it is generally impossible for outsiders to access the black market. Jiang Chen was taken aback to discover that Chen Shui had such connections. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from purchasing elixirs and instead saved his points to potentially acquire a more suitable magical artifact at the black market. After all, compared to the prices at the Underworld App Store, those at the black market are significantly lower. However, it was now too late, as 2 bottles of elixirs had already been delivered into his hands. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shui parked her car in a bustling commercial district, adjacent to an upscale residential complex. She led Jiang Chen inside, presenting a card that granted them access through the gate. Once within the complex, Jiang Chen followed Chen Shui through several winding paths without entering any building, ultimately exiting through a back door. Just as he was beginning to feel puzzled, he witnessed a dramatic transformation in the surroundings. Beneath the towering skyscrapers lay a hidden enclave reminiscent of an old street from the 1990s, lined with bustling stalls and a steady stream of passers-by, evoking the atmosphere of a morning market. Yet, each individual who emerged from this place carried a value that would astonish any observer. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with realization. The detour Chen Shui had taken him on was intentional. Only by traversing these specific paths and exiting through the back door could one arrive at this extraordinary locale. This was the fabled formation. Chapter 43. Yang Ziyun. Zhao Sanlong. Jiang Chen had certainly broadened his horizons, experiencing the marvel of the formation in a fleeting moment. He felt as if he had been transported from the modern luxury of the residential complex into a realm exclusively inhabited by extraordinary beings. Ah, here, take this. Chen Shui offered him a black mask. Aren't you going to wear it? He inquired. I am a member of the Chen family. Jiangbei City is our territory, according to the family's customs. We do not wear masks in the local black market, as it serves as a declaration of sovereignty, signifying that we fear no repercussions in this domain. Chen Shui replied confidently. She then produced a strip of cloth, winding it around her left arm, the insignia emblazoned with the ancient character. Indeed, this was the case. The peculiar individuals at the stalls nearby had been casting glances in their direction, curious to ascertain whether the newcomers were easy prey. Upon spotting the Chen family insignia, they promptly averted their gaze, refraining from harboring any nefarious intentions. Jiang Chen nodded and donned the mask. Unlike Chen Shui, who hailed from a prominent family, he had no such backing. His only connection was a half-buried old man, with no news of his whereabouts, leaving him uncertain of his fate. Thoughts of the old man clouded Jiang Chen's expression with concern. Lately, he had been contemplating whether to report his disappearance to the authorities. Yet he was also reminded of the old man's ramblings before his departure about some impending peril within a sect. What if he was affiliated with a faction of the Dark Alliance? Reporting him would be akin to exposing his own vulnerability. Let us explore. If you wish to purchase anything, be sure to inspect it thoroughly, for while the prices at the black market may be low, the pitfalls are plentiful. Chen Shui called out, striding forward with her long legs. Jiang Chen followed suit, making his way toward a nearby stall. After wandering for over an hour, he began to gain a preliminary understanding of the black market. The items for sale were exceedingly peculiar, ranging from magical artifacts, talismans, to elixirs, merely the most rudimentary offerings. There were even uniquely bizarre items like the original flavor stockings of female ghosts and various esoteric treasures from renowned masters. However, the prevalence of counterfeit goods was indeed alarming. Jiang Chen had initially set his sights on a finely crafted steel saber, adorned with intricate runes. The stall owner activated it with his vital energy, causing the blade to ignite with a ghostly blue flame, the intense heat distorting the very air around it, a clear indication of its formidable power. The vendor claimed it was a mid-grade magical artifact, priced at 3,000 underworld points or 40 million Kyushu coins, a significant discount compared to the underworld app marketplace. Yet, when Chen Shui approached, the vendor immediately relented, chuckling as he stowed away the item. Members of the Chen family were not to be trifled with. These local bullies were far more formidable than mere river-crossing dragons. This was a common ruse in the black market. Applying an Yin fire talisman to the blade could indeed create an exaggerated heat for a fleeting moment. But once taken home, it would merely amount to a heap of worthless scrap, Chen Shui explained. Jiang Chen nodded, acknowledging her insight. He had discerned some issues earlier and was not entirely fooled. But Chen Shui was genuinely commendable for noticing his impending folly and hastily abandoning her own interests to assist him. In this place, just follow me, and I guarantee you won't be duped, she asserted, her chin slightly raised. Exuding an air of authority, she continued to advise, if you wish to purchase a mid-grade magical artifact, do not waste your time at these stalls. Head to the established shops where even low-grade items are scarce, and few can present mid-grade artifacts. Just as they were about to continue their exploration, a commotion erupted ahead. A group approached, bearing an ancient character for Yang on their left arms. The forefront was a young man clad in a white suit, a sword slung over his shoulder, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, surveying his surroundings with an indifferent gaze, a faint smirk gracing his lips. He appeared to be a jaded young aristocrat, yet only the truly extraordinary could sense the terrifying aura he emanated. As he passed, people instinctively cleared a path. Yang Ziyan, Chen Shui whispered, pulling Jiang Chen aside. He is the most formidable individual of the Yang family in this generation and the heir to the family head. In the entire Jiangbei city, he stands as one of the leading figures among the youth, possessing both terrifying strength and talent. Observing Chen Shui's grave expression, Jiang Chen opened his mouth, feeling an odd dissonance with the reality of the modern world that seemed to echo a fantastical narrative steeped in terror. Turning his head, he noticed a gathering of extraordinary individuals around him murmuring in hushed tones, discussing his exceptional talent and boundless future potential, in an effort not to appear out of place. Jiang Chen pondered briefly before joining the collective, exclaiming, truly terrifying, such strength at such a young age. With astonishing talent, he is destined to achieve unparalleled greatness. His words resonated with conviction, drawing several approving glances. Even Yang Ziyan paused momentarily, casting a look of appreciation his way, a sentiment anyone would find gratifying. Chen Shui's lips curled slightly. She had originally harbored concerns that Jiang Chen, being new to the realm of extraordinary individuals and brimming with youthful exuberance, might inadvertently provoke trouble. After all, a genius like him, seemingly composed, often harbors a fiercely rebellious spirit within, refusing to bow to anyone. When he unexpectedly encountered the grand spectacle surrounding Yang Ziyan, he might have harbored thoughts of competition. Little did he know, his concerns were unfounded. Jiang Chen, adept in the nuances of human relationships, quickly won the favor of this heir of the Yang family. With a slight chuckle, Yang Ziyan, who has always been as tranquil as water, offered a respectful gesture before continuing on her path. To Jiang Chen's surprise, he spotted a familiar face within the Yang family entourage. Dressed in a sky-blue tracksuit was Lin Youwei's close friend, Yang Chen. Before long, a group entered the black market, led by a youthful lad with a fair complexion, casually twirling a butterfly knife and brazenly surveying the peculiar individuals around him. Anyone who met his gaze felt a chill run down their spine, as if they were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Zhao Sanlong, the youngest among the Peak D experts in Jiangbei City, Chen Shui elucidated to Jiang Chen. In previous years, he could have been regarded as the foremost genius of his generation. However, it was rumored that his elder brother had returned in recent years, a figure who had been initiated into the Longxiang Temple since childhood, likely possessing unfathomable depth, though few have seen him. The Zhao family boasts 3 exceptional talents, all brimming with immense potential. The gravity in Chen Shui's expression was more pronounced than when she encountered Yang Ziyan, leaving Jiang Chen slightly taken aback. Eru, Sanlong? Could this possibly be the brother of Zhao Eru? As Zhao Sanlong passed by, he cast a lingering glance at Jiang Chen, his eyes sweeping the surroundings, keenly observing everyone's energy, seeking out their vulnerabilities, a trait characteristic of a seasoned assassin. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Chen, he felt a jolt, as if a hunter had crossed paths with another hunter, sensing a ferocious tiger concealed within the latter. This had nothing to do with strength. Even among the older C-level experts present, none exuded the primal sense of menace that Zhao Sanlong did. How intriguing. Zhao Sanlong let out a barely perceptible chuckle before moving on. Chapter 44. Master Lu and the Young Drum today. The black market seemed poised for a significant event as several groups passed through, including some local aristocratic families and representatives from obscure sections. Chen Shui placed particular emphasis on two of these factions. The first was the Chen family, led by a young girl clad in a gray and white training outfit, exuding a sense of fashionable elegance, her icy gaze dissuading anyone from meeting her eyes. Chen Xiaoyu, her talent rivals that of Zhao Sanlong, and our Chen family has some ties to Mao Shan, excelling in talismanic arts. In a genuine confrontation, Zhao Sanlong may not necessarily be her match, Chen Shui remarked. Nodding in response to the greetings from several young members of the Chen family, Jiang Chen noted that the accompanying middle-aged man and Chen Xiaoyu did not direct their attention toward him. Chen Shui added, "Among the younger generation of the Chen family, I can only be considered a second or third-tier member that I in terms of blood relation. Chen Xiaoyu is my cousin, though we are not well acquainted." Jiang Chen understood. Individuals like Yang Ziyun, Zhao Sanlong, and Chen Xiaoyu, all roughly his age, perhaps even younger, had already reached the D peak among those he had encountered. Only Zhao Eru's talent could potentially surpass these individuals. After all, he could contend with half-step malevolent spirits, already qualifying as a pseudo-C-level expert, and a distinguished one at that. This is Qin Zhe, who will accompany us on our next mission. Chen Shui turned her gaze towards the newly arrived group of individuals. Jiang Chen also looked over. To the forefront stood a young man clad in casual attire, his face radiating a bright and sunny smile, frequently greeting a few familiar eccentricities around him, suggesting he was well-connected and amiable. But in stark contrast, the previous three prodigies from noble families appeared as mere Na'vi youths. However, as Qin Zhe approached, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had never encountered such a lively and cheerful individual. For Jiang Chen, who was accustomed to facing the darker aspects of human nature, bloodshed, and horror, the cold demeanor of individuals like Zhao Sanlong seemed far more typical. Where there is abnormality, there must be something amiss. Thus, it is prudent to be cautious of this young Master Qin, Jiang Chen murmured inwardly. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door being opened reverberated, and immediately, the entire street buzzed with excitement. "The door is open. The door is open. It is Master Lu. She actually decided to open her door today. There must be something extraordinary. No wonder the young masters and mistresses from the major noble families have all gathered here simultaneously." Jiang Chen was taken aback. What event could possibly provoke such excitement among a group of extraordinary individuals? It turned out to be Master Lu. Chen Shui's voice involuntarily rose. "Let us go see." Master Lu is a disciple of the Lingbao sect, one of the foremost crafting masters in Jiangbei City. Her shop rarely opens, but when it does, it signifies the sale of something sensational. Lingbao sect. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued, and he moved forward. It is one of the 6 giants of the Dao Alliance, renowned for producing magical artifacts. In the black market, most extraordinary individuals set up stalls. But among the 10 storefronts along the street, each rental price is astronomical. There exists one shop that has long been owned by a single individual, yet it rarely opens, if it opens once out of 10 market days. It is considered fortunate. Nevertheless, no one dares to voice any criticism, for she is Master Lu, a powerhouse capable of crafting superior-grade magical artifacts. By status, she is akin to a B-level master. Here she comes. Master Lu is out. I wonder what remarkable item she will present this time. As the crowd cheered, a woman emerged from the back of the shop, her hair disheveled and dark circles under her eyes, as if she had been burning the midnight oil for several consecutive days. However, upon her emergence, the audience collectively held their breath. This Master Lu, devoid of makeup, seemed to naturally exude an alluring charm. Her long eyelashes and willow leaf brows accentuating her features, with her lips gently pursed, revealing a captivating allure. She appeared to be in her 30s, yet the passage of time had only bestowed upon her the elegance and charisma of a mature woman. For a moment, those present were left spellbound. Lu Yunju's beautiful eyes slanted slightly, seemingly accustomed to the gazes of the men surrounding her. Her fair, delicate fingers lightly tapped the counter, presenting an item. "This is my recent creation. I have named it the Demon Sound Drum, a superior-grade magical artifact." After speaking, she paused. However, the materials used in crafting this artifact are quite unique, obtained during my time at the Lingbao sect. When this skin is held near the ear, one can hear an eerie sound. After transforming into a magical artifact, its capabilities became exceptionally unique. I urge everyone to exercise caution, as I shall soon demonstrate its effects. Upon hearing about the mid-grade superior magical artifact, The crowd's spirits were already heightened. Such items are rarely available for purchase. As they listened to Lu Yunju's introduction, their gazes grew even more fervent. Master Lu, we are ready. Please proceed with the demonstration. Indeed. Once you finish, do reveal the price so I may quell my aspirations. Very well. I ask everyone to maintain their composure, and those of lesser strength should retreat a bit. Lu Yunju surveyed the surroundings, then picked up the palm-sized azure-skinned drum from the table. With a flick of her finger, she infused it with a mere wisp of her true energy. An indescribable, peculiar sound instantly enveloped a radius of 4 to 5 meters, causing all the extraordinary individuals to momentarily freeze, as if their minds had crashed, their bodies immobilized. Though this state lasted only half a second, in the realm of combat among the extraordinary, even a fraction of a second is ample time to accomplish much. I could have sworn I just heard a demon whispering in my ear. My goodness, it plunged me into a state of distraction. Had an enemy been close by, it would have been disastrous. This artifact is utterly monstrous. Some were undeniably exhilarated. However, not everyone was quick to celebrate. Some remained calm and began to assess the situation. For instance, Yang Chen turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Jean, what are your thoughts? I too experienced a brief moment of disorientation. In the midst of battle, that would be perilous. The middle-aged man replied gravely. Yang Chen pondered this. Other young scions also sought the opinions of nearby C-grade experts. If even they were affected, it indicated that this artifact was indeed formidable and worthy of a hefty price tag. At this moment, Jiang Chen in the crowd suddenly lowered his head, pulled out his phone, and feigned interest in messages that in truth, he was concealing the peculiar brown-green hue of his pupils. In that fleeting instant, he was the only one who had not succumbed to distraction, yet his condition was even more peculiar. Upon hearing the drumbeat, something within him seemed to stir, and he felt invigorated as if under the influence of a stimulant. It was the power of the special bull spirit. What could this mean? Was there a connection between this bull spirit and the drum? Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely be engulfed in profound confusion. But Jiang Chen was different, as an ardent enthusiast of ancient myths from the Jiuzhou realm. His pupils dilated slightly as he easily conjured a plausible explanation. No. She mentioned that the skin used to craft this drum could emit strange sounds when held to the ear. Several mythical creatures possess such traits. But if we add another element related to the special bull spirit, the answer becomes apparent. The thunder beast of the Shanhaijing era, Kuei Nyo. A faint speculation arose within Jiang Chen's heart. It was likely that the drumhead was crafted from the hide of a beast possessing a trace of Kuei Nyo's bloodline. Likewise, the special bull spirit bore a faint vestige of this formidable Shanhaijing beast, resulting in a resonance that altered the bull spirit's demonic power within him. In this light, this artifact is indeed a remarkable treasure. Jiang Chen's pupils returned to normal as he raised his gaze towards the azure-skinned drum, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. In the next moment, Lu Yunju declared, in accordance with the rules of the black market, let us proceed with the secret bidding. The starting price is 10,000 underworld points. Goodness, a base price of merely 10,000 points. The anticipation that it sparked in Jiang Chen's eyes vanished in an instant. Chen Shui had mentioned to him on their way to the secret bidding that when several individuals covet the same item, they would write their own bids in their palms, adding to the base price set by the vendor, and ultimately reveal their bids to the vendor, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. This streamlined process is designed to avoid incessant bidding wars that could escalate into violent confrontations. Although the denizens of the black market possess the strength to suppress any conflict, it remains a clandestine realm. Should it attract the attention of official personnel, it would spell trouble. Thus, nearly all black markets adhere to this practice of secret bidding. Chapter 45. We will all return after death before long. Those interested had inscribed their bids and approached Lu Yunju, unveiling their palms for her inspection. Jiang Chen observed that 8 individuals had placed bids, including the 4 scions of the Chun, Yang, Zhao, and Qin families, along with 2 middle-aged men donning masks, exuding an air of danger, likely C-grade experts. Additionally, 2 members from obscure sects were present, distinguishable by their unique attire. One group donned bright yellow ceremonial robes, while the other wore training garb emblazoned with the name of a martial arts school. After Lu Yunju reviewed the bids, she pondered for a moment before ultimately directing the small green drum toward the Qin family. The Qin family bids 21,500 underworld points. This magical artifact is sold to them. Her declaration of the price served to ensure that the remaining bidders were left with no room for dissent. The crowd gazed in astonishment toward the Qin family. A bid exceeding 20,000 points indicated that this was the price of a pseudo-supreme magical artifact. Although this small drum was indeed extraordinary, they were spending quite extravagantly. Heh, our young master has accepted a collective mission and urgently requires a formidable magical artifact. Thank you all for your generosity. The middle-aged man from the Qin entourage smiled while clasping his hands in gratitude. In no wonder, after this mission, it seemed likely that young Master Qin would ascend to the ranks of the martial sect. For such an opportunity, spending a few more points was indeed worthwhile. A C-grade expert remarked in admiration. Heh, the Qin family is truly wealthy, with funds to spare. Others expressed their displeasure. Regardless, the magical artifact had been sold. Subsequently, Lu Yunju presented several mid-grade magical artifacts, which were met with a frenzy of eager bidders. Jiang Chen also took a fancy to one item, yet its price was exorbitantly high, perhaps due to Lu Yunju's involvement. Even in the black market, the price surpassed that of the underworld app marketplace. It seemed he needed to accumulate more underworld points. No wonder it is said that the impoverished pursue scholarship, while the affluent seek martial prowess. Items meant for combat are indeed prohibitively expensive. Jiang Chen shook his head. However, after a day of browsing, he did not leave empty-handed, purchasing a jar of yin qi for 100 points. This substance is collected from spirits or extremely yin-laden locales, typically acquired by yin officials to bolster their strength, though there exists a seldom utilized alternative. Healing spirits. Heh, should he encounter a formidable malevolent spirit, a swift strike followed by the infusion of yin qi for healing. Then another strike, a repeated cycle. Who knows how much ghostly energy could be harvested? This was Jiang Chen's optimistic vision. The actual efficacy remained to be seen. Approaching noon, the two decided they had browsed enough and exited the black market. Jiang Chen had intended to invite Qin Shui to dinner, but to his surprise, she hurriedly purchased a pile of talisman materials and rushed back to prepare for the tasks of the following day. It was evident that she was quite anxious about her impending participation in the collective mission. In the end, Jiang Chen took a taxi back to school, with only one class scheduled for the afternoon. He strolled around the campus after the lesson before returning home. During dinner that evening, Hong Jie appeared deep in thought, her brows knitted in concern. Jiang Chen had noticed a few days prior that she seemed troubled, so he inquired, "Is something bothering you?" After a moment of hesitation, Hong Jie replied, "Xiao Chen, you mentioned you are a ghost exorcist. Might I request your assistance in performing a ritual?" "Huh, just speak plainly. There's no need for such formality." Hong Jie, Jiang Chen reassured her. Coming from a pampered background, she not only prepared her own meals daily, but also handled laundry and cleaning. Thus she should reciprocate kindness in kind. Sighing softly, Hong Jie confessed, "You may not be aware, but my relationship with my family is rather complicated." Her furrowed brow was not a ploy to draw Jiang Chen's attention. She was genuinely grappling with her inner turmoil. 10 years ago, my father hoped I would marry the son of an old acquaintance, as the business alliance between our families was crucial for our family's fortune. However, I have always desired to pursue my own happiness and adamantly refused. After that, our business venture failed, resulting in significant losses. In his anger, my father cast me out, but my mother secretly purchased the majority of this building for me, allowing me to establish myself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's sympathetic gaze transformed into one of astonishment, his lips twitching slightly. Goodness, even in a state of decline, she managed to purchase half a building in Zhongbei City. If I hadn't awakened my system, I might never afford a decent home here. What right do I have to pity her? Wait a moment, Hong Jie, what is your surname? Jiang Chen asked thoughtfully. Hong Jie bit her lip, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor as she replied. My birth name is Gu Hongya. I prefer to be called Hong Jie here to avoid discussions about my family. Jiu family? Jiang Chen inquired. Yes, she nodded. Jiang Chen's expression grew peculiar. The last time he had seen a box full of property deeds, he had merely thought of her as a wealthy woman. Little did he know she belonged to such an affluent family. The Gu family was among the foremost financial dynasties in Zhongbei City, even surpassing the Zheng and Li families in influence. Apart from those extraordinary clans, it would not be an exaggeration to call them the local emperors of Zhongbei, as the daughter of the Gu family's patriarch. Her status would make acquiring half a building seem trivial, let alone purchasing the entire Jianyuan community. However, I've long severed ties with my family, Hong Jie said, a hint of displeasure evident in her expression. For 10 years, he has never once come to see me, nor has he even called. What kind of father is that? Jiang Chen chuckled softly, unsure of how to respond. The last time my mother called, she mentioned that many strange occurrences have been happening at home, that my brother and sister-in-law have encountered various accidents, and my father has recently fallen gravely ill, with the most esteemed doctors in Juzhou at a loss for a solution. A wise individual once indicated that this is not an ailment, but rather an entanglement with malevolent forces. My father invited this person to our hillside villa to assess the situation, only for that esteemed individual to mysteriously vanish that very evening. The following day, he was discovered lifeless behind the villa, his body grotesquely suspended from a tree. Subsequently, my father sought out various so-called experts, yet none proved effective. Ultimately, he opted to relocate. However, upon moving to our new residence, strange occurrences continued to unfold. His condition deteriorated severely. He had no choice but to enlist family members to find someone capable of resolving this predicament. He proclaimed that once he recovered, he would soon retire, and whoever could remedy the situation would become the next leader of the company. Consequently, my brothers, sisters-in-law, and nieces and nephews all expended significant sums to seek assistance, and my mother urged me to give it a try as well. I had never contemplated inheriting the family business, yet Gu Hongao bit her lip and declared, I do not wish for my mother to encounter danger as well. It is said that several individuals have already perished within our home, leading to fears that we have indeed encountered some vile entity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen grasped the situation. Very well. When shall we go? My second and third brothers have also sought out numerous experts, so I shall not compete with them. If they can resolve it, that would be ideal. If not, I will consult my mother tomorrow, and we shall proceed together. She is well aware that Jiang Chen possesses genuine skill, having previously vanquished that terrifying female specter by casting her from the 12th floor, reducing her to a grotesque mass of flesh. Thus, he was regarded as the final trump card. Agreed, Jiang Chen nodded. Coincidentally, he had a task scheduled for the following day. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room and opened his phone to review the mission details previously sent by Chen Shui. Event name: Xianyang Middle School. Description: ever since the demise of that student, her name has been inscribed across desks, and her likeness drawn upon textbooks. At midnight, everyone hears her voice. Do not be afraid. We will all return after death, will we not? Threat level: D. Task type: collective. Base reward: 180 points per participant. Chapter 46. The nameless female student Jiang Chen perused the information for over an hour. This dossier was compiled by a criminal psychology profiler who had conducted extensive reasoning based on school records and fragmented whispers transmitted from an extraordinary individual shortly before their death. The document prominently highlighted 3 prohibitions for entering Xianyang Middle School. 1. Do not mention a certain name. 2. Do not access any building's rooftop. 3. Do not contravene any school or class regulations. The specific name, however, was not disclosed within the material. The extraordinary individual had entered Xianyang Middle School and encountered only a series of death-related characters on the desks, and the few books flipped through bore only an indistinct outline of a female student. Even more peculiar, all printed and online materials from the school bore a singular name that had been expunged. Some school leaders vaguely recalled that indeed there had been such a girl, whose parents perished in a car accident, and whose relatives were unreachable. Her residence was also a rental. A girl who had just entered high school found herself in such dire circumstances. After deliberation, the school decided to support her continuing education and even permitted her to reside in the dormitory during winter and summer breaks, regardless of how the school leaders and teachers reminisce. They are utterly unable to recall the name of that girl. All that lingers in their minds is a vague recollection that the series of peculiar events at Xianyang Middle School seemed to have commenced with her untimely demise. As for the circumstances surrounding her death, no one can articulate them with certainty. Nevertheless, experts, as they are, have ventured a plausible conjecture based solely on scan information. This girl was cornered by a group of individuals to the precipice of a balcony, and unbeknownst to her, one among them clandestinely pushed her to her death. The motives behind such a cruel act are rather convoluted. Following the death of her parents, her demeanor transformed dramatically. She often muttered unsettling phrases about the deceased awakening and that death is merely a new beginning. Her dorm mates gradually began to ostracize her, isolating her further, a mere prelude to what was to unfold. Eventually, the isolation escalated to the point where all the girls in her class joined in shunning her, and someone maliciously bestowed upon her the moniker the Mad Woman, etching her name alongside this title in various places around the campus. Consequently, nearly the entire school became aware of a madwoman in Class 4 of the second year. Known as XX. One fateful night, the girls surreptitiously ventured to the flower bed to burn joss paper, commemorating the anniversary of her parents' passing. On that occasion, she was apprehended by the night watchman and taken to the disciplinary office. Although one could empathize with her plight, the head of discipline, adhering to stringent principles, reprimanded her publicly, marking her with a severe infraction. Perhaps by coincidence, on the very night she was reprimanded, a well-liked classmate suddenly fell victim to acute appendicitis and was rushed to the hospital. While everyone understood that such sudden ailments are beyond control, a faction of students began to speculate otherwise. Ignited by an unknown instigator, whispers emerged that XX had cast a curse upon the classmate, attributing her misfortune to the girl's supposed malevolence. A belief fueled by her eccentric behavior, but a ripple effect ensued, culminating in a group of students dragging XX to the balcony, presumably to intimidate her into confessing the so-called truth. However, whether it was a mere accident or a deliberate act, someone pushed XX over the edge, leading to this tragic calamity. Upon reading this account, Jiang Chen felt a profound respect for the psychological profiling expert, as he found the conjecture remarkably logical and astute in its understanding of the complexities of youthful psychology. This narrative, he surmised, likely edged perilously close to the actual truth. Moreover, a chilling thought lingered. Why did the outbreak of illness in the affable girl immediately prompt suspicions of XX's involvement? Did this insinuate that the appendicitis-stricken girl had previously committed acts of malice against XX, perhaps instigating the taunts of madwoman and being the first to inscribe XX's name across the campus? Jiang Chen squinted thoughtfully, as he harbored no qualms about contemplating the darkest aspects of human nature, particularly after witnessing numerous supernatural occurrences. The malevolence of ghosts often derives from humanity. Thus, which is truly more malevolent, the human or the specter? Beyond the harrowing tale of the school's most sinister ghost, the documents contained additional information, yet Jiang Chen refrained from delving too deeply, as the material was extensive and challenging to retain in its entirety. It seemed more prudent to focus on key points. The following day, he had no classes, allowing him to sleep until noon, followed by a leisurely meal and rest at a tea approximately 8 in the evening. Accompanied by the roaring of sports cars, Chen Shui arrived, and Jiang Chen descended the stairs to enter the vehicle. Xianyang Middle School is situated in the southern part of Jiangbei City, at the junction of the old and new commercial districts, surrounded by towering skyscrapers that shimmer with neon lights, creating a bustling atmosphere at night. However, the school is not located in the bustling downtown area. Otherwise, even with insufficient manpower, this task could not have been postponed until now. After driving for a while towards the quieter outskirts, the vehicle halted outside an old park, where construction barriers had been erected to prevent entry. That a vigilant old security guard approached with a flashlight in hand. "Entry is prohibited. Construction is hazardous," he barked at the two. "Good evening. We are on a mission," Chen Shui replied, briefly displaying the interface of the Underworld app on her phone. The guard's expression grew more stern as he retrieved an item to scan Chen Shui's phone. After verifying the result, he straightened his posture and rendered a crisp salute. "Thank you for your hard work. You two have labored diligently. There is no need to be so tense. There are chairs nearby for you to rest." Chen Shui responded. The guard nodded, then resumed his patrol, cautiously surveying the surroundings. This is a soldier's instinct. During sentinel duty, regardless of urgency, one must stand to maintain maximum alertness. The two traversed the park, enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon exiting the park, they followed a river for over 100 meters until a school came into view. With its white walls and red roof, the buildings appeared pristine. Xianyang Middle School had only been established for a little over a decade, but had been forced to close due to a series of bizarre incidents. By the time Jiang Chen and his companion arrived, several figures were already waiting outside the school gate. "You're late," Chen Shui remarked as she approached. "We just arrived." Someone nodded in acknowledgement. Most merely turned to appraise the two, without uttering a word. Qin Xiao has yet to arrive. The atmosphere fell into silence. It was their first collaboration, and everyone bore a hint of wariness. After a brief wait, a few more individuals arrived, including Qin Zhe, who was still dressed casually and appeared quite relaxed. Upon his arrival, he began introducing everyone. "These two are my cousins, Qin Hai and Qin Feiyang. They possess D and D level abilities, respectively." He indicated towards a robust young man and another wielding twin daggers. The crowd's interest was piqued. With an additional D, their chances of success in the task undoubtedly increased significantly. "This is Liu Kai, Qinze continued with the introductions, for those he did not recognize. He offered a friendly smile, his intentions clear. Jiang Chen nodded in response. I am Jiang Chen, D-level ability. After the introductions, he gained a general understanding of the team's composition. The Qin brothers, along with 3 middle-aged men, among whom only Lu Kai was D, while the other 2 were D-level. Yet, a fierce aura emanated from the trio, clearly survivors of harrowing experiences. Such individuals cannot be assessed solely by their abilities. Lastly, there were himself and Chen Shui. There is also a beautiful lady from the Yang family who is yet to arrive. Let us wait a moment. Our scheduled time is 8:30, and she is likely punctual. Qinze remarked with a smile, his cheerful demeanor refreshing, suggesting he could easily get along with anyone. However, Jiang Chen noticed that among the group, the individual named Lu Kai and another middle-aged woman both lifted their heads to cast a glance at Qinze, their expressions laden with profound implications. During the introductions, Qinze had mentioned that he found the 3 of them through the Underworld Apps forum and that he was not particularly acquainted with them. As the clock approached 8:30, a figure clad in a purple tracksuit sprinted toward them from afar, slightly out of breath. My apologies, everyone. I was caught in traffic. It's no trouble, Qinze replied, a flicker of displeasure momentarily crossing his eyes. Yet his countenance remained adorned with a warm smile. Let us proceed with the introductions. Yang Chen, D-class strength. Very well. I shall now outline the strategy for addressing this incident. Qinze spoke with an air of confidence, as if he had meticulously crafted the plan in advance. According to the 3 clues, there are 3 particularly perilous spirits at Xiangyang High School. Firstly, there is the nameless female student. She embodies the school's greatest taboo. Secondly, the head of the teaching department, whose punitive measures indirectly led to the demise of the female student. It is likely that afterward, he suffered a most inhumane fate, transforming into a formidable specter. Thirdly, there is the girl who pushed the victim. The female student perished within the teaching building, while the girl who pushed her may have met her end in the girls' dormitory or within the teaching building itself. The head of the teaching department is most likely to be found within the teaching building area. Thus, the teaching building poses the greatest danger, followed by the girls' dormitory, and lastly, the various wandering spirits on campus, such as the ghostly security guard and the specter that runs on the playground. We shall divide into 3 groups. Lu Kai and his companions will head to the girls' dormitory, while Qin Feiyang, and I will venture into the most perilous teaching building. Lastly, Chen Shui and her group will solely be responsible for locating the spirits roaming the campus. Does this arrangement meet with your approval? The group pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, and one criticized Qinze for daring to divide the team, as collective missions are often structured in this manner. The reasoning is quite simple, with 8 or 9 D-class individuals standing in one place. Even the most malevolent specter would hesitate to emerge. What wretched spirit would dare to present itself? Moreover, this task is classified as D, which implies that the strongest spirits encountered will likely be elite malevolent spirits or half-step formidable specters. A trio that includes 1D expert is more than capable of overpowering elite malevolent spirits. Even if they encounter a half-step formidable specter, they can endure until reinforcements arrive. Of course, the only somewhat unkind maneuver on Qinze's part was to group Jiang Chen with the 2 D-class novices. However, since he had previously stated the teaching building was the most dangerous area, where the 3 most fearsome spirits might converge, Jiang Chen and his companions had little room to voice their concerns. Very well, let us proceed inside. Should we encounter any danger, do not hesitate to call for help, and everyone will come to your aid, Qinze instructed, gesturing toward the button on his collar that served as a walkie-talkie. Each of them was equipped with this device, specially crafted to withstand the magnetic influence of spirits to a certain extent. Let us move ahead, Lu Kai nodded, entering the campus. In the end, only Jiang Chen and his 2 companions remained. Indeed, Qinze has orchestrated this well, being at the pinnacle of D himself while leaving me with 2 novices, Yang Chen remarked with a frown, revealing her dissatisfaction. Chen Shui was well aware of Jiang Chen's capabilities. She cast a cold glance at Yang Chen and remarked, if you wish to abandon this mission, you may leave now. Jiang Chen and I are sufficient. She was reluctant for anyone else to witness the potential of this dark horse, as it would only invite more competition. Chen Shui, your temper remains as formidable as ever, though you truly believe yourself to be the young lady of the Chen family, Yang Chen retorted with a hint of sarcasm, suggesting a prior acquaintance between them. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze, directing her gaze towards Jiang Chen lurking in the shadows. After scrutinizing him closely, her pupils dilated in shock. You are the boy that Lin Yue likes. What are you doing here? No, it can't be. You are also an extraordinary person. Her face was a portrait of astonishment. No, I am not an extraordinary person, Jiang Chen replied, a smile spreading across his face as he teasingly added. I am merely someone from a different world than yours. Upon hearing this phrase, which she herself had uttered earlier, and remembering that he had overheard her words, Jiang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks tinged with crimson. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, huffing in indignation. What is so impressive about that? So what if you are extraordinary, at your age, still stuck at AD rank, with no prestigious family to back you? You and Weiwei remain in entirely different realms. You might as well give up. Jiang Chen was taken aback that if he were a ghost, he imagined a system notification would surely pop up at this moment, indicating a ghostly aura of 99.it seemed this girl had misunderstood something. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen was not one to indulge in explanations. Why should he go through the trouble of clearing up a misunderstanding? His philosophy was simple. If someone wrongs me, I shall return the favor. Thus, after pondering for a couple of seconds, a complex yet fitting expression appeared in his eyes, tinged with a hint of regret as he regarded her. But even if I were to give up on Weiwei, she still would not be inclined towards women. Jiang Chen, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not cling to this. It is a distorted form of love. Jiang Chen was left speechless. Before she could react further, Jiang Chen had already seized the astonished Chen Shui's hand and strode into Xiangyang High School. Once they crossed the threshold, Chen Shui finally regained her senses and leaned in curiously. Jiang Chen, was everything you just said true? Wow, this is absolutely sensational. That wild girl Yang Chen actually likes Lin Yue? Jiang Chen, feeling it was beneath him to squabble with a young girl, simply smiled and shook his head in denial. However, upon seeing his expression, Chen Shui's eyes lit up with contemplation, and she excitedly slapped her thigh. I understand now. This is huge. You wouldn't dare speak carelessly about it, right? I get it. This is monumental gossip. Yang Chen has feelings for Lin Yue, and no wonder she dresses so androgynously and spends all her time with her. Gossip is a woman's innate skill, and Chen Shui completely disregarded Jiang Chen, lost in her own deductions, conjuring a series of evidence that would undoubtedly substantiate the truth of the matter. Jiang Chen was left utterly dumbfounded. Behind the two individuals, a piercing scream reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered erupted from Yang Chen. Ah, you damn Jiang Chen. What on earth did you say to her? I am not a mere plaything. I shall fight you both. Jiang Chen replied. You might find it hard to believe, but I said nothing at all. It was all her own conjecture. Ultimately, Yang Chen followed them in, her expression brimming with pride as she declared that her personal emotions would not interfere with their mission. She also asserted her prowess, claiming to be on the verge of the strongest among them, and that they were to heed her directives. Chen Shui gasped in shock, clutching her chest. What do you intend to make me do? Yang Chan's forehead nearly bulged with veins, her small canine teeth clenching with a crunching sound. I will say it once more, I do not favor women. As the trio entered the campus, they felt a noticeable drop in temperature. Outside, even the wind was stiflingly hot. Yet, upon passing through an iron gate, the surroundings instantly turned cool. The campus was littered with refuse, exuding a musty odor, as if the previous occupants had left in a great hurry. Neglecting even the final cleanup. On the right stood several academic buildings, while ahead lay the dormitory area. The trio was tasked with overseeing the campus. Thus they proceeded towards the playground, passing by flower beds adorned with various plants. They noticed an abundance of black ash, piled up as if something had been burned. Be cautious. The demise of that girl began with her burning paper by the flower bed, where a security guard discovered her. Shortly after her death, that very guard met an untimely end as well. It was said that since then, many had encountered a security guard by the flower bed who was burning paper, and upon approaching, they would find that he was honoring their memory. Those who returned home shortly thereafter all perished for various reasons. Yang Chen spoke up, walking at the forefront, shouldering the responsibility of leading the group. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Although this girl was a bit peculiar, constantly muttering about individuals from two worlds and the likes of swans and toads, her character remained refreshingly straightforward. Chapter 48. It is said that Director Ma. The three remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Any specter associated with that female student should be approached with utmost caution. Fortunately, until they exited the flower bed area, nothing unusual transpired. They were fortunate. It was most logical to first address the specter on the playground and then contend with the ghostly security guard. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. The records indicated that the ghostly guard had never appeared elsewhere outside the flower bed. However, some spirits on the playground would roam the campus, and should they encounter the guard while engaged with them, the trio could find themselves in peril. The night was dark, and the trio could only faintly discern a patch of grass encircled by a synthetic track, along with 2 soccer hoops. Here, a student had met their end, reportedly punished by Director Ma Hong to run 10 laps, only to succumb to a heart attack. Following that incident, several students who ran alone at night inexplicably collapsed and died on the playground. Jiang Chen glanced at her phone, briefly outlining the ghost they were about to confront. Witnesses had seen these students running before their demise, accompanied by a shadowy figure, seemingly engaged in fervent conversation with them. The data suggests that running within a certain vicinity of the playground will inevitably summon the spirit of a deceased student. This entity will employ chat to tempt individuals into disregarding their physical exhaustion, compelling them to run until death ensues. Chen Shui glanced at her phone. The powers of this ghost remain unspecified, yet given its peculiar capabilities, it is highly likely to be a malevolent spirit. Posing a significant danger, both women wore grave expressions. Even a expert would not underestimate the terror posed by any evil spirit, for these entities are exceedingly cunning and ferocious. A volunteer is needed to lure the ghost out. Who will step forward? Jiang Chen spoke up. This is an exceedingly perilous task, and no one is eager to confront an unknown malevolent spirit alone. Let us draw lots, suggested Chen Xue. No need for that. I shall go, declared Jiang Chen as he rose. However, there is one condition. You must wait for my signal before taking action. Remain here and do not move. I will draw the ghost back. With that, he strode into the darkness of the playground, leaving the 2 women with a broad silhouette. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen recalled her father. Pa. What am I thinking? Just a shameless little thief seeking to show off. Jiang Chen sprinted onto the rubber track, the air thick with an acrid odor, the cause of which might be the neglect of cleanliness or perhaps some incident that had transpired on the playground. He completed 1.5 laps when he heard another set of footsteps behind him. Jiang Chen glanced back to see Chen Shui and Jiang Chen still standing at the edge of the playground, frantically signaling him, as if trying to convey something. Maintaining his composure, he continued running, and soon the figure behind him caught up and initiated a conversation. It's quite rare to encounter a fellow runner at this late hour. Pleased to meet you. Jiang Chen turned his head to see an unremarkable male student in athletic wear, his smile exuding warmth. You are indeed celebrating prematurely. Suddenly, Jiang Chen surged forward with a burst of speed, leaving the student's frozen smile behind. You bastard. Ghost Energy 25. That after swiftly completing half a lap, Jiang Chen turned to find the male student reappearing beside him, narrowing his eyes. That it seems that mere speed will not suffice to escape this ghost. Fear not, classmate. I am no villain. Meeting at this hour is merely fate. How about we run together and have a chat? The male student proposed, his demeanor flawless and disarming. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Chen felt a haze enveloping his mind, as if he had forgotten his original purpose, and instinctively replied, chat about what? Seizing the opportunity, the male student's lips curled into a sinister smile. Classmate, what do you enjoy doing most? Girls, Jiang Chen replied tersely. Ah, I see. The male student's expression momentarily stiffened. Your hobby is rather impressive. However, if we continue this conversation, our world may cease to exist. Is there anything else? I also enjoy gossiping about others behind their backs. Jiang Chen mused. What a coincidence. I share that interest as well. There is hardly anything about our school that I am unaware of, Sun Jiming boasted with confidence, his implication clear. Feel free to ask anything. Really? Jiang Chen was indeed quite intrigued. I have heard that our school has a director named Ma Hong, who strictly adheres to the school rules and is merciless when punishing students, with a notoriously irascible temperament, earning him the private moniker of the living king of hell. It seems there are whispers suggesting that Director Ma is somewhat lacking in certain aspects. Do you happen to know anything about this? Upon hearing the initial part, Sun Jiming nodded repeatedly in strong agreement, but his eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the latter part. Finally, he chuckled. Of course, that's true. Really, Sun Jiming, are you suggesting that Director Ma truly struggles in that regard? Could you elaborate for me? Jiang Chen was suddenly taken aback, raising his voice to a pitch that could be heard across the entire playground. Damn, keep your voice down. If Ma Hong hears this, won't he just break my bones? Sun Jiming's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected such blatant gossiping from Jiang Chen. Are you really discussing it so openly? Why not just use a megaphone? Ghost Energy 80. Ghost Energy 92.it seemed that Sun Zhiming was genuinely terrified, as Jiang Chen was bombarded with 2 notifications of significant ghost energy. His eyes lit up. Hurry up and tell me. Sun Zhiming, how do you know about Director Ma's? Lower your voice. Director Ma patrols the school every night. If he hears us, we're done for. Sun Zhiming hastily interrupted Jiang Chen. Let us change the topic. Oh, I've also heard that the homeroom teacher of class 4 in the second year has a timid disposition. When a student died in the class, she clearly witnessed the entire incident, yet when asked to testify, she dared not utter a word. Is this true? Upon hearing this question, Sun Zhiming's lips twitched slightly. You really know how to pick your subjects. They're all beyond my reach. Ghost Energy 45. Let's switch topics again. He said helplessly. I heard that a girl from our school died after being pushed down from a building. Do you know her name? Sun Zhiming nearly buckled at the knees in fear. Let us stick to discussing the class 4 homeroom teacher. She was indeed the only one who witnessed the entire event, yet she remained silent, too frightened to speak a single truth. Later, she died in the office, her eyes gouged out, and her mouth sewn shut. The person who killed her seemed to convey that since you ignore the truth, your eyes are of no use, and if you refuse to speak for me, then you are indeed a being of extraordinary potential. Yet it seems a travesty for you to dwell among humans. How much more splendid it would be to exist as a dog, cursed creature, with a ghostly aura of 95. In Chapter 49. Should there be no one around, I shall make my entrance. On the playground, the notorious running enthusiast Sun Zhiming, who relished dragging others into exhausting conversations and forcing them to run endless laps, now felt a wave of trepidation wash over him as he sensed an ominous presence emanating from the direction of the teaching building. He found himself trembling, his legs growing weak. The female homeroom teacher and that girl were associated with a terror that was far beyond his comprehension. Sun Zhiming had no doubt that had he been in their presence moments ago, he would have been torn to shreds by now. The mere thought of such a chilling scene sent shivers down his spine, causing his legs to quiver and his pace to falter. Come on, brother, speed up. You've only run a few laps. Are you here for rehabilitation? Jiang Chen, brimming with vitality, turned back and beckoned him with enthusiasm. Sun Zhiming opened his mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that as a mere running specter, he would find himself being urged to pick up the pace by someone else. Go for it, Sun Zhiming. Run. Running is akin to life. When you feel you can no longer continue, it signifies that you are ascending a great peak. Once you conquer this mountain, you shall behold even more breathtaking vistas. Reach the summit and let the world hear your voice. Jiang Chen raised a loudspeaker, delivering a torrent of motivational words that stirred the blood. Yet, Sun Zhiming felt no surge of enthusiasm. All he could hear was a deafening buzz in his ears, nearly rendering him deaf, as Jiang Chen nearly thrust the loudspeaker into his face. Ghostly aura 60. Enough. I have had it with you. Sun Zhiming's face twisted into a malevolent expression as he cast aside his facade, allowing the dark resentment to envelop him. He lunged forward, reaching out towards Jiang Chen. He had abandoned the notion of vanquishing this living being through running, though this would prevent him from absorbing the vitality of the living and bring about certain consequences. He could no longer tolerate the audacity of this insufferable human. Sun Zhiming felt that if he did not act soon, he would be driven to madness, transforming into a top-tier malevolent spirit. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. The casual grab from Sun Zhiming sent a chill of danger coursing through him. With a burst of demonic energy, he swiftly retreated. Swish! Sun Zhiming grasped at air, his expression darkening further as he prepared to advance once more. At that moment, Jiang Chen laughed and shouted, "Make your move. Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin of all energies, cultivate through countless eons, and I shall attain divinity." Golden light talisman, Qin Shuejiao's voice resonated, and a dazzling golden light erupted from the darkness behind Sun Zhiming. His pale eyes widened in disbelief. When did someone approach from behind him, seeking death? Sun Zhiming had no time to contemplate further. He swiftly turned, channeling his resentment into a strike, aiming to inflict harm in retaliation. However, at that instant, a whip-like kick surged from the shadows, accompanied by a thunderous sound. With a resounding crack, Sun Zhiming's right arm was shattered. Yang Chani gracefully although the 3 individuals had never collaborated before. They seemed to possess an uncanny telepathy, swiftly dispatching a superior malevolent spirit. For those of D-class extraordinary individuals, this was indeed an admirable feat, and excitement was evident on all their faces. The 2 women turned their gaze towards Jiang Chen. While they had mentioned collaboration, it was primarily he who orchestrated the rhythm of the battle. Firstly, he executed a series of deft maneuvers that left the spirit flustered, and then, while delivering motivational words, he signaled the 2 to stealthily approach. Throughout this process, Sun Jiming was incessantly distracted by Jiang Chen's cacophony and psychological torment, completely overlooking the two women. Ultimately, this culminated in what could be described as a flawless collaboration. Jiang Chen, you were truly remarkable. You enabled us to eliminate a superior malevolent spirit at minimal cost, Chen Shui praised without reservation. Who would have thought that despite your mediocre strength, your intellect is quite commendable? Yang Chan remarked coldly, tilting her delicate face upward. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui looked at Yang Chan in utter disbelief. Are you serious? I have witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess firsthand, relentlessly pursuing top-tier malevolent spirits with bare hands. The sense of oppression was unforgettable. The fact that he hasn't exhibited his formidable strength must be for a reason, Chen Shui thought to herself. Refraining from voicing her thoughts, she turned to Jiang Chen, asking, where shall we go next? At this, Yang Chan instinctively glanced at Jiang Chen but then remembered she had previously asserted that she would lead the team. Her face flushed slightly, and she finally muttered, considering the contribution you just made, we shall temporarily heed your command. Her tone was reluctant, and she turned her head away after speaking. Jiang Chen looked at the haughty young lady with a helpless smile. As a man in his 40s across 2 lifetimes, he felt it inappropriate to argue with a young girl. Very well. I shall take the liberty of leading, Miss Yang. After providing her a graceful exit, Jiang Chen directed his gaze towards the only solitary building on the playground. Let us investigate that structure. Equipment room. In Jiang Chen's view, this was the most chilling edifice in any school. He recalled an old saying he had heard from the elders in his village during his childhood. Do not enter a solitary building. Do not contend with the dead. The term solitary building referred to a structure that stood alone within a radius of several hundred meters, often comprising only a single room. Such buildings were typically uninhabitable for those lacking particularly strong life forces, as ordinarily, if a spirit sought refuge at midnight, it would choose an unoccupied room, provided it meant no harm. However, in the case of a solitary building, spirits would be compelled to share the same room as the occupant. Following this, the resident would often fall gravely ill. Moreover, a solitary building that had long remained uninhabited could be dominated by some unknown entity, and entering without caution would be akin to contending with the dead for space. Such a scenario was far more perilous, with terrifying consequences. Be cautious. Many have perished in the equipment room, Chen Shui cautioned. Oh, Jiang Chen inquired, looking at her. Please elaborate. The information was extensive, and he had only grasped the essentials. Chen Shui nodded and explained. Initially, a security guard died here. He was a seasoned veteran who, after being hired as a school guard, relinquished his rental apartment and secretly acquired a key to the equipment room, residing there at night. But on the 6th day, the security guard met an inexplicable demise. His lifeless body found with bloodied handprints smeared across the interior of the door. It appeared he had attempted to push it open, yet the equipment room was secured from the outside with a formidable lock, remaining ajar only during the guard's nightly entrance. No one could fathom the horrors he had endured. Subsequently, several cases of disappearances plagued the school, with the bodies invariably discovered within the equipment room. Furthermore, whispers began circulating that those passing by the room in the evening could hear a cacophony of activity within, only to find it utterly vacant upon investigation. It seemed evident that more than one specter haunted this locale. One must tread carefully. Chen Shui's countenance was grave as she spoke. The trio arrived outside the equipment room. Knock. Jiang Chen stepped forward, rapping on the door and calling out, "Is anyone there? If not, I shall be entering." After a brief pause of 3 seconds, the silence enveloped them. In the next moment, Jiang Chen yanked open the adjacent window and unceremoniously tossed in the corpse of the running ghost he had dragged along. The two women behind him stood in stunned silence. Your tactical approach is truly despicable. You knocked on the door but chose to enter through the window. No. You didn't even enter yourself, but rather hurled in a body. How utterly disgraceful. The corpse. Jiang Chen had Discachinze wished for assistance in diverting the attention of the headmaster so that he could investigate the clues surrounding a certain female student within the teaching building, unearthing her name, and subsequently drawing her out to resolve the matter. If the situation with this female student were addressed, the task at Xiangyang High School would be largely accomplished, marking a significant achievement. Yet, what was it that Lu Kai and his companions truly desired? Jiang Chen pondered momentarily but failed to arrive at a conclusion. He decided not to dwell further on it and beckoned the two women. Let us proceed without concerning ourselves too much for now. Since the specter here has vanished, as the records indicate, only the paper-burning security guard remains within the campus. Once we deal with him, we can observe how things unfold. The trio traversed the playground anew. where 5 or 6 flower beds, each measuring 4 meters in diameter and enclosed by cement tiles, were scattered amidst the teaching area and the playground, constituting the primary green space of Xiangyang High School. By a flower bed adorned with shrubs and roses, a flicker of flame danced at a middle-aged man's voice, muffled yet poignant, emerged, lamenting in a manner that betrayed a sinister mirth. The juxtaposition of weeping and laughter reverberated through the desolate school. "Woe is me! How tragic! Dear brother, your demise is most lamentable. Why must you depart in such a manner, leaving me all alone? It is truly unfortunate. Your bones have been shattered. Such pity." The flickering light of the burning paper illuminated a spirit tablet, upon which several characters were inscribed in a crooked manner. Kneeling before the tablet was a man clad in a security uniform, his visage grotesque, half in tears, half in laughter, his expression exaggerated and strained, his features contorted into an increasingly eerie form. From a rear view, one could observe the slight quiver of his shoulders, suggesting an overwhelming sorrow. Yet, concealed from sight was a gleaming kitchen knife firmly gripped in his hand. He lamented the death of his brother, claiming that his bones had been crushed, all the while wielding the knife, his eyes glinting with malevolent intent. "What do you propose we do to eliminate him?" As the security guard wept, he suddenly paused, having overheard a nearby conspiratorial discussion regarding a plan to murder someone. "This is straightforward. We shall first lure him out, and while engaging him in conversation, we will catch him off guard. Is this truly a conspiracy?" My wail seemed to have been overshadowed. The corners of the guard's mouth twitched slightly. The voices were loud enough for him to discern even from behind 2 flower beds. Zhang Hua, the ghostly security guard, felt a surge of intrigue. Momentarily abandoning his mourning, he crouched low, tiptoeing closer to ascertain whom this man and woman intended to harm. "Indeed, let us proceed as planned. Once we eliminate him, we can bury his body within the flower bed, ensuring that no one will ever uncover it. And how shall we absolve ourselves of suspicion? That is quite simple." Thus, Zhang Hua listened intently to the entirety of their scheme. Their plot was meticulously crafted: murder, body disposal, and creating an alibi, clearly not mere idle talk, but a genuine intent to act tonight. This only heightened his curiosity as he crouched by the flower bed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, one detail eluded him. He never discerned the identity of the intended victim. It felt as though its heart was being scratched by a cat, growing increasingly curious. "Come on, let us commence our plan." At that moment, Zhang Hua noticed 2 individuals rising, seemingly intent on departing, and could no longer suppress its curiosity, advancing towards them. "Wait, could you tell me who it is that you intend to kill?" Its sudden appearance startled the pair greatly. "Did you overhear our conversation?" The man among them cast a dangerously piercing gaze at Zhang Hua. "Rest assured, I am a person of discretion. I guarantee that I will not divulge anything." Zhang Hua, unperturbed, smirked and waved a hand dismissively. "What I need to know is, who exactly are you planning to kill? If you refuse to tell me, I might just summon some help." The man and woman exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly communicating something unspoken. "Very well." The man finally replied in a chilling tone, "We can tell you. But this is our secret plan, so do not let it slip outside." Zhang Hua twitched at the corner of his mouth. They were conspiring so loudly, and yet they spoke of it as a secret plan. They might as well have shouted it through a megaphone across the entire school. All right, I understand." Driven by curiosity, he acquiesced to their words. Jiang Chen stepped forward, leaning close to the man, as if to maintain utmost secrecy, while shielding his mouth with a hand, whispering ominously, "The person we intend to kill is named Zhang Hua." So, they aim to kill Zhang Hua. In an instant, Zhang Hua felt a surge of satisfaction as he began to search his memory for anyone in school named Zhang Hua. Wait a minute. That can't be right. I am Zhang Hua. The realization struck him suddenly. The target was none other than himself. However, at that moment, a hand as strong as a steel claw had already grasped Zhang Hua's neck, and Jiang Chen's face, looming before him, twisted into a sinister smile. Great powerful demon fist. With a surge of demonic energy, a brutal grip crushed Zhang Hua's throat, producing a series of sharp cracks as his bones shattered. "You're seeking death." Zhang Hua finally reacted, conjuring a stack of paper money that ignited spontaneously. He forced out a cry from his throat. "Jiang Chen, your demise shall be most tragic, your body riddled with blade wounds, your bones shattered." This malevolent curse unleashed some bizarre power. Jiang Chen's pupils dilated as intense pain erupted in his right arm, as though he had been struck with a blade. Crack. Just then, a whip-like kick came hurtling from the side. Yang Chen had made her move. Not only that, but a dazzling golden light erupted from the bushes behind Zhang Hua. Golden Light Talisman. Chen Shui, who had been hiding, also launched an attack. Chapter 51. The Mind of Jiang Chen. Close to the demonic. Having undergone prior coordination, the trio now worked together with remarkable synergy, unleashing a thunderous offensive. Zhang Hua had no choice but to abandon the burning paper money in his hand, raising his left arm to block the fierce kick. With a resounding thud, his arm was twisted and nearly broken. The golden light behind him posed an even greater threat. He dodged desperately, only to be ultimately struck by the golden light talisman on his left waist, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a shower of blood and flesh. Die. Jiang Chen's other hand clenched into a fist, delivering a true great power bull demon fist. The opponent attempted to evade, but with his neck in Jiang Chen's grip, there was no chance to escape, and he was ultimately met with a punch to the face. Half of his face caved in instantly, the wind howled like a knife, cutting sharply against Jiang Chen's cheek, causing a stinging pain. A cunning whip kick struck again, the specially crafted combat boot landing forcefully on Zhang Hua's head. Not only that, Chen Shui drew forth a peachwood short sword, plunging it into the back of Zhang Hua's heart. Jiang Chen brandished a spring knife, thrusting it vigorously into the opponent's heart 5 or 6 times. With a metallic clang, Zhang Hua met a grim fate, perhaps even more tragic than his previous demise. The three were panting heavily. Zhang Hua was far superior to a mere running ghost, merely a step away from being a top-tier malevolent spirit. Among them, Jiang Chen possessed the greatest strength, nearly on par with this ghost. Chen Shui ranked second. She was an ordinary D-class, yet her talismans wielded astonishing destructive power. Jiang Chen was the weakest, not having entered his transformation state, lingering between D and D in strength. Thus, to eliminate Zhang Hua with such swiftness exacted a considerable toll on them. It was a thrilling and perilous battle. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of both women. Jiang Chen glanced at the panel. Having taken down 2 ghosts, his previously dwindled ghost energy of 2020 had surged past 3,000, prompting a smile of joy to grace his face. Heh, who would have thought? Though your strength may not be formidable, you maintain quite the gentlemanly demeanor, daring to be the first to confront such a level of malevolent spirit. Jiang Chen tilted her head, unsure whether to commend or ridicule him with her words. Jiang Chen had surged forward for the sake of ghost energy, though he could not admit that openly. After pondering for a moment, he gazed at Jiang Chen with a grin and said, "Surely, we cannot have our esteemed Miss Yang take the lead. If you were to get injured at this point." Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, suddenly falling silent. He had intended to add that if a lady of your stature were to be hurt, would she not shed tears? However, reflecting on the combined age of his 2 lifetimes made him reconsider, deeming it inappropriate to chastise a young girl, and thus he refrained from continuing. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen, upon hearing his words and noticing the intensity of Jiang Chen's gaze, suddenly wore an expression of profound intrigue. Wait. Despite Wei Wei's overt advances, he had always treated her with utmost courtesy, as if she were a younger sister, never crossing any lines. In contrast, only in my presence did his extraordinary composure and tranquility vanish, giving way to irksome remarks. Could it be that he does not harbor feelings for Wei Wei, but instead is merely leveraging her to approach me, due to his awareness of our relationship? At this thought, Jiang Chen felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. She had heard that some boys, lacking the ability to express their affections directly, would provoke the object of their interest to garner attention, and tonight, Jiang Chen had already irritated her several times. Now, he uttered such heartfelt words, though his strength was meager. He charged to the forefront, solely to avoid his own injury. Could this be considered a confession? Jiang Chen could not help but avert her gaze from Jiang Chen, feeling as though her face was ablaze enough to fry an egg. Pursing her lips and turning away with a huff, "Even if you hold such affection for me, I shall not acquiesce easily." Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen's expression turned grave. This young Chen, how cunning she is. I had clearly restrained myself from voicing the latter part of my insult, yet she still perceptibly caught on. This woman is formidable, and one should not take her lightly, that he murmured to himself. The evaluation of Jiang Chen had escalated from being merely long-legged and brainless to possessing an intellect bordering on the supernatural. Beside them, Chen Shui observed the exchange of glances between the two, initially feeling a twinge of displeasure. However, she soon realized that the atmosphere was devoid of any romantic tension. Jiang Chen pressed her lips together, a mixture of embarrassment and irritation evident on her face, seemingly grappling with some inner conflict. Yet, Jiang Chen displayed a wary expression, as though facing a formidable adversary. Chen Shui even entertained the notion that the two might soon clash violently, rendering any notion of flirtation moot. Just as she sensed the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, the sound of Lu Kai's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "We are under siege by top-tier malevolent spirits in the girls' dormitory. We need assistance. Hurry, we can hardly hold on." A sense of urgency washed over Jiang Chen as he exchanged glances with the others. "Let us investigate." The trio dashed towards the dormitory area. Meanwhile, in a classroom within a certain teaching building, Qinze heard the commotion and a slow smile crept across his lips. The opportunity has arrived. He swung a fist, crushing the spirit of a female student, held captive by Qin Hai and Qin Feiyang. They then pushed the door open and exited, but instead of descending to offer aid, they ascended the staircase. "Ziege, aren't we going to help?" Qin Feiyang inquired. "Heh, this is all part of the plan. Do not fret. As long as we locate the student who pushed that girl and uncover the name of the most fearsome spirit in this school, we can eliminate her and then have the capacity to rescue others." Qinze replied, his demeanor as cheerful as a spring breeze. However, before Qin Feiyang could voice further concerns, Qin Hai shot him a glare. Little Zhe said to proceed as instructed. "Less chatter." Qin Feiyang sheepishly fell silent. At the foot of the girls' dormitory, a fierce battle was underway between a man and a spirit. Ma Hong, tall and imposing, with eyes devoid of pupils, donned a tattered suit, his entire being enveloped in a heavy aura of resentment. Every movement he made instilled fear. He was the director of the school, and no student dared defy him. Each strike he delivered felt like a stern lesson from a strict teacher, compelling others to instinctively refrain from resistance. "Cease this. You have invaded the Ma Hong." A towering figure was enveloped in a heavy aura of resentment, making him formidable even among the most fearsome of demons. He withstood his opponent's blade and delivered a crushing blow to Lu Kai's chest, causing a deep indentation. Lu Kai bore 3 dark handprints upon his body, cursed and eroded, his complexion gradually paling and his movements slowing. Years of struggle had honed his combat prowess to a remarkable level among his peers. Though he could not compare with the likes of Zhao Eru, a true anomaly, he far surpassed the average extraordinary being. Unfortunately, he had encountered Ma Hong. This imposing man was marked by fissures across his chest, exuding an astonishingly thick aura of resentment. Teetering on the brink of becoming a semi-ghost, the 3 observers watched coldly, refraining from intervening hastily. Lu Kai noticed them too, but his gaze was predominantly fixed on the teaching building, waiting for a master like Qinze to arrive and offer salvation. After a prolonged silence, the stillness on that side was palpable as he continued to engage Ma Hong in combat. He glanced at the 3 and gritted his teeth. "Yang Chen, is it? You cannot assist me here. Head upstairs, my friend is trapped." Yang Chen remained silent, turning her gaze towards Jiang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen inquired, "Lu Kai, didn't you review the materials before your mission?" Lu Kai was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the question, but as an experienced veteran, he quickly regained his composure and cast a penetrating glance at Jiang Chen. "You are a perceptive individual, to be candid. We harbor no ulterior motives. I am aware that we have fallen into Qinze's trap. However, seizing a collective mission is no simple feat. Our intention is to swiftly eliminate the ghost in the girls' dormitory and then join forces to ambush Ma Hong. This endeavor could yield substantial rewards, equivalent to 2 or 3 typical missions. Yet, the ghost in the girls' dormitory is far stronger than I anticipated. During our skirmish, Ma Hong charged into the dormitory if we are flanked by them. Our demise is inevitable. I can only rush downstairs to intercept him. The ghosts above are terrifying, and my companions are no match for them. Your prowess would be difficult to manage even if you ascended. But at the very least, you could buy time for Qinze to achieve his own objectives. That we are all extraordinary beings. He wouldn't go so far as to end our lives. Lu Kai? Implore you, save them." Lu Kai was gravely injured, having coughed up blood multiple times, his left shoulder shattered by Ma Hong's grip, leaving his arm limp and dangling. Yet, he did not seek assistance from the others, only pleading for their help to rescue his companions. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Chen stepped towards the girls' dormitory. "You so readily believe his words." Yang Chen scoffed. "Oh, you truly think that after achieving his goals, Qinze would come back to rescue us?" Jiang Chen turned his head with a smile. "I am not averse to contemplating the darker aspects of human nature, yet I steadfastly believe in the existence of kindness." "Little Yang Chen, have you heard this saying? If everyone could contribute a little love, the world would transform into a beautiful place." That be why extending kindness to others, we also bring ourselves greater joy, do we not? The corridor was chillingly dim, the narrow space thick with oppression. Yet Jiang Chen found herself momentarily warmed by Jiang Chen's radiant smile, almost blinding in its brightness. She bit her lip, hesitant to meet the gaze of the youth before her. You call me little Jiang Chen. The pretense has fallen away, has it? As preparations for a bold pursuit commenced, a tumult of emotions surged within Jiang Chen, however. She was Lin Youwei's closest confidant. How could she possibly usurp the affections of her dearest friend? In that moment, a fierce internal battle raged within her. Jiang Chen gazed at the girl in astonishment. Could it be that she genuinely believed his earlier jest? His words had been nothing but whimsical banter. After all, he certainly could not admit, I have yet to reach my full potential. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations are but trifles. Jiang Chen cast a complex glance at Jiang Chen. This girl, at times astutely clever and at others blissfully naive, likely bore the scars of her years spent exorcising spirits. He reached out, patting her shoulder, offering an encouraging glance before turning to depart. Jiang Chen stood frozen in place, and as realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Goodness, was he truly encouraging her to defy societal prejudices and ardently pursue her own love? Humph, what a fanciful thought. I shall never betray Weiwei. Resolutely, Jiang Chen fortified her spirit, mumbling to herself in a manner that was indecipherable. Behind her, Chen Shui's expression transformed in shock upon overhearing. Betrayal? Weiwei, it appeared Jiang Chen had indeed spoken the truth. Jiang Chen possessed a penchant for such matters. Hiss. Chen Shui instinctively inhaled sharply, hastening her steps to catch up with Jiang Chen, leaving Jiang Chen trailing behind. Although she respected the other's perspective on love, the dim corridor posed a risk. What if Jiang Chen were to suddenly reach out and touch her? On the 4th floor of the girls' dormitory, where power had long since been cut off, the corridor lay shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency exit signs placed at intervals of 3 dorm rooms. At the far left of the hallway, a middle-aged man named Zhang Su clutched a note. Pressing his face against the wall corner, quietly observing the pitch-black restroom, following Lu's diversion to confront a formidable spirit, he and his companions began their retreat. As they passed the 4th floor, Zhang Su felt a sudden tap on his shoulder and a note thrust into his hand. He turned to see a disheveled woman hastily fleeing down the corridor. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, Zhang Su pursued her, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his current mission was not to engage with specters, but to urgently evacuate the building. The atmosphere within was thick with resentment, indicative of a high-ranking malevolent spirit. Where was Sister Sun? Zhang Su murmured anxiously to himself. If we join forces and catch it off guard, we could swiftly corner it in the restroom. Should it escape, pursuing it would prove exceedingly difficult. He pondered deeply, devising strategies to confront the spirit, entirely neglecting his own precarious situation. The note in Zhang Su's hand was stained with blood, and tendrils of dark energy seeped into his nostrils, increasing his breath's intensity. What if I just take the initiative? Sister Sun will surely arrive upon hearing the commotion. His plans grew increasingly audacious, his body tensing as if preparing to strike. That moment, a pale, emaciated arm emerged from the darkness, tapping Zhang Su on the shoulder. Who? He jolted in fright, his reflexes sharp as he lunged forward, turning to strike into the shadows. Keep it down, it's me, the woman whispered urgently. Sister Sun? Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback, halting his attack, a look of delight spreading across his face. How wonderful! Why have you only just arrived? I have discovered a formidable evil spirit and have been observing it for quite some time. Soon, we shall. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged woman, her expression peculiar as she gazed at Zhang Su. Have you lost your mind, you fool? Have you forgotten that we are in the midst of fleeing for our lives? The spirits within this building are so troublesome that even our leader finds them daunting. With him absent, encountering them now would surely lead to our demise. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Su stood frozen, lost in thought for a considerable while. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, recalling everything that had transpired earlier. A surge of dread coursing through him. I was just led astray. What a terrifying spirit. Let us leave at once. Sister Sun cast a wary glance towards the restroom, where faint laughter from a woman echoed. The two hastily distanced themselves, sprinting towards the staircase. Wait, Sister Sun, aren't we supposed to go downstairs? Zhang Su was bewildered. Do you think that is how I realized you were missing? Sister Sun's face paled as she glanced downstairs. As I was nearing the 3rd floor, I heard a strange woman's voice calling out a name from the corridor. We were blocked. And there are spirits on the third floor as well. We can only ascend to a higher level and seek refuge in a dormitory, praying that our leader will come to our rescue. I see. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory, a middle-aged woman clutched a bloodstained note, pursuing the silhouette of a female spirit down the corridor. Do not run. I am almost upon you. Chapter 53. Xiaoyang Chan. What a coincidence. Shall we go together? In the pitch-black corridor, a few individuals ascended with the aid of their mobile phone flashlights. They climbed. Jiang Chen noticed the walls were covered with dark mold, the white plaster peeling off in an irregular manner, giving the impression that the place had been abandoned for decades. This was highly unusual. It had been less than half a year since everyone had evacuated Xiangyang Middle School, and logically, there should have been nothing more than a layer of dust accumulating. The walls were damp, with water droplets even condensing in certain areas, and the entire dormitory exuded a strong odor of mildew. What on earth had transpired here? A hint of perplexity flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had reviewed the records of the girls' dormitory, yet the incidents documented therein bore little relation to water. Perhaps the excessive humidity in the air was to blame, as he found it significantly more difficult to breathe upon entering the building. Chen Shui pulled out a talisman, holding it delicately between her fingers, her gaze keenly surveying her surroundings. The further they ascended, the more her heart raced, an ominous premonition settling in. Aside from the incidents mentioned in the records, it seemed that other unsettling events must have occurred here, and the overall level of horror in the girls' dormitory likely rivaled that of the teaching building. Yang Chan also analyzed the situation gravely. She was a remarkable individual nearing D rank, yet as they walked up the stairs, she occasionally felt as though she were being watched, an unsettling sensation creeping over her. Were it not for Jiang Chen, the novice, leading the way, she would have surely turned back long ago. Chen Shui, please check the school archives. Apart from the cursed notes and room 444, are there any other indications of terrifying incidents that have taken place in the girls' dormitory? Jiang Chen suddenly interjected. Without further ado, Chen Shui nodded and promptly began searching on her phone. She possesses extensive experience in executing missions and instinctively understands that, in the face of supernatural events, the simplest means of survival is to heed the guidance of a trustworthy companion. Chen Shui peruses the files while Jiang Chen and Yang Chan maintain vigilance, proceeding methodically up the stairs. They had previously attempted to contact Lu Kai's two companions via walkie-talkie, but to no avail. Thus, they resolved to ascend to the top floor first if they encountered no obvious disturbances along the way. They would then search downwards, floor by floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, an eerie silence enveloped them. Jiang Chen cast several glances down the corridor, pausing momentarily before continuing upwards, with Chen Shui closely trailing behind him. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Chan, who had just ascended to this level, suddenly felt a chill wash over her. She swiftly executed a sidekick, her leg slicing through the air. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Her long leg had struck nothing but emptiness, and she furrowed her brow, scanning her surroundings. The dimly lit corridor was devoid of any presence. Moments earlier, she had felt a cold hand brush against hers, as if a corpse lurked in the shadows, making contact. Perhaps I am simply overly anxious. Yang Chan turned her head, ready to catch up with her companions, when she suddenly seemed to notice something. Her narrow eyes widened in alarm. Raising her right hand, she opened her palm to reveal a blood-stained note resting there. Scrawled upon it were several hastily written characters. Something is amiss. Yang Chan's expression shifted dramatically as she averted her gaze. But as she raised her head, she beheld a pale woman's face emerging from the darkness, grinning malevolently at her. Yang Chan, come here. The woman, with disheveled hair, retreated into the shadows while speaking in a sinister tone. Yang Chan momentarily dazed. A fierce expression unexpectedly surfaced on her face. Filthy thing, daring to provoke me. Halt. She seemed to have forgotten that she had come with two teammates, plunging alone into the depths of the corridor. Ahead, Chen Shui remained unperturbed, completely oblivious to the commotion behind them. Yet Jiang Chen, halfway up the stairs, suddenly halted and turned around. Discovering that Yang Chan had vanished, he appeared entirely unfazed, beckoning Chen Shui before pursuing deeper into the corridor. A smirk played upon his lips. Indeed, has she come? This is the 3rd floor, and the origin of one of the dormitory's eerie legends lies here. The cursed note that a girl from dormitory 303 met with an unfortunate drowning in the bathroom. after which her dorm mates received a note inscribed with incomprehensible, ghostly symbols. That very night, one of the girls perished in a horrifying manner in the bathroom at the end of the corridor. On the third day, the last girl from that dormitory also met her demise. Subsequently, it became a grim occurrence for girls to receive cursed notes, leading to inexplicable deaths in the bathroom at the end of the hallway that same night. While ascending to the second floor, Jiang Chen had not paid much attention, but he lingered on the third floor, hoping to receive that cursed note. Little did he expect that this ghost was indeed treacherous. Stealthily leaving the last person behind after the others ascended, intending to pick them off one by one at the end of the third-floor corridor, Jiang Chen watched the ghostly figure dart into the bathroom. Hesitating slightly as her remaining rationality cautioned her against such impulsive action, should she wait for them to arrive before taking action. However, this ghost fled upon encountering me, seemingly lacking in prowess. Otherwise, I would have dealt with it directly. Allowing that insufferable Jiang Chen to witness that strength oftentimes outweighs cunning, the mere thought ignited a spark in Jiang Chan's eyes, as if she had reached a resolution. Yet, just as she was about to step inside, a figure swiftly darted past, preemptively entering the restroom. The individual cast a sidelong glance at her with a subtle smile, a resonant voice issuing an invitation. Little Jiang Chen, what a coincidence. Shall we go together? Jiang Chen halted, glaring at Jiang Chen's retreating form, spitting out, rogue, soon. However, she furrowed her brow. A ghost had just entered, and this restroom was hardly a safe haven. She intended to caution Jiang Chen, but was abruptly tugged back by Chen Shui. The latter regarded her with a peculiar expression. Do you recall what just transpired? At this, Jiang Chen froze, her pupils dilating in realization. Indeed, how was I so impulsive? The spirits in this building are no trifles. What compelled me to chase after it alone? Regaining her composure, a sheen of cold sweat broke out on her back as she reflected on her prior actions, filled with dread. This entity could even ensnare extraordinary individuals. Could it be that the intelligence was flawed, and the ghost behind that cursed note was not merely a lowly malevolent spirit, but rather a top-tier fiend? Jiang Chen spoke solemnly, clutching the blood-stained note. Then she turned her gaze towards the restroom. No, Jiang Chen. Chen Shui interjected calmly. Do not fret. We shall adhere to the plan. He will be fine. Jiang Chen frowned, perplexed by whether Chen Shui harbored confidence in Jiang Chen or simply did not care for his fate. Given the current circumstances, the spirit within could very well be a top-tier malevolence. With the combined strength of the three of them against such a formidable entity, their chances of survival were barely 1 or 2 in 10. Jiang Chen entering alone was akin to courting death. Chapter 54. The Female Ghost. Malicious human hearts. Jiang Chen stepped into the restroom, which had lain dormant for half a year. Unlike typical restrooms, it bore no foul stench. Yet, the air was persistently tainted with a putrid odor, rendering it quite uncomfortable. Drip, drip, drip. A sound of dripping water echoed from an unknown source, subtle yet strikingly clear amid the oppressive silence. Every stall door was closed. Jiang Chen, displaying utmost politeness, approached and rapped on the door. Is anyone there? Is there someone inside? His actions left a pale-faced female ghost within one of the stalls momentarily stunned. Knocking on a restroom stall door. What sort of behavior was this? Did he expect the occupant to rise and open the door for him? As Jiang Chen raised his hand to knock, the first stall door swung open, yet he did not enter, exhaling a sigh of disappointment as he proceeded to the second stall. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy knocking reverberated once more. This time, the female ghost was utterly bewildered. Seeking an unoccupied stall was somewhat normal, but here he was, finding an empty restroom, yet continuing to knock. What was his intent? Was he looking for someone currently occupied? The thought sent a shiver through the ghost, her pupils widening in alarm. In the dead of night, a man was knocking on the women's restroom door, searching for someone using the facilities. Was this not the definition of a pervert? A twinge of panic welled up within her as ghostly energy surged. Soon after, the second stall was also knocked open. Jiang Chen remained outside, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, such a splendid night. Yet there is not a soul to share this perch with. The female ghost's expression darkened. Indeed, her suspicions were correct. He was a pervert with filthy intentions. Ghost energy 40. Soon enough, Jiang Chen knocked on the doors of 3 more stalls, yet still found no one within. His gaze gradually drifted toward the last locked stall. It's over. He has set his sights on me. Ghost energy 60 that the female ghost trembled with anxiety, desperately bracing herself against the door. If this pervert were to discover her presence, she could scarcely fathom the treatment she would endure. Contrary to her expectations, Jiang Chen did not knock again. Instead, he entered the adjacent stall. Sigh, on a night like this, I can't even find a companion for a simple squat eye in this inky darkness. Could there possibly be a ghost lurking? Upon hearing his words, the female ghost's tense demeanor suddenly relaxed. It turned out he was not a pervert, merely seeking a companion for his endeavor. Simultaneously, she realized, of course, I am a ghost. What do I have to fear from a pervert? Ironically, it seemed this living person was the one truly apprehensive about encountering a ghost. Heh, sometimes the more one fears something, the more swiftly it approaches. The female ghost grinned sinisterly, her body twisting grotesquely as she crouched on the ground like a spider, her ghastly pale face inching toward the gap beneath the two stalls. With a chilling smile and a hint of anticipation, she planned to make a sound to lure him over, curious to see how terrified he would be upon witnessing her horrifying visage. In the dead of night, within an abandoned dormitory building, in an empty restroom, a ghostly face unexpectedly emerging, most ordinary people would surely be driven mad. As the female ghost leaned closer, she prepared to speak in a haunting whisper. However, when her gaze fell upon a particular spot, a flicker of doubt arose within her. What was that glint? Two spherical shapes that occasionally moved. They resembled someone's eyeballs. Wait. Upon this realization, the female ghost scrutinized further. Discovering a human face clearly visible beneath the adjacent stall, eyes wide open, unblinking, fixed intently upon her, and a chill coursed through her. He had been deceiving her. After entering the stall, he hadn't been squatting at all. He had been spying on her. Ah! The female ghost retreated in a frenzy, her contorted body flailing chaotically, shrinking into a corner like a frightened student confronted by a pervert. Ghost energy 99. Jiang Chen scratched his nose, bemused that I haven't even delivered my lines yet. And you've already fled. After pondering for a moment, he attempted to reassure her. Ahem, dear sister, do not be afraid. I am not a good person. Upon hearing this, the female ghost scoffed. Perverts never admit to being perverts. Wait, did he just imply that he is not a good person? A wave of unexpected realization washed over her. Ghost energy 36. Outside, Chen Shui and Yang Chen exchanged incredulous glances. What did I ask happening? How did we suddenly arrive at a moment where Jiang Chen is comforting the female ghost, urging her not to be afraid? The two were left utterly speechless. A living person barges into a ghost's restroom at midnight, showing no fear, and even turns around to console the ghost. How does that make sense? Inside the restroom, the female ghost's curled form ceased to tremble. In her instinctive fear moments ago, she had forgotten the undeniable truth of her death. Upon regaining her composure, a look of deep resentment crept across her face. So you enjoy scaring others, do you? The female specter arched her back in an unnatural manner, her limbs contorting at impossible angles as she assumed a grotesque, crawling posture with her back to the ground. Throughout this unnerving transformation, a series of unsettling crack sounds emanated from her bones. The aura of vengeance radiating from her was utterly unmasked, suggesting an imminent confrontation as she charged into the adjacent stall. Intent on tearing apart the man within, with a resounding crash, she burst through the door like a monstrous creature. Another loud noise echoed as she flung open the next stall, only to discover it utterly vacant. The furious specter was momentarily taken aback. Where had he gone? Stuck in place. A chilling thought crept into her mind. Perhaps she was the sole occupant of the restroom all along. Who was the man she had just conversed with? And that pair of eyes wide open in the darkness. A ghost? No, that couldn't be right. The specter tugged at her hair. I remember distinctly that I am the ghost. I cannot frighten myself. But where had that living person vanished to? Peeking out from the stall, she observed that all the other stall doors were shut. The ghost paused slightly, then a sinister smile crept across her lips. So you wish to engage in a game of hide and seek with me, if I catch you. The outcome will be quite dire. Bang. One door swung open, yet no one was there. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more doors followed suit. The smile on the ghost's face grew ever more pronounced, for only one door remained for a hiding place. She approached it leisurely, a ghastly grin illuminating her pallid visage. Got you. Bang. The door swung open. Jiang Chen was indeed inside, but he too grinned. Allow me to clarify, it is we. The heavens and the earth, the primal source of all energies. Golden light talisman, thunderous leg, a radiant beam of golden light, accompanied by a swift, elongated kick, was unleashed. The ghost gaped in astonishment that a phrase echoed in her mind. You say you fear ghosts? Come, let me show you the true nature of humanity. Your hearts are truly vile. Chapter 55. The ocular excision procedure. The specter was a formidable malevolent spirit, more powerful than a running ghost, but inferior to a paper-burning guardian. The ensuing battle held no suspense. The combatants clashed repeatedly, the restroom resonating with her bitter howls. You shall all perish. None will escape this building. She was on the verge of awakening, and you would die in a far worse manner than I. Ha ha ha. The entire confrontation lasted less than a minute, which was entirely expected, as the most challenging aspect lay in the prior preparations and luring the enemy. Jiang Chen's series of deft maneuvers provoked the ghost's emotions, capturing her attention, and in that fleeting moment, he and the two women concealed themselves in the first stall, with Chen Shui employing a concealment talisman to mask their living presence. When the ghost finally pushed open the door, the three of them struck with precision, seizing the advantage at that instant. Victory was already assured. The trio watched as the lifeless body of the ghost collapsed, rapidly decaying and darkening. Yet their expressions grew increasingly grave. For even in death, the resentment within the restroom did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified, and an eerie dripping sound echoed from somewhere, growing ever louder. Drip, drip, each sound striking like a hammer upon the heart, inducing discomfort. Who, precisely, was the she that this ghost spoke of? Jiang Chen gasped for breath, her long and powerful legs taut and alert to her surroundings. A chill crept into her heart. Could it be that a top-tier malevolent spirit still lurked within this building, capable of uttering such words before its demise? If that were the case, their entry would be akin to delivering themselves as mere offerings. Chen Shui lowered her gaze, continuing to sift through the files. While Jiang Chen pondered the matter, suddenly, his attention was drawn to the scrap of paper in Jiang Chan's hand. After the female ghost's death, the bloodstains on the note had mysteriously dissolved, revealing a few crooked characters. The three gathered around to scrutinize it, ultimately deciphering only the last two characters. Is a ghost. Considering the preceding words, it seemed that the author of the note intended to convey that someone was a ghost. After further discussion, they found themselves at an impasse and decided to proceed upstairs. Upon reaching the fourth floor, their demeanor grew notably grave as they quietly entered the corridor, where the second eerie tale of the female dormitory awaited, the infamous room 444. Jiang Chen had reviewed the documentation on this incident. Typically, a floor of dormitories consists of 20 rooms, rendering the existence of room 444 impossible. Thus, the paranormal occurrence actually transpired in room 414. It was said that a girl, having read a horror novel, found the room number 444 to be intriguing and cool, prompting her to embellish her own dormitory number with 2 strokes of a marker, transforming it into 444. That night, residents of the surrounding dormitories heard persistent knocking that continued until morning. However, the students living in room 414 claimed to have heard nothing. The girl, recalling something, hastily erased the additional strokes from her doorplate. On the second night, the knocking ceased. Yet, what went unnoticed was that the disappearance of the knocking could signify only 2 possibilities. Either the person knocking had departed, or that individual had entered the very place they desired. On the third day, all the students from room 414 were found dead in their dormitory. Subsequently, the room was repurposed as a storage area, yet numerous students reported hearing voices emanating from within during the dead of night. The trio approached room 414, discovering the door ajar, filled to the brim with clutter, but devoid of anything else. Much like the equipment room on the playground, there lingered a palpable resentment, yet the spirit remained elusive. After Chen Shui employed a talisman, she spoke solemnly. What could this possibly signify? Jiang Chen furrowed her brow, while Jiang Chen appeared deep in thought. At that moment, frantic footsteps echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a woman's chilling wail. Woolwood, don't run away. Stay with me. It's so dark here. Will you keep me company? The voice, seemingly pleading, was laced with a hint of mockery, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Sun Jia's complexion turned pale, her right hand clutching her left, blood seeping through her fingers. Even as a seasoned, extraordinary individual, she was consumed by terror. The female ghost pursued her from behind, crawling on all fours, twisted and grotesque. The specter was gnawing on something, emitting a crunching sound. It was Sun Jia's 4 fingers. Their leader was ensnared by a formidable malevolent spirit, The small booklet had gone astray on the 4th floor. And her fate hung in the balance. I am no match for this wretched creature. It's over. Mom and Dad, I'm so sorry. Despair surged within Sun Jia as she desperately fled down the stairs. The female ghost behind him was clearly toying with him. Her speed was such that escape was utterly beyond his capabilities. Just as Sister Sun reached the 4th floor, a resonant male voice echoed down the corridor. Ah, are you afraid of the dark? Just wait there and don't move. I will keep you company. I am someone who delights in helping others. The voice was fierce and volatile, tinged with a hint of excitement, causing both Sister Sun and the ghost to momentarily freeze. This certainly does not sound like someone who enjoys helping others, the ghost mused. Sister, I understand your loneliness. This place is indeed too dark. Come, let me assist you with an eyeball extraction surgery, and then you will no longer fear the terrifying things lurking in the shadows. Jiang Chen burst forth from the corridor, brandishing a switchblade. His eyes gleaming with fervor, the ghost was momentarily taken aback. I say I'm afraid of the dark, and you offer to remove my eyeballs? Are you a dog or something? Ghostly aura 50. He. Really? Then hurry and assist me with the surgery. After a brief pause, the ghost chuckled ominously, sensing that the man before her, despite his fearsome appearance, was not particularly strong. Indeed, he was even weaker than the woman from whom she had devoured 4 fingers. All right, wait for my 2 assistants, Jiang Chen replied with a nod at that moment. Yang Chen and Chun Shui rushed over. In truth, both were swifter than Jiang Chen in his current state. However, Jiang Chen had reacted so quickly upon hearing the presence of a ghost. He had charged over as if responding to the call for a meal, leaving the 2 women trailing behind. They're here. Ghost sister, let us commence. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a broad smile, while the ghost's sinister grin froze on her face. In the next instant, the 3 of them sprang into action. Sister Sun, who was desperately fleeing for her life, did not hesitate for a moment. Disregarding her injuries, she turned to strike. Like Yang Chen, she was a master of ancient martial arts. Her movements sharp and precise, her fists slicing through the air with a whistling sound that a single punch could leave a profound impression in the wall. No, with 4 of them attacking, this ghost would perish even faster than the one on the 3rd floor. Yet upon her demise, the resentment in the building intensified. Jiang Chen observed as droplets of water on the walls visibly increased. Even the dripping sound that had previously only been heard in the restroom now echoed throughout the corridor. The hair on the backs of the 4 individuals stood on end. They were oblivious to the implications, only understanding that their current predicament was perilous. Let us go. We must escape. Zhang Sud, we must abandon him. Sister Sun spoke in a grave tone. It was not that she feared death, but the situation had become starkly clear. A ghost of unimaginable terror resided within these walls, and it was about to reveal itself. Even if they ascended the stairs now, saving Zhang Su was impossible. It would only lead to more lives being lost. Chapter 56. Amphibious ghostly entity. A thunderous crash reverberated from above, and Zhang Su tumbled out of room 510, directly facing the staircase, desperately shouting, I'm here, don't leave me behind. His face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Moments ago, he and Sister Sun had sought refuge in this dormitory, but before long, he had glimpsed a ghost pursuing another Sister Sun through the crack of the door. Zhang Su found himself in a dilemma. Unable to discern which Sister Sun was human and which was a ghost, that he dared not make a judgment. There exists a most terrifying possibility. Sister Sun may already be dead. And both are apparitions. However, upon hearing the sounds of battle and the conversations below, Zhang Su became convinced that the one downstairs was indeed the genuine Sister Sun. Meanwhile, the Sister Sun beside him began to exhibit peculiar behavior. Her breathing growing increasingly labored, her gaze in the darkness resembling that of a famished beast. Zhang Su understood that he could no longer delay. He crashed through the wooden door and rushed out, calling for help at the top of his lungs. That moment, within the dormitory behind him, the female ghost lunged at him from the ground, her expression grotesque. Fortunately, Jiang Chen and the others had heard the commotion and charged up as well. They struck simultaneously, their fists and feet fierce, talismans exploding, swiftly vanquishing the female ghost. Let us go. Run. With the battle concluded, Yang Chen disregarded everything else, shouted, and turned to flee downstairs. The others followed suit, sprinting for their lives. The temperature in the dormitory plummeted to a chilling degree after the ghost's demise. By the time they reached the 2nd floor, a loud banging echoed from the heavy iron door below. The door had been shut. Yang Chan's face turned ashen. Was the ghost down there? Sister Sun wore a similarly grave expression. Drip, drip. The water droplets on the walls increased in frequency, cascading down more rapidly. At that moment, Jiang Tzu's pupils constricted. Look, above. The group paused, tilting their heads to discover that, in addition to the walls, droplets were also forming above the staircase. Drip. One droplet fell and struck Sister Sun's shoulder, causing her to furrow her brow and emit a sharp hiss. Be cautious. Those droplets are problematic, she warned in a somber tone, pulling back the fabric from her shoulder to reveal her snow-white skin, part of which had taken on a ghastly bluish hue. Sister Sun attempted to clench her fist, but her countenance became even more dreadful. My left arm has completely lost sensation. Under no circumstances let those droplets touch you. The faces of the group turned ashen, for the droplets above the staircase multiplied, and if they all fell, there would be no escape. Yet, this was not the most desperate situation that a chilling laughter, that of a woman, unexpectedly echoed through the pitch-black corridor. The group beheld a bloated woman ascending from the first floor, her hair dripping and her entire body soaked, leaving a trail of water in her wake, as if she had just emerged from the depths of a body of water. Upon seeing the woman, Chen Shui's eyes narrowed with realization. I understand now. There is a peculiar record in the school archives. When the curse of the 303 dormitories note occurred, there were actually only 3 girls. Their 4th roommate had drowned during the summer break. Among the 3, the last one to die had frantically searched for information about the 4th roommate at school, and after receiving a clear response from the administration, she ran out of the school in a frenzy. The next day, her body was discovered in the girls' dormitory's 3rd-floor restroom. Just moments ago, as the bloodstains of the ghost faded, the faintly revealed characters on the notes read, "So-and-so is a ghost. Run quickly, she has returned." Perhaps that semester, there were still 4 individuals in dormitory 303. One by one, the living were harmed, leaving the deceased with a sliver of lucidity, attempting to warn their roommates with notes. Alas, the realms of the living and the dead are distinct, and the ghost symbols could not be fully deciphered by the living. It was only with the last remaining girl that the problem concerning the 4th roommate began to dawn upon her. Upon discovering that the entity before her was a corpse, she fled in a frenzy, yet fate proved inexorable, and she could not escape the clutches of death. Now standing before us is the 4th inhabitant of dormitory 303. The drowned ghost. Ha. The drowned ghost emitted a sinister chuckle, its pallid visage turned toward Chen Shui. You are cleverer than the others, but having slain my only friend, you shall remain here to keep me company. As it spoke, it advanced 2 steps forward and, without warning, lunged at Chen Shui. Golden talisman, Chen Shui cried out as she hastily unleashed her spell. However, the once infallible golden talisman was grasped in the drowned ghost's hand, which burst forth with an overwhelming malice, effortlessly crushing the talisman to shards. A terrifying grin spread across its face, filled with disdain. What? Chen Shui exclaimed, disbelief etched upon her features. The talisman, embodying the utmost purity and strength, had been shattered by this vile specter, signifying that its power far surpassed that of the spellcaster. Crack, boom, with a long leg swinging down, accompanied by a fist, Chen Shui and Sister Sun seized the opportunity to strike back, unleashing their most powerful attacks in a desperate bid for survival. The drowned ghost merely cackled, its swollen, pallid arm reaching out effortlessly, capturing the thunderous leg strike with ease, twisting it with brutal force. A pained grunt escaped Jiang Chan's lips. With a resounding thud, she was flung into the corridor, her left ankle grotesquely contorted, a deep black handprint marking her skin, emanating a chilling aura that froze the blood in her leg. Soon after, there was another crack, as Sister Sun too was tossed against the wall, her wrist twisted and a torrent of blood spewing forth, her complexion as pale as parchment. Jiang Tzu, undeterred by the peril, charged forward, only to find himself seized by the throat and lifted into the air, thrown down the stairs to tumble and crash, his head bloodied and breath weak. This was no mere malevolent spirit. Jiang Chan's color faded, her voice tinged with despair as she murmured, a half-step vengeful ghost. This is a being more terrifying than Director Ma Hong. Upon hearing this, the hairs on everyone's body stood on end, plunging them into utter despair. Initially, they believed they confronted a top-tier malevolent spirit, under which circumstance, their combined strength might have allowed them to endure for a time, waiting for Qi ghostly Aura 35. By the way, since you can venture into the sea and return to land, Should we classify the water ghost as an amphibious creature or an amphibious specter? Jiang Chen's words left the drowned ghost momentarily stunned. Why is he suddenly bringing up the sea again? Your pace is rather swift, I must say. Ghostly aura 40, though taken aback, the drowned ghost's pale eyes still revealed a glimmer of danger. Heh, this young man is quite intriguing. Let us have you stay with me first. The swollen, decaying ghostly hand reached out, aiming for Jiang Chen's heart. Well, since you fear solitude so much, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, I shall assist you in permanently resolving this predicament. Once one has passed from life, solitude becomes a thing of the past. Transformation of demons. Binbo Erba, Chapter 57. Sun Wind, Li Fire, Water K, and an ancient power surged within him, tinting Jiang Chen's pupils with a mysterious dark ink hue. His aura gradually shifting, his gaze becoming shadowy and chilling, instilling a sense of dread, like a monster lurking in the depths of the water. Ding! Randomly acquired supernatural ability. Demon Rain Technique. Jiang Chen could sense that this one-star card was even more potent than the initial Sea Dragon card. Heh, little ghost sister, come forth. I shall aid you in forever banishing your loneliness. His sinister gaze swept across, causing the drowned ghost's pupils to quiver, as if being targeted by a beast. A shiver of instinctive the words left the female ghost utterly stunned, as she scrutinized Jiang Chen with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, the corners of her mouth twitched, and a possibility dawned upon her. This individual before her was gravely ill, perhaps afflicted with a cognitive disorder, leading him to believe himself to be a fish. By heavens! Ghostly energy surged 90. A pained expression crossed the female ghost's face. Her intention to manipulate others' minds was to instill within them the illusion of drowning, causing their bodily functions to react accordingly, ultimately resulting in death. However, if he truly believed himself to be a fish at his core, her attempts at manipulation would be rendered futile. Yet, dear ghost sister, you are undeniably human. Would remaining submerged not pose a threat to you? Noticing the female ghost lost in thought, Jiang Chen took the initiative to speak. Allow me to assist you. A little-known fact. Once one becomes a corpse, they can no longer drown. The female ghost retorted, your mother. Ghostly energy surged 72. Jiang Chen launched another punch, and the female ghost hastily countered, their heavy resentment clashing violently with her ferocious, demonic energy. In the corridor, the two engaged in relentless combat. After a moment, it became apparent that the female ghost was at a disadvantage. One of her arms was violently torn away, and her face bore several handprints. This deepened her resentment. If you wish to fight, fight, but do not belittle me with your petty taunts. What is a ghostly rank? I shall not hold back. The female ghost, unable to endure any longer, bellowed in fury. The walls on either side, along with the ceiling of the corridor, trembled with countless water droplets. This was her trump card, a feat not easily accomplished. To gather these droplets, she needed to instill the utmost terror in a living being, then create a small wound on them, allowing blood to drip down from the ceiling, with each drop forming a droplet of this water. With these droplets present, even the most fearsome entity within the school would not dare to enter the female dormitory. This was the female ghost's secret weapon, one she hoped to avoid using at all costs. Yet, Jiang Chen's foundational strength was now nearing D-level, augmented by a formidable one-star demon transformation card, bringing his combat prowess perilously close to the state he once held as the chaotic demon king during his transformation. The pressure he exerted in battle was immense, compelling her to act recklessly. That a piercing roar erupted, shattering the glass throughout the entire floor. Even more terrifying, those droplets capable of contaminating the extraordinary fell simultaneously, appearing crystal clear and pristine. Yet in the eyes of Chun Shui and others, they resembled a catastrophic deluge. One drop had already incapacitated Sister Sun's arm. Should they all come crashing down, everyone present would meet their demise without exception. After all, a drop landing on a hand would result in the blood coagulating, rendering it immobile. But what if it fell upon the heart or the brain? Such a fate would not allow for coagulation. Should that occur, it would spell cardiac arrest and brain death. Run! Sister Sun desperately scrambled to her feet. Yet, Yang Chen shook her head in resignation. There's no escape. Despair enveloped her as she closed her eyes. Being the strongest among them, she sensed the droplets falling from above and below, with no refuge in sight. Chun Shui clutched a jade pendant shaped like a sword, piercing her middle finger, a surge of potent energy coursing through her body, as she briefly ascended to D level. Her eyes glowed crimson as she roared, "Get out of the way!" She then strode forward, producing a crimson talisman from her hand. "I in the celestial realm of Qian, where the heavens meet the earth. The wind of Sun and the fire of Li converge. Thus, the fire dragon's symbol emerges." As she recited the 8 trigrams, a tempest erupted in the corridor. A fierce gale conjured forth a towering wave of flames that scorched the air into a distorted haze. The female specter, with an air of solemnity, hastily raised her hand to conjure a curtain of water, and then the flames were extinguished. The onlookers were momentarily speechless. Even Jiang Chen, who had sidestepped to the side, opened his mouth in exasperation. "You bellowed so loudly. Yet this is the outcome." However, this was to be expected. Chen Shui had resorted to her trump card, barely managing to reach the D tier, which was akin to the weakest among the top-grade malevolent spirits. While the female specter before them was a half-step into true malevolence, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Thus, the battle held no suspense whatsoever. With a disdainful laugh, the specter effortlessly swatted Chen Shui aside. Yet, in the next instant, her smile froze upon her visage. "Water can." The words were uttered by Jiang Chen, and as his voice resonated, the vengeful water descending like raindrops seemed to defy gravity, suspended in midair as if under a spell. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking to the untrained eye. It appeared as though time itself had come to a standstill. Yang Chen, who had resigned herself in despair, awaited a long moment without feeling a single drop upon her face. When she finally opened her eyes, she beheld this surreal spectacle. Jiang Chen raised his right hand, the myriad droplets quivering in unison. Their originally pristine clarity was gradually overshadowed by a layer of ominous darkness. Ghostly energy 99 that the female specter stood agape. "After all the effort I expended to gather this vengeful water, you simply raise your hand and seize it. And why does a living person like you seem more sinister than I?" The vengeful water, once in his possession, immediately turned dark and emitted waves of malevolent energy. Chapter 58. "You are even more ruthless than this." As the specter remained dazed, Jiang Chen clenched his right hand, and the suspended droplets, as if drawn by an unseen force, plummeted to the ground with the speed of bullets. "To use my vengeful water against me." The specter chuckled at this sight. The terror of these droplets lay in their fusion of heavy resentment, combined with the final breath of various souls, rendering them as the most sinister of entities. Any living being that came into contact with them was doomed, while extraordinary individuals possess true chi for protection. The body parts touched by these droplets would be rendered useless. Even ordinary malevolent spirits dared not approach. Yet, the specter, being a spirit herself, could not possibly fear these droplets the moment the droplets struck her. Indeed, they left no mark. However, once they shattered, releasing tendrils of dark, demonic energy, the specter was as if struck by bullets, her form erupting with gory wounds. Boom! 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 "What? Why is this happening?" She cried out in agony, akin to a person caught in a hail of gunfire. Her body convulsing violently under the backlash, flesh torn asunder, spraying forth clouds of blood mist. Ghostly energy 57. Ghostly energy 68. Ghostly energy. The system notifications rang out continuously, eliciting an exhilarated smile from Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, the others, witnessing this brutal spectacle and then glancing at the maniacally laughing Jiang Chen, could not help but shiver in unison. While they too encountered bloody scenes in their hunts against spirits, they felt a profound unease within, forcing themselves to suppress their disgust during the struggle. Yet Jiang Chen seemed to revel in the torment of the spirits with such delight that it is evident that his smile is profoundly sincere, radiating genuine joy from the depths of his heart. Truly ruthless, he is no ordinary individual. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage of water droplets akin to a machine gun, the female specter was reduced to a puddle of pale, putrid flesh. Had one remained silent, no one would believe that this mass of flesh had, merely a minute prior, possessed human form. This moment, Jiang Chen's eyes shone with an almost blinding brilliance. Following this encounter, his collection of ghostly energy exceeded 1,000. This marked his most substantial harvest from a single specter thus far. Regrettably, such an operation would likely be exceedingly difficult to replicate. Jiang Chen understood that this was merely a fortuitous circumstance. The water droplets were imbued with the specter's resentment, which he manipulated through the demon rain technique, infusing it with demonic power to obliterate her. Throughout this process, both demonic energy inflicted harm upon her, while her own malevolent aura aided in the repair of her wounds, allowing her to endure over 20 seconds of torment before her soul was utterly shattered, in the throes of such exquisite agony. She yielded a vast quantity of ghostly energy. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your ghostly energy has surpassed 5,000, meeting the criteria for system upgrade. Would you like to expend 1,000 ghostly energy to proceed with the upgrade? Immediately following this notification, Jiang Chen was jolted from his ecstasy. He stared wide-eyed, somewhat bewildered. An upgrade? It required a whole 1,000 ghostly energy. Is this an upgrade or outright extortion? To put this into perspective, it equates to the value of a 2-star demon transformation card. Ding! Following the upgrade, new system functionalities will be unlocked. Enhancement. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. He was quite surprised. He had not anticipated that the demon transformation system possessed more than just the card-drawing feature. What could this so-called enhancement entail? Would it strengthen himself or certain items? As he attempted to silently pose these inquiries, the system responded with an eerie silence, offering no reply. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen silently declared, "Upgrade." On one hand, he was intrigued by the potential of this new function, while on the other, he recognized the long-term benefits. Since his current ghostly energy was not in short supply, he decided to bite the bullet and spend it. Soon, the panel displayed his ghostly energy diminishing from 5010 to 4010. Ding. Ghostly energy deducted. Upgrade commencing, with a duration of 8 hours during which system functionalities will remain operational. The cold, electronic female voice echoed, "By tomorrow morning, he would witness the results." Jiang Chen nodded, his heart swelling with anticipation. After completing these tasks, he turned to see the astonished gazes of several individuals, with even Jiang Su gasping in disbelief, as though he were on the verge of exclaiming, "How terrifying!" Initially, Jiang Chen felt a sense of pride, but he soon noticed that upon his glance, the expressions of those present grew somewhat evasive. What was going on? I saved them. Surely they do not fear me. He cleared his throat and took a step forward, only to see them all retreat in unison. Even Sister Sun, who lay gravely injured and unable to rise, crawled backward. Jiang Chen. Though they were all extraordinary beings, Jiang Chen's methods were particularly brutal. It was as if the extraordinary individuals were but butchers. Others might swiftly end a life with a single thrust. Jiang Chen, however, reveled in the chaos, brandishing 2 blades while maniacally laughing, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, transforming his victims beyond recognition into mere puddles of flesh. Such a butcher would only invoke terror among his peers. Fear not, everyone. My usual approach to handling supernatural events is not quite like this. As Jiang Chen observed that several individuals had managed to survive the terror of the half-step malevolent spirit. He chose not to intimidate them further, but instead offered a warm and comforting word. Upon hearing this, Sister Sun and Jiang Su's expressions softened slightly. However, Yang Chen hesitated, her mouth opening and closing as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. She recalled the runner ghost, who had been utterly deceived, the security ghost, who had been clearly manipulated, and the restroom ghost, who had been driven nearly to madness. Indeed, one could say that Jiang Chen could be even more ruthless at times. Chen Shui, on the other hand, experienced a twitch at the corners of her mouth, vividly remembering the beauty ghost's horrific screams after being dragged into a room, as well as the mirror ghost, who had relentlessly pursued her downstairs, demanding to see her entrails. Lu Kai was still below. Suddenly, Sister Sun had a realization, and Jiang Su grew anxious. Jiang Chen nodded. "Let's go." His concern was not for Lu Kai, but rather that Ma Hong might flee after committing murder. However, when they reached the bottom of the stairs, the scene before them left him astonished. Lu Kai was, astonishingly, still alive, half kneeling on the ground. With his knife embedded in the concrete floor beside him lay a large, severed arm, rotting and blackened, a phenomenon only produced by a body possessed by a ghost. Was this Ma Hong's arm? Jiang Chen regarded the middle-aged man on the ground with surprise. From their previous encounter with Ma Hong, he had presumed Lu Kai to be merely an ordinary significantly weaker than a ghost of Ma Hong's caliber, who was dangerously close to being a half-step malevolent spirit. Jiang Chen had expected that. Upon descending, Lu Kai would be gravely injured if not dead. To his astonishment, the situation was entirely reversed. Ma Hong had lost an arm and had been forced to retreat. "Boss, Lu Gu." The two rushed forward. Lu Kai, with his head bowed, struggled to turn and, upon seeing the unharmed group, displayed a look of surprise. Then, as a thought struck him, he urgently exclaimed, "Don't come over. Leave." At that moment, his right hand gripped the knife, while his left hand, which hung limply, bore a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone, nearly cleaving his palm in two. Crimson blood pooled around him. Lu Kai was acutely aware of how dire his condition was, not merely due to excessive blood loss, but also because the struggling to remain upright. Was it merely to intimidate the hidden director? Soon, a message arrived on her phone, confirming her suspicions. "I have now lost all semblance of fighting spirit. Ma Hong has not strayed far, and I can sense his gaze upon me in the darkness. Run, flee from this school, for there must be grave issues at hand." Lu Kai, after receiving the message, took a deep breath and cast a sharp, discerning look around, concealing the depths of his trepidation. Yet, beneath the surface, his heart was filled with dread. The true master of Xianyang Hai had yet to reveal himself. And already, with just Ma Hong, we were perilously close to a malevolent specter. How terrifying must the true master be? Lu Kai began to harbor regrets about joining this mission. However, in this world, regret is an elusive remedy. All he could do now was to use his frail body to hold off Ma Hong, hoping for a slim chance of escape. Sister Sun shared the information with the others, Lu Kai observed, expecting them to flee in a panic. But to his surprise, one young man's eyes seemed to glimmer momentarily as he surveyed the surroundings. Not only that, after a moment's contemplation, he exaggeratedly cleared his throat and spat, the sound echoing with a kacha-kacha before he disdainfully let it fall to the ground. Goodness, spitting on the ground is a blatant violation of school rules. Lu Kai felt a jolt in his heart. He had only been putting on a brave front to momentarily intimidate Ma Hong. If the latter truly charged at them, they would all be doomed. Yet, he dared not intervene, fearing exposure, and could only suppress his anger. His face flushed, and his eyes wildly signaling for Sister Sun and Jiang Su to dissuade this reckless behavior. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, after spitting, looked around the darkness with an expression that seemed to beckon. "Come and catch me. Hurry." In a shadowy corner, a burly figure's pallid eyes flickered momentarily. Having served as the director for many years, this was the first time Ma Hong had encountered such an audacious student. Unable to restrain himself, he nearly charged out, but then noticed Lu Kai, standing with a knife, exchanging glances with the young man. A trap, he suddenly realized. The opponent had just inflicted significant harm upon him. And this act was an attempt to lure him out? "Ha! Ma Hong underestimated me," he scoffed derisively. Enraged, his malevolent energy surged by 2-0 to Ma Hong. With a cynical smile, recognized the ploy, gaining 35 malevolent energy. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Chen initially felt elated, as it indicated that the adversary was indeed still nearby. But then he paused, pondering, where was this supposed scheme? Why was he unaware of it? After a brief wait with no further developments, Jiang Chen contemplated and turned back toward the girls' dormitory. Not only did he enter, but he also exited, then re-entered, swaggering about with an attitude of utter defiance. Lu Kai was taken aback that a male student entering the girls' dormitory was a severe breach of school rules. Moreover, he was repeatedly hopping around at the entrance, completely slapping the director in the face. Was this young man truly fearless? In the shadows, Ma Hong's remaining hand clenched into a fist, not seeing the desired effect. Jiang Chen boldly entered several dormitories on the first floor, emerging shortly after with an array of colorful items. The onlookers' mouths twitched in disbelief, stealing female students' intimate garments. How ruthless! Ma Hong's rotting chest heaved violently as his ghastly eyes fixated intently on Jiang Chen. As the situation remained ineffective, Jiang Chen casually discarded several pieces of clothing and strode over, seizing Chen Shue's hand with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Classmate Xiao Xue, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to stroll around the playground tonight?" Although she understood this was merely a ruse to lure out a ghost, Chen Shue's cheeks flushed uncontrollably as she cast her gaze downward, softly murmuring a delicate Lu Kai was taken aback. Trembling with anxiety, early romance. Could there be a more serious violation of school regulations? In the shadows, Ma Hong's teeth, stained crimson with remnants of flesh, clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress his primal instincts. After waiting a moment longer, Jiang Chen made it clear to Lu Kai that there were indeed offenses graver than early romance. He then grasped Yang Chan's hand with the same fervor. The latter nearly erupted in indignation at first. "Classmate Xiao Chan, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to the arcade for a game of King of Fighters after school?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen disregarded the hand that had been seized, her elegant brows furrowing in anger. Why was Chen Shui's invitation merely for a stroll while mine was for gaming? Clearing his throat, Jiang Chen was about to explain when a furious voice erupted from the darkness, spitting indiscriminately, entering the girls' dormitory, stealing clothing, and most importantly, engaging in early romance with two female classmates simultaneously. And you wish to go to the arcade? Classmate, you have seriously violated the regulations of Xianyang High School. As the director of discipline, I am here to announce your punishment. Death. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously as a man over 2 meters tall, with only one arm and dressed in tattered formal attire, burst forth like a tank. His expression was one of unbridled fury, clearly at his wit's end. Observing this, Jiang Chen smirked. I do enjoy a school with strict regulations. It suits my taste. However, Director Ma, are you not also in violation of the rules? Your attire is disheveled and ragged. And where is your left sleeve? Deliberately presenting yourself in such eccentric garb is corrupting the students. Director Ma, your situation is quite grave. Upon hearing this, Ma Hong's expression froze. My entire left arm has been severed. Do you expect me to know where my sleeve is gone? Ask yourself. Ghostly energy surged at 95. As the next director of discipline, representing the school's administration, I hereby impose upon you the punishment of remaining on campus until death. Jiang Chen declared sternly, his demeanor serious. What did you say? I am still here. How could there be a next director of discipline? Ma Hong retorted, closing the distance to Jiang Chen, his right hand raised high, imbued with violent ghostly energy, ready to strike. Chen Shui and the others hurriedly retreated, not daring to intervene against his wrath. If you perish, I shall take your place. Jiang Chen's expression remained indifferent as he snapped his fingers, a droplet of water shooting forth from above like a bullet, piercing through Ma Hong's palm and erupting into a gaping wound. Previously, facing a drowned ghost, the demon rain technique had only been able to obliterate a small piece of flesh. Yet, since Ma Hong was merely a top-tier evil spirit, a single droplet of demon rain was sufficient to devastate his ghostly form. What? Ma Hong's voice trembled with disbelief. Jiang Chen offered him no opportunity to react. With a sweep of his hand, hundreds of droplets of demon rain that had long since coalesced cascaded down in unison. Chapter 60. Students in the Abandoned Classroom. PFF. 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 A series of explosions erupted as blood holes multiplied across Ma Hong's body. Xiaozong Shui technique is a fundamental application, possessing a broader manipulation of water, yet lacking in specialization. In contrast, the Yaoyu technique is more singular and considerably more formidable. The most apparent distinction lies in the fact that Jiang Chen, employing the Xiaozong Shui technique, must first crush a bottle of mineral water, whereas the Yaoyu technique can directly condense moisture from the air to create a rain of spirits. Each droplet of this spirit rain is infused with ethereal energy, possessing immense power. In truth, Jiang Chen speculated that this divine ability likely stemmed from the blood rain divine technique of the Wanxing Dragon King, and its potency comes as no surprise. After all, this nine-headed insect's father-in-law has associations with the Bull Demon King, qualifying him as a significant demon in his own right. In the past, he polluted a pagoda related to the Buddhist sect and thrived, showcasing his profound background and strength. Ma Hong desperately attempted to block the assault with his resentment, yet was still bombarded by 100 drops of spirit rain, leaving his body riddled with wounds. Jiang Chen strode forward, delivering a powerful punch. The impact created a gaping hole in Ma Hong's chest, utterly extinguishing his vengeful spirit. Ding. Previously, he had consistently violated school regulations, nearly exhausting the ghostly energy that Ma Hong could provide. Thus, he did not waste much time. Following this encounter, he accrued over 600 units of ghostly energy. Lu Kai, witnessing the scene, was left in a state of shock. The Ma Hong who had tormented him so mercilessly was thus effortlessly dealt with. Although the others had seen this spectacle before, they could not suppress their astonishment. Jiang Chen was exceedingly young yet possessed such prowess, rendering him a rare talent in Jiangbei City. Most crucially, they had never heard of such a figure before. He might very well hail from a hidden faction. After resolving the Ma Hong issue, Sister Sun applied some healing ointment to Lu Kai and administered a pill, then instructed Zhang Su to carry him as they made their way outside the school. The female dormitory was haunted by the ghostly Ma Hong. These two terrifying specters were not the true masters of Xianyang High School. They understood that the risk assessment for this mission had gone awry. This place was certainly beyond their capability to handle. Their immediate task was to exit the school safely and report to the underworld as they passed the teaching building. The group heard sounds of fighting and piercing screams. Looking up, they saw several figures engaged in combat atop a nearby building. Indeed, it was Qin Zhe and his companions, along with several disheveled female ghosts in school uniforms, one of whom exuded a formidable aura of resentment. Akin to Ma Hong, should we go help? Zhang Su inquired. Previously trapped in the female dormitory, he was unaware that Lu Kai had sought help after descending, only to be disregarded by Qin Zhe. Seeing the current scene, he instinctively assumed that Qin Zhe was ensnared by the ghosts and could not come to their aid. Silence. Sister Sun reprimanded. She and Lu Kai had long discerned Qin Zhe's intentions and understood that his absence was not due to an inability to escape. Despite his ghostly inclinations, they were executing a mission together. Should he encounter trouble, not only would the underworld hold him accountable, but the Qin family would also not take it lightly at this moment. Lu Kai pondered before speaking. Having navigated the world of extraordinary beings for many years without the backing of a prominent family, he had achieved this level through remarkable resilience, even after being deceived. He remained composed, weighing the pros and cons. Brother Jiang, the Qin family is vast and powerful. We cannot afford to provoke them. That I suggest we extend our assistance. He turned to Jiang Chen, seeking his opinion. What are you saying? My Yang family fears the Qin family. Yang Chan's brows furrowed in defiance. Chen Shui's face also displayed a look of indignation. However, considering that Jiang Chen and his companions truly lacked any backing, and with Qin Zhe having perished at Xiangyang Middle School, they were likely to encounter significant trouble. She nodded in agreement. It would be prudent to raise an alarm, urging them to flee together. Jiang Chen, what do you think? That scoundrel Qin Zhe has betrayed us. Should we not retaliate in kind? Rest assured, should anything go awry, I shall have my father lend you support. Yang Chen, with her fiery temperament, exclaimed vehemently. Although opinions varied among them, they were all acutely aware that in their extraordinary group, the strongest voice prevailed, and all eyes turned to Jiang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen declared resolutely, Old Lu is correct. We are all extraordinary individuals, and we cannot stand idly by in the face of death. As he spoke, he turned to survey his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a teaching building behind him. Staring into the darkened corridor, he suddenly shouted, Halt! That female ghost, do not flee. With that, he hurriedly pursued her. The others remained momentarily stunned in place. I understand now. Sun Jie was the first to react, breaking into a shy smile as she yelled, The ghost up ahead, do not run. Soon, Chen Shui and a suddenly enlightened Yang Chen followed suit, shouting in unison and giving chase. This left Zhang Che in a state of bewilderment. Lu Kai sighed and shook his head. Do not ask too many questions. Simply follow suit. That he grasped that Jiang Chen intended to resort to deception, and the purpose behind this maneuver was to prepare for inquiries from the underworld afterward. This was customary. If there were casualties during a collective mission, the survivors would be subjected to an investigation, and even polygraph tests might be employed. At that point, they could hardly claim, We witnessed Qin Zhe and his companions being besieged. But feeling disgruntled, we sold them out. Could they? It would be far more plausible to assert. We were on our way to rescue them when we were suddenly ensnared by a female ghost. Before long, they ascended to the second floor. Jiang Chen had initially intended to come up and then descend via the other staircase, thereby reaching the previous flowerbed area while avoiding the line of sight to the building housing Qin Zhe, allowing them to exit the school gates without concern for the fate of their adversaries. However, as they traversed the corridor, he encountered a bizarre scene. In a classroom devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. Numerous students sat upright in their seats, while at the lectern stood a female teacher with her mouth sewn shut and her eyes gouged out, delivering a lesson. She emitted no sound, and the object she pointed at the blackboard was not chalk, but a severed finger. All the students sat rigidly, acutely aware that in this class, any breach of decorum would result in exceedingly brutal consequences, possibly even death. Even though they had long since departed from this world, they were unwilling to endure such terrifying torment and abuse. Leaning against the window, Jiang Chen observed intently that he noticed that among the deceased students seated below, 5 were high school children, while 2 were adults. 1 male and 1 female. The man sported a camera hanging around his neck, with its lens lodged in a pallid eyeball, while his own eyes were 2 gaping blood holes. Curiously, the whereabouts of his other eyeball remained a mystery. The woman donned a white dress, her neck twisted at an angle exceeding 90 degrees, her head bent at an impossible angle, her long hair concealing her entire face. They likely sought thrills, either as a couple or as streamers engaging in outdoor paranormal explorations. Unaware they had stumbled upon a truly haunted, forsaken school, Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He also observed that the other students were rather peculiar. For instance, one girl was upside down, her head hanging low, with a sunken crown, a likely indication that she had met her demise in a headlong fall. Another student was suspended from the beam, his face ashen and lifeless. Suddenly, the female teacher seemed to have discovered something. Her gaze swept towards the window on the corridor side, where she spotted a shadowy figure peering furtively into the classroom. Instantly, she broke into a silent laugh, the corners of her stitched mouth twitching. Her hollow eyes curving into a horrifying expression. The female teacher rose and approached the door. Wandering outside during class hours was a serious violation of school rules. Chapter 61. The Ailing P. Teacher. In the dimly lit classroom, a group of students, long deceased, turned their attention towards the teacher as she abruptly stood at a multitude of pale, lifeless eyes, resembling dead fish, fixated on Jiang Chen by the window. A chilling atmosphere began to permeate the air. Behind Jiang Chen, the others sensed something amiss, their hearts tightening in unison. Being the focal point of so many specters was indeed troubling. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. After a moment of contemplation, he strode purposefully to the door, coincidentally meeting the gaze of the female teacher who had just opened it. Without allowing her to speak, he took the initiative. Teacher Jiang Chen, isn't this my class? What are you doing here? The female teacher paused momentarily, still speechless. Jiang Chen continued, and why have I heard that you've been spreading rumors about my illness? Jiang Chen appeared even more perplexed, retrieving a small notebook filled with crooked black ink scrawls of a single name, though none could discern what it was. Realizing this, Jiang Chen understood why she clutched a severed finger. All the books and blackboards in this school were inscribed with that name in black, leaving her no choice but to resort to blood for writing. Indeed, Jiang Chen inscribed a vivid red question. Who are you? I am the PE teacher who just arrived at our school this semester. Don't you recognize me, Teacher Yang? Jiang Chen replied, turning away to mutter a few curses, then teasingly added, Ah, I see. I've been here for so long without teaching a single class. It's quite understandable that you wouldn't know me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen appeared taken aback. Then enlightenment dawned upon her. Oh, he was the PE teacher. It was perfectly normal that she hadn't encountered him before. She then cast a somewhat displeased glance at Jiang Chen. This newcomer clearly lacked decorum. How could he, as a PE teacher, not focus on his health? What was he trying to accomplish? What should I call you? I have some urgent matters to attend to during this class. Otherwise, should I trouble you to fall ill again? Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, even in death, the class teacher's habits remained unchanged. Upon mentioning the PE teacher, it was always about his ailments. In his youth, he had always believed that exercising was detrimental to one's health. For among all the subjects, it was the PE teacher, most frequently ill, who seemed the frailest. No, the semester was nearing its end, and he was determined to teach this class come what may. Jiang Chen's resolve was firm. Jiang Chen's expression darkened immediately, what appeared to be a glint of menace flickering in her hollow eye sockets. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen and wrote, Let us go outside to talk. Jiang Chen did not decline, and the two turned down the corridor, making their way to the staircase. After evading the student's gaze, Jiang Chen's terrifying visage seemed to smirk ominously as she inscribed on the paper, Think carefully. Would you prefer I tell the students you are ill or deceased? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen felt a surge of indignation. Teacher Yang, we are all civilized individuals here. Are you attempting to play those societal games with me? Jiang Chen offered no response. Instead, a bloodied knife materialized in her hand, her expression oscillating between a grin and a sneer as she scrutinized Jiang Chen. You truly believe that no one will stand up for our physical education teacher? Jiang Chen retorted with a cold smile. Brothers, come forth. At this command, Yang Chen and others, who had been concealing themselves on the staircase, emerged in a flurry, their presence masked by a concealment talisman. Jiang Chen was visibly startled. Despite being a top-tier malevolent spirit, facing such numbers was perilous. Instinctively, she aimed a lethal strike at Jiang Chen, intending to push him away before fleeing to the classroom. However, a powerful hand seized her wrist with an iron grip. Jiang Chen smirked. Today, I shall vindicate our physical education teacher. From this moment forth, let it be known that in my physical education class, everyone shall partake. May we, the physical education teachers, no longer suffer from frailty. Engage her, overpower her. With that, the group launched their assault. In the ensuing melee, It wasn't long before a woman's head rolled across the corridor. Jiang Chen, merely an average top-tier malevolent spirit, was significantly weaker than the director, Ma Hong, and was swiftly overwhelmed by the group assault, along with Jiang Chen's fierce onslaught, lasting mere seconds. This encounter yielded over 400 ghostly energies for him. You all remain here. I shall assess the situation in the classroom. When the moment is right, I will signal with a clap, and you shall break through the windows to join me. Jiang Chen instructed before turning towards the classroom. The others stood momentarily dazed, particularly Lu Kai and his companions. Breaking in through a window that we are supposed to be proper practitioners, not bandits, Jiang Chen muttered, only to be met with a slap from Lu Kai. What do you know? When dealing with spirits, any effective means is a good means. This young man has a commendable approach. Pay attention and learn. Having consumed a restorative elixir, he had regained his mobility and gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Chen's retreating figure. A glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes, Chen Shui and Yang Chan, on the other hand, exhibited familiarity. Asking no further questions, they had established a consensus. Following Jiang Chen in exorcising spirits was a comfortable endeavor, requiring only adherence to his directives for a safe and efficient experience. As Jiang Chen entered the classroom, a myriad of eerie gazes converged upon him. An ordinary practitioner would likely feel their hair stand on end in such a moment. However, Jiang Chen remained composed, wearing a smile as he nodded towards the group of students. Unintentionally, a fervent, ravenous glint flickered in his eyes as he regarded them. That it appears Teacher Yang has had an urgent matter to attend to. I shall conduct today's lesson in her stead. Before he could finish, a sinister voice interjected, Teacher, why did you come to class without a lesson plan? Such an act is a violation of class rules. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the speaker, a boy whose exaggerated grin stretched to his ears, his face brimming with malice. As he spoke, the entire class rose, their expressions menacing and restless, seemingly intent on collectively punishing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing why Jiang Chen had previously threatened him while deliberately avoiding the gaze of the students. It turned out that she was not concerned about frightening the students. Rather, it was simply because even teachers, should they violate class rules, would face repercussions and could become the target of collective scrutiny from the students, surrounded by such a multitude of malevolent spirits. Even the most formidable among them would find no favor. Jiang Chen had already expended considerable energy in his earlier battle, and now less than 30% of his demonic power remained. Acting recklessly could very well lead to his downfall. Nevertheless, he remained composed, his expression stern as he slammed his palm upon the podium. What is the meaning of this? Have you lost your minds? Is there any room for your interruptions while the teacher is speaking? Have you forgotten who I am? I am the physical education instructor. Where on earth would I find a lesson plan? Why are you all standing up, plotting a rebellion? His barrage of reprimands echoed loudly, leaving the group of students in stunned silence. Most notably, Jiang Chen's demeanor while speaking bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary teacher. He exuded an aura befitting a disciplinary head, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Moreover, upon reflection, the students realized that indeed, a physical education teacher need not bring a lesson plan. Consequently, they awkwardly resumed their seats. Chapter 62. Those unaware might think I am mistreating students within the classroom. The atmosphere momentarily descended into an awkward silence. The students had initially intended to assert dominance over the new teacher, perhaps even to overpower him, but were instead met with a scathing reprimand that left them feeling utterly humiliated. All right, let us continue with the lesson, Jiang Chen instructed, while contemplating how to devise a reasonable plan to eliminate each student individually, thus avoiding a collective assault. Teacher, suddenly spoke a girl from the front, in stark contrast to the other students' terrifying expressions. She appeared markedly more composed, her features exquisitely defined. However, upon prolonged observation, one might perceive an unsettling quality about her face. Each component, her nose, mouth, and eyes, was indeed attractive, yet combined, they formed an oddly disjointed visage, as if it were a face hastily assembled from disparate parts. What is it? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards her. Just now, Zhang Yang interrupted and violated class rules. Logically, he should be punished, yet you did not act. Are you truly unaware of the regulations at Xianyang Middle School? Are you genuinely a new teacher? The girl spoke with a sinister undertone. The other students once again revealed their menacing gazes. Should this be an impostor posing as a teacher, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He cast an approving glance at the girl. Indeed, this student has reminded me. Punishment is in order. Zhang Yang's behavior must be met with stern consequences. But teacher, are you aware of our methods of punishment here? The girl smiled with an even more sinister gleam. Jiang Chen's expression shifted as he recalled the knife that Yang Qin always carried. He surveyed the restless students, a sly smile creeping on a teacher. I did not intend to contradict you. I merely wished to remind you that you forgot the lesson plan. Could you perhaps be a bit gentler when you act later? The student then pleaded. Jiang Chen immediately smiled kindly. This child, acknowledging his mistakes and seeking to amend them, is commendable. Rest assured, I am not a cruel individual. The reason I must discipline you is solely to uphold the class rules and regulations. In a moment, we shall simply go through the motions, lightly tapping you with the knife, so relax. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang sighed in relief. That moment, Jiang Chen extended a hand and pressed it against the back of his head. The student suddenly felt an ominous premonition and trembled, exclaiming, "Wait, if you are going to cut me, there is no need to hold my head. What are you planning to do, teacher?" Zhang Yang panicked. His fear escalating. "It's all right. I will block their view." Facilitating a feigned action, Jiang Chen assured with a reassuring glance. However, Zhang Yang dared not trust him this time and began to struggle. Jiang Chen's hand clamped down like a vice on his head. His right arm raised high with the spring knife glinting coldly. With a swift motion, the hardened skull was penetrated. The knife twisted, emitting a chilling crunch as the bones shattered, and under the surge of demonic energy. The unfortunate boy could not even emit a cry before succumbing to his demise. The other students stood aghast, mouths agape. "Goodness, you are truly ruthless." Calling it 3 stabs would be an understatement. 1 stab has taken his life. The atmosphere thickened with dread. Jiang Chen released his grip, and the body collapsed, rapidly oxidizing into darkness. 2 more stabs could be forgiven, allowing Zhang Yang a chance for redemption, with hopes that he would heed caution in his next life. Upon hearing this, the system notification chimed once more. The students exchanged nervous glances. The boy was gone. "And yet you still speak? Well, since the mood has reached this point, let us forego class today and focus on reinforcing our class regulations and standards of appearance." Jiang Chen murmured, making a decision as his gaze swept across the classroom, rendering the students silent with trepidation. They all nervously glanced at the girl in the front row. "Why do you have to speak so much? Why do you bring a camera to class? Dare you to use electronic devices in the classroom?" Jiang Chen's eyes scanned the room until they landed on a boy with a camera. The boy froze. "Teacher, my eyeballs are in this camera. If I don't hold it, I cannot see the blackboard. You think you are quite amusing, don't you? Why not keep your eyeballs in their sockets instead of in a camera?" Jiang Chen strode forward, the bloodied spring knife still in hand. The camera boy bared his teeth. "Are you a dog? Do you have to police every little thing?" Fear surged within him. "Wait, did you just insult me in your mind?" Jiang Chen's expression turned dangerous. The camera boy was bewildered. "You can hear my thoughts. Bringing electronic devices into the classroom and verbally insulting the teacher warrants a punishment. Your heart shall be confiscated." With that, Jiang Chen unleashed a powerful strike, piercing through the boy's chest and extracting a decayed, dark red heart, entwined with curses and resentments, pulsating ominously. "Da!" The camera boy screamed. "Why are you shouting so loudly? If someone were to hear, they might think I am abusing students in class. That would be slandering me, which is an even graver offense. Now you shall face the penalty of having your heart crushed." As he spoke, Jiang Chen exerted force with his hand, causing his heart to explode. The ghost camera unwillingly collapsed. Ding! The ghostly aura that a group of students were rendered utterly astonished. "Damn, are you truly a teacher? You must be a demon. Everyone, take heed and do not commit such a grave error." Jiang Chen began to search for his next target. This time, the atmosphere in the classroom was fraught with tension. Each student sat up straight, fearful that any minor infraction would draw attention, marking them as the next victim of a tragic demise. Jiang Chen circled the classroom and approached the student with his head down. He barked sharply. "Is this how you conduct yourself in class? Sit properly. Stand up." The student, with his head pressed to the floor, turned slightly, his pale eyes glancing upwards. "Teacher, I have always sat this way, and no other teachers have ever objected. Besides, how can I stand up in this position? What kind of tone is that to address your teacher? Disrespecting the teacher in class is a grave offense. And I shall punish you." Jiang Chen paused, his voice chilling. "To be dismembered." The inverted ghost gritted its teeth. "I will fight you to the end." A surge of violent malevolence emanated as it lunged forward. However, Jiang Chen seized the ghost's legs, applying immense force. With a tearing sound, its body was violently ripped in two and carelessly discarded on the floor. After brutally slaying this student, Jiang Chen contemplated after all. He had just unleashed his powers thrice, exhausting a considerable amount of his demonic energy, and it was uncertain whether he could contend with the remaining four malevolent spirits. He remained unperturbed, suddenly clapping his hands and calling out toward the front door. "Who goes there?" As soon as he uttered these words, the students poised to strike remained unmoved. As malevolent spirits, they had taken countless lives and were certainly not drawn in by such rudimentary tricks. However, in the next instant, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The spirits immediately sharpened their gaze, fixating intently on the entrance. The girl in the front row, clutching a knife, stealthily concealed herself behind the door, preparing for a surprise attack on the intruder. Yet, the very next moment, bang, 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 with a series of sharp sounds, the windows were shattered and figures rushed in. The group of spirits, fixated on the door, stood agape. Have the living become so cunning? Unfortunately, they had no opportunity for regret. At that opportune moment, Jiang Chen and his companions, including Yang Chen and Lu Kai, launched their assault. The classroom erupted with the sounds of talismans exploding, fists and feet cutting through the air, accompanied by the anguished wails of the malevolent spirits. Moments later, the battle concluded. Limbs and flesh lay scattered across the ground. Everyone excitedly snapped photos and uploaded them to the Underworld app, reaping considerable rewards. Jiang Chen was particularly exhilarated. Although it felt somewhat rushed and the demonic energy had not been harvested perfectly, he still managed to gather more than 1,200 units from the 7 malevolent spirits. Coupled with the prior encounters with Ma Hong and the female homeroom teacher, his demonic energy surged from the upgraded 4010 to an impressive 6320. This was a substantial gain, sufficient to arm himself adequately and to navigate this increasingly perilous world. As several individuals tidied up the aftermath in the classroom, on the rooftop of the opposite teaching building, the battle involving Qin Zhe and his companions was nearing its climax. Only one girl in school uniform remained. Yet she bore the strongest resentment, dangerously close to becoming a vengeful spirit. Though her body was riddled with injuries, she exuded a fierce aura, continuously roaring as she attacked. "I told you, it wasn't me. Why must you force me?" Her words were filled with grievance and malice. Her body was a wreck, with many of her limbs twisted as if she had plummeted from this height countless times, enduring unspeakable torment. Moreover, she had always been an anomaly. Did she not deserve to perish? Why? Why seek revenge on me? She has no right. I am the normal one. She is merely a freak. The more grievously the girl was wounded, the more venomous her words became, seemingly endowing her with a peculiar strength, allowing her to hold her ground against Qin Zhe and the others despite her severe injuries. "All right, that should suffice." Qin Zhe, his garments billowing, gracefully withdrew from the fray. That if the two of them, one at D and the other at D rank, were to unleash their full strength, this female spirit would not have lasted this long. Throughout this process, he had been conserving his energy for the most formidable spirit within this school. "Hai Gu, Fei Yang, prepare to deliver a decisive blow," Qin Zhe commanded. Despite being the foremost among the younger generation of his family, he exhibited great courtesy, respecting his elder cousin and being amicable toward his younger cousin. This is also a point for which Qin Zhe is most lauded within the circle of extraordinary individuals in Jiangbei City, possessing such remarkable talent, yet remaining humble and composed, exuding grace and courtesy. "Good job, Xiao Zhe." "Well done, Zhe Gu," the two responded. Qin Hai summoned his vital energy, and his already robust right arm appeared to swell with power as he unleashed a fierce punch. With a resounding thud, the female ghost's head was struck askew, her neck nearly fracturing. Haiti that moment, two short daggers, glimmering with a chilling aura, pierced through her back, embedding into her scapula, sending a wave of intense cold that rendered her arm movement sluggish. Nevertheless, she continued to roar defiantly, seemingly still capable of retaliating. However, Qin Zhe produced a small drum covered in green leather and flicked his finger against it, releasing an enchanting melody that resonated in the ears of all present. Except for him, the expressions of the other two humans and the ghost simultaneously froze in shock. Qin Zhe flashed a confident smile, stepping forward with vigor, channeling strength into his chest and back. executing a powerful long punch. In that instant, a thunderous crack echoed, reminiscent of an explosion, reverberating throughout the space. Any practitioner of ancient martial arts present would instantly recognize this as the fiery form of the 5 elements 12 shapes in Xingyi Quan, the cannon fist. A flickering flame enveloped Qin Zhe's fist, and upon impact with the female ghost's body, it emitted a piercing hiss. Blasting a gaping hole through her chest, he gazed at the near-lifeless ghost and inquired with a smile. "I shall ask once more, what is the name of the girl you pushed down?" The ghost, nearly depleted of her ghastly energy, resembled a flickering candle in the wind, finally unable to maintain her ferocity. She uttered with a heavy tone, "Do you so desperately wish to learn her name? Once spoken in this school, she will appear. Are you not afraid of death?" The ghost's visage betrayed her fear. Adamantly refusing to reveal the name. "I understand." Qin Zhe nodded, grasping the ghost and bringing her to the edge of the rooftop. "Your ghostly energy has been exhausted in battle. You now cling to this host body merely to survive. Should this body shatter, your soul shall scatter into the void." He chuckled softly, refraining from further words, extending his hand and holding the ghost aloft. The ghost's pale eyes were fixed intently on Qin Zhe, her expression growing increasingly malevolent. "Very well. You all wish to die, do you?" Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and with a quavering voice, she uttered the name deemed taboo at Xianyang High School by Ling. Chapter 64. The wolf has arrived. How should the sheep survive? Upon receiving the answer he sought, Qin Zhe smiled and released his grip. The girl in the school uniform plummeted from the rooftop. Yet instead of the expected thud of flesh meeting concrete, a soft puff resounded. Qin Zhe was taken aback and looked down, only to see the girl lying on her back, her chest pierced by a slender, pale arm, her uniform stained with mangled flesh and dark blood. Qin Hai and Qin Feiyong also sensed something amiss and glanced downward. Standing below was another girl in a school uniform, petite, yet with an exaggeratedly distended abdomen that had torn through her clothing, revealing flesh marred by writhing black veins. One arm pierced through the uniformed girl, allowing her to writhe in agony, while the other hand clutched a severed arm, dripping with blood as she gnawed upon it. Noticing the trio, she tilted her head and smiled at them, her grin chilling. The horrifying crunching sound sent a shiver down the spines of Qin Zhe and his companions, if they are not mistaken. That severed hand also belongs to a ghost, a case of kin turning against kin. The ghost known as Bai Ling is among the most ruthless of her kind. Such a heavy aura of resentment. "This is at least a half-step fierce ghost." Qin Feiyong expressed his trepidation. Qin Hai solemnly shook his head. "This ghostly entity is likely nearing the threshold of a true fierce ghost." "Xiao Zhe, do you have confidence?" From the moment they confronted the girl in the school uniform, both realized that the taboo within this institution would manifest as a half-step fierce ghost. They had assessed that with their own strength and hidden cards, they could manage this situation, which is why they chose to inquire about the name of this female ghost. However, Bai Ling's power exceeded their expectations. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and nodded, with the magic sound drum in play. "If Hai Gu you consume the blood yang pill, we can fight." Upon hearing the phrase blood yang pill, a momentary struggle crossed Qin Hai's face, but he ultimately gritted his teeth. "All right, as long as you, Xiao Zhe, can successfully enter the martial sect, it will all be worth it." Qin Feiyong, standing by, hesitated to speak. While the blood yang pill could indeed grant a surge of formidable physical strength for a brief period, it would also harm the practitioner's foundation, impacting future progress. Unless the situation was dire, no one would willingly consume it. Just as he was about to advise against it, Qin Zhe spoke first. "Hai Gu, perhaps we should retreat. This time, the judgment from the underworld has proven erroneous that a half-step fierce ghost, so close to a true fierce ghost, should be classified as a C-level solo mission. Abandoning the task would still yield some compensation, which is not a total loss." But Qin Hai had already taken out a vial of medicine and poured a blood-red pill into his hand. Upon hearing this, he resolutely shook his head. "This mission represents our best opportunity. If we wait any longer, Xiao Zhe, your age may surpass the requirements for the martial sect. Our Qin family needs a genius." With that, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill whole. As the pill entered, it instantly transformed into a torrent of heat that surged through his body, prompting Qin Hai to involuntarily emit a muffled groan. His internal organs felt as if they were ablaze. Alongside the pain, strength surged forth. His skin flushed crimson, radiating intense heat, and his eyes took on a hint of scarlet. "Tiger fist, bear style." Qin Hai roared, unleashing the two most straightforward and brutal forms from the 12 shapes of Xingyi boxing. His entire being resembling a fierce tiger as he leapt from the 4th floor, arms heavy like a giant bear breaking through. Boom! The terrifying roar reverberated throughout the school. The concrete floor cracked in every direction, particularly where Qin Hai's strike landed, revealing a pit several feet wide. Crackle, crackle. Not far away, Bai Ling continued to devour the severed arm, laughing with delight. She effortlessly evaded Qin Hai's full-force blow, but on the rooftop. Qin Zhe understood that waiting was no longer an option. He shouted fiercely, "Fei Yong, take action!" With that, he too pounced down like a great rock, striking fiercely at Bai Ling. Qin Fei Yong similarly sprang into action. However, after several exchanges, Bai Ling wore a sinister expression, continuously dodging and refusing to engage the three directly. Moreover, her speed no. Qin Zhe has lost his usual composure. With our strength, coupled with Brother Hai who has consumed the Blood Yang pill, we should be able to handle any formidable half-step vengeful spirit. Unless he gazed at Bai Ling, who was incessantly devouring her kind, a terrifying thought surging within him at that moment. Bai Ling had completely swallowed the severed hand, her belly swelling even larger, the smile on her face more pronounced than ever. Hee. After remaining silent throughout, she finally spoke for the first time, her laughter ringing like silver bells, crisp and melodious, sending chills down the spines of Qin Zhe and his companions. For with the sound of her laughter, Bai Ling's aura visibly intensified. "Why do you want to harm me? What have I done wrong? I am just as old as you. We are clearly classmates. Why do you call me a freak? Why not a ha? Freaks, we are all freaks." Her belly gradually shrank, while her aura surged violently, seemingly surpassing some boundary, a chilling dread enveloping the entire small square in front of the teaching building. This. Qin Fei Yong's teeth chattered. He felt as if his blood was about to congeal. Qin Zhe and Qin Hai's expressions were equally grim, both tremblingly uttering, "Vengeful spirit, vengeful spirit." They never anticipated that amidst the battle, a half-step vengeful spirit would actually break through, transforming into a terrifying vengeful spirit. This was an existence that transcended ordinary evil spirits, rife with malevolence, possessing bizarre abilities that defied comprehension, capable of cursing someone from thousands of miles away, or with a mere glance, rendering a person's life worse than death. Without a master of C-grade or above to resist, vengeful spirits are invincible, no matter how many D-grade extraordinary individuals there are. It would all be in vain that if Jiang Chen and others were present, they would likely keep a cautious eye, as there had been a series of inexplicable disappearances in the equipment room in the girls' dormitory 414, seemingly devoured by Bai Ling, who intended to ascend to a vengeful spirit tonight. However, since Qin Zhe and the others had given up on rescue, they naturally did not share this information. The expressions of the three were as grim as they could be. They exchanged glances, and without uttering a word, turned and fled. The only good news was that Bai Ling had just become a vengeful spirit, perhaps unfamiliar with her newfound powers. Yet even so, they chose not to attempt a confrontation, opting instead to seize the opportunity to escape. This was indeed the prudent course of action. However, the terror of the vengeful spirit exceeded all imagination that a gust of chilling wind swept through, and Bai Ling floated behind Qin Fei Yong, her pallid hand reaching out to touch his back. "Zhe, save me." Qin Fei Yong shuddered, every hair on his body standing on end. Qin Zhe turned to glance, a barely perceptible glimmer lighting up his eyes. "All right." He flicked his fingers against the green-skinned drum. Both Bai Ling and Qin Fei Yong froze in their tracks at a short distance away. Qin Hai, unaffected, frowned and remarked, "This one do. Her strength is far too great to be halted for long." And Fei Yong is also immobilized, unable to save him. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Bai Ling regained her composure. In the next moment, her hand pierced through Qin Fei Yong's heart, crimson blood spilling forth. After a moment's pause, the expression of Qin Fei Yong gradually returned to normal, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain coursing through his body. His eyes widened in horror. No, meanwhile, Qin Hai suddenly grasped the situation, his face a mask of disbelief. "Xiao Zhe, you." Before he could utter his reprimand, he saw Qin Zhe fleeing while simultaneously drawing closer to his position. "Cousin, when you told us a story in our youth about the wolf that came, a sheep seeking to survive didn't need to outrun the wolf, merely its companions." "Thank you, cousin." The smile on Qin Zhe's face was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Yet the few drops of blood that had splattered onto him when the female ghost pierced through Qin Feiyang's chest lent him an air of savagery. Chapter 65. The Ghost of Dreams by Ling extracted a vibrant heart and gulped it down. The warm, moist blood imbued with Qin Feiyang's resentment and unfulfilled desires, providing the best sustenance for her ghostly form. Subsequently, she gnawed at the corpse haphazardly, seemingly losing interest, before casting a languid smile and pursuing the two once more. Qin Hai's expression was complex. He was loath to believe that his cousin, whom he had protected since childhood, who had just been willing to consume the blood yang pill for a brighter future, could even contemplate harming him for the sake of survival. I should have anticipated this. Extraordinary individuals, accustomed to bloodshed and the darker sides of humanity, are perpetually embroiled in an internal struggle, often reticent in the presence of others. Those who still jest and exhibit gentility are either innately strong in spirit or have long since succumbed to madness. Becoming the darkest of lunatics, Xiao Zhe, I watched you grow up. I know you lack such formidable fortitude. Yet, I could never accept that you would truly forsake all principles, willing to betray family and friends for your own sake. One day, you will tread the most erroneous path, for it is individuals like you who birthed the Dark Alliance. Qin Hai's anguished roar echoed. He had already seen Qin Zhe raise the small green drum in his hand, aware that with his own strength, he could not withstand that terrifying melody of magic. Have you finished speaking? Qin Zhe replied with a cold smile. Brother Hai, you still enjoy imparting wisdom, even in your final moments. I lack your grand philosophies. I merely wish to convey one message. After you're gone, I will take good care of sister-in-law. You beast! Qin Hai's eyes widened in fury, disregarding everything as he lunged forward. Ha! Qin Zhe laughed maniacally. Since his usual facade had been shattered, he fully ripped off his mask, revealing his darkest side. A form of catharsis, thud to thud, as Qin Hai charged forward. His expression froze, and he collapsed, while Qin Zhe took one last deep look at him before turning and dashing towards the school gate. When Qin Hai regained his senses, he felt a hand gripping his back, sending chills down his spine. A desperate scream echoed throughout the campus on the other side. Jiang Chen and his companions finished taking pictures and scoured for potential ghostly artifacts before hastily descending the stairs, preparing to leave. Upon reaching the flowerbed area, they were met with the sound of that anguished scream. Once again, a chilling scream pierced the air, not one that seemed to emanate from a ghost. What could be the matter? Yang Chen furrowed her brow. It's Qin Zhe and the others. Sister Sun spoke with urgency. Lu Kai let out a long sigh, fully aware that they had stumbled into a significant predicament. However, accustomed to the tempest of life, he maintained his composure in this critical moment. The trio of Qin Zhe possessed formidable strength. If they were in trouble, it was evident that this school harbored grave issues. This is not the time for discussion. Run, make haste, and simultaneously call for emergency assistance from the underworld. The group quickened their pace. Yet, their abilities varied greatly, and with injured members among them, as they neared the school gates. Qin Zhe happened to burst onto the scene. ASAD, ancient martial arts practitioner. He sprinted at an alarming speed, one that could easily leave world-class sprinters in his wake at that moment. He appeared somewhat disheveled, a bloody handprint staining his left shoulder, and his face was pale with fear. Following Qin Hai's demise, Bai Ling swiftly pursued him. Qin Zhe had to expend a life-saving artifact to fend off the pursuer. A narrow escape that nearly cost him his life. The harrowing sensation of having his life hang by a thread left him panting, his eyes wide with the wildness of a cornered beast, fearful and savage. He would do anything to survive. Upon spotting his companions, a glimmer of excitement lit up Qin Zhe's face. Thank heavens, you're here. He strode forward, feigning calmness. This school is plagued by a half-step malevolent spirit. Together with Qin Hai and Fei Yong, we fought desperately to inflict serious injuries upon it. With your assistance, we can surely subdue this fiend, a half-step malevolent spirit. Each of us could earn a substantial number of points, and the accolades from this collective effort would be sufficient for you to gain entry into some hidden sections. Qin Zhe's words were indeed tempting. Yet, among those present, who was not a cunning fox, seasoned by years of experience, here he was, fleeing for his life, yet attempting to incite them to retaliate. It was as if he had inscribed in bold letters across his face, "I'm about to betray my teammates." A peal of silvery laughter rang out suddenly. The moment they heard that sound, a wave of goosebumps cascaded over the group, reminiscent of the primal terror an ordinary person feels upon encountering a ghost for the first time. Damn it, Lu Kai turned to look, and in the next instant, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Damn, damn. Among the group, aside from Jiang Chen, all those with even the slightest experience instinctively cursed upon seeing Bai Ling and the palpable aura of darkness that surrounded her. Regardless of their previous encounters with such formidable spirits, their years of ghost hunting experience led them to a unanimous conclusion. This was no ordinary specter. This was a malevolent spirit, a creature that demanded lives. In unison, they turned to flee, but once Qinze reached a certain proximity, he raised a small green drum in his hand, his fingers tapping in rhythm, the sound resonating like a siren's call. The group froze in place, momentarily entranced. He dashed forward toward the school gates, confident that the multitude would provide him with enough cover to escape to a safe distance. Beyond that point, there would be more living souls. And the malevolent spirit would not pursue him alone. A smile of relief crept on Qinze's face. He was on the brink of turning a certain death into a chance for survival. However, as he passed through the crowd, he momentarily froze, discovering that among them, the only young man who did not turn around had piercing brown-green eyes that shimmered with an eerie light in the darkness, rendering him particularly uncanny. Initially startled, Qinze cautiously distanced himself a few steps from the other, but soon realized something amiss. No, he too had been affected by the demonic drum, and it appeared he was the first to be influenced. Even if the appearance was slightly strange, there was nothing to fear. Yet, Qinze overlooked a critical detail. Jiang Chen was not the first to be affected. He had already been in a daze the moment he laid eyes on Bai Ling. Having been caught in a stupor, for as soon as she appeared, a notification echoed in his ears. Ghost Energy 1, Ghost Energy 1, Ghost Energy 1 at approximately every second. This truly is the ghost of my dreams. At this rate, wouldn't I become invincible in just 2 months? Jiang Chen's heart raced with exhilaration, his gaze towards Bai Ling brimming with fervor, even swallowing involuntarily. His ravenous demeanor caused the ghost to blink in surprise. Ghost Energy 120. Chapter 66. The transformation of the demon, Dali Xian, crushing the 100, the system notification, surpassing 100, jolted Jiang Chen from his stupor. Regaining his senses, he immediately discerned the scene before him. That scoundrel Qinze had ceased his charade, brazenly betraying them and intending to use them as a shield against the terrifying female ghost. Heh! Jiang Chen pursued, ready to take action against Qinze. The latter, in his flight, seemed to sense something, turning his head in astonishment. How can you ignore the demonic drum? Even more astonishing to Qinze was the fact that this peculiar individual, who previously claimed to be of D rank, now exhibited a speed that was not in the slightest inferior to that of a ancient martial arts expert. With barely 5 meters separating them, it would indeed be troublesome if he caught up. Weren't you the one who said you would eliminate this half-step ghost? Why are you running? Stay and fight alongside us. Jiang Chen sneered. As he spoke, thunderous breaths erupted from his mouth and nose. A manifestation of the special state induced by the activation of his bloodline by the small azure drum. Otherwise, with less than 10% of his demonic power, he would not be able to pursue Qinze. Seeing the brown green-eyed man before him, who resembled a monster, Qinze felt a twinge of trepidation. Even more troublesome was the vengeful spirit trailing behind. His thoughts raced, and suddenly he grinned malevolently. Wait. Take a good look at your companions. The vengeful spirit has caught up. Do you intend to risk everything to save me, or do you wish to save them? Those 2 lovely ladies gaze at you with utter admiration. Can you bear to watch them perish at the hands of the vengeful spirit? Admiration, my foot. That girl Yang Chen would love nothing more than to devour me. Jiang Chen silently cursed, yet could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Glancing back to see the female ghost drawing near, eyes fixated hungrily on the living. Even he felt a chilling thrill before the specter that a vengeful ghost. He murmured, realizing that this was no mere 1-star transformation card that could handle such a being. Jiang Chen cast another meaningful glance at Qinze, then turned away. Transformation, Dali Xian. In the next moment, he felt every single cell within him roaring, an indescribable surge of immense demonic power. Akin to a vast river, rampaging through his body, Jiang Chen experienced an unprecedented strength. He clenched his fists in astonishment. With the demonic energy he currently possessed, he might very well be capable of collapsing an entire building with the mighty bull demon fist. Moreover, his physique had undergone a terrifying enhancement, with his vitality almost overflowing, radiating like brilliant light, as if it were about to burst forth. Ding! A random divine ability was drawn. Demon Overlord Body, Palm Lightning. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It was actually this divine ability. For enthusiasts of ancient mythology, palm lightning is renowned as a formidable divine technique. He had not anticipated that instead of drawing the 5 thunder method, he would acquire this extraordinary ability. Both techniques belong to the Taoist arts, making it difficult to compare their strengths. However, in Jiang Chen's personal opinion, palm lightning was undoubtedly more extraordinary. The records regarding it include one instance in the Investiture of the Gods, where the Taoist master Duobao, a precursor to the Buddha, employed it to eliminate disciples of the Chan sect. Another account involves the leader of the Tongdi sect using it against the leader of the Yuanshi sect. Furthermore, both of these legendary tales originate from ancient mythology, not from the novels of the primordial chaos. Although it was merely the lesser palm lightning, its power was surely sufficient to defy the heavens. A moment of clarity flashed through Jiang Chen's mind as he instantly grasped the 2 divine abilities that he no longer hesitated and strode forward to meet Bai Ling during this process. The demon overlord body activated, visibly elevating his physique, while his already formidable vitality surged once more, making him appear as a veritable furnace of energy. The recently awakened Jiang Chen and the others found themselves momentarily dazed, as if they were witnessing a humanoid sun barreling towards them. They screamed in unison and hastily dodged aside. In the next instant. Boom! Jiang Chen, now towering at 2 meters and 45 centimeters, his muscles exaggerated, brought his palm down upon the concrete ground, creating a terrifying crater. Beneath his hand lay Bai Ling, struggling and displaying a face of sheer terror. Ghost Chi 170, Ghost Chi 220. Bai Ling emitted a sizzling sound as Jiang Chen's overwhelming vitality scorched her, causing her malevolent energy to dissipate. Simultaneously, her heart trembled with disbelief. She had initially thought she would ascend to become a malevolent ghost tonight, ready to unleash a rampage. Yet, this scenario was far from what she had anticipated. The man before her was alarmingly formidable. The astonishing pressure emanating from him sent shivers deep within her soul, as if she were facing a natural enemy, a mere prey in a hunt. How unfortunate I am. Why must everyone bully me? I am truly wretched. You all shall become as miserable as I am. Bai Ling suddenly wailed, her face contorting into a most malevolent expression as she fixated on Jiang Chen. A sinister force stealthily crawled up Jiang Chen's spine, seemingly attempting to subject him to the same torment Bai Ling endured. Then, sizzle, the surging vitality evaporated it instantly. Ghost Chi 350. Bai Ling was stunned. Her cries of despair caught in her throat, and the expression of malice froze upon her face. Are you truly miserable? Jiang Chen leaned in closer, nearly pressing his face against hers, his eyes gleaming with fervor and excitement. Thinking to himself how delightful it was to be a malevolent ghost, the ghost chi he harvested was astonishingly over 100. However, Bai Ling felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, her heart racing with apprehension. Why is he looking at me like that? Could it be that he harbors intentions of violating me? Ghostly energy 400, he is so fierce. How could I possibly endure it? Ghostly energy 500. The more she pondered, the more terrified she became. That moment, Jiang Chen seized her as if she were a mere chick, murmuring, Ghost sister, seeing you in such despair, I shall sacrifice a friend to help you vent a little. I hope it brings you some relief. Consider this your final supper before your ultimate demise. Cherish it. With that, he flung her aside. Meanwhile, Qinze had already dashed out of the school gates, his face alight with exhilaration. He had survived. In the final moment, that peculiar man had nearly claimed him. Yet this fool chose to return and meet his end for a few friends and a woman. Indeed, only those like himself, who had cast aside all emotions and morals, were truly suited to survive in this era. Just as Qinze basked in his self-satisfaction, a thunderous crash resounded. The ground before him was rent open, and Bai Ling, her skin charred and rotting in several places, slowly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with a savage thirst for blood, fixating upon him. Chapter 67. The Cunning Malevolent Spirit, released Qin Shao. Gazing upon that terrifying visage, Qinze felt his blood run cold, an insurmountable dread enveloping him. He retreated desperately, his trembling hands frantically beating a small drum. Yet, Bai Ling was only momentarily affected, slightly dazed. And after several strikes, Qinze found his true energy completely depleted. Even as he hastily stuffed a gathering spirit pill into his mouth, it was to no avail. No, don't come any closer. His face turned as pale as death, his back drenched in cold sweat. However, after retreating a few steps, Qin Zhe was astonished to discover that Bai Ling's expression was equally frantic. She merely cast him a fleeting glance before violently retreating into the distant woods, seemingly attempting to flee. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as something fell ahead, in the night. A tall figure emerged from the swirling dust, his gaze indifferent and exuding an overwhelming aura that he stood there with arms crossed, completely blocking Bai Ling's escape route. This female ghost crouched like a beast, emitting a dangerous growl, yet instinctively began to back away. Qin Shao, do not be afraid. I am coming to rescue you, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. His tone laced with urgency and concern, genuinely heartfelt, evoking warmth in the listener. Yet, his pace was as slow as an elderly lady taking a leisurely stroll, making one wonder if he was merely out for a post-meal promenade. It's you. Qin Zhe was initially taken aback. He had never anticipated such a hidden master among their ranks. Upon noticing the other's actions, he quickly grasped the reality, gritting his teeth. This scoundrel was not coming to save him, but rather to drive the ghost toward him. He intended to bring about his demise. Brother, let us talk this over. Grant me a path to survival, and the Qin family shall reward you handsomely in the future that I assure you. There will be no retaliation. We shall be the best of brothers henceforth, Qin Zhe hurriedly implored. Qin Shao, you exaggerate. We are on the same team, and it is only natural for me to save you. There is no need for any recompense. Jiang Chen replied, his words overflowing with generosity and bravado. Then for heaven's sake, hurry up. Qin Zhe's forehead was marked by prominent veins, barely restraining himself from cursing. At that moment, Bai Ling was forced to retreat continuously. Now less than 4 meters away from him, while behind him loomed Chen Shui and others, their gazes sharp and predatory. He had just ruthlessly ensnared them with his demonic sound drum, and the enmity between them was palpable. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of them drawing weapons, their faces alight with murderous intent. I see now. Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Qin Shao is hoping I come to rescue you quickly. Isn't he? No problem. With that declaration, he strode forward, indeed faster than before. Yet, there was no intention of saving anyone in his demeanor. Simultaneously, Bai Ling was compelled to retreat even more swiftly, closing the distance to Qin Zhe within mere steps. Her face was a mask of resentment and unwillingness, when suddenly a thought struck her, and she broke into a sinister laugh. Living beings, are they not most concerned with their friends and companions? Her laughter resonated like silver bells. Qin Zhe's expression shifted dramatically, for the laughter initially lingered ahead of him. As he became enraptured by the enchanting sound, he momentarily lost his focus, only to realize that the laughter had crept behind him. A pale, ghostly hand emerged from the darkness, clasping around his throat. Devoid of any energy, Qin Zhe found himself utterly powerless to resist. He could only take deep breaths, striving to appear cooperative, lest he provoke this terrifying specter. If you wish to kill me, you will need your companion's life. How will you choose? Bai Ling's face was filled with mockery. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically, and he bellowed in anger. You beast, release Qin Shao. Let him go. His pupils widened, gasping for breath, a hint of worry and concern etched on his face. Behind the school gate, Lu Kai, Yang Chen, and others could not help but bare their teeth in frustration. For a moment, it was difficult to discern whether Jiang Chen intended to ensnare Qin Zhe or genuinely wished to save him, primarily due to his remarkably convincing performance, worthy of an acclaimed actor, leaving others bewildered. Seeing that his admonitions bore no fruit, Jiang Chen stepped forward anxiously. Bai Ling did not flee. She had already tested her speed and knew she was no match for him. Running would be futile. Slap. Jiang Chen approached without a word and delivered a resounding slap, twisting Bai Ling's head. Ask you, will you release Qin Shao or not? He roared. Ghostly energy 660. Bai Ling felt as though she were enduring a profound humiliation. Yet she was no match for the man before her. Thus, she lightly dragged her sharp nails across Qin Zhe's neck, drawing blood. She intended to use this as leverage to instill fear in Jiang Chen. Feeling the searing pain radiate from his neck, Qin Zhe was taken aback, his expression akin to someone who had just consumed 10 pounds of bitter melon. Why are you hitting him? Why harm my neck instead? You should be attacking him. Look at how your companion is suffering. Living being, do you not regret your earlier actions? Bai Ling spoke, her face twisted in a sinister grin. Qin Zhe opened his mouth, wanting to say, have you turned into a ghost and lost your mind? We are clearly adversaries. Saying such things will only provoke him. Indeed, the very next moment. Smack, smack. Jiang Chen delivered a double slap, shattering Bai Ling's cheekbone. Half of her face caving in, rendering her a sight both tragic and terrifying. Cunning specter, I have no desire to waste words with you. Point 1 command. Release Qin Shao, or your demise shall be most excruciating. Ghostly energy 900. Bai Ling's eyes were almost ablaze with fury. Had she not just suffered a crushing defeat, knowing full well the futility of victory, she would have recklessly thrown herself at the man before her. Pretending to be indifferent to her companion, she sneered, extending her hand to press against Qin Zhe's arm, her face contorted with menace that I had just attempted to eliminate them to create an opportunity for my escape. He would not save me. Qin Zhe could not help but voice his explanation. Yet, Bai Ling remained utterly unmoved. Within the school, Jiang Chen wore a cold smirk. Qin Zhe must be utterly dazed. Having forgotten that the insidious thought patterns of ghosts differ vastly from those of humans, the others nodded in agreement. Once a person becomes a ghost, they transform into something entirely different. The most basic of vengeful spirits wander aimlessly, repeating a semblance of their former life or muttering a few phrases. Slightly more advanced malevolent spirits retain some ability to communicate, employing it to deceive the living. The more cunning ghosts understand better. Yet their wits are akin to that of a 5-year-old child in many respects. Of course, as their power increases, so does their intelligence. It is said that at the level of a ghost king, their intellect surpasses that of history's greatest scientists and strategists, mastering every scheme and manipulation of human nature. Each ghost king has brought unimaginable calamities to Bai Ling emitted a venomous wail, her breath more intense than before. Yet, Jiang Chen raised his fist, as large as a sandbag. With a resounding thud, she was silenced by a single blow. This time, Jiang Chen refrained from further strikes. He had an ominous premonition that if he were to strike her down once more, her spirit would truly be shattered. He pondered for a moment before lifting Bai Ling, addressing the onlookers. I have matters to attend to. Wait for me here. He then proceeded toward a nearby teaching building. The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting an unspeakable shock in their eyes. Lu Kai and the others were somewhat less affected. Being unfamiliar with Jiang Chen, their astonishment was tempered by the acceptance of the reality that they had encountered a hidden master of formidable strength. Jiang Chen, typically haughty, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. She could scarcely fathom that the boy she frequently mentioned, one who seemed to inhabit a different realm from herself and Lin Yue, could possess such immense power. Even more daunting was the terrifying potential his age suggested. The contemporary prodigies of those reclusive sects paled in comparison. Jiang Chen bit her lip, lowering her gaze, her emotions in turmoil. Chen Shui, having been equally stunned, suddenly recalled her experience dealing with the beauty ghost, her complexion shifting. What does Jiang Chen intend to do with the female ghost? The crowd fell silent at that moment. However, the current Jiang Chen possesses an overwhelming strength that leaves her utterly astounded. The disparity between them is insurmountable. Subsequently, Jiang Chen, relying on his terrifying demonic body, begins to relentlessly torment his opponent. Within the classroom, piercing and shrill cries from Bai Ling resound incessantly, sending chills down the spines of those outside. My goodness, could this Jiang fellow be lost in madness? Zhang Che gulps nervously, his face a mask of fear. Some peculiar individuals, having spent years exorcising spirits, have witnessed too many dark occurrences, their minds fracturing and spiraling into a frenzied state characterized by brutality and bloodlust, commonly referred to as being lost. What did you say? Jiang Chen instinctively glares. In her perspective, she, Jiang Chen, and Chen Shui form a team, being the most familiar with one another, and thus, she naturally ought to stand by his side. Upon hearing others speak of Jiang Chen in such a manner, she immediately reprimands them. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she involuntarily clears her throat. It is not entirely impossible. In my years of exorcising spirits, I have yet to encounter someone as vicious as he. Chen Shui. She longed to assert that it was merely a matter of limited exposure. Once one becomes acquainted with Jiang Chen, they would discover that even the lost ones are not necessarily as merciless as this man. Chapter 69. My apologies, brother. I've damaged your wife. Above the abandoned ghost school, the sudden thrum of propellers fills the air. As the military helicopter hovers 100 meters above ground, a figure leaps downwards. Just before landing, a shroud of inky darkness envelopes her, followed by a resounding crash, as a powerful shockwave ripples outward for dozens of meters. As the dust settles, a woman clad in a leather combat suit, her figure graceful and alluring, strides towards the onlookers, her cold voice cutting through the air. "Where are the malevolent spirits?" The group stands together, appearing composed and relaxed, seemingly normal. Yet this did not ease Su Lei's vigilance. Instead, she regarded them from a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Meanwhile, her shadow silently melds into the encroaching night. Lu Kai steps forward, addressing her. "Greetings, esteemed spirit officer. The malevolent spirits have likely been dealt with." He casts a barely perceptible glance at the ground before quickly averting his gaze. The others notice nothing amiss, only gazing at Su Lei in astonishment. The sight of her descending from 100 meters above is utterly breathtaking, compounded by her flawless beauty, amplifying the visual impact. At that moment, the helicopter descends to an appropriate altitude, lowering a rope ladder. 4 individuals, clad in identical black combat attire, slide down the ladder to a height of over 20 meters before leaping to the ground. 3 men and 1 woman, youthful yet exuding a chilling aura that causes even Lu Kai to display a grave expression. D-level experts. However, he silently muses to himself. It seems that the underworld is indeed in need of personnel. An urgent call for assistance at the malevolent spirit level typically requires at least 2 C-level spirit officers. Yet only 1 C-level officer accompanied by 4 D personnel has been dispatched. Moreover, Lu Kai notes the wear and tear on their combat suits, suggesting they may have been hastily reassigned from an ongoing mission. "What do you mean by likely dealt with?" Su Lei inquires coldly. Her shadow reappears beneath her feet, and this time, she harbors no doubts about the group, instead gesturing for the spirit officers behind her to proceed and attend to the injured. Sister Sun and Lu Kai were gravely injured, having only performed rudimentary bandaging along the way. Well, Lu Kai scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. He was a seasoned veteran, having discreetly unfastened the button of his collar-mounted intercom since the helicopter's arrival. At that moment, inside the academic building, Jiang Chen emerged, dragging the decayed remains of Bai Ling. The malevolent spirit was now deceased. Su Lei turned her head to look, her countenance, usually devoid of expression, transformed for the first time. Itsu. She naturally recalled the little rogue who had commented on her pert backside at the Zhang's resort. Soon, her gaze shifted back to the corpse of the malevolent spirit, which, despite having lost its soul, still exuded an aura of chilling malevolence, her eyes narrowing slightly. Even a searing powerhouse would face immense risk in attempting to slay a malevolent spirit. "You did it. How did you manage to kill a malevolent spirit? This matter, surely, falls beyond the purview of the inquiries from the underworld?" Jiang Chen spoke with a nonchalant tone. The inquiries from the underworld were solely concerned with whether the cause of death of deceased teammates was related to the living. They held no right to probe into the secrets of extraordinary individuals. Su Lei's expression soured, but she quickly regained her aloof demeanor. Her curiosity had been purely innocent. Go, investigate the scene, ascertain the causes of death for the several deceased, and bring their remains back for eventual return to their families, she commanded. The 4 underworld agents nodded in unison, their chilling gazes sweeping over Zhang Su, Chen Shui, and others, causing their bodies to stiffen. They caught a glimpse of a weeping infant through one agent's eyes. From another agent's back, they saw a crouching female ghost, her pallid face turning to reveal a ghastly grin. There is a saying in the realm of extraordinary beings: when you gaze into the abyss, it has already set its sights on you. The few individuals, drained of their vital energy, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Su Lei stepped forward, positioning herself protectively among them. The encroaching waves of malevolent energy were dispelled with a mere wave of her hand. "Apologies, they have just returned from a mission and may have encountered a fierce battle, thus struggling to contain the spirits within." After a moment of alarm, everyone nodded in agreement that all was well. Yet, as the underworld agents passed by the academic building, the female ghost turned back to gaze at Jiang Chen, her face twisted in a sinister smile. Jiang Chen felt an immediate weight pressing down on him. It was as if a rigid, icy corpse had descended upon him. To avoid drawing undue attention, he had long dispelled his overwhelming demonic aura, thus falling into her trap. The sensation on his back grew heavier, as though the initial weight of one had multiplied to 10. "Is it heavy carrying me?" The woman's eerie laughter echoed in his ear. "Not heavy, just bothersome. It's quite uncomfortable," Jiang Chen replied candidly. "Polite ghost on my back. You, huh?" The female ghost resentment surged, doubling her weight, which likely reached 2,000 pounds. "How about now? Even more bothersome. Dear ghost sister, might I kindly request you to dismount?" Jiang Chen maintained his courtesy. The female ghost chuckled. "If you want me to get down, why don't you take the initiative?" Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, nodded, All right? All right. He reached up to touch the icy hand on his shoulder. Giving it a few pats, after hearing a system prompt, he cautioned, Ghost sister, do be careful. I tend to be rather heavy-handed, and I wouldn't wish to harm you. Do as you please, the female ghost sneered coldly. As a backlying ghost, it would indeed be strange to be easily pulled off someone's back. All right. Jiang Chen nodded, exerting tremendous force with his hands. Crack, crack, the bones of his tightly gripping fingers were forcefully broken, causing the smile on the backlying ghost's face to stiffen, a faint sense of foreboding creeping in, but it was too late for regrets now. The man's iron-like grip had firmly ensnared her hand, his back slightly sinking as he suddenly exerted strength with both hands. Like a sack of sand, he slammed the female ghost heavily onto the ground. That was not all. A layer of demonic energy emanated from Jiang Chen's feet, adhering itself to the ground. Bang! An unexpected deafening sound startled everyone. Half of her body crushed, the backlying ghost's forehead deeply caved in, emitting a piercing and sorrowful scream. Beside them, Su Lei, who had been observing with cold indifference to assess Jiang Chen's capabilities, gaped in shock. She hadn't anticipated such ruthlessness from him. It would take no less than 3 to 5 jars of Yin energy for her subordinate ghost to recover from this. The male Yin envoy also twitched uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth, his face turning a shade of green. Jiang Chen glanced at him, grinning widely. My apologies, brother. I accidentally broke your wife. I'll be sure to be more careful next time. Upon hearing this, the male Yin envoy's face turned even greener, almost as if his hair might turn that color as well. The backlying ghost, with a look of embarrassment, crawled back onto his back, her appearance pitiful, no longer daring to stare at the living with that eerie smile. Enough, carry out the orders, and don't embarrass yourselves here. Su Lei scolded. The 4 Yin envoys hastily departed. She turned to glance at Jiang Chen, saying nothing further, which essentially represented a form of acknowledgement, given the instability of the Yin envoy under her command, which could pose a lethal threat. She intervened and even nodded an apology. However, with someone of equal standing, there was no need for such formalities. The other party would handle the threat themselves, and it would be inconsequential to further teach that troublemaking ghost a lesson. As for whether it was offensive, those who dwelled on the brink of life and death, like the extraordinary and the Yin envoys, were hardly so finicky. Now, due to this collective task, 3 extraordinary individuals from your team have perished, and I am here to conduct a routine inquiry. Su Lei pulled out a pale finger bone threaded with a red string from her combat uniform, looking solemnly at the group. Chapter 70 Jiang Chen? That's utterly remarkable. It's actually this thing. Lu Kai's expression changed. Everyone turned to look at him. He first glanced at Su Lei, seeing no intention from her to intervene, then spoke. If I am not mistaken, this item is related to a blood-clad, vengeful spirit. Blood-clad. Upon hearing this, the others stared in astonishment. The blood-clad, vengeful spirit is a ghastly entity entangled with the deepest grievances, its garments soaked in blood. Characterized by malevolence, darkness, ferocity, and madness, these descriptors fail to encapsulate even a fraction of its terror. This is a creature that transcends ordinary vengeful spirits, capable of indiscriminate mass slaughter with ease. Its abilities are bizarre, and sometimes merely touching an object that a blood-clad vengeful spirit has encountered could lead to the bizarre demise of a D-class extraordinary individual. Indeed, Lu Kai nodded. The Yin division in Jiangbei City once besieged a blood-clad spirit. A friend of mine observed from a distance at the time that it was a deceitful spirit that would ensnare the living in its web of lies. With each successful deception, it would sever a finger from its victim. When no fingers remained to be cut, it would resort to brutally ending the person's life. This malevolent entity caused a grave incident in the Jiolong building of the Southern District. It spun 11 lies through the building's intercom, and the majority of the inhabitants fell prey to its trickery. The tragic consequence was that, out of over 1,000 residents, fewer than 200 survived. It is said that the underworld of Jiangbei was incensed by the event and dispatched an elite team that severed 10 of the spirit's fingers. Su Lei cast a surprised glance at him, acknowledging a glimmer of insight. However, you have made an error. That spirit had not yet reached the level of a blood-clad specter, merely a half-step away. It met its demise at the hands of our captain. The fingers of the deceitful spirit can be used for lie detection, so it would be prudent for you to answer truthfully to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Su Lei with astonishment. Individuals like Qin Shui and Yang Chen, from esteemed families, as well as seasoned veterans like Lu Kai and Jiang Chen from the underworld, had certainly heard of the illustrious Huangquan team within the sea-level unit of the Jiangbei branch. Rumor had it that their captain was a madman, and every spirit that fell to their hands met a grim fate. To their surprise, they were now face-to-face with a member of that formidable team. Let us begin with you. Are you aware of how the other three, Qin Zhe and the others, met their ends? Su Lei inquired, directing her gaze toward Lu Kai. I know only that Qin Zhe was slain by a vengeful spirit. As for the other two, I am uncertain, but I suspect they were ensnared by Qin Zhe's ghostly apparatus and used as bait, ultimately perishing at the hands of the vengeful spirit. Lu Kai responded, his words meticulously crafted. This is based on his actions during his flight. Su Lei glanced at the pristine finger bones in her possession and nodded in acknowledgement. This aligns with the facts. A recording device at her waist captured the conversation, which would later be archived in the underworld's files. After a brief pause, Su Lei spoke coldly. In a collective mission, Qin Zhe acted against his teammates to save his own life, transgressing the edicts of the underworld. He will be held accountable, though considering he is already deceased, we shall direct our inquiries towards the Qin family. What were you doing at the time of Qin Zhe's demise? She continued, adhering to protocol. Lu Kai hesitated momentarily before responding. I was merely a passive observer. The adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, and at that moment, Qin Zhe had betrayed his comrades. That Su Lei nodded in understanding. She proceeded to pose several more questions to the group. The responses were largely consistent, with the finger bones corroborating that no one was lying. However, when she inquired about Jiang Chen, his answer was somewhat unexpected. When Qin Zhe perished, I was attempting to rescue him, but regrettably, I was too late. Su Lei was taken aback. Their first encounter had been marked by his teasing, leaving her with a rather unfavorable impression. Yet, she was astonished to find that this seemingly frivolous youth possessed the rare quality of repaying malice with kindness. After listening to his response, Su Lei felt a newfound respect for him and regarded him with a complex expression. I must admit, if I were in your position, betrayed by a teammate, simply refraining from taking his life would be commendable. Your approach is admirable, but I hope you do not let your benevolence lead to your own downfall. She subtly cautioned him, offering a slight smile in Jiang Chen's direction. Years of shadowy experiences have rendered such brilliance of humanity a rare sight in extraordinary individuals. Jiang Chen responded with a radiant smile. Embodying the essence of a sunlit youth, that Su Lei momentarily appeared dazed, but within an instant, she regained her icy composure and nodded in a formal manner, stating, very well, the inquiry has concluded. Upon overhearing their exchange, the expressions of those nearby contorted in disbelief. Sunshine? Jiang Chen was the very epitome of sunlight. If there are no further inquiries, you may all take your leave. The two severely injured individuals may accompany me to the underworld for complimentary treatment. Su Lei announced, glancing at the papers handed to her by her subordinates. Meanwhile, behind her, several Grim Reapers were transporting 3 corpses towards the helicopter. They had conducted a cursory examination, revealing signs of assault from Qin Hai's artifacts on the bodies of Qin Hai and Qin Feiyang. This further absolved several individuals of suspicion, leading Su Lei to render an immediate judgment. Haha, no need for trouble, Lu Kai replied with a stiff demeanor, declining the offer. Under normal circumstances, they would have eagerly sought medical assistance. But tonight was different. 3 young members of the Qin family had perished, and the family's formidable figures were likely already waiting in the underworld to demand an explanation. Accompanying them, there would be sheer folly. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Su Lei nodded and boarded the helicopter. The powerful winds swept away the dust from the ground as the helicopter ascended slowly, with several Grim Reapers departing from the scene. Brother Jiang, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Here is my business card. Lu Kai clasped his hands together, exuding a strong sense of camaraderie. Humph, I also owe you a favor, Yang Chen retorted with a cold snort. You have saved my life twice. Does that not mean I should offer myself in return? Chen Shui chimed in, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. They all understood that without Jiang Chen's intervention, they would have faced certain death, whether from Qin Zhe's machinations or the vengeful spirit by Ling, even if they exhausted all their trump cards. Survival would be an impossibility. You don't wish to repay a favor, do you? Jiang Chen mused for a moment. Why not settle it now rather than later? Huh. The group was taken aback. Produce all the materials on you. I have urgent need, and we shall clear our debts, dough. And Chen Shui, you stay behind. This declaration. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched with amusement. Are you really that straightforward? favors should not linger overnight. Chen Shui suddenly crossed her arms, her expression changing dramatically. What do you mean? Are you truly asking for my body in return? She scanned the desolate surroundings, realizing there was not even a bed. Was he suggesting? The thought made her cheeks flush crimson. It's difficult to hail a cab around here. You'll have to take me back later. Chen Shui. The others. Chapter 71. I still prefer your unruly nature initially. The group was taken aback by Jiang Chen's straightforwardness. However, a wave of relief washed over them, as being able to settle the dead on the spot was indeed a fortunate turn of events. After all, now that the matter had been broached, if Jiang Chen were to call upon them in the future, it would be difficult to refuse. Yet, given the formidable challenges he faced, accompanying him could very well lead to losing their lives. That would be exceedingly awkward. Moreover, the reluctance to decline was not solely due to their commitment to keeping promises, but rather the realization that rejecting someone as powerful as Jiang Chen could easily result in their own demise. All right, Brother Jiang, you are indeed refreshing. Lu Kai, exuding an air of nonchalance, rummaged through the various pockets of his attire, ultimately producing a small bag containing a dark crimson substance, akin to dog's blood, along with a small iron box. This was the blood of a robust black dog, born under the celestial alignment of the sun and the hour of Chun, possessing the ability to perceive malevolent spirits from birth. Once shed, its blood would compel even the most sinister of spirits to retreat in trepidation. The iron box contained over 50 years' worth of exquisite red sand, a rare gem among vermilion powders. Thank you, Jiang Chen acknowledged with a nod. Soon, the others began to reveal the materials they had brought for exorcising spirits, generously offering them to Lu Kai. Subsequently, with the exception of Chen Shui, the rest prepared to depart. Lu Kai and his companions intended to tend to their injuries, while Yang Chen, brimming with joy, eagerly began to tally her gains, eager to return and procure items to enhance her strength, although she hailed from the esteemed Yang family. Known for its remarkable lineage, the strict adherence to tradition meant that her own talents, while commendable, were not extraordinary enough to warrant substantial familial support. Thus, she still needed to venture forth to complete tasks and earn points. Once the group had departed, Jiang Chen commenced selecting from the array of materials before him. It seemed nearly sufficient. During this recent encounter with a demon, he had refrained from employing a particular technique altogether, not out of reluctance, but rather due to the inability to execute it. The technique of palm thunder required intricate symbols to be inscribed in advance upon the palm, enabling an unexpected and formidable release during combat. Next, Jiang Chen meticulously crushed certain materials into a fine powder. Blending several together, he then dipped his index finger into the red sand, muttering obscure incantations. Wind, thunder, earth, fire. The 5 organs unfold, invoking the essence of Tai Ching. His fingertips traced intricate patterns. Observing from the side, Chen Shui initially assumed Jiang Chen was inscribing symbols or writing spells. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that his actions lacked any coherent methodology. The vibrant red lines he drew upon his palm appeared ancient and enigmatic, yet devoid of any discernible principles of Taoism. Not even a whisper of vital energy was emitted. This realization confirmed to Chen Shui that Jiang Chen was merely indulging in jest. Are you interested in the ways of the Tao? She inquired, unable to contain her curiosity after watching him for some time. Arrangements and symbols cannot be drawn haphazardly, given your vigorous aura during battle. You must be a master of ancient martial arts from the outer 8 gates. If you wish to learn the ways of the Tao, I can discreetly impart a few insights. Be cautious with your random scrawling. It may attract unwelcome entities, Chen Shui admonished with a serious demeanor. Jiang Chen cast her a sidelong glance. My grandfather is 80 years old and still thriving. Chen Shui gasped. What? Struggling to keep pace with Jiang Chen's erratic train of thought. She inquired, do you know why he has lived so long? Why? Because he never meddles in others' affairs. Chen Shui fell silent, her expression a mixture of disbelief and indignation, although Jiang Chen possessed overwhelming strength. She, as a descendant of the Chen family, held her own pride and confidence in matters of the Tao. You fail to recognize a good-hearted person. Let's see what kind of nonsensical symbols you can conjure. As the process continued, Jiang Chen recited his incantations, dipping his fingertips into various materials, tracing mysterious and esoteric lines and characters upon his left palm. The first array alone filled his palm with a dense tapestry of intricate designs. Strangely, as he completed the final stroke, the markings abruptly vanished, only to be replaced by another array. After completing all 18 intricate formations, intricately intertwined and connected, Jiang Chen, in his demonic transformation, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow as he gasped for breath. He realized that despite having just faced a formidable ghost, he had expended barely a tenth of his demonic energy, and now he was left with scarcely a fraction of it. It appeared that my previous assessment was indeed correct. Even a mere palm thunder technique far surpassed ordinary mystical abilities. The entirety of a 2-star demonic transformation card's energy was scarcely sufficient to sketch a single palm. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Jiang Chen's face as he dipped his fingers into golden powder. There remained but one final step to unite the 18 formations into one, converging the gateways upon the thunder talisman. Only then would the palm thunder be deemed utterly complete, as he began to outline the final strokes. The golden powder suddenly erupted into brilliance, and the previously vanished 18 formations materialized simultaneously, layering above Jiang Chen's palm, emitting a cataclysmic aura. Concurrently, a certain ethereal resonance flooded the surrounding air, cascading towards this very spot. Chen Shui, who had turned her back, felt her pupils dilate in disbelief as she whipped around. Upon witnessing the stacked formations, she was utterly stupefied. A composite formation, and one amalgamated from 18 layers at that. How could this be possible? It is well known that anyone capable of delineating more than 2 composite formations could be hailed as a master of formations in this era, and 18 was akin to a fantastical tale. As she sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the formations, her entire being nearly froze in astonishment. Surely not, surely not. Am I dreaming? Jiang Chen's hands moved unceasingly, his fingertips tracing the complex and intricate formations. As the golden powder interlinked them, upon completing the final stroke, the 18-layered formations suddenly zipped back into the palm of Jiang Chen, leaving behind a singular golden, ancient symbol. In that instant, Chen Shui abruptly realized that her vital energy's recovery had come to a halt. It seemed that the ethereal resonance in the air within a radius of several hundred meters had been completely drained at that moment. However, she could not afford to dwell on this. Hastily closing her eyes and desperately recalling the intricate formations in her mind, so profound, so exquisite, so ingenious, to Chen Shui, these formations appeared as veritable works of art, leaving her entranced, much like a famished man who had long yearned for sustenance, beholding a beautiful woman in the nude. Alas, this enchanting vision swiftly clothed herself. With her eyes shut tight, she strained to remember for what felt like an eternity, only to find she had retained less than 5%. Damn it! How could I not remember? My memory has always been quite good. Chen Shui felt on the verge of madness. Suddenly, she cast a pitiful glance at Jiang Chen, her eyes shimmering with pleading. Let me have one more look. Jiang Chen, I implore you. Jiang Chen glanced at her sideways. I still prefer the rebellious demeanor you exhibited moments ago. Chapter 72. The pianist at the barbecue stall. Chen Shui, reflecting on her previous words. She felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. Jiang Chen's mastery of formations likely eclipsed her by a wide margin, and she had the audacity to label others as scribblers. Yet soon after, she began to sulk, for who could have anticipated that a brute, perpetually swinging a heavy sandbag and chasing after ghosts, would possess such arcane knowledge? Observing is permissible, it mustn't be a mere idle gaze. Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon her. Under the enveloping fabric of her denim jeans, Chen Shui's long, shapely thighs instinctively tightened. What do you intend to do? My request may be a bit excessive. Jiang Chen hesitated, noticing his fervent gaze lingering at the area of her chest. Chen Shui couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety, stepping back warily. An excessive request, in this situation of a solitary man and woman. It was all too evident what the other might desire. You first tell me what it is. She did not dare to agree outright. Her face slightly flushed as she inquired, in exchange for your jade sword. Jiang Chen replied somewhat sheepishly. After all, it was a matter of her life-preserving talisman. Yet, one of his life principles was, never to suffer a loss. It was not merely about earning more or less. It was a matter of principle. Chen Shui was momentarily taken aback. She had expected something more, only to find he wanted a jade sword. Am I, a stunning beauty, not worth more than a life-saving artifact? She first exhaled in relief, then, gritting her teeth in indignation, reached into her neckline and yanked the small sword down. Take it, take it. Jiang Chen accepted it, instinctively bringing it to his nose for a sniff. It had a rich milky fragrance. Chen Shui glared at him, her face flushed. Men, this small sword was not of high grade, merely of inferior quality, but it excelled in its unique function. It could accumulate the spiritual essence from the air and unleash it at critical moments. temporarily elevating the user's strength by 1 or 2 minor levels. However, if one's power was too great, the effect would be significantly diminished. That I stumbled upon this by chance in the black market. Is that satisfactory now? By the end of her speech, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, but you should hurry. Time is of the essence. His demonic power was rapidly depleting. In truth, while the activation of the palm thunder required only a minuscule amount of demonic power, maintaining the formation's display required a considerable amount. With a thought, Jiang Chen directed his demonic energy into the golden symbol on his palm, which was the thunder symbol of the small palm thunder. A resplendent radiance erupted, revealing 18 layers of intricate patterns. Chen Shui was instantly captivated, bending forward to observe closely, her eyes wide with wonder as she gasped in amazement. You need not attempt to memorize everything. You could never replicate this combination formation. Each individual pattern is incomplete when separated. However, merely gaining some insights from it is worth your artifact, Jiang Chen advised. In truth, if Chen Shui could sketch out a powerful formation after witnessing it, he would certainly not share it. As the saying goes, possessing a treasure brings trouble. Offering merely some insights was inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui showed no reaction. She had anticipated this all along. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later. Ding! Transformation complete. No permanent divine abilities or demonized attributes acquired. As expected, his expression darkened. Jiang Chen suspected he must have been an African in his past life. Simultaneously, he realized that this transformation system was fundamentally different from the alluring temptresses depicted in others' novels. When it said 1%, it meant precisely that. It was all too real. The surge of power receded like a tide, leaving him with a profound sense of weakness, as if his body had been instantly drained. As the formation pattern lost its demonic energy support, it fell back into his palm. Where did it go? Chen Shui exclaimed, her anxiety evident as she stamped her feet. Jiang Chen, unfazed by her distress, swiftly retrieved a small vial and popped 2 glistening spirit-gathering pills into his mouth. He had previously tested their efficacy. These pills could indeed replenish demonic energy. Upon ingestion, the pills dissolved instantly, nourishing Jiang Chen's nearly parched body. Feeling the surge of energy within him sufficient to invoke the thunder palm technique, he turned his gaze towards the frustrated Chen Shui. Who could possibly keep an eye on things in such a brief moment? Jiang Chen, you cunning merchant, she lamented. I haven't seen enough. No, I want to see more. The girl threw a tantrum, clutching her sleeves stubbornly. Jiang Chen, somewhat exasperated, replied, All right, come find me in a couple of days, and I'll show you again. Really? Upon hearing the promise, Chen Shui's face lit up with joy, a glimmer of cunning dancing in her eyes. In truth, her earlier gains had already been quite extraordinary, both in her understanding of formations and her insights into cultivation. She felt that after a month or 2 of seclusion, she might well reach D level, transforming from an unremarkable branch of a noble family into one of notable strength. Let us go, Jiang Chen said, nodding in silence. Take me home first. Absolutely, Boss Jiang, Chen Shui replied, her demeanor as obedient as a little secretary, occasionally sneaking glances at Jiang Chen as though he were a treasure, especially when her eyes fell upon his left hand, which she gazed at with fervor. Seemingly too exhilarated, Chen Shui drove the 911 as if it were about to take flight. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, and the roads were nearly devoid of vehicles and pedestrians. As they entered the city, merely 2 streets away from the UN community, they passed a street corner where a mobile barbecue stall was in operation. The middle-aged vendor was grilling skewers, the sizzling sounds mingling with the splattering of juices, seemingly cooking some fresh animal entrails. Seated at a folding table was the sole customer, clad in a trench coat, his face obscured beneath a hat. Before him lay a heap of discarded skewers. And while waiting, he appeared bored, mimicking the motion of playing the piano with his hands on the table. No sound emerged, yet a look of rapture adorned his face, as if he could hear the silent melody beneath his fingertips. As Jiang Chen glanced over, the man gracefully raised one hand while pressing the other against his chest, as if in gratitude to an audience. In a flash, the car sped past, leaving Jiang Chen unaware of the events that unfolded behind them. After the man concluded his silent performance, he ceased his mimicking gestures. Meanwhile, the barbecue vendor suddenly stiffened, collapsing to the ground, blood slowly seeping through. Hi, host. Jiang Chen, Ghost Energy, 9120 Demon Transformation Cards. Lonely Straight Prince, 2 stars. Tiger Vanguard, 1 star. Divine Abilities, Mighty Bull Demon Fist, 1 star. Items, Demon Sound Drum, upper medium grade. Concealed Chi Jade Sword, upper lower grade. Gathering Spirit Pill, middle lower grade. Blood Condensation Powder, lower grade. A Jar of Een Energy, non-rank. The most significant gain was undoubtedly the ghost energy, over 7,000. Moreover, his total ghost energy was nearing 10,000, just one step away from unlocking the 3-star demon transformation card. Additionally, he had obtained the demon sound drum from Qinzhe, a high-grade magical artifact worth over 20,000 underworld points, a luxury only affordable to C-level experts that eye in Jiang Chen's hands. The demon sound drum could unleash formidable effects, capable of immobilizing foes while simultaneously awakening his own bull demon bloodline, unleashing explosive physical power. Once the war drum resounded, he would charge in and strike. With both control and explosive force, it would surely be a nightmare for the fragile. Next came the underworld points. Jiang Chen had accumulated a total of 800 points from slaying numerous malevolent spirits, with the powerful Ghost by Ling contributing 1,600. The D-Collective mission offered a reward bonus, which when multiplied by 1.5, brought the total to 3,600 points. This also highlighted the considerable value of ghosts that retained a shred of humanity. For instance, the water ghost Sun Myling had once yielded a hefty reward of 3,000 points, more than the demise of a single fierce ghost. The harvest was commendable. After a night of toil, Jiang Chen's weariness dissipated, replaced by a hint of joy on his face. He never forgot that this was an exceedingly perilous world. Just moments ago, he had scrolled through the Underworld app and read that a C-level team from Ling City had perished at 9 o'clock the previous night while handling a supernatural incident, suspected to have encountered a blood-clad ghost. Every C-level team is typically led by at least one C expert, with team members being the elite among C-levels. Yet, before the blood-clad fierce ghost, they remained utterly defenseless. It was said that when discovered, the team members' bodies were grotesquely mangled, their flesh and blood rendered a horrific sight, as if they had suffered a cruel execution. C-level oddities possess tenacious vitality. Even severe injuries like severed limbs do not lead to immediate death. Yet such resilience pales in the face of a cruel execution, akin to a curse. No one could fathom the pain and despair this team endured before their demise that a whole squad of C-level experts vanished in an instant. This world is truly terrifying. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he now possessed life-saving cards that could momentarily unleash C-level power, it still fell far short that a single blood-clad ghost could easily crush all his defenses and bring about his demise. He must continue to strive. Afterward, he took a shower, lay down, and began to sleep, eagerly awaiting the completion of the system upgrade by morning. Outside Yuyuan community, shortly after Chun Shui's 9/11 departed, a man clad in a trench coat emerged from around the corner. As he walked, his 10 slender fingers seemed perpetually restless, continuously gathering, spreading, twisting, and transforming into various shapes, showcasing a level of agility that was astonishing. Perhaps the finest piano virtuoso in the world could not match the sensitivity of his finger joints. With a peculiar smile adorning his face, he arrived at the entrance of the community, eyeing the security booth. The drowsy guard, old Li, who had been nodding off with his head bowed, suddenly appeared to have made a startling discovery. He lifted his gaze to behold a peculiar man and immediately reached for his baton. "What do you want?" "The owner has forbidden entry." The man, however, paid no heed to old Li's words. His animated hands subtly ascended, unleashing several invisible threads. Just as old Li hesitated over whether to sound the alarm, he felt sharp stings piercing several areas of his body, akin to the sting of a bee. "You." His words lodged in his throat, and his expression went blank in an instant. After a brief moment of shock, a rigid and grotesque smile contorted old Li's face, as if some unseen force were tugging at his skin, causing his flesh to crumple. Upon closer inspection, his smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the man before him. It is the owner. Welcome home." Old Li's mouth moved stiffly as he grasped the access card from the table and hastily rushed to unlock the door. Mere steps into the community, the man advanced a dozen paces before old Li collapsed with a thud onto the cement floor, his face bloodied from the fall. "What did you say?" "A puppeteer has arrived in Jiang City and has killed 37 people. What on earth are those patrol team brats doing? Why is this only being reported now?" In the Jiang City Underworld Division, within the 3rd Group S office, a towering man in a suit was bellowing into the phone. "Deputy leader, among the 37 deceased, 7 were from the patrol team." The voice on the other end left the burly man momentarily stunned, and he crushed the cup in his hand, reducing the glass remnants to mere powder. The office reverberated with his furious outburst. "Damn it! Who dares to touch me? They must be tired of living. Report their location. I will take Team B there." The man's eyes glinted with murderous intent. His face a mass of quivering flesh, resembling a ferocious tiger poised to pounce on its prey. The last sighting was at a barbecue stall on Happiness Street, after which the trail went cold. It seemed the think tank would need to scour the city's surveillance for any lead. Based on the residual aura at the scene, this puppeteer was no ordinary foe, likely a C-level expert. The voice on the other end sounded grave. "Damn it. What of the C? I'm heading there now. If I find him, I will tear him apart, and I will take his surname." With that, the burly man slammed down the phone and bellowed as he exited. "Have the think tank investigate the puppeteer who killed tonight on Happiness Street. All you little rascals from Team B, come with me." In the office, several clerks sprang into action at his command, quickly reaching out to the think tank personnel, while others hastily informed the members of Team B. The deputy leader of the third group, Xiao Hong, was notorious for his explosive temper, and whenever he erupted in anger, it usually signified that something significant was afoot. Moreover, upon hearing the term puppeteer, the staff of the third group instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If the Dark Alliance were likened to street rats, then the puppeteer was among the most vicious of them, known for their penchant for biting. The emergence of other Dark Alliance members in a city might not incite undue alarm within the Underworld division, but the arrival of a puppeteer invariably heralded bloodshed. They were a pack of bloodthirsty lunatics, psychologically disturbed. Their favorite pastime involved the manipulation of others' corpses, exhibiting such an intense necrophilic obsession that it was said they could not sleep soundly unless a corpse lay beside them. Under their control, such individuals are, to a certain extent, more terrifying than ghosts. While ghosts may occasionally follow a certain pattern in their killings, these beings act solely based on their whims that eye in their eyes. Ordinary people are no different from ants, merely creatures that can be crushed to bring them a fleeting moment of pleasure. Chapter 74. A thief in mind within the UN community. A man entered the elevator, greedily inhaling a breath, closing his eyes to savor the moment, before pressing the button for the 12th floor. The puppeteer, accustomed to dealing with corpses, was adept at discerning the subtle differences in human breath. Anyone he had encountered would never escape his grasp. How exquisite! The scent of blood talismans. It is unknown which imbecile perished at the hands of a mere child who has yet to fully mature. Liang Si, in his 40s, had a face as pale as parchment beneath the brim of his hat, devoid of color, a testament to years spent away from sunlight. After all, if the house were too well lit, the corpses he collected would easily begin to rot. Blood talismans were typically issued only to the elite of the Dark Alliance, with the weakest among them being C-level experts or individuals possessing special abilities. Such people were often formidable and astute. Liang Si's surprise. The aura he sensed during his journey indicated that this youth was distinctly of D-level strength. Moreover, the boy displayed an alarming lack of vigilance. Divide Liang Si was momentarily stunned, but soon he charged through the door, breaking the window of the corridor, and leaped from the 12th floor without a trace of hesitation. This was decisiveness honed on the very edge of life and death. Inside the room, Jiang Chen sat on the bed, the brilliance of the thunder talisman on his left hand gradually dimming in the darkness. His deep green pupils emitted a ghostly glow. What a pity. This old fellow was as alert as a rabbit. He had already sensed the problem on the way. Although the opponent had disguised himself exceptionally well, even to the point of perfection, ordinary extraordinary beings would not harbor any doubts. However, having transformed multiple times, Jiang Chen possessed a beast-like terrifying sense of smell. Even within a speeding sports car, he could still discern the stench of blood from a barbecue stall. It was human blood. Using his small palm thunder, he had set this trap, inviting the adversary into a snare. The only miscalculation was that the opponent's strength surpassed his expectations. The influence of the demonic sound drum on him was negligible, which was quite frightening, for Jiang Chen had witnessed firsthand in the black market how those C-level experts from prominent families were affected, enough to grant an extraordinary being a moment's advantage to act. It appeared that the man just now was undoubtedly at least C in strength. Jiang Chen stood up to take a look down the corridor, confirming that the opponent had jumped out the window before returning to close the door. He certainly had no intention of foolishly pursuing him. Although he could grit his teeth and confront a C-level expert, it was unnecessary. When encountering a criminal, what is the simplest course of action? Jiang Chen picked up his phone and dialed the number for the underworld. Please state your emergency. The operator on the other end responded briskly, not uttering a single superfluous word, for everyone knew that an extraordinary being dialing this number was certainly in the direst of situations. I am at number 124, XX Road. UN community that I was just attacked by a member of the Dark Alliance, who is incredibly powerful, at least see that he may have killed along the way, so please send someone quickly to prevent his escape. By the way, his abilities are quite sinister, seemingly capable of manipulating corpses. Understood, I will dispatch assistance immediately to wait. What did you say? See. Even the well-trained operator could not help but raise her voice, initially, upon hearing Jiang Chen's calm tone. She thought it was merely a minor incident. The revelation of a C member of the Dark Alliance was far more serious, because, thanks to the efforts of the Underworld and the Tau Alliance, occurrences of threats above sea level were quite rare in the urban area. By the way, that old fellow was clad in a trench coat, exuding a stench of decay. Hurry and send someone. We cannot let him escape. Jiang Chen was insistent, reiterating his plea to prevent the adversary's flight. Had Liang Si overheard this conversation, he would likely have shouted in exasperation. All right, I will report this immediately. Please ensure your own safety. Quickly, notify Deputy Team Leader Chio from Team 3. The puppeteer has been located. The address is... Jiang Chen heard the operator still on the line and shouted loudly. Following that, several hurried footsteps were heard, along with the sound of a phone being dialed and keys being struck. That, of course, upon closer listening, one could still perceive the clarity amidst the urgency. The professionalism of the Underworld Bureau was evident. After hanging up, Jiang Chen pondered thoughtfully. After a quarter of an hour of contemplation, he slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn it. Earlier, I should have remarked that this old fellow is suspected to be a B-level master. Only by sending someone of that caliber could he be prevented from escaping. A grave miscalculation indeed. Alas, I wonder when this old rogue will finally be apprehended. Jiang Chen murmured to himself that he resolved that after he produced a 3-star transformation card. If the Underworld had not yet caught the individual, he would join in the search. After all, it is not the thief's stealth that one fears, but rather the thief's fixation. Of course, what Jiang Chen failed to realize was that his thoughts were rather advanced. As he was already fixating on the thief, Chapter 75, Reinforcement, Spirit-Nourishing Pill, Remarkable Effects. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong was originally en route to Happiness Street when he received news that prompted an immediate change of direction. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and his specially modified black vehicle surged forth into the night. Observing this, several composed men and women aboard the vehicle drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Clad in identical black tactical uniforms, a palm-sized insignia emblazoned on their left chests, and the ancient script San E inscribed on their left cuffs, they remained silent, the atmosphere within the vehicle heavy with brewing storm-like, killing intent. Should a malevolent spirit have been present, it would likely have been terrified into a state of sheer panic. The structure of each district office in the Underworld is fixed. IT begins with the Inchai group, followed by teams. For instance, in Jiangbei City, there are 6 Inchai groups, each subdivided into 4 teams. A, B, C, and D, ranked according to their strength. The strongest team, Team EA, is led by a B Peak Master who also serves as the group leader. With all members being pseudo-B-level masters, this is Jiangbei City's Ace Inchai team, perpetually engaged in the most perilous missions. Additionally, there are patrol teams. Only C-level teams are eligible to enter the formal ranks of the district office's Inchai groups, while the remaining rookie Inchai form D-level teams, and some E-level teams are relegated to nighttime city patrols. Compared to extraordinary individuals, Inchai have shorter lifespans but experience rapid increases in strength. Therefore, members of the patrol teams usually ascend quickly to a level sufficient to join the formal ranks, injecting fresh blood into the Inchai teams. A.S. the deputy leader of Team 3. Xiao Hong also serves as the captain of Team Cine. This area falls under the jurisdiction of Team 3, and the fallen were members of their patrol team, some of whom had already garnered their attention and had engaged in exchanges, thus qualifying as reserve members. Tragically, they perished at the hands of the puppet master. All members of Team San E were holding their breath, their gazes ICY.AS for Jiang Chen. He was oblivious to the developments that followed. Upon hearing the alarm ringing downstairs, he simply lay down and resumed his slumber. The next morning, ding, system upgrade complete, reinforcement function added. The system notification roused Jiang Chen from his dreams. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 7. Ding. The reinforcement function allows the consumption of ghostly energy to enhance items, with multiple reinforcements offering the possibility of a complete transformation for certain items. By merely touching the item he wished to enhance and silently reciting his intent, he could proceed with the reinforcement. The system was quite responsible, thoroughly introducing the new function and its applications. Jiang Chen rose, contemplated for a moment, and reached for a small vial on his bedside table containing a low-grade medium spirit pill, the spirit-gathering pill. Reinforcement. He poured out one pill and silently recited his intent. Ding! Do you wish to consume 5 points of ghostly energy to reinforce this item? Indeed. In the next moment, Jiang Chen felt a slight warmth emanating from his hand. Ding! Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spirit-gathering pill 1. Is that all? He was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the pill in his palm before comparing it with another one he had poured out. Ultimately, he discovered that the one version appeared to be somewhat more rounded and translucent. Though any further differences eluded him, as he was not an alchemist and could not ascertain qualities based solely on appearance, Jiang Chen was quite direct. Swallowing it whole, the pill melted in his mouth, and a surge of potent demonic energy coursed through his flesh, almost seeping from his pores. What a formidable effect! It was at least 3 times the recovery speed and volume of the ordinary spirit-gathering pill I consumed last night. After ingestion, Jiang Chen was able to make a clear judgment that he couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. This item could prove immensely useful. Consuming one at a critical moment could be life-saving. And this was merely the effect of one. What might further enhancements yield? With a delighted murmur, Jiang Chen suddenly found himself filled with boundless curiosity regarding this enhancement function, as he recalled the system's introduction mentioning that enhancing to a certain degree could fundamentally transform an item. System. Enhance point 1. Continue enhancement. Ding. Would you like to consume 10 points of ghost energy to enhance the spirit-gathering pill 1? Yes. Point 2. Enhance again. 3. For the third enhancement, he consumed 20 points of ghost energy. As he spoke again, the system prompt displayed a change. Would you like to consume 100 points of ghost energy to enhance the spirit-gathering pill 3? The required ghost energy had skyrocketed to 100 points. At this moment, the spirit-gathering pill in Jiang Chen's hand had transformed from its previous pale blue hue to a resplendent emerald green, resembling a gem, and it faintly exuded a fragrant aroma. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen declared, "Continue." The expenditure had indeed become somewhat substantial. He still wished to accumulate a total of 10,000 points of ghost energy to draw a 3-star transformation card. However, having come this far, spending a little more to test the limits of the enhancement function seemed highly advantageous. At the very least, he sensed that this 3-spirit-gathering pill would allow him to restore his state in an exceedingly short time should his demonic energy be depleted. Having consumed only 35 points of ghost energy, it was akin to possessing a formidable trump card. What transformations might occur to this inferior spirit-gathering pill after consuming 100 points for enhancement? Ding! Enhancement commencing. As 100 points of ghost energy were consumed, Jiang Chen felt a noticeable heat radiating from the pill in his grasp, nearly scalding. In the next moment, crimson flames erupted from his palm, enveloping the pill. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, sensing the pill undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis within the flames. After nearly 30 seconds, ding! Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spirit-nurturing pill. Jiang Chen gazed at the pill resting gently in his palm, its texture smooth and warm, exuding a distinct and alluring fragrance. Eyes filled with astonishment. A spirit-nurturing pill. I have never heard of such a concoction. It seemed a thought struck him, prompting him to open the Underworld app and search for these 3 characters. Yet, there were no results to be found. Could it be that this was a pill produced by the system's enhancement, a concoction that does not exist in the contemporary world? The last time I encountered a post, someone speculated that the Tao Alliance, including the prominent families and generally reclusive sects, along with the 6 formidable leaders, likely experienced some form of disjunction in their cultivation systems. Could it be that? Jiang Chen shook his head, refraining from further conjecture. For the present, such matters seemed rather insignificant. He scrutinized the spirit-infused elixir in his hand, which emanated a fragrant aroma, deeply curious about its efficacy. Merely inhaling its scent significantly accelerated his demon power recovery, roughly equivalent to consuming an ordinary spirit-gathering pill. If ingested, it might restore a substantial amount of demon power, perhaps enabling him to lavishly expend it in a short span of time. Jiang Chen murmured, formulating a reasonable hypothesis. If this were indeed the case, coupled with a tremendously consuming divine technique, it would be quite formidable. He vividly recalled the time he had played the role of the mischievous Demon King, where the mischievous celestial blade annihilated a semi-legendary ghost with a single strike, albeit at the cost of nearly exhausting all his demon power. Such a technique, known for its extensive consumption and terrifying lethality, would undoubtedly complement the spirit-infused elixir. Furthermore, should he amass a wealth of ghostly energy in the future, he would attempt to draw upon the 2-star demon transformation card to challenge the Deer Strength Great Immortal, in hopes of permanently acquiring the Palm Thunder. If he succeeded, each time he invoked the Palm Thunder, he would also require the spirit-infused elixir. Alas, it would take a staggering 135 units of ghostly energy to enhance one, rendering it prohibitively expensive as a consumable. Jiang Chen winced at the thought that in regular combat, a mere 3 spirit-gathering pills sufficed. Contemplating this, he retrieved the remaining 2 spirit-gathering pills and enhanced them all to 3. Chapter 76. This individual once attempted to unlock your phone. By the way, could the spirit-infused elixir be further enhanced? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened as he silently pondered. However, a notification chimed, indicating that the item could no longer be enhanced. It appeared that once a transformation was complete, items reached their ultimate limit. Nevertheless, this was still astonishing. A spirit-gathering pill costing a mere 50 underworld points could be enhanced to such an effect. What of other items? Perhaps ghostly artifacts. The more Jiang Chen contemplated, the brighter his eyes became. He retrieved the inferior mid-grade ghostly artifact he had been utilizing lately, the spring knife he had seized from the scheming ghost. Ding! Would you like to consume 5 ghostly energy to enhance this item? Yes. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Murder Spring Knife 1. Unlike the previous elixirs, the moment this ghostly artifact was enhanced, Jiang Chen immediately perceived a distinct difference. The originally gleaming white blade now bore an additional layer of gray, with a noticeably stronger steel-like texture. The inherent chill of the ghostly artifact had nearly doubled. Continue enhancing, consuming 20 ghostly energy. 2. This time, the blade was evidently sharper. 3. Would you like to consume 220 ghostly energy to enhance the Murder Spring Knife 3? Jiang Chen hesitated momentarily, yet upon recalling that if he selected a D-grade collective mission for the next task, spending this extra 200 would be trivial. Enhance. The same crimson flames surged forth. This time, it lasted over 40 seconds. A short blade, entirely black steel in color and exuding a chilling aura, lay in Jiang Chen's hand. The overall appearance has transformed. It is no longer a spring knife, but rather a short blade, palm-sized, with the handle and blade seamlessly integrated. Perhaps due to its color, it is easily overlooked at a mere glance. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Murder Short Knife. Jiang Chen observed for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Initially, he thought it was an illusion, but when he infused it with demonic energy, its presence diminished even further, especially when concealed within his palm, to the point where he himself would instinctively disregard it. A murder short knife. No wonder. If wielded skillfully, it might even deceive a ghost. Jiang Chen mused. He could almost envision a scenario during battle where he would strike the adversary unflinchingly engaging him, only to find a sharp short blade piercing through their skull beneath his palm. Moreover, the blade's sharpness and the density of its ominous energy had increased exponentially, by no less than tenfold. He pondered what rank it could possibly be now. Was it low-grade or mid-grade? Jiang Chen, lacking expertise, could not make a determination, yet when he attempted to snap the blade, he found that with his strength now nearing D, he was utterly incapable of doing so. It was certainly far more formidable than the previous sharp knife he had acquired from the beauty ghost. It might even withstand the force of a heaven-splitting blade. Jiang Chen concluded, growing increasingly exhilarated. Those 290 points of ghost energy were well spent. Next, he reached for the jade small sword. Ding! Would you like to consume 50 ghost energy to enhance this item? This time, the initial enhancement required a hefty 50 ghost energy. No, Jiang Chen shook his head, opting not to pursue further enhancement. His primary objective remained to gather a total of 10,000 ghost energy to draw a 3-star transformation card. He was testing a hypothesis that it appeared that the ghost energy required for enhancement indeed fluctuated according to the quality of the item. He mused that with the black market opening next week, it was an opportune time to seize some treasures. He chuckled softly to himself, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the black market, items varied greatly. Some were of such uncertain quality that even the vendors themselves were unaware of their true nature and utility, While most who attempted to bargain were often deceived, there had indeed been instances where individuals secured valuable items at remarkably low prices. Now that he possessed enhancement capabilities, it was akin to having a cheat. And he could certainly make a substantial profit. By the way, how much ghost energy would it take to enhance this item? Jiang Chen reached out to touch his most valuable possession, the Azure Hide Drum. Ding! Would you like to consume 500 ghost energy to enhance this item? The result was astonishing. The initial enhancement required a staggering 500 points of ghost energy, equivalent to 5 one-star transformation cards. What on earth? That is exorbitantly expensive, Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Feeling unable to afford the enhancement, he roughly calculated that to reach the maximum enhancement, his remaining 8,000 points of ghost energy might not suffice. At the same time, his gaze sharpened, and he swallowed hard. Such a monumental expenditure surely indicated that post-enhancement, the effects of the demon sound drum would surpass his wildest imagination. There simply wasn't enough ghost energy. The efficacy of the enhancement feature post-system upgrade exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations, yet it also intensified his craving for ghost energy that he needed to refine his approach to manipulating spirits. Today, there are no classes. After some contemplation, he opened a certain online marketplace and selected several works on psychology, the weaknesses of human nature, the origins of fear, how to influence the emotions of others, the theory of emotional bondage, the inner monologue of a phobic individual, desires and suffering. Once his selections were complete, Jiang Chen opened the Underworld app to search for suitable supernatural occurrences, while other extraordinary individuals took 3 to 5 days to recuperate and heal their inner selves after returning from their missions. He seemed entirely unburdened by such a process. Upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. After all, in the supernatural events Jiang Chen had experienced, it was often the spirits that needed to recuperate and heal. The doll factory in Huasyan on the outskirts. D for collective tasks, C-4 individual tasks. The body outside the car window on section 17 of Maoming Highway. D grade for individual tasks. Tracking the Dark Alliance member. Ghost Hand Sun C grade for individual tasks. The Pinyin community on the outskirts. C for individual tasks. Note: extremely dangerous. Recently, the app indicated a nearly 30% increase in supernatural and horror incidents. The impending eruption of negative energy in the living human forbidden zone, Fengdu, has constrained numerous experts from the Jiuzhou realm, leading to rampant activity among both the Dark Alliance and the Ghosts. Jiang Chen's gaze settled on the first incident. The description stated that several employees working the night shift at the Huasyan doll factory had encountered strange occurrences. Initially, no one paid much attention until one employee, who had facial recognition on their phone, returned from the restroom during their night shift to find the phone illuminated. Upon unlocking it, the screen displayed, "This person has viewed and unlocked your phone." The automatically captured photo clearly depicted a festive little girl doll dressed in celebratory red, complete with blushing cheeks. Chapter 77. Trouble in the Gu family. A sudden departure. This incident startled all the employees, prompting someone to report it to the security office. It was then discovered that there had been 3 prior cases of disappearance at the doll factory. The missing individuals were all workers from out of town, lacking relatives or friends in the area, and their families typically only contacted them once every 6 months. Consequently, these disappearances had been concealed by the factory owner. According to his account, this was primarily due to the recent surge in sales of the festive dolls, generating a terrifying sum of daily revenue. To avoid impacting business, he planned to wait until the market saturated and demand diminished before reporting the incidents. Jiang Chen decided to visit the site tonight. Subsequently, he browsed the latest news from the realm of extraordinary individuals, which included the obituary of a renowned master and the resolution of a troublesome supernatural event, as well as new, formidable information about emerging ghosts, urging everyone to exercise caution. In contrast, the previous sensational news had almost vanished, subtly conveying a sense of urgency. After all, if Fengdu truly descended into chaos, it would be a catastrophic blow to the Jiuzhou realm, which had already suffered greatly in the last upheaval and had yet to recover its vitality. The most talked about news item was the announcement of the contemporary successor of the martial sect, one of the 6 pillars of the Dao Alliance, descending from the mountains to lend aid to the beleaguered Jiuzhou. Upon hearing this news, the remaining 5 pillars, including the Zhengyi school, Tianchidao, the Shaoqing sect, Maoshan, the Longxiang temple, the Lingbao school, and even the historically most enigmatic family rumored to possess the prophetic Tuibei Tu and uniquely ranked among the 6 giants, the Yuan family of diviners, All have dispatched their contemporary inheritors. Simultaneously, they have brought along a cadre of skilled practitioners, representing an indomitable force, so formidable that a certain Yama from the Yama Hall expressed gratitude on the Underworld app. The Yama Hall stands as the supreme authority in the realm of the deceased. Currently, there are only 8 individuals remaining. The recent upheaval in Fengdu claimed 4 Yamas, and only 2 have been replaced thus far. Had the cycle adhered to a 10-year interval, by this time of upheaval, the Yama Hall would still have boasted 10 imposing figures, standing resolute against all perils. Regrettably, it fell short by 2 years. Moreover, the anticipation of an earlier occurrence is not merely a trivial matter. It also entails that the Tao Alliance's experts have yet to regain their vitality, as the 6 king-level practitioners they could muster at that time are equally critical. Jiang Chen had encountered a post describing the chaos. During the turmoil, 16 kings converged, their every gesture imbued with cataclysmic energy, surpassing even large-scale nuclear detonations. Had it not been for the conflict erupting at the juncture of forbidden zones and the mundane world, it might have been capable of piercing a hole through the blue star. Interestingly, he too had experienced a Fengdu turmoil 8 years prior to that time. However, he had been oblivious to its significance, only vaguely recalling a night of tempestuous lightning and thunder, with the sky unusually dark, unleashing the heaviest downpour in recent years. Fortunately, Jiang Chen housed the soul of an adult within him. Otherwise, at the tender age of 12, alone at home, he might have been left with lasting psychological scars. That evening, he fared relatively well, albeit with some concern for his colleague, old Zhang, who was working the night shift. He made numerous calls, hoping to advise him not to return so late due to the torrential rain, assuring him that he would be fine at home. To his dismay, no one answered, yet old Zhang remained unfazed. Spending the night at the funeral home and returning on his second-hand imitation Harley the following morning, swaying as he rode. The upheaval arriving 2 full years early is no trifling matter. Not only does it mean that king-level experts are insufficient, but there could also be unforeseen complications. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, sensing that this matter harbors the seeds of a significant calamity. One must possess sufficient strength to endure in chaotic times. His inner desire to grow stronger became increasingly urgent. Subsequently, he perused information on the Huasian puppet factory via the Underworld app, dedicating the remaining time to familiarizing himself with various knowledge and history pertaining to the realm of extraordinary individuals. After all, Jiang Chen, in this realm, still regarded himself as a neophyte. At dinner at Hongjie's residence. Ever since discovering her identity, Jiang Chen has entered with a touch of trepidation. The decor in Hongjie's home exudes elegance. With a European chandelier larger than a round table, a magnificent piece akin to a work of art, the walls are adorned with numerous paintings whose names elude him, while the cabinets display an array of vases and porcelain. Previously, he had dismissed them as mere fakes. However, upon returning home one day and reflecting on Hongjie's wealth, he searched for an image of that chandelier and discovered it was crafted by a leading European master. Valued at 4.5 million. At that moment, Jiang Chen was astounded. He realized that the items in Hongjie's home were likely all authentic, with each piece potentially worth tens of millions. The soup is ready. Xiao Chun, why are you sitting so far away? Afraid I might eat you. Hongjie placed a pot of kidney-nourishing and energy-boosting soup on the table, blowing on her hands and playfully pouting. Hee. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, glancing at a watch casually tossed on the table, presumably removed by Hongjie before she began cooking. He was unfamiliar with paintings and antiques, but this particular item he recognized. A Patek Philippe YGC 89, worth over 3,000 if he were to accidentally spill soup on it. He feared he would have to serve as Hongjie's servant to repay her dough. So even you, the master exorcist, are short on funds? Noticing his gaze, a mischievous glint appeared in Hongjie's eyes, and she was about to tease him further when the phone rang. You eat first. I'll take this call, she said hurriedly, wiping her hands and heading to the restroom with her phone. By the time Jiang Chen had finished half a bowl of rice, Hongjie returned, her face etched with anxiety and apology. Xiao Chun, oh no, Master Jiang, can we set out tonight? Hongjie felt quite embarrassed. After all, it was already dark, and she had chosen this moment to ask him to travel at night. Jiang Chen had already anticipated something was amiss. He was seated some distance from the table, one hand holding the bowl while he shoveled food into his mouth, responding in a muffled tone. Sure, no problem. Our line of work typically begins at night. That's wonderful. You keep eating. I'll go fetch the car from the garage. Hongjie said, her cheeks flushing slightly. She felt guilty for urging him when he had not yet finished his meal. However, recalling the trembling and fearful voice of her mother during their earlier conversation, she could not wait another moment. Last night, an incident had occurred at home. Several skilled exorcists had managed to combine their efforts to vanquish a ghost, believing the matter resolved. Yet, by morning, when they attempted to summon more assistance, they discovered that a female cleaner had gone missing from the villa. Her body was nowhere to be found. Just moments ago, as Hongjia's mother returned to her room to change clothes, she opened her wardrobe only to be confronted by a corpse. To her horror, it was in a small compartment meant for intimate garments, where the cleaner's body had been forcefully crammed, contorted and lifeless, her eyes wide open in eternal terror. The shock of that moment was unimaginable. Hongjia's mother nearly succumbed to fright on the spot. The call was not a plea for help. Rather, it was a when women encounter insurmountable challenges, they often yearn for a source of support. However, what complicates Hongjia's feelings is the fact that the one she seeks solace in is a youth 10 years her junior. Chapter 78. The stiff dance posture beneath the night sky. A black BMW 7 Series glided along the desolate road, situated in the most remote southern outskirts of Jiangbei City, where hardly any other vehicles could be seen at night, in the driver's seat. Hongjia donned a sleek athletic outfit, shedding the alluring charm typically accentuated by her silk nightgowns, replaced instead by a refreshing decisiveness. This ensemble accentuated her curvaceous figure even further. Her hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, exuding a hint of youthful exuberance, making her appear far younger than her 30 years. In truth, Hongjia maintained an impeccable appearance. Her skin was fair and delicate, smoother than that of many younger women. It was merely her habit of wearing her hair in an updo and donning dark nightgowns that lent her a more mature aura. By the way, Jiang Chen, when you exorcists deal with spirits, do you need to understand the details of the supernatural events? Hongjia inquired unexpectedly. Aware of Jiang Chen's busy schedule, she had refrained from burdening him with excessive details after he had agreed to help yesterday. Now, as they were about to address the matter at hand, she casually reminded him. Coming from a prestigious family, she possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence. Go ahead. Jiang Chen nodded in response. Yes, when I mentioned it to you before, I only briefly stated that strange occurrences were happening in my family. In reality, this situation arose after my father returned to his hometown. I vaguely heard my mother mention that our Gu family was once a prominent clan with considerable influence in earlier years. However, for reasons unknown, my grandfather's lineage was expelled from the family registry. Subsequently, the Gu family fell into decline, retaining only a modicum of influence in the local village. My father, meanwhile, achieved growing success in business. Initially, he did not speak much about it, but as he aged, he seemed to long for a return to his roots, thus welcoming several distant relatives into the Gu clan and even supporting some to establish their own companies. Over a month ago, he casually mentioned the family registry, prompting a large group to return to the village to persuade all members of the Gu family to re-accept our branch. In truth, there was little opposition. After all, the glory of the Gu family was nearly a century old. The contemporary Gu corporation represented true prestige, with countless individuals striving to gain entry. With a mere nod, their sons and daughters could be admitted. Who wouldn't be pleased? Shortly thereafter, the village held a grand banquet, ceremoniously inviting my father back to pay homage to the ancestors. According to my mother, they returned to the village a month ago. After reinstating our family in the registry, my father expressed his intention to relocate my grandfather's grave to the Gu ancestral tomb. This matter proved somewhat challenging, as the ancestral tomb housed the remains of the most esteemed members of the Gu family, held in high reverence, many of whose descendants were still living. My grandfather, having been expelled from the family registry, would now rest alongside these distinguished ancestors, which caused some elder relatives to harbor reservations. However, once my father announced his plan to donate 60 million to the village for development, several of the elder officials eagerly volunteered to personally carry my grandfather's coffin. Some of them held significant seniority, to whom I would need to address as great-uncle. It is said that later on, Gujia village held a banquet that lasted for 6 days and 6 nights, comparable in scale to the ancestral worship ceremonies during the village's most prosperous times. 6 days later, in the dead of night, the villagers ascended the mountain to retrieve the coffin. My mother did not attend, for women were forbidden to be present during the relocation of the grave. Subsequently, around 1 in the morning, she witnessed my father and a group of uncles, young and strong members of the Gu family, descending the mountain. their faces smeared with dirt that a few individuals were conspicuously absent from the procession. My father said nothing and led the group away from the village under the cover of darkness. Upon their return, a series of unfortunate events began to unfold at home. Initially, Uncle Jiang, the gatekeeper, went missing, only to be discovered later, buried upside down in the flower bed. Following that, my cousin began to exhibit signs of mental instability, often found speaking to her reflection in the mirror on one occasion. She had a breakdown, shattering every mirror in the house and leaving herself covered in blood. After that incident, she descended into complete madness, screaming and fleeing at the sight of any mirror, ultimately disappearing into the undeveloped wilderness behind the villa district. Never to be found. It was after this occurrence that my father sought the counsel of a renowned expert, only for that expert's lifeless body to be discovered hanging from a viewing tree the very next day. Subsequently, my father invited several other well-known individuals he was acquainted with, and without exception, they either went mad or met untimely deaths. The only recourse left was for our family to relocate to this place. Fushan A.S. Hongjie recounted these events. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to see the faint outline of a towering mountain ahead. As the vehicle continued onward, he noticed that the mountain was adorned with tall poplar trees, lined up along the winding mountain road, resembling a scene from a film. He was somewhat taken aback. Such a mountain was truly worthy of being a tourist attraction, and atop it lay a villa district belonging to the Gu family. It must be said that the affluent truly know how to indulge themselves. Yet, this indulgence had inadvertently become a matter of grave concern in the wake of recent events. The remoteness of this location meant that even if the malevolent forces the Gu family had provoked were formidable, they had not been classified as an emergency situation by the underworld standards. Indeed, prior to coming here, Jiang Chen had perused the information regarding the Gu family incident on the Hell app. Although it was at Hongjie's behest, the perilous nature of this world left no room for recklessness. The last thing he wanted was to encounter a blood-clad, vengeful spirit with nowhere to turn for solace. The details of the Gu family's incident were largely consistent with what Hongjie had shared, and the think tank concluded that the malevolent entity the Gu family had attracted was likely of sea-level strength. It was no wonder that Hongjie remarked on the numerous gifted individuals who had come, only to either perish or lose their sanity. Generally, those who engaged with such affluent families were not of significant renown, with few sea-level experts willing to undertake such thankless tasks. Although the underworld points were indeed redeemable for a price, at a rate of 1 point for 19,000 realms of currency, earning 30 million from a wealthy individual did not equate to acquiring 3,000 underworld points. The purchasing price may be set, yet it was rare for extraordinary individuals to part with their points. Everyone understood that while money could buy many things, it was exceedingly difficult to procure items for self-preservation in the presence of spirits. However, upon arriving here, those strange occurrences not only failed to dissipate, but intensified. Hongjie continued her narrative. The day after my cousin arrived at the villa district in Fushan, an unsettling incident occurred. That night, as he and his wife were preparing for sleep, they were suddenly startled by a knock emanating from downstairs. My cousin's wife instinctively rushed to the balcony to ascertain the source, while my cousin exhibited a peculiar reaction, insisting on descending to open the door, despite his wife's attempts to restrain him. Fearing for his safety, she followed him down, only to be confronted with a bizarre scene. The villa's door stood wide open, a chilling wind swept through the air, and the streetlight had inexplicably malfunctioned. In a nearby thicket, something seemed to lurk. Meanwhile, my cousin stood at the entrance, performing strange movements reminiscent of a dance, albeit with his joints appearing unnaturally stiff, rendering the scene somewhat comical. Yet, his wife found no humor in it. The more she observed, the more she suspected that it was not merely her husband's rigidity, but rather that he was imitating something else, something whose joints were indeed rigid. Subsequently, my cousin continued this peculiar dance as he fled into the mountains behind the villa and vanished without a trace. Gu Hongya herself recounted the chilling tale, feeling a shiver creep down her spine. What entity possesses such stiffness in its joints? The answer was singular. A corpse, a deceased individual standing outside the villa in the dead of night, instructing her cousin in a macabre dance. The most horrifying aspect was that his wife witnessed the entirety of this ghastly spectacle. It is said that she remained relatively composed, promptly relaying the incident to her family. However, just days later, she began to exhibit signs of insanity, occasionally breaking into inexplicable dances, her rigid movements sending chills down the spines of those who beheld her, to prevent her from disappearing again. Her family was left with no choice but to confine her, dancing. Jiang Chen nodded, noting this crucial detail. The information collected by Yin Chao is several days old. Only through Hong Jie could he obtain first-hand accounts, as this was ultimately a matter pertaining to her family. Later, my second cousin experienced a similarly unsettling event. Following this, Hong Jie recounted several more terrifying occurrences. After Gu Yumin extended hospitality to distant relatives, the Gu family villa became home to numerous inhabitants, and strange incidents proliferated. Some resulted in death, while others drove individuals to madness. Some appeared normal during the day but exhibited bizarre behaviors at night. The entire Gu family estate seemed shrouded in an eerie and unsettling gloom. Did no one attempt to flee? Jiang Chen inquired. Indeed, many attempted to escape from the outset. My father did not intervene. As long as they were not members of the Gu family, he allowed them to leave freely. Even after arriving in Fushan, strange occurrences persisted, prompting several members of the Gu clan to clandestinely make their exits. On one occasion, my second sister-in-law fled, and when we called her family to inquire, they reported she had not returned. It was then that a dreadful possibility dawned upon everyone, and frantic calls were made to the families of all those who had escaped, only to discover that not a single one had returned. However, later, when my elder brother and third brother returned with capable individuals from their business ventures, it was said they encountered no strange happenings. The villa now seems to be a place one can enter, but cannot exit. By the way, there is something else. What is that? Hongjie still had something to say, but her gaze was suddenly drawn to something ahead. On the roadside, there lay a large heap of something dark and indistinguishable, too far away to identify. As she drew closer, she realized with horror that it was several wrecked cars, crushed together, their bodies mangled beyond recognition, and the occupants likely reduced to mere pulp in the aftermath of the collision. How could such a multitude of car accidents occur in this area? A question arose in Hongjie's mind. Ahead was a sharp turn, with a mountain on one side and a precipice on the other. Indeed, it was a notorious accident-prone zone. Yet, the sheer number of wrecks huddled together, at least 5 or 6, was alarming. Anyone witnessing this scene, provided they possessed even a modicum of sense, would surely know to reduce speed and proceed with caution. How could there be repeated calamities? Frowning, Hongjie steeled herself, preparing to decelerate. That moment, a piercing honk erupted from her left side, startlingly loud, and she hadn't even noticed when a car had appeared in the previously empty left lane. This sudden noise jolted her, causing her to inadvertently slam the accelerator. The BMW surged forward with ferocity. Hongjie's pupils dilated, her mind snapping to attention, but it was too late. A car was encroaching from the left, and directly ahead loomed the pile of wrecks. At this speed, a collision was imminent. She was on the brink of following in the tragic wake of the vehicles before her. Just then, Jiang Chen swiftly leaned over, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while pressing her foot down on the gas with the other. A subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke calmly. Have you ever heard of navigating a drainage ditch on a curve? Somehow, in that moment of panic, Hongjie felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. What? Although she had no idea if this young man even knew how to drive, she relinquished her grip on the steering wheel, entrusting their fate to Jiang Chen. He fixed his gaze intently ahead, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment. Almost half a second later, he sharply turned the wheel to the left while flooring the accelerator. The beleaguered BMW screeched against the asphalt, emitting a primal roar. Hongjie's eyes widened further, her face a mask of astonishment. It dawned on her that there was indeed an escape route. By daringly advancing instead of retreating, slipping past the car on the left before it reached the front, threading through the narrow gap between it and the mass of wreckage at breakneck speed. However, this required immense courage, calm judgment, and exceptional skill. Even professional race car drivers might falter. Could he truly manage it? Gazing at Jiang Chen's earnest profile, Hongjie bit her lip, bracing herself to witness this miraculous moment. In the next instant, the BMW's front swung violently. Then came a thunderous crash as it collided with the left vehicle. This. Amid the violent impact, Hongjie found herself momentarily speechless. This was not what she had envisioned. What had happened to navigating the drainage ditch? They had just crashed into it head-on, but her astonishment did not end there. She observed as Jiang Chen's smile widened, flooring the gas pedal, the BMW ramming into the adjacent vehicle and hurtling towards the guardrail. The other driver, evidently taken aback, quickly regained composure, desperately twisting the steering wheel. The car nearly spinning out of control. As long as the vehicle ventures out another half a foot, the rear tires would be suspended in midair, and with insufficient force to counteract. The car would inevitably be shoved off the cliff. Jiang Chen's foot remained firmly pressed on the accelerator, sustaining this reckless endeavor for nearly half a minute, as the tires screeched against the concrete surface. Emitting acrid plumes of smoke and a pungent odor of burning rubber, it seemed he only then realized the gravity of the situation, finally relinquishing the accelerator with a faint sigh of regret. Fortunately, no mishap had occurred despite his inexperience. Hong Jie, watching from the side, felt a surge of trepidation. This was no ordinary clumsiness. While others merely drove, his driving resembled a deadly art, did it not? She pondered that if the driver from the opposing vehicle were to meet a fatal end today, it would be exceedingly difficult to classify the incident as merely a traffic accident. At the very least, it would be deemed intentional homicide. "I shall go and handle this," she offered, contemplating a monetary settlement to resolve the matter swiftly. "Leave it to me. I am adept at navigating social intricacies and can ensure he voices no grievances." Jiang Chen shook his head, opening the car door to step outside. Chapter 80. Could you not have anticipated this? The opposing car door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s, his face ashen with fury. With a resounding bang, he slammed the car door shut and turned to point an accusatory finger at Jiang Chen, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. "What the hell do you even know how to drive? Look at what you've done to my car." Jiang Chen's face contorted with rage as he interjected, his voice booming over the man's. The man froze momentarily. Although he had instigated the situation by honking, from a legal standpoint, it was evident that the rear vehicle had suddenly accelerated and changed lanes, thus bearing full responsibility. Why was this fellow speaking so aggressively? This notion sparked a flicker of doubt within the man. Could it truly be my fault? After a brief scrutiny, once he confirmed that he was indeed not at fault, he adopted a more composed demeanor. "If I am not mistaken, you rear-ended me, correct?" "Indeed," Jiang Chen retorted with fervor. "But could you not have anticipated my acceleration and taken evasive action? How did you even obtain your driver's license?" The man's face grew increasingly grim. "Anticipatory evasion. How audacious of you to suggest that. Are you implying I should have dodged your reckless driving? Just consider this. Had you accelerated simultaneously with me, would this accident have even occurred?" "Brother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but with that reaction time, even a dog would shake its head in dismay. What is paramount on the road? Awareness in all directions. Be more vigilant in the future," Jiang Chen continued, his tone earnest as if he were offering sage advice. The man found himself momentarily speechless. He clenched his jaw, unable to formulate a retort. The crux of the matter was that he had overlooked a key point. Once the other party opts not to engage in rational discourse, attempting to reclaim the conversational upper hand through argumentation becomes nearly impossible. "Fine, I concede. I cannot argue with you," the man said through gritted teeth. "Let the traffic police determine fault when they arrive. But I must ask, why, upon seeing you were about to collide with the guardrail, did you continue to press the accelerator? Were you attempting murder?" Jiang Chen paused for 5 seconds before responding slowly. "You see, I tend to be somewhat slow on the uptake. At that moment, I simply did not have time to lift my foot. This is understandable." Upon hearing this, the man glared at Jiang Chen vehemently. "You were hardly slow to interrupt me just now. Moreover, how could one possibly maintain pressure on the accelerator for 30 seconds without faltering? It is quite absurd to assume such a thing could be comprehended. You have already excused yourself, leaving me, the victim, without a voice. Am I correct?" The man's face contorted with rage, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, as dark spots reminiscent of post-mortem lividity appeared upon his otherwise normal skin. His countenance gradually darkened, and throughout this ordeal, a series of notifications echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding, ghostly energy 50. Ding. A fleeting glance at the interface brought a spark of joy to his expression. For since the collision, his ghostly energy had surged from 8625 to over 9,000. "So, how shall we resolve this matter?" The man spoke with a chilling glare, his demeanor clearly unhinged. His skin had turned a ghastly white. His head slightly askew, and a dent marred his forehead, as if he had endured a violent impact. Jiang Chen, seemingly oblivious to any abnormalities, replied, "Let us proceed in this manner, my friend. Since you are so adept at reasoning, I shall not press you unduly. Simply reimburse me the cash you possess, and we shall part ways amicably." Inside the vehicle, Hong Jie, who had been oblivious to the man's peculiar state due to Jiang Chen obscuring her view, was rendered speechless by his words. To demand compensation after colliding with another's vehicle is truly audacious. Your claims of being well-versed in human affairs are indeed an exercise in understatement. Even Bao Luoxing would refer to you as a master. You expect me to pay you? The man, equally incredulous, soon appeared to have a realization, a peculiar smile creeping across his face as he reached into his pocket and stepped forward. Very well, I shall give you all the money I have on me. But your life belongs to me. As he approached, his grin widened, and with a sudden motion, he brandished a gleaming knife, thrusting it toward Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen's hand, which had remained tucked in his pocket, finally moved, delivering a swift slap. The man scoffed derisively. You use your hand while I wield a knife? What do you intend to match me with? He did not flinch, intending to engage in a deadly struggle. In the next moment, the blade sank into flesh. The man's hand froze midair, his head tilting in disbelief as he gazed at the short knife that had inexplicably pierced his neck. He uttered his last word, his corpse quickly succumbing to decay and darkness. Collapsing to the ground, a smirk danced upon Jiang Chen's lips. 3 consecutive notifications rang out, indicating that his ghostly energy had reached 9430. He was somewhat taken aback. For only top-tier malevolent spirits, whom he had not previously tormented, would emit 399 notifications upon their demise. This suggested that the man was indeed a top-tier malevolent spirit, with strength equivalent to a extraordinary individual. While his own residual power, following his prior performance as the Deer Force Immortal, was merely approaching deep, the ability to achieve a single strike kill was certainly attributable to the efficacy of the assassination short knife. What a remarkable item! It might very well rival mid-grade ghostly artifacts. Furthermore, its stealthy strike could even bypass the senses of other spirits. Jiang Chen examined the obsidian short knife in his hand, wiped the blood from it onto the man's clothing, stowed it away, and turned to walk back. Observing the fallen body of the man, Hong Jia was momentarily stunned. She recalled Jiang Chen's words as he had stepped outside, assuring her that he would not utter a single complaint. He truly ended a life with such ease. Indeed, there is no room for grievance. Hong Jia gained a clearer understanding of the youth's brutality. Of course, she was not foolish. After the initial moment of shock, she quickly realized that she must have encountered a supernatural event, for it is inconceivable for a corpse to decay so rapidly after death. Jiang Chen opened the front door of the car, and just as he was about to get in, he suddenly hesitated and chose to enter the back seat instead. Although Hong Jia was somewhat puzzled, she wisely refrained from asking further questions. She first reversed the car and took a moment to observe the situation. Despite the front being crumpled from the collision, it was still operational. Are you settled? She inquired politely. Jiang Chen nodded and then glanced to his left. What about you? Upon hearing this, Hong Jia appeared momentarily dazed. She turned her head to confirm, yet the back seat was undeniably empty save for Jiang Chen. However, the mere act of turning her head caused her gaze to sweep across the rearview mirror, and to her dismay, for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though there were indeed 2 figures seated in the back. Yet, as she turned her head back, the space behind her was once again devoid of any presence. The peculiar smile adorned Jiang Chen's face, and the scene before Hong Jia filled her with an overwhelming sense of absurdity and dread. Could it be that she was to witness something from the mirror? Her gaze slowly drifted towards the rearview mirror. Through the reflection, Hong Jia beheld a female ghost clad in a sky-blue dress. Her body marred by numerous wounds, flesh grotesquely exposed. A horrifying sight indeed. The specter leaned forward, her pale face wearing an unsettling semblance of a smile, nearly pressing against Hong Jia's back. She froze for 3 seconds, her pupils gradually dilating. Finally, a piercing scream erupted from her lips as she pressed her body forward, collapsing against the steering wheel, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. This was markedly different from the previous encounter with the ghost at the door. It was the closest she had ever been to such a malevolent entity. There was no barrier of a door to separate them, and she could even smell the pungent scent of blood emanating from the apparition. Chapter 81. My ID number is Little Chun. What should we do? Hong Jia exclaimed, utterly flustered. Jiang Chen was her sole beacon of hope. Yet, after calling out to him twice, she received no response. Summoning her courage, she slightly turned her head, stealing a glance over her shoulder. In the next moment, she felt a tightening sensation in her chest as her fear intensified. The scene before her was far too bizarre. Jiang Chen, whom she had regarded as her lifeline, was now leaning forward, his face almost touching the ghastly visage of the ghost. appearing utterly earnest as if listening to something. This bizarre behavior was even more unsettling than the ghost itself. What on earth was happening? Was this spirit truly so formidable? A chilling thought crossed Hongjie's mind. Perhaps Jiang Chen too had fallen under its spell. She remained pressed against the steering wheel, her body instinctively leaning forward, her alluring silhouette unmistakably displayed, presenting a somewhat shameful posture. However, at that moment, such concerns were far from her mind. She was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The terrifying female ghost that had somehow entered her car had become the only companion she could rely on, yet it was anything but normal. Hongjie could all but predict the tragic fate that awaited her. Who? She breathed heavily, paralyzed with fear, her heartbeat racing to an unbearable crescendo, the terror within her nearly driving her to madness. Just then, all right, I understand, Jiang Chen's voice resonated, a sound like celestial music to Hongjie's ears. Little Chen, are you all right? Hongjie, it has something to say to you. Hongjie was momentarily taken aback. Yes, have you forgotten? This should be the cousin we spoke of. Upon hearing this, Hongjie suppressed her fear and slightly tilted her head, straining to discern. After a moment, her eyes widened as she barely recognized this as the cousin who had shattered all the mirrors in her home and then vanished into the mountains. Although I was not familiar with her, she still remembers me. She doesn't wish to harm me. Is this the bond of kinship? In that instant, Hongjie was overwhelmed with emotion, her tense body slightly relaxing as she turned her head. What does she wish to convey to me? At this moment, despite the ghost's terrifying appearance, the sense of dread within Hongjie had diminished considerably. Simultaneously, a hint of sorrow flickered in her gaze, evoking pity for the cousin though. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. She says you are about to die. If you don't believe it, take a look in the mirror. There lies the state of your demise. She also mentioned that you should come quickly to accompany her, for it is quite cold in the mirror. As his words fell, the ghost tilted her head back, revealing a chilling grin towards Hongjie. The pale orbs of her eyes reflected an endless eeriness. Hongjie's body instantly froze, the warmth in her heart vanished entirely. This deceased cousin was clearly cursing her, and this might even be a foreboding of the impending harm. Oh, right, she also said, if you draw closer to the mirror, you will hear her voice, Jiang Chen added. It was evident that the ghost's lips were moving, whispering softly, which was why Jiang Chen needed to lean in closely to discern her words. The mirror. Upon hearing this, Hongjie instinctively recoiled from the rearview mirror. Her reaction sparked an idea in Jiang Chen, who stroked his chin in contemplation. It is highly likely that this ghost outside is merely a shadow. The true specter resides within the mirror? What should I do? Hongjie gazed at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. Since this is your cousin's sole wish after her death, why not fulfill it? Jiang Chen pondered for a couple of seconds before providing his answer. Hongjie was clearly reluctant, afraid to gaze into the mirror. Hongjie, think about it. How many people have the chance to witness their own demise while still alive? Are you not curious? Jiang Chen coaxed gently. His words tightened Hongjie's heart, rekindling her doubts that perhaps Jiang Chen had long been enchanted by the ghost. After a moment of internal struggle, Hongjie clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, and reluctantly turned the rearview mirror downwards. She beheld her reflection within the mirror, a horrifying visage, her face drenched in blood, her head grotesquely deformed, white brain matter and blood mingling, and dripping down her face that a black plastic strip was lodged in her right eye, resembling a windshield wiper, piercing through her skull entirely. His Hongjie gasped, trembling all over, unable to comprehend the terrifying events that could lead to such a tragic demise. Unbeknownst to her, she became increasingly engrossed, her body unconsciously leaning forward, her face nearly touching the rearview mirror. Hongjie, dear cousin, your death was so tragic that a woman's voice suddenly echoed in Hongjie's ear. Upon hearing this voice, she momentarily froze, her eyes gradually becoming glazed, her lips parting in unconscious murmurs. Alas, that I am in such despair. My demise is most tragic. Death. Indeed, it seems that I am destined for such an end, as the reflection in the mirror depicts my deathly visage. My time has come. Hongjie murmured for a moment before, like a madwoman, she slammed her foot down on the accelerator. With the car's current trajectory, a single push on the gas would send it crashing through the guardrail and plummeting off the cliff, perhaps leading her to meet her end in the manner reflected in the mirror. Yet, at that moment, a broad and powerful hand firmly grasped Hongjie's thigh, preventing her from pressing the accelerator any further. Ah, I see now, so this is how it is played. Jiang Chen's deep voice rang out. Dear ghostly sister, Might you assist me in assessing my own demise? He leaned toward the rearview mirror, grinning as he inquired. The ghost, taken aback by the unexpected intervention, felt her pale eyes grow even more chilling. You shall go first. She must die before you. Did I ask that so? I must confess, I lack decorum. So might I be permitted to cut in line? How audacious. A death seeker who wishes to jump the queue. The ghost could scarcely contain herself, her lips twitching slightly. Ghostly energy 80 to not have regrets. In the rearview mirror, the ghost suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Chen, grinning malevolently. You are already dead. Gaze into the mirror and behold your own demise. Jiang Chen, unblinking, appeared quite intrigued. Not so, dear ghostly sister. Is your mirror malfunctioning? Where is the depiction of my death? Within the mirror. Jiang Chen appeared unscathed, even wearing a smile. The ghost's expression froze. Impossible. How is he unaffected by my powers? Ghostly energy 50. The ghostly figure in the mirror rolled her eyes, her face brimming with malice. Meanwhile, the woman in the seat quietly extended a pale, ghostly hand towards Jiang Chen's head. Come now. Noticing this, Jiang Chen readily complied, plucking 2 strands of his hair and offering them to the ethereal figure in the back seat. Then proceeded to divulge information. My name is Jiang Chen, the river and Lake Jiang, the myriad stars Chen. My birth date is. I reside at the MYID number is. I understand the rules of harm that you adhere to. Dear ghost sister, do these items assist you in any way? His demeanor was exceedingly cordial. He offered no resistance and was remarkably cooperative. This left the ghost utterly bewildered, her face a mask of astonishment. I merely wished to pluck a couple of hairs, yet you divulged your ID number? Ghostly energy 99, ghostly energy 80, ghostly energy 50. Jiang Chen's series of actions provoked a tumultuous shift in the ghost's emotions. One moment she was suspicious, questioning whether it was a ruse, and the next, she felt a sense of frustration, sensing that he looked down upon her. After several iterations, the ghost, clutching Jiang Chen's hair, erupted into a string of sinister laughter. Jiang Chen, your demise approaches. The mirror holds the image of your death. A cold chill permeated the car as the strands of Jiang Chen's hair ignited mysteriously, turning to in the rearview mirror. Both Hongjie and the ghost vanished, leaving Jiang Chen seemingly alone in the vehicle. That he lifted his gaze. This time, the reflection in the mirror had indeed transformed. Yet, rather than instilling fear within Jiang Chen, it caused the ghost beside him to widen her eyes in terror. Chapter 82. The transformation into a demon card of the 3 stars, the beast of the bear within the mirror. Jiang Chen had morphed into a creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. His mane was a rich shade of brownish yellow, with a tuft of white fur on his forehead that subtly formed the character for king. His languid, serene gaze exuded the formidable aura of the ruler of the jungle, yet he bore a distinct difference from a true tiger. For instance, his eyes, resembling bronze bells, emitted an eerie crimson glow, as if they yearned to devour the souls of those who dared to approach. The occasional snort from his nostrils resonated with the ferocity of thunder. Roar. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, intending to utter something. But the reflection of himself in the mirror erupted with a deafening roar, the terrifying sound wave shattering every piece of glass within the vehicle. This spine-chilling spectacle rendered the ghostly woman in the mirror pale as a sheet, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as her body trembled uncontrollably, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. She was on the verge of losing her sanity. Although she had become a ghost, she had never encountered such a creature, a monster radiating an aura of malevolence. Monster. A monster. Help. The ghostly woman shrieked in terror. Ding. The psychological defenses of the mirror's murderous spirit crumbled, and ghostly energy surged by 99. Jiang Chen thought he had yet to do anything, and he felt a twinge of guilt for accumulating such ghostly energy. After a brief contemplation, he turned to the female ghost and slowly parted his lips. Roar. Another thunderous tiger's roar erupted forth. This time, the ghostly woman, thoroughly terrified, stumbled and pushed open the car door, staggering out into the open. A chilling aura emanated from the mirror, seemingly attaching itself to her form. Jiang Chen began to grasp the situation. The entity outside was the corpse of the mirror's murderous spirit. She typically inhabited the body to move about, and when confronted with the living, she would enter a mirror to reveal the victim's demise. Then, with an inexplicable force, she would guide the victim towards that very fate, ultimately leading to their death. The sinister power from the rearview mirror dissipated. Jiang Chen in the mirror returned to his original state. With a sigh of regret, He hastily pushed open the door to pursue her. Why not give it another try? Perhaps my previous curse was not delivered correctly. This time, I'll offer you 5 strands of hair. Don't run away, ghost sister. I implore you, harm me once more. Inside the vehicle, Hong Jie gradually emerged from her dazed state. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's earnest cries, she shook her head vigorously. Am I still under the ghost's enchantment? She gazed at the scene before her, her expression one of utter bewilderment. There was Jiang Chen, a living man, chasing after a female ghost, patiently comforting her, urging her not to lose heart, and fervently requesting her to inflict harm upon him again. Was this a request a sane person would make? Hong Jie was utterly flabbergasted that I must still be dreaming. She quickly closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously, attempting to awaken from this bizarre reverie. Just moments ago, it felt as though she had endured a nightmare, one in which she had accepted her own death and was genuinely prepared to take her own life in a certain manner. Thankfully, Jiang Chen had rescued her. Yet, at that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a creature even more terrifying than a ghost. Reflecting on this, Hong Jie opened her eyes once more, fixating on Jiang Chen, who brandished a short blade with a deranged smile on his face, relentlessly pursuing the female ghost. She stared at him for quite some time before finally shaking her head in disbelief. It is incorrect. He need not transform into a monster, for he is far more terrifying than a ghost. At long last, after numerous attempts to console and inspire, Jiang Chen, with a gaze filled with disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a pupil's failure, was compelled to strike decisively. Alas, you are the most timid ghost sister I have encountered. I implore you to be braver in your next life. That a ghost's existence is fleeting. Why not harm one's soul? Pursue a dream and engage in what you cherish, rather than being pursued by a living being, losing a shoe in the process. Jiang Chen raised the knife high, offering the ghost a final piece of counsel as she faced her demise. Before him, the mirror-dwelling specter raced along the mountain road, her bare foot striking the ground, desperately seeking to distance herself from the monster that pursued her. Terrified to her core, she lacked the courage to resist. With a powerful blow of the bull demon fist, imbued with demonic energy, Jiang Chen surged forward, plunging the blade into the ghost's heart. Ding! Watching her lifeless body gradually descend, Jiang Chen shook his head and walked back. Pondering the recent turn of events, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this ghost would reflect his past as the demonized General Yin, and in a fully demonized state. He could personally feel the terrifying pressure and strength emanating from it. Regrettably, it existed only within the mirror he had intended to investigate further, but this ghost held her ground, refusing to cooperate even in death. Nevertheless, the outcome was still commendable. Jiang Chen glanced at a system notification, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your ghostly energy has surpassed 10,000, unlocking the ability to draw a 3-star demonization card. Previously, after slaying the male driver, his ghostly energy had reached over 9,400. This ghost, terrified to the core, had continuously contributed to his ghostly energy during her escape, culminating in nearly 900 points. This meant that Jiang Chen could now draw a 3-star card. He returned to the car, addressing the astonished Hong Jie. Drive, please. He then opened the panel to inspect his status. Host, Jiang Chen, ghostly energy, 10,380 demonization cards. Goatse Gong, 2-star, Tiger Vanguard, 1-star. Abilities, Bull Demon Fist, 1-star. Items, Demon Sound Drum, medium quality. Assassination Dagger, Spirit Jade Sword, low quality. Spirit Gathering Pill, Spirit Gathering Pill 3, Blood Condensing Powder, low quality. A Jar of Yin Energy, non-quality. After confirming, Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and silently intoned, System, assist me in drawing a 3-star demonization card. Ding! Do you wish to consume 10,000 ghostly energy to draw a 3-star demonization card? Though he had anticipated this, the thought of depleting his hard-earned accumulation caused his breath to quicken. Draw ding. Drawing initiated. One by one, fierce and brutal phantoms materialized, the overwhelming aura of malevolence and demonic energy tightening Jiang Chen's chest, sending shivers down his spine and raising goosebumps. The phantoms ultimately coalesced into a burly man with a black face, clad in dark golden armor and a black robe with wide sleeves, wielding a black tasseled spear. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-star demonization card. Bear Demon. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then his breath grew heavier, his eyes glimmering in the darkness, unable to conceal his joy. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. He had previously studied that even among cards of the same star level, there existed distinctions in strength. For instance, the mischievous Demon King, within the realm of one-star transformation cards, embodies peak power. Other one-star cards are merely capable of contending with top-tier malevolent spirits. Yet this particular entity can effortlessly vanquish a half-step malevolent ghost with a single strike. The disparity in strength cannot be understated. Such variations in power hinge upon the inherent abilities of the creatures themselves. The bear demon, commonly recognized as the black bear spirit that steals Cassius, is, based on Jiang Chen's understanding of Journey to the West, undoubtedly an exceptionally formidable creature. In the original text, it is depicted engaging in combat with the monkey, ascending from the cave entrance to the mountain summit, battling amidst the clouds, exhaling mist and stirring winds, with flying sand and shifting stones, until the crimson sun sank in the west, leaving the outcome unresolved. Moreover, upon returning from their skirmish, the monkey remarked, "I too did not prevail by much. It was merely a contest of skill." Although it is improbable that the bear demon could genuinely rival the monkey, this illustrates the creature's immense strength. Furthermore, upon Avalokiteshvara's arrival, she chose to take it to Mount Luagia as the guardian deity, which undoubtedly reflects her appreciation of the black bear's prowess and potential. In summary, within the 3-star transformation cards, it undoubtedly represents peak combat capability. In fact, Jiang Chen had previously estimated that the bear demon would at least qualify as a 4-star transformation card. He was utterly astonished to have drawn it now, as it could certainly serve as a trump card. After completing the card draw, he opened his eyes. Before him, the darkened path unveiled a few glimmers of light, revealing the vague outline of an expansive villa area. Goose Mountain Villa. They had arrived. Chapter 83. The wardrobe secured with nails. The front cover was dented, the glass shattered, and the nearly wrecked 7 Series vehicle came to a halt before the villa's entrance. To the left lay the parking lot entrance, but Hong Jie, in her haste, chose not to park. Inside the security room, an elderly guard, his face lined with wrinkles, set down the newspaper in his hands, watching the outside vehicle with keen vigilance. Upon seeing Hong Jie alight from the car, he could hardly believe his eyes. After a brief moment of astonishment, he hurriedly rose and rushed to open the door. "Miss, is it truly you returned?" As Hong Jie and Jiang Chen stepped out of the vehicle, she paused, uncertainty flickering across her face. "Uncle Zhao." The old man's eyes glistened with tears. "It is indeed you. Miss, you have finally returned. Heaven be praised. How much suffering has this young girl endured out there? Come, come, quickly enter." Suddenly recalling something, he opened a small door in the iron gate, glancing around anxiously while beckoning, seemingly fearful of something. Once inside, Uncle Zhao promptly shut the door with a firm hand, securing it with a heavy iron lock. "Things have been rather unsettling lately. One night, I saw a headless woman hopping towards me from outside. It terrified me." "You too haven't encountered anything horrific, have you?" Uncle Zhao inquired with genuine concern. He was acutely aware of Jiang Chen's status and refrained from probing further. After all, he was but a servant. And despite his familiarity with the 4th young miss, it would be foolish to assume a stance of elder authority. "No, we haven't." Hong Jie glanced at Jiang Chen, a slight smile playing on her lips. "That is splendid news. However, alas, miss, your return is rather ill-timed. There have been numerous incidents at the villa recently, and many have fled. By the way, do you wish to see the master, or would you prefer to find an available guest room first?" Uncle Zhao, clearly astute, covered all bases in his remarks. That he not only expressed concern for Hong Jie, but also subtly affirmed his loyalty while being mindful of the complexities between her and the master. "Let us go see him." Upon mentioning her father, Hong Jie's expression grew markedly colder. "Very well. This is where we have recently relocated. The old master resides over there." Uncle Zhao entered the security room to retrieve a flashlight. "I shall escort you there. Upon your return, the madam will undoubtedly be pleased." The elderly man beamed as he led the way. Jiang Chen took note of his surroundings. The entire villa district was encircled by imposing red walls, a precaution due to the undeveloped wilderness behind Fushan, teeming with wildlife. As he gazed ahead, he beheld an array of 3-story standalone villas, their architectural style exuding elegance and grandeur, clearly the work of a renowned designer. This area housed not only members of Hong Jie's family, but also many relatives of the Gua clan, forming a considerable lineage. Yet, despite the hours still being shy of 9, the atmosphere felt exceptionally desolate. With only a handful of residences illuminated, The recent series of bizarre occurrences had evidently prompted the inhabitants of the villa district to retire early, cocooned in their blankets, praying for safety until dawn. This was the method by which most ordinary individuals sought solace amid supernatural events. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Zhao guided the two into an unlit villa. After ushering them into the living room, the old security guard smiled and turned to leave. The old master and madam may already be asleep. Miss, you may enter alone that I shall return to my post. Upon entering the living room, Hongjie used the light from her phone to search for the light switch when Jiang Chen suddenly inquired from behind. Do you know this security guard? Yes, that's Uncle Zhao. That he has been with my father since I was quite young. That he was a driver in his early years, and as he aged, he took on the role of a caretaker for our family. He has always been quite kind to me. But if he is an acquaintance, why was he watching us from outside? Jiang Chen's words lingered in the air, causing Hongjie's hand, poised to find the switch, to freeze mid-motion. In disbelief, she turned her head, only to discover a pair of sinister eyes peering through the gap of the villa's entrance behind her. What? Uncle Zhao, is that you? Hongjie exclaimed impulsively. Upon hearing her words, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the clanging of iron chains and the sound of a lock being secured. What are you doing? Hongjie panicked, attempting to rush forward. But she halted in her tracks, recalling a troubling detail that sent a chill surging through her. Wait, I remember now. My mother mentioned that Uncle Zhao died on night duty in the security room. His head was severed. The sheen of fine sweat broke out on her forehead, and a wave of dread washed over her. Just moments ago, she had been chatting amiably with the elderly man. Unaware that he was a corpse, Jiang Chen stepped forward, tugging at the door, only to find it locked from the outside. With renewed effort, he forcibly yanked the door open, but the outer handle was secured with a chain. Through the fissure, a shadowy figure could be discerned, clutching an object, gazing malevolently in their direction, eyes glinting with malice. Suddenly, a series of ominous thuds reverberated from within the dark recesses of the villa. Hongjie, having yet to locate the switch, dared not continue her search and hurriedly moved closer to Jiang Chen. What do we do? Fear not. The situation is quite clear now, Jiang Chen consoled. The ghostly security guard outside may be lurking with a sharp weapon. And suddenly, eerie sounds echoed within the desolate villa. Hongjie bared her teeth in a grimace. Why does your description only deepen the terror? In this moment, the most crucial element for survival is to remain calm and cautious. How about this? Let us first investigate the source of the noise and request it to cease. We are frightened. Upon hearing this, Hongjie opened her mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. Your actions are excessively prudent. Moreover, you hardly seem terrified. Nevertheless, as Jiang Chen advanced further inside, Hongjie had no choice but to follow suit. The two traversed a corridor, following the direction of the sound until they arrived at the end of a bedroom. Through the door, the noise was unmistakable, muffled and dull. With each series of knocks, a sharp clang would resonate. Jiang Chen pushed the door open, the light from his phone illuminating the space, revealing nothing out of the ordinary, a simple bed and a mahogany wardrobe. The sound emanated from within the wardrobe, explaining its muffled quality. As he approached, he noticed a tool hammer discarded on the floor, alongside several long iron nails stained with blood. The wardrobe door before him was nailed shut. At that moment, the door trembled incessantly, as if someone inside were pounding against it. Nails occasionally fell to the ground, leaving only 3 remaining. Was the wardrobe secured to prevent something within from escaping? Or had someone once confined a living person inside, nailing the door shut, leaving her to suffocate within? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Hongjie, listening nearby, turned pale. Initially, it was not particularly frightening, but your analysis has escalated the atmosphere dramatically. Are you truly an exorcist? You must be a devil. Chapter 84. The Dancing Figure Xiao Chen. Suddenly, Hongjie pointed a trembling finger at the wardrobe door, her eyes wide with terror as she exclaimed, She's coming out. She's coming out. Jiang Chen turned his head to glance, discovering that with each knock, 2 nails from the wardrobe door were eerily protruding, falling to the ground. Beneath the door, where only 1 nail remained, a narrow gap had been pried open, revealing a pale, ghostly hand and a partially twisted, bloodied face, faintly visible. Itsu. A sharp, vengeful female voice echoed. You are the ones who nailed me in here. Why did you do this? Why did you let me die? It's so stifling inside that I want to shove you in here too, so no one can find you. A sinister giggle intermingled with the voice of resentment, reaching an unsettling crescendo. Hong Jia's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily explained, "No, we did not harm you. It's just the two of us here. If we didn't do it, who else could?" The ghost's tone was chilling and mocking. Hong Jia attempted further explanation, but Jiang Chen, stroking his chin, nodded in agreement. "That's true. Logically speaking, this young lady has a point. There are only the three of us in this room. We are allied, while she is the victim. Therefore, it stands to reason that she was indeed confined within the wardrobe by us." Upon hearing this, Hong Jia was left dumbfounded. You're just admitting it outright. This ghost seek vengeance against us? At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly cracked a grin, revealing a mouthful of menacingly white teeth. "Oh, how did you manage to escape? It seems that my previous efforts to secure you were rather insufficient." He commanded, "Hong Jia, keep watch at the door. I shall rebind her, and if anyone approaches, alert me immediately. We cannot allow anyone to uncover our involvement in this matter." Upon witnessing this, Hong Jia trembled involuntarily. Jiang Chen's demeanor at that moment resembled that of a seasoned and twisted serial killer, sending shivers down her spine. After speaking, Jiang Chen stooped to pick up the hammer and iron nails strewn across the floor. "Reinforce." A chime resonated. "Do you wish to consume one ghost chi?" The iron nails, each as long as a palm, instantaneously transformed into a deep, obsidian hue, sharp and emanating a chilling aura. Then, Jiang Chen pressed a nail against the cabinet door, his voice icy. "Withdraw your hand." The female ghost momentarily stood in stunned silence. She hadn't anticipated such a forthright admission from him. Since it was you who caused my demise, come now and experience the same torment." Instead of retracting her hand, the ghost cackled maniacally, straining to extend her arm outward, seemingly attempting to drag Jiang Chen into the wardrobe. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen raised the hammer, and with a resounding thud, the iron nail pierced through her palm, blood splattering as the ghost's hand was impaled against the cabinet. "Ah!" She let out a wretched scream. Why are you able to harm me?" Pain mingled with confusion etched across her features, bewildered as to how an ordinary iron nail could injure her ghostly form. "I told you to release your grip. Look how perilous it is," Jiang Chen remarked, gently caressing the ghost's hand, offering a mocking consolation. "It must hurt, doesn't it? Don't worry. This time I shall be more cautious and won't injure your hand again." Having said that, he picked up another nail and positioned it against the cabinet door, aiming for the ghost's face. "Make way." The ghost's expression darkened, as if to say, "So you intend to harm my face instead of my hand? You wretched creature." Moreover, the confines of the cabinet were so tight, her body was wedged within, leaving no room for her to yield. Ghost Chi 80. There are countless construction guidelines, yet the foremost rule is safety. Neglecting proper procedures may lead to tears shed by loved ones. My dear ghostly sister, I must earnestly advise you. Do not position your face beneath the nail while we are working. It is all too easy to sustain injury. Therefore, I hope you will willingly step aside before I count to 3. Understood? The ghost erupted into laughter. An ominous chill enveloped the room, and the remaining doors of the wardrobe swung open and shut violently on their own, producing a cacophony of bang, bang, bang. She had been thoroughly provoked, ready to act recklessly. 3 to bang. A palm-sized black iron nail was driven deep into the ghost's forehead. The terrifying atmosphere dissipated in an instant, leaving only her piercing wails. "Da-ah." A chime resonated, and Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy, eager to continue his work. Just then, a sound of chains being dragged echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the door as it swung open, revealing a figure stepping inside. The footsteps were soft, likely belonging to an elderly person. In the corridor, security guard Uncle Zhao was no longer wielding a baton and flashlight. Instead, he carried a kitchen knife imbued with a chilling aura, its blade stained with dried blood. His face no longer bore the previous veneer of forced smiles and amiability. Instead, it was now tinged with an unsettling aura. Uncle Zhao approached the room at the end of the corridor, pushed the door open, and beheld a ghostly woman, barely clinging to life, sprawled on the ground. Her body exhibited numerous distinct marks of having been violently crushed, her head grotesquely twisted at a 90-degree angle, and her forearm shattered, presenting a horrifying sight. Even more chilling was the sight of iron nails piercing her body. A sinister grin crept across Zhao's lips as he licked the corner of his mouth, excitement coursing through him as he advanced. Besides consuming human vitality, ghosts possess another method of gaining strength, devouring their own kind. Zhao seized the ghost's head, intent on bringing it to his lips. When he noticed that her gaze was fixed intently upon him, her lips weakly parting as if she wished to communicate something. Little Ping, it was I who introduced you to the Gu family. As you stand on the brink of death, do you have any words for this old man? Zhao leaned closer to the ghost's mouth, finally discerning her words that beat up behind. Zhao was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that little Ping was not looking at him, but rather at what lay behind him. He tossed the ghost aside and lunged forward. However, it was too late. From the shadows, a large hand extended, a man standing behind the door, gazing down upon the crouching old security guard with a chilling smirk. With a swift motion, that hand clasped around Zhao's neck, a short knife plunging into him. Clink. Ghostly energy 99. Surprisingly, Zhao did not succumb to the fatal blow. Rather, the malevolent energy surrounding him diminished significantly as he lunged forward. Rolling over and turning to face his assailant, a kitchen knife in hand, his expression menacing. You, who dare to harm the residents of the villa, as the security guard here, I have the right to slay you. Upon uttering these words, Zhao felt his ghostly energy visibly intensified. He could consume the residents, yet would not permit outsiders to kill them. What audacity for a mere security guard! Jiang Chen approached with a sinister grin. His malevolent demeanor and actions rendered Zhao uncertain of who truly embodied the eerie. Just as he gritted his teeth, preparing to strike, a resounding drumbeat echoed through the air. Where did that drum sound come from? Zhao paused in confusion. The next moment, an overwhelming sound engulfed him, and he realized he had lost all consciousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's eyes, shrouded in darkness, erupted with an otherworldly azure glow. His muscles visibly bulged, an explosive surge of vitality coursing through him, and with a single step forward, he no longer needed the dagger for stealth. He unleashed a powerful punch, mighty bold demon fist, with a sickening thud. Zhao's chest was brutally pierced, a massive gaping wound appearing, his body rapidly beginning to decay. The ghost nearby watched in horror, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. She was merely a malevolent spirit. While security guard Zhao was a half-step into the realm of the vengeful dead, to see him dispatched so effortlessly was truly terrifying. In truth, this was only to be expected. Jiang Chen was already infinitely close to D. And with the resonance of the demonic drum, he had directly attained such a level of power, even surpassing it slightly, coupled with the instantaneous explosion of the mighty bull demon fist and the immobilization caused by the drum. Along with the previous sneak attack that left Zhao weakened, such a decisive strike was achieved. This led Jiang Chen to reflect. Had he permanently inherited the heavenly blade of the world, he would not have needed to go through such trouble. With a single stroke, a half-step vengeful spirit would have been utterly obliterated. He turned his head away, no longer intent on tormenting the ghostly figure on the ground. Seizing the moment while the fervor of blood coursed through him, he delivered a resounding slap. Bang! The ghost's head exploded into a shower of blood and flesh, splattering the walls of the room. Such a horrifying scene would surely send chills down anyone's spine. One might think a brutal specter had slaughtered several living souls here. Fortunately, Hongjie had been arranged by Jiang Chen to hide in the adjacent room. Otherwise, witnessing this gruesome sight would likely leave her with a profound psychological scar. Where is she? Jiang Chen muttered, pushing open the door to the neighboring room, frowning as he sensed something amiss. The window stood ajar, through which he glimpsed Hongjie standing in the open space outside, performing a bizarre dance devoid of any aesthetic grace, making it increasingly unsettling to behold. Her stiff, mechanical movements suggested that she was nothing more than a dancing corpse. Hongjie, Jiang Chen called out. Yet, she offered no response. At that moment, her expression was vacant and hollow, her gaze fixated on the darkness ahead, as if something there had utterly captivated her attention. Whose dance is she imitating? Jiang Chen pondered softly before climbing out of the window. Chapter 85. He is on the verge of becoming a corpse. Quickly, shut the door as Jiang Chen emerged. He followed the direction of Hongjie's gaze in the distance. He discerned a shadowy figure, unmistakably a man. With purplish lips and a rigid face, his hollow eyes betraying an indescribable horror, the man danced in a manner akin to Hongjie. To be precise, it was Hongjie who was mimicking his movements. Advancing toward him as she danced, now several meters away from the window appeared the man had noticed Jiang Chen, his lifeless, fish-like eyes turning toward him, a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips. An immediate wave of dizziness washed over Jiang Chen, as a voice in his mind incessantly urged him to follow suit, to imitate the dance. And thus, he too began to perform the same choreography. At this moment, Hongjia bit her lower lip. Her expression twisted in anguish. Tears began to trickle from her numbed eyes. Although her consciousness remained alert, her body was utterly beyond her control, ever since she laid eyes on the man in the distance. She could not suppress the urge to mimic his every move, drawing closer to him. All she could do was pray that Jiang Chen would soon realize her absence. Pray, pray, Xiaochen, Xiaochen, huh, Xiaochen. The contorted expression of anguish on Hongjia's face momentarily froze. For she realized that Jiang Chen was executing the dance with remarkable fluidity, surpassing her own movements. Was he also ensnared by the specter? And judging by his proficiency, perhaps even more so than herself. It was not just Hongjia who was rendered speechless. Even the dancing ghost paused, taken aback. Was this living person truly so enamored with dancing? A flicker of admiration blossomed within the ghost, raising its affinity by 15. Before long, Jiang Chen had advanced to a position not far from the dancing man. The man's vacant pupils revealed a glimmer of confusion, as if he sensed something awry, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Ultimately, he reached no conclusion. Forget it, it matters not, he decided, smiling once more as he performed a menacing gesture, raising both hands to clasp around his throat, a smile that grew ever more sinister. Hongjia's eyes widened in terror, as she envisioned the horrifying scene that was about to unfold. Yet, her hands, seemingly possessed, mimicked the man's actions and grazed her soft neck. And oh please, just as despair engulfed her, Jiang Chen executed an unexpected maneuver that took both the living and the ghost by surprise. He slowly raised his hands, and then touched the dancing ghost's neck. Huh? Huh? Both the human and the ghost gasped in disbelief. However, upon further reflection, it appeared somewhat reasonable. Strictly speaking, he was indeed imitating the ghost's movements, albeit with greater precision than Hongjia. You wait, the dancing ghost, seemingly having been silent for too long, cleared its throat and produced a hoarse voice. That's not how you do it. You need to choke yourself. Understand? It demonstrated the action repeatedly, clasping its hands around its own neck. Jiang Chen followed suit, mimicking the gesture several times. What an idiot! Ghostly energy 80. The dancing ghost cursed inwardly, maintaining a stoic expression as it lunged towards Jiang Chen's face. Although killing a living person would maximize its gain of yang energy, it could no longer restrain itself. In response, Jiang Chen also lunged forward. The dancing ghost chuckled. How could a mere mortal be faster than it? In the next moment, a sharp blade pierced through its right eye socket. Jiang Chen's large hand slowly covered the ghost's incredulous face, applying slight pressure, and it toppled backward, its corpse rapidly decaying and darkening. This was a malevolent spirit, comparable in strength to the woman in the cupboard, who after the dancing ghost perished. Hongjia collapsed, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, her entire body drenched in sweat, her face reflecting a profound relief at being alive again. However, as her gaze fell upon the silhouette of the man ahead, her facial muscles involuntarily twitched slightly. Jiang Chen's ghost-slaying methods were always so astonishingly unpredictable and strange, leaving one unable to feel entirely secure even after being rescued. There lingered a constant apprehension that in the next moment, they would endure a far more terrifying fate at his hands. Let us go, Hongjia. Jiang Chen beckoned, moving forward. Hongjia, nearly exhausted, glanced around at the surrounding darkness, where the shadowy outlines of plants and trees now seemed particularly eerie. A chill crept down her spine, prompting her to hurriedly catch up to Jiang Chen. Nearby, several villas had extinguished their lights. As they approached the 8th villa, which still emitted some light, they found the atmosphere excessively quiet. The gate stood ajar, and a faint, unpleasant metallic scent wafted through the air. Something was amiss. It was the scent of human blood. Fresh, belonging to both men and women. Jiang Chen's expression turned grave. Hongjia's concern deepened. How do you know this so well? You can tell it's human blood just by smelling it. Even distinguishing its freshness and the gender? What kind of experiences could lead to such a skill? And one of them was hanged, Jiang Chen added. Hongjia, unable to contain her astonishment, inquired, You can even discern that? No. Jiang Chen pointed toward a room directly across from the open door. I deduced it. Through the door, one could discern a young man clad in employee attire hanging from the chandelier within. His visage a ghastly shade of purple, lips ashen. Strangely, the corners of his mouth were sealed shut, yet a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at his lips. Hongjia, in her earlier state of anxiety, had failed to notice the corpse at first. genuinely believing that Jiang Chen's keen sense of smell could detect the manner of a person's demise. Typically, when someone hangs, they gasp for air due to asphyxiation, resulting in an open mouth and a drooping tongue. A depiction often seen in various cinematic portrayals of the hanged. His appearance was alarmingly abnormal, suggesting that he might soon undergo decomposition. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, Hongjia immediately felt a surge of panic. Quick, close the door. Jiang Chen, equally anxious, nodded in response, swiftly pulling her inside and shutting the door securely, even locking it. Hongjia stood in shock. Turning to Jiang Chen, I said to close the door, not to come in, and then close it. Are you afraid this corpse will transform and seek out the living to devour? Chapter 86. The unusual Lu Ma once inside. They were met with an even more pungent odor of blood. Moreover, a faint voice echoed from within the house. Miss Nan, where are you? Hurry out, something terrible has happened. Come with me. The voice was barely audible, as if the speaker was trying to suppress it, fearful of being overheard. Hongjia cast a wary glance at the peculiar hanging corpse before lifting her gaze towards the upper floor, where she spotted a furtive figure in the corridor. The individual, similarly clad in Gu's employee uniform, was an elderly woman, stooped and nervously knocking on a door while glancing around as if in trepidation. It appeared to be Lu Ma. This time, Hongjia refrained from acting impulsively and turned to Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, is Lu Ma a ghost? Jiang Chen shook his head. No. Hongjia let out a sigh of relief and softly called out. Lu Ma. The elderly woman in the corridor jumped in fright. Turning to assess the situation for a moment, her expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. Is that you, Miss Hongjia? My heavens, you've finally returned. Indeed, it was Lu Ma, indicating that this was her elder brother's home. Hongjia explained to Jiang Chen. Lu Ma was the confinement nurse my sister-in-law hired during her postpartum recovery. She proved to be quite industrious, and thus, we kept her on to assist with household tasks. Lu Ma hurried down on tiptoe, lowering her voice in urgent tones. Miss Hongjia, hurry, we must escape. Something has happened at home. What is going on? Hongjia pressed, advancing toward her. Lu Ma approached, whispering, the night before last. The gatekeeper, Xiao Li, suddenly screamed, startling the entire household. That I and Chef Zhou from the kitchen were the first to rush out. We reside in the employee quarters below, which is nearby. At that moment, we noticed that the securely locked villa gate had inexplicably swung open, and Xiao Li had vanished. Outside, there seemed to be a woman in white, but she appeared to be headless. She was hopping away, which was truly terrifying. Strange occurrences have been rampant in the villa lately, and I never expected such disturbances would reach us here. This evening, Boss Gu Yun has gone to consult with the old master, leaving Miss Nan alone at home. To my astonishment, little Li unexpectedly returned. I was so startled that I quickly hid away. Through the crack of the door, I observed that little Li appeared quite abnormal, silent, with a pallid complexion, hopping as he walked, and biting anyone he encountered. Several individuals in the house had met their demise at his fangs, and the corpses bore an unsettling appearance. Fortunately, he did not discover my presence and left after his rampage. I contemplated fleeing as well. But then, considering my age and the life I have lived, I decided to seek out Miss Nan, only to find that she had mysteriously vanished. This could be a good sign, indicating that she was still alive. I intended to take her to Boss Gu Yun, yet she stubbornly refused to emerge from her hiding place. If little Li were to return, it would spell danger. Upon hearing her words, Hongjia was taken aback. Another headless woman in white? Xiao Chen, Uncle Zhao just mentioned this woman as well. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Hongjia, regardless of the circumstances, we must hurry. You all should leave at once and seek out the old master. A few experts have gathered there, reputed to be capable of driving away malevolent spirits. That is where safety lies. As Lu Ma spoke, she attempted to open the door. Hongjia shook her head. We must find Xiaonan first. However, raising their voices too much could easily attract little Li's attention. Lu Ma, in a state of urgency, insisted, you all go ahead at AS for me. I am an old relic and fear not for my life. I will stay here to search for Miss Nan. After contemplating, Hongjia declared, I will call her. With that, she produced her phone and dialed a number. The three held their breath in anticipation. The crisp ringing of the phone resonated starkly within the silence of the villa, emanating from a room on the left side of the third floor. Oh, it was here. Lu Ma nodded. Quickly, let us ascend and find her. She led the way, with Jiang Chen and Hong Jie following closely behind. As they passed by the kitchen on the first floor, Lu Ma glanced inside, her expression betraying fear. This is the new chef, Master Zhou. After being bitten by Little Li, he was left hanging here. Each time I've walked past, I felt as though he were watching me. As she spoke, she shivered. Hong Jie felt a chill run down her spine. Upon reaching the second floor, Hong, however, simultaneously, there lingered a hint of pity, for their necks were on the verge of bursting, deeply sunken in, their heads almost detached. What the hell are you doing? The lowly corpse demon seethed with rage. Ghostly Energy 9. Ghostly Energy 9. Zombie Lu Ma was taken aback. Having encountered many living bodhisattvas, she had never before seen a living king of hell. How could one be so cruel to a corpse? Ghostly Energy 80. Well, it's done. The postures of these two corpses should no longer change. Jiang Chen clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Lu Ma hesitated for a moment. Let us find Miss Nin first. In the bedroom, beneath the bed, a doll-faced girl with a curvaceous figure hung up the phone, her cherubic face now ashen. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as she fixed her gaze on the door. Listening to the approaching footsteps, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Don't come in, please. Creak. The door swung open, and Lu Ma's wrinkled face was the first to peer inside. Upon spotting the girl beneath the bed, Lu Ma broke into a strange grin, the color draining from her face, leaving it somewhat ashen. Miss Nan, so this is where you are? She advanced step by step. Ji Yuxiaonan's fear intensified. Hong Jie, witnessing this, suddenly understood. Ah, Xiao Chun, didn't you say Lu Ma wasn't a ghost? According to our vernacular, Jiang Chen stepped further inside. She is not a zombie. As the words fell from his lips, he burst into laughter, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinarily thrilling. Hong Jie recoiled in terror, her face reflecting utter horror. Lu Ma was abnormal, but Jiang Chen seemed even more so. Zombies should be quite resilient, right? Jiang Chen mumbled, slamming the door shut. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed, a sinister melody filling the air. Hong Jie temporarily lost consciousness, and Gu Xiaonan beneath the bed succumbed to the same fate. Lu Ma, momentarily stunned, soon regained her senses, only to realize that the lights in the room had gone out. In the darkness, a pair of eyes emitting an eerie green glow watched her like a predator. An inexplicable chill coursed through her. Before she could react, a fist the size of a sandbag struck her face with tremendous force, her neck twisting at an unnatural angle, her head nearly flying off. Ding! Ghostly Energy 99. Roar. You're seeking death. Bang! The room erupted with Lu Ma's furious roars, the sounds of muffled thuds, bones dislocating, and flesh being pulverized into a gruesome pulp. Outside, Hong Jie felt a chill run down her spine, her facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Xiao Chun was far too ferocious. Could Lu Ma, at her age, withstand such a beating? Chapter 87. One must learn to overcome fear. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying sounds within the room finally ceased. Hong Jie, her expression tense, watched as the door opened, revealing Jiang Chen, his face splattered with blood yet illuminated by a radiant smile, exuding an unsettling excitement. Following him was the trembling Gu Xiaonan, her cherubic face now pale, as she plunged into Hong Jie's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Aunt, I am so frightened. Sobbed. I am truly terrified. It almost overwhelmed me. I thought I would never see you again. Hong Jie gently patted her back, offering quiet consolation. She had watched her niece grow up, and their relationship had always been splendid. After leaving home, Gu Xiaonan had visited her several times at Yuan community, and they shared an intimate bond, confiding in each other as though they were best friends. It's all right. This brother Jiang Chen. Cough. Hong Jie hesitated for a moment before rephrasing. This Master Jiang will protect us. It was only then that she recalled her niece was of a similar age to Jiang Chen. Gu Xiaonan was indeed the girlfriend she had mentioned wanting to introduce to Jiang Chen. This thought stemmed from their recent interactions over the past 2 years, where she had been able to discern Jiang Chen's remarkable maturity and composure, far surpassing that of his peers. Such a man inherently possesses an irresistible allure for women. Additionally, Hong Jie had now come to understand that ghosts existed in this world. Even an outsider like her could recognize Jiang Chen's exceptional ability to exorcise spirits, which bordered on the extraordinary. Not only could he banish ghosts, but he could also potentially leave them with lifelong psychological scars, should one of them manage to escape. In Hong Jie's eyes, only Gu Xiaonan. The third daughter of the Gu family, who possessed both beauty and grace, could be deemed worthy of Jiang Chen. Yet, she found herself wavering. The prowess Jiang Chen had demonstrated along their journey had exceeded her expectations. But the cruelty of his methods, his disturbing operations, and the extent of his psychological abnormality had all surpassed her initial estimations. Is this a ghostbuster? At that moment, Gu Xiaonan recalled something, hurriedly retreating behind Hongjia. Her legs trembling as she cast a fearful glance at Jiang Chen. It was unclear what terrifying ordeal she had just endured to be so shaken, seeing the young girl so frightened. Jiang Chen quickly flashed a friendly smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Do not be afraid. I am a legitimate ghostbuster. I only harm ghosts, not humans. That I will not cause you any harm before your demise. The words caused both women to freeze momentarily, a chill racing down their spines. You would still harm someone even after they are dead. Truly, I have encountered a living Yama. Had it not been for Hongjia's familiarity with Jiang Chen, she would have likely turned and fled. With a stiff smile, she reassured, do not fear. Xiao Chun and I are quite acquainted. You may have seen him during your previous visits to Yuan community. He simply has a fierce disdain for evil, which results in his somewhat ruthless methods when dealing with malevolent spirits. She uttered a rationale she scarcely believed herself, attempting to comfort Gu Xiaonan, and then hastily inquired. Xiaonan, do you know where your grandparents are? Quickly, take me to them. Oh, all right. Gu Xiaonan cast another fearful glance at Jiang Chen before turning to descend the stairs. Jiang Chen, brimming with excitement, followed closely behind the two, his elation stemming from the immense surprise that Lu Ma had bestowed upon him. Indeed, zombies are resilient. Under his relentless onslaught, Lu Ma had contributed nearly 1,000 units of ghostly energy. It is worth noting that her level of resentment was comparable to that of a top-tier malevolent spirit. Such a harvest was nothing short of miraculous. Zombies, what splendid creatures! Uncertain of where the zombies might be more prevalent, Jiang Chen mused to himself that he should check the local app later. He realized that their visit to the Gu family villa was indeed fortuitous. As they descended to the second floor, Gu Xiaonan remained relatively unfazed, while Hongjia's expression darkened. An empty iron chain hung from the railing of the corridor, and the two corpses that had previously been there had mysteriously vanished. They had transformed. Having endured numerous trials, Hongjia had gained some experience. As she shouted, she urgently pulled Gu Xiaonan back, seeking Jiang Chen's protection. At that very moment, beneath the staircase railing, two horrifying female faces emerged abruptly, tilting their heads with eerie smiles, bounding towards the two at an alarming speed. Xiao Chun, help! Hongjia exclaimed in terror. Jiang Chen effortlessly leaped over the two women, remaining surprisingly unperturbed. After all, they were merely low-level ghouls. However, he began to contemplate whether his previous methods had indeed been excessively brutal, reducing Lu Ma to a mere splatter throughout the room, and potentially leaving Gu Xiaonan with a lifelong psychological scar. Well, out of humanitarian concern, he decided to deceive the young girl. After a moment's reflection, he pointed his finger like a sword and proclaimed, boundless as heaven and earth, I invoke the laws of the universe. Stop! His finger struck the forehead of one ghoul, causing its convulsing body to come to an abrupt halt. Jiang Chen understood that when encountering spirits, the most familiar figures to ordinary people, Taoists and monks, could provide the greatest psychological comfort. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, Hongjia was taken aback. So Xiao Chun possesses such orthodox ghost exorcising abilities. He must hail from a prestigious background. Gu Xiaonan also sighed in relief, exclaiming, he truly is an exorcist. How impressive! Jiang Chen's current display undoubtedly aligned more with the image of a traditional master from the 9 provinces, making it easier for others to accept. Yet, just as the two women felt a sense of relief, a resounding bang echoed. The ghoul Jiang Chen had pointed at, its upper skull seemingly overwhelmed by tremendous force, detonated, showering the floor with blood. Hongjia, Gu Xiaonan. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen could not help but smirk. Yet he felt no embarrassment, nor did he feign modesty. He swiftly pressed his hand. Expressions of fear, determination, retreat, and resolve continuously shifted across her face. Ultimately, despite breaking into a cold sweat, Gu Xiaonan successfully traversed the headless corpse and descended the stairs. Once she reached the ground level, it seemed as though she had surmounted an inner hurdle. In this terrifying situation, her legs surprisingly ceased to tremble, and her gaze grew significantly steadier when she looked towards Jiang Chen. A hint of reverence flickered in her eyes. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. And you too, Xiao Chun," Hong Jie sincerely expressed. Jiang Chen not only saved their lives, but also consciously guided them, teaching them how to confront malevolent spirits. This kindness was profound. Jiang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, as if dismissing the matter. After all, this was merely a small remedy following his previous blunder, hardly worth mentioning that, of course, Hong Jie was not wrong. Overcoming fear was indeed one of the strategies to face malevolence that, on one hand, as long as one did not succumb to fear, they would not provide the spirits with vital energy, thus avoiding becoming their primary target in a crowd. On the other hand, excessive fear could render one weak-kneed, potentially causing them to miss opportunities for escape. Chapter 88. The anger of the upside-down corpse. The three descended the stairs and made their way towards the villa's entrance. During this process, Hong Jie seemed to notice something. After confirming her suspicion, she quietly warned, "Xiao Chen, the corpse that was hanging earlier has vanished." Jiang Chen nodded. "No need to rush. Let us first seek out the living in the manor. We can return to search for it later. Rest assured, it won't have gone far." Initially startled by Hong Jie's revelation of another missing corpse, Gu Xiaonan felt a twinge of horror. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, she found herself momentarily speechless, her expression one of profound shock that shouldn't a normal person, upon hearing that a corpse had disappeared, respond with caution and vigilance. Why was his immediate thought to return and search for it? So boldly, she glanced at this young man, who was roughly her age, and for the first time felt a sense of needing to look up to a peer that in the past, whether in academics, family background, intellect, or physique. Gu Xiaonan had always been someone others admired. As they exited, they proceeded in a particular direction. Nan, where are your parents? Knowing that strange occurrences abound in the manor, why aren't they with you?" Hong Jie inquired during their journey. "They went to my grandfather's to discuss matters. Before they left, their expressions were quite grim, seemingly due to the mysterious disappearance of a ghost exorcising expert invited by my second uncle in the evening." Gu Xiaonan replied with a hint of trepidation. "They said that my grandfather's place is the most dangerous, instructing me to stay at home and be cautious. That I only returned a couple of days ago. My grandfather mentioned that the Gu family was in peril, and all clan members must return to assist. On the night of my return, I encountered a bizarre incident. Lu Ma chased after a headless woman in white and then vanished into the darkness. I never expected her to return tonight. Her behavior now frightfully unsettling. At this point, she could not help but steal a glance at Jiang Chen. Even in the darkroom, she had vaguely sensed how Lu Ma had met her tragic end at this man's hands. If one were to speak of fear, Lu Ma paled in comparison to him. Jiu Yumin was in grave danger, yet he had managed to survive. What was the ulterior motive of the spirit lurking behind? Upon receiving this information, Jiang Chen fell into deep contemplation. This filthy entity was unearthed due to Gu Yumin's excavation of ancestral graves. He is undoubtedly the one I loathe the most. Yet, I have refrained from taking lethal action against him, perhaps in the hope that he might summon more members of the Gu family. What could it be coveting? Is it the bloodline of the Gu clan? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, a vague suspicion stirring within him. He recalled a detail, the ghostly knocking on the door that night. It had perished in Building 4, yet it had deliberately come to knock on Hong Jie's door in Building 1. It must have been drawn by something. According to what Hong Jie had once revealed to him, the ancestors of the Gu family had been immensely prominent. Perhaps this does not merely refer to mundane power. It is quite possible that the Gu family was once a formidable lineage of extraordinary individuals. The bloodline of their descendants differs from that of ordinary people, making them more susceptible to attracting spirits, thus inciting the covetous gaze of that filthy entity. That, of course, this is merely Jiang Chen's conjecture. Furthermore, this hypothesis unravels an even larger enigma. How could a once illustrious family, basking in glory, have precipitously fallen from grace? To the extent that within a mere century, they have descended to a state of ignorance about what extraordinary beings even are. Does the Tao Alliance know about the plight of this once great family but choose to remain indifferent? Or are they constrained by some binding force that prevents intervention? The ancient laws of Jiuzhou should have constituted one of the most formidable powers in existence. Why then has the Tao Alliance nearly faded from the annals of history? What is the underlying reason for this? Is it related to the resurgence of terror, or perhaps to the realm of the living-s forbidden zones? Jiang Chen sensed that there might be an immense secret lurking behind it all. As he pondered, his arm was suddenly tugged. Turning his head, he saw Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan, both wearing expressions of sheer terror, frantically signaling him. Following their gaze, Jiang Chen discovered a cluster of large ornamental trees nearby, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, beautifully pruned. However, at that moment, the grove appeared exceedingly sinister. Under the faint moonlight, 5 or 6 corpses hung grotesquely from the branches. Some wore the uniforms of the villa staff. Others donned Taoist robes, and one was clad in a suit. Yet, without exception, they all exhibited bulging eyes, a ghastly pallor, and waxen, yellowed faces, their expressions twisted in horror, as if they had witnessed something profoundly terrifying before their demise. Even more unsettling was the sensation that, as they approached, the eyes of these suspended corpses seemed to follow them, fixated upon their every movement. It seems they are watching us, Yu Xiaonan whispered in fear. Xiao Chun, what should we do? These corpses evoke such dread. Huh, Xiao Chun. Hong Jie's words trailed off as she realized Jiang Chen had vanished from her side. She glanced around in search of him, only to find that he had already approached the grove, muttering to himself. This is exceedingly strange. Judging by their state of death, they must have been hanged. But if these individuals died by hanging, their heads should be facing upward, shouldn't they? Could it be that someone strangled them with a rope and then hoisted them upside down? The 2 women, having followed him, grimaced at his words. The already chilling scene became even more terrifying with his remark. At that moment, to their astonishment, Jiang Chen began to climb the tree, untying one of the corpses from the rope, flipping it over, and then hanging it back up by its neck. Having completed all these tasks, he descended, stroking his chin while casting several glances, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his eyes as he nodded approvingly. This is indeed correct. It appears much more pleasing to the eye now. Who would be hanged by their ankles? After uttering these words, Jiang Chen began to scale the trees, riding each of the corpses. This spectacle left Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan utterly dumbfounded. What kind of obsessive compulsion is this? Must you insist on adjusting the inverted corpses? The discomfort was not theirs alone. Ghostly Energy 58. Ghostly Energy 47. The incessant notifications indicated that these upside-down bodies were likely encountering such a situation for the first time, as someone found their position intolerable and felt compelled to right them. Once each corpse was upright, Jiang Chen stepped back, glanced at them, and his brow gradually furrowed once again. Why does it seem that they look better when inverted, particularly with several young female employees? When upright, they lose their original charm. After some contemplation, he slapped his thigh and resolutely decided, I shall turn them back again. With that, he resumed climbing the trees. Damn, do you take us for mere clay idols? To be twisted as you please? Ghostly Energy 80. This is rather disrespectful towards the spirits. Ghostly Energy 92. The inverted corpses were seething with rage. Chapter 89. Exhausted in battle, one more. Despair. Jiang Chen, agile as a monkey, swiftly ascended another tree, where the body of a female employee hung, clad in her work attire, her fair thighs exposed. Forgive me, dear sister. It is not my intention to toy with you, but your demise was far from graceful. Allow me to present you with a more aesthetically pleasing departure. This is indeed a noble deed, and should you wish to express your gratitude, feel free to visit me in a dream. Ghostly Energy 90. The female employee was nearly left speechless. How shameless can you be? To flip us dead bodies about at your whim, and yet claim to be amassing virtue. Should I be grateful to you? Strangely, as Jiang Chen lifted this female corpse, he felt as though her bulging eyes seemed to widen even further. Fixating intently upon him, he was startled, his hands trembling slightly, as if taken aback. What the hell? Why is this deceased sister staring at me like that? Could it be she harbors some feelings for me? The realms of the living and the dead are irreconcilable. Dear corpse sister, you are a good soul. But we are simply incompatible. Best to let go of such hopes. Not far off, Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan's facial muscles twitched slightly. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's initial reaction, they thought a ghost might truly frighten this formidable man, only to realize he was concerned about a corpse's affections. Simultaneously, the surrounding hanging spirits contributed a wave of ghostly energy. How narcissistic can you be, fearing that a corpse might fall in love with you? Ghostly Energy 75. Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he flipped the female employee once more, binding her ankles with rope before suspending her upside down again. Just as he completed this task and began to descend, an unexpected incident occurred. As Jiang Chen's face aligned perfectly with that of the suspended female corpse, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing the corpse to sway and draw closer to him. Even more terrifying was the sinister curve that appeared at the corners of her mouth, a semblance of a smile, or perhaps a grimace. An eerie laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed through the air. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan, who were at a distance, felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their breaths nearly suspended, overwhelmed by an intense anxiety. The corpse, hanging from the tree, suddenly leaned in with a ghastly grin. It was profoundly bizarre. The temperature of the scene seemed to plummet, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and heavy. In the midst of this stifling tension, a resounding clap shattered the silence. The bitter fruit is not sweet. Dear corpse sister, I have already stated that we are incompatible. Do you still wish to force a kiss upon me? This is utterly outrageous. Jiang Chen exclaimed indignantly, directing his gaze forward at the female corpse, which was now swinging wildly from the rope as a result of his slap. Upon closer inspection, half of her face appeared to be sunken in. His expression was one of profound anger, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Roar, you seek death. The female employee could no longer contain herself, covering her half-sunken face, her entire being radiating a terrifying malice. Reaching the level of a high-grade vengeful spirit, she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with venomous hatred that sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Chen felt as if an invisible hand was tightening around his neck, choking him. Yet for his current physique, it posed little significant threat. If you cannot have it, shall you destroy it? Dear corpse sister, your thoughts are exceedingly malicious. Such ways will not lead you to find a man. He still had the composure to speak, mocking and teasing that moment. The surrounding suspended corpses ceased their pretense, their malevolent gazes locking onto him, causing Jiang Chen to feel a tightening around his neck as if gripped by numerous unseen hands. His gaze sharpened, demonic energy coursed through him, and a warmth spread through his neck as the sinister forces dissipated. However, at that instant, bloodied hemp ropes came flying from all directions, ensnaring his neck, while the hanging spirits revealed sinister smiles. We've caught you. Seeing this, Jiang Chen laughed in response. No, it is you who are caught. With that, he seized the hemp ropes, and deep within, he silently chanted, Mighty Bull Demon Fist. A terrifying surge of power erupted as he yanked fiercely, sending several suspended corpses crashing down like dumplings. In that moment, Jiang Chen sprang forward, embracing the lone remaining female employee still hanging, swiftly drawing his concealed dagger to sever her bonds, and they both plummeted to the ground. The female employee was used as a cushion, landing heavily. Jiang Chen, rising unruffled, wasted no time and activated the Mighty Bull Demon Fist once more, plunging the dagger mercilessly into her brow. A sickening pop resounded as her head burst open. At that moment, the other suspended corpses began to rise, their faces twisted with malevolence as they lunged at Jiang Chen, their vengeful spirits intertwining. A terrifying aura enveloping the scene. The small green drum was produced, its sinister melody echoing ominously in the darkness. Jiang Chen's pupils transformed into an uncanny shade of brownish green, his breathing heavy and labored, like a ferocious beast unleashed. He clashed violently with the 5 suspended corpses, and in an instant, blood and flesh flew, sinister laughter and screams reverberating throughout the grim tableau. The scene was drenched in blood and horror. Not far away, Hong Jie hastily covered Gu Xiaonan's eyes. Yet her own delicate form trembled incessantly. The ferocity of this battle was utterly horrifying. Severed limbs and shattered corpses were strewn about, and just moments ago, a dismembered hand of a woman struck the ground less than half a meter from her. The acrid stench of blood was enough to induce nausea if it weren't for the harrowing experiences she had witnessed on their journey, where Jiang Chen had demonstrated his ruthless methods of exorcism. Hong Jie might have succumbed to faintness from sheer terror. Soon, the scene resembled a battlefield in ruins. Black blood and decaying bodies littered the ground. In the woods, the eerie, brownish-green gleam in the eyes of the fiends slowly faded, and the beast-like panting gradually ceased. Jiang Chen breathed heavily, his demonic energy nearly depleted. This group of inverted corpses was formidable. Even the weakest among them were high-level malevolent spirits, and there were 2 top-tier evil ghosts, the strongest of whom, a man clad in a Taoist robe, was nearing the threshold of a powerful ghost. Had another pseudo-C-grade extraordinary individual faced them, they likely would have been utterly drained. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial. This encounter yielded over 3,000 units of ghostly energy, and when combined with previous gains, Jiang Chen's total ghostly energy now approached 6,000. It is worth noting that prior to entering the mountain villa, He had completely exhausted his ghostly energy in pursuit of a 3-star transformation card, in less than half a night. He was close to earning another 3-star card. Not far off, Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan stood in stunned silence, gazing at the spectacle. "Aunt, where did you find this Master Jiang? He is extraordinarily powerful. Unlike any exorcists I've encountered before." Yu Xiaonan's bosom rose and fell dramatically, her gaze a mixture of fear and admiration. Previously, she had witnessed several adept exorcists at the villa confront a single ghost, and despite their formidable preparations, many innocent lives were lost before they finally managed to vanquish the spirit. Jiang Chen single-handedly defeat a horde of ferocious ghosts was simply beyond imagination. Hong Jie opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Her heart raced with trepidation. Although the ghosts had been eradicated, when Jiang Chen's brownish-green pupils swept in her direction, she felt a chill coursing through her veins. "Xiao Chun is a good person. He once saved my life." As Hong Jie spoke, a sudden realization struck her. "Wait, Xiao Chun, the count is incorrect. There is one more inverted corpse, the expert my father first invited. He is not among these 6 bodies." Before she could finish her thought, the entire forest plunged into an oppressive, chilling silence. The gust of wind swept through, and atop a tree, a man in a Zhongshan suit appeared. Inverted, he emanated an unfathomable terror, far surpassing the previous 6 inverted corpses. A half-step ghost. This was a horror on par with the malevolent spirits that had drowned Sun Dai at the Holiday Villa, and the ghost that had claimed the lives of the female dormitory residents at Xianyang High School. The mere presence of such a being would ensnare ordinary individuals in unbearable agony. At this very moment, Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan could not help but clutch their necks, kneeling on the ground, their faces flushed to the point of asphyxiation. Despair flickered in Hong Jie's eyes as she observed Jiang Chen, usually vigorous and robust, now leaning against a tree, clearly on the brink of exhaustion after vanquishing 6 ghosts. The emergence of yet another terrifying specter was a harbinger of doom. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 90. The disappearing souls and the sounds of chewing in the dark. The man in the Zhongshan suit was unlike other hanging ghosts, lacking the grotesque features and bulging eyes typically associated with such beings. Instead, a slender black mark encircled his neck, as if he had been gripped tightly by some unseen force, or perhaps he had been vivisected by a malevolent entity. His square face exuded a sense of righteousness, yet his ashen complexion imparted an eerie quality. A chilling, sinister laugh escaped his lips as he lunged forward, aiming for Jiang Chen's face with his long, sharp, and glistening black nails. The middle-aged man displayed a look of delight. He had long sensed the formidable power of this living being. Concealing himself, he had allowed a few malevolent spirits to strike first, only to find that his opponent had indeed fallen into his trap, exhausting his own strength. Did he think to take advantage of my weakness to claim my life? Jiang Chen remained expressionless as he retrieved a deep green pill and swallowed it whole. Lingering spirit pill 3. In an instant, a surge of demonic energy coursed through his body. With a flick of his fingers, the brown-green drum resounded. The middle-aged man momentarily appeared dazed, rooted in place, the mighty bull demon fist. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, the blade of his concealed dagger glinting ominously between his fingers, and struck fiercely at the center of his opponent's brow. His foundational strength hovered near the pinnacle of D. But combined with the full force of his demonic energy and the special powers awakened by the brown-green drum, he was more than capable of vanquishing a half-step malevolent ghost. Moreover, the adversary's eagerness to exploit Jiang Chen's momentary vulnerability led him to advance, closing the distance and making the strike all the more convenient. With these factors aligned, Jiang Chen's punch unleashed an astounding 12-fold power. With a resounding pop, the middle-aged man's head exploded, dark red blood and mangled flesh splattering everywhere. Were it any ordinary half-step malevolent ghost, it would surely be reduced to utter despair at this moment. Yet, the zombie proved resilient. Its headless body continued to tremble, as if attempting to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen yanked it down, pinning it to the ground, and raised his dagger high, thrusting it repeatedly into the middle-aged man's heart and kidneys. Blood splattered across his face as he she suddenly realized that her niece was still beside her. Earlier, in her usual teasing tone while speaking with Jiang Chen, she had mentioned something about being vigorous and formidable, even stating that such a medicine was quite beneficial. How would this make Xiaonan perceive her? In a moment of panic, Hong Jie searched frantically, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After listening, Gu Xiaonan's eyes sparkled. Auntie, could it be that you and Master Jiang share that kind of relationship? HMM.is Master Jiang truly that formidable. Observing her niece's eyes gleaming with curiosity, Hongjie felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She raised her delicate hand and gave her niece a playful slap on the head. Furrowing her brows, "You little rascal, what are you thinking?" Gu Xiaonan, undeterred, puffed out her chest. "I'm not a child anymore. Auntie, you're not even older than me to humph." Hongjie was momentarily taken aback. Her teeth clenched as she playfully slapped Gu Xiaonan's waist, but found herself at a loss for words in retort. Despite her own admirable figure, she could not compare to her niece, a true prodigy. "You little minx." The two women exchanged playful banter, alleviating the tension that had gripped them amidst the despair of near-certain death and the joy of surviving a disaster. Experiencing such a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions in such a short span would have shattered the spirit of an ordinary person. Jiang Chen wiped away the blood stains and approached, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a woman's terrified scream pierced the stillness of the night sky. Something was amiss. The three of them exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they sprinted in one direction. Meanwhile, at the Gu family estate, within the most opulent and grandiose villa, a multitude of individuals had gathered. This included Gu Yumin, the founder of the Gu financial empire, along with his 3 sons and daughters-in-law, 2 grandsons from the 3rd generation, and numerous distant relatives. Over 2 hours prior, they had convened to discuss the mysterious disappearance of a ghost exorcising master earlier that evening. They ultimately decided to summon 2 additional exorcists to locate the missing individual. However, as of now, not a single exorcist had returned. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, lost in the darkness of the estate. At this moment, the atmosphere was palpably tense. 10 minutes ago, all the lights in the villa had gone out, and someone had caught a glimpse of a headless woman eerily hopping toward them in the darkness. That individual had screamed in panic. But after a few cries, silence ensued. The crowd, using the light from their phones, looked around only to discover that the person had vanished, with faint screams and the stench of blood wafting through the air. Instantly, fear drained the color from everyone's faces. A minute later, the crowd began to stir once more. Jiu Yumin's stern reprimand managed to restore some semblance of calm, but upon counting heads, they discovered yet another person was missing. In the darkness, terrifying sounds of gnawing echoed. With all the capable ghostbusters gone, the villa plunged into darkness, heavy as ink. The doors ominously closed without warning, refusing to budge. Those present felt as if they were trapped lambs in a pen, left to await the cruel fate that loomed. Whimpering could be heard from the younger generation, unable to contain their tears. Born into the Gu family, they had yet to savor the fruits of wealth and glory. And the thought of dying so soon was unbearable. Silence. An adult scolded, but even their own voice trembled, for no one knew who would be the next to perish. In a mere span of 10 minutes, 10 of my relatives have been dragged into the abyss, and I fear that not even their bones remain. The stench of blood in the house grows increasingly potent. Jiu Yumin is a spirited elder, appearing to be in his 60s, his back impeccably straight. In the past, regardless of the challenges faced by the Gu family, the mere presence of this venerable man instilled a sense of reassurance in everyone. It seemed that there was no problem in this world that he could not resolve. Yet at this moment, despite his repeated admonitions, he is unable to quell the unrest among the crowd.